Chapter 1. The great tree suffers, the grass dreams. In this vast world teeming with countless beings, humanity alone dominates the cultural essence, standing as the protagonist of existence. Yet, a segment of individuals persistently questions the millennia-old cultural legacy, asserting that the genesis of humankind is not a tale of evolution from primates, but rather a chronicle of the enigmatic dragon clan struggles, ardently presenting counterarguments. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth, the resplendent universe, serves as the essential nourishment for humanity's growth. The emergence of the dragon soul has provided these resilient individuals, akin to wild grass, with an ideal platform, shattering a status quo that had endured for millennia, and allowing them to ascend the historical stage at an unimaginable pace in the Great Jing Empire during the 5th year of the Zhengtong era. Coupled with the 25 years of governance under Emperor Jing Taizu, the empire has ruled over the bountiful land of Shenzhou for a full 30 years. Under the diligent stewardship of 2 generations of rulers, the land has flourished, resembling a picturesque scene of peace and prosperity. Yet the so-called 2 generations of rulers might more accurately be described as one sovereign and one minister. The current emperor ascended the throne at the tender age of 10, under the regency of the chief minister Yang Juzheng. Yang Juzheng, a stalwart companion of Taizu on the battlefield, played an instrumental role in the establishment of the Jing dynasty. Following the emperor's ascension, his extraordinary merits eclipsed the sovereign, and he wielded substantial influence over the court, effectively becoming the crownless monarch. The true ruler of the empire, a popular saying among the people goes, the Zhao family reigns, but the Yang family rules. Regardless of who the rulers of the empire may be, it is undeniable that the present-day Shenzhou is indeed thriving, basking in an era of peace and prosperity. However, this is merely the account chronicled in history books. Beneath the veneer of this so-called harmonious era, turbulent undercurrents relentlessly assail the empire's governance, unbeknownst to the common folk. In Sioux City at Nine Dragons Town. Originally named Luoxi Town, this settlement is perched upon a grand mountain, with a long stream meandering through it, having flowed continuously for countless years. According to legend, during the ancient era of the Great Dragon War, 9 leading divine dragons clashed fiercely above the town, ultimately perishing in a cataclysmic end. This tale led to the renaming of Luoxi Town to Nine Dragons Town. Millennia have elapsed, and the once majestic and mysterious dragons have become mere echoes in language and text, seemingly forgotten by the populace. Naturally, Nine Dragons Town no longer garners reverence from the world due to its historical name, this moment. In the midst of summer, within a grand estate in Nine Dragons Town, a group of scantily clad youths is engaged in a heated quarrel in the courtyard. Xianxia, consider yourself fortunate this time should you dare to speak disrespectfully to the second miss again. I shall break your bones. Upon hearing this warning, Xianxia, who had just been knocked to the ground, immediately suppressed the pain coursing through his body, rising to his feet with an upright posture. Unwilling to be regarded with condescension, around 15 years of age, he wore a brown vest, his youthful face still bearing the marks of boyhood, with medium-length hair styled to one side and a pair of bright, dark eyes. Though his skin was tanned, he radiated the vibrant energy of youth. Clenching his small fists, Xianxia retorted defiantly, "Even if you break my bones, I will not allow you to insult my brother. Oh, I say, you little wretch, your bones are indeed quite resilient. I shall see for myself whether your bones are tougher than my fists." The man standing before Xianxia rolled up his sleeves, cracking his knuckles, clearly preparing to engage in a brawl. He was around 22 years old, handsome with delicate features, and possessed a fair complexion. He was Xiao, a servant of the second young lady of the Zhao family. Xiao, buoyed by the support of the young lady, often commanded the servants of the Zhao household with impunity. Not only did he bully children like Xianxia, but he also tormented Xiao's mother and the elder servants who had worked for the Zhao family for many years. However, his charming appearance and eloquent demeanor often amused the second young lady, Zhao Yoxin, ensuring that few dared to provoke him, save for those within the Zhao family. As Xiao approached him menacingly, Xianxia stood his ground, undeterred, his small frame seemingly imbued with the courage of a mountain, fists clenched, icy eyes fixed on Xiao. Xiao, stand down. Behind Xiao stood 5 young women, for clad in matching emerald green attire, holding fans and fruits, clearly maidservants. The voice that spoke belonged to a young woman in red, surrounded by the 4 maidservants. She was of similar age to Xianxia, strikingly beautiful, yet her gaze was filled with hostility, reflecting her volatile temperament. She was none other than Zhao Yoxin, the second young lady of the Zhao family. What amusement is there in entangling with a mere servant? Do not ruin my mood. Upon hearing the young lady's command, Xiao promptly turned, bowing and grinning like a subservient dog. Yes, yes, I shall follow your orders, young lady. Let us depart to the back garden. With the mid-autumn festival approaching, I wonder how it has been adorned. Zhao Yoxin extended her slender hand and plucked a fruit from the plate held by a nearby maid. With a slight parting of her red lips, she took a dainty bite. Perhaps finding it unpalatable, she grimaced slightly before tossing the fruit towards Xiao, saying, "It's yours." Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight as he leapt into the air, catching the fruit mid-flight, then squatted at Zhao Yuxin's feet as if he had received a celestial peach, devouring it eagerly, which elicited a laugh from Zhao Yoxin. Witnessing this scene, Xianxia looked at Xiao with disdain and murmured, "What a dog-like servant." Though none around heard Xiao's quiet mutter, Zhao Yoxin, upon turning to leave, cast a dismissive glance at him, coolly stating, "You, a mere servant, do indeed support your brother. But you must understand, your brother Yangshu is no longer the prodigy he once was. He is merely a waste now." Zhao Yoxin rubbed her thumb against her index and middle fingers as if fruit residue clung to them, sneering, "Humph, fortunately at the time my sister and you were both young and not of marriageable age. Otherwise, fulfilling that engagement and having my sister wed your brother, this waste would have truly brought disgrace to the Zhao family." With that, Zhao Yoxin burst into a pealing laugh, departing amidst the attentive company of Xiao and the maidservants. "Do not speak of my brother." Xiao was about to retort when a hand clasped his shoulder from behind. Dusk fell, enveloped in mist, in a modest dwelling that scarcely accommodates a family of 4. The furnishings are sparse, consisting solely of minimalist kitchenware, a table, benches, and beds, while the walls are illuminated by the faint glow of an oil lamp. Though not spacious, the place exudes cleanliness and order. The square table is set, with each individual bowing their head in silence, partaking in their meal, the atmosphere tinged with an awkwardness as no one utters a word. At last, a woman of approximately 35 or 36 years sets down her chopsticks and casts a stern gaze at her son seated to her right, exclaiming, "Xianxia, have you been fighting again?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia appears to exhale in relief. Silently grateful that his mother has finally broached the topic, he too sets down his chopsticks and nods in acknowledgement, a swift admission. His mother furrows her brow slightly and, in a more severe tone, admonishes, "Did I not tell you? We are living under someone else's roof. Do not stir up trouble, do not offend others, and certainly do not engage in fights. Though we may be impoverished, we must possess dignity." Xiao pouts and glances at his brother, Yangshu, seated across from him, declaring, "I know not what dignity is. All I know is that when they insult my brother as a worthless being, I must tear their mouths apart." "Enough nonsense." His mother, now visibly upset, retorts, "Whom have you learned this from? Even your brother, when he was formidable, did not behave so brazenly. I work for the Zhao family. We eat their food and reside within their home. How dare you provoke the second young miss of the Zhao family? They would surely cast us out." Xiao, brimming with indignation, responds, "I simply cannot tolerate their disdain. When my brother was at his peak, they welcomed us into their grand residence, providing us with abundant food and drink, even sparing my mother from labor and bringing in several maids to attend to her. Yet the moment my brother faltered, they swiftly expelled us. The Zhao family is filled with sycophants. It is better to leave this place. You are utterly foolish. If we are cast out, how will your mother earn a living to support you 3? Though your brother is nearing adulthood, you and your sister are still young. Can you find work?" Xiao rarely witnesses his mother in anger in his memories. She has always embodied gentleness and kindness. Now, confronted with her ire, he momentarily lacks the words to retort and mutters, "In any case, I will not allow them to insult my brother. He is a prodigy in soul cultivation, and I too shall follow in his footsteps to become a master of soul arts, ensuring no one looks down upon me again. Enough. I am full. You may continue eating." Xianxia declares as he sets down his bowl and chopsticks, striding out of the room. Sighing, their mother gazes at Xiangshu's forlorn figure, shaking her head and casting a glance at Yang Chao. The unspoken meaning is clear. There is little to be said that would not invoke the sorrow of her son. Qin Ling is a devoted mother, yet one who has traversed a path fraught with hardship. She is a woman of striking beauty, yet her life is marked by numerous struggles. At the age of 18, she bore her first son, Yangshu. 2 years later, she conceived Yang Chao. However, during this time, she was abandoned by her illustrious partner, leading her to wander with her 2 children until they finally settled in the town of Julong. The child, born into a distinguished family, would naturally not bear the names of trees and grass. Indeed, the poplar and the grass were not called by those names at their inception. However, after being abandoned by her husband, Qin Ling was left despondent. She now resembled a desolate and barren mountain, her eldest son akin to a tree sprouting from the ridge, while her younger son was akin to the grass emerging from the same slope. Thus, they became inseparable companions, leading her to bestow upon them new names. For many years, Qin Ling diligently toiled in the Zhao household, demonstrating unwavering dedication and meticulousness. Possessing a pleasing appearance and an innate grace that distinguished her from her fellow servants, she bore an air of elegance even in her humble attire. She never spoke of her past, nor engaged in idle gossip, which earned her the respect and admiration of the Zhao family. Whispers circulated among the servants, suggesting that the 4th son of the Zhao family held a particular affection for her, expressing his admiration on multiple occasions. Yet, for over a decade, she chose not to remarry, devoting her energies entirely to the upbringing of her 2 sons. Her efforts bore fruit, as her sons truly excelled. Commencing her cultivation at the age of 14, she focused on nurturing her health and laying a solid foundation, advancing to the 2nd stage of body refinement. By 15, she achieved a modest success in body refinement, entering the 5th stage. Within 6 months, she reached a significant breakthrough, attaining the 7th stage, surpassing all the younger generations of the Zhao family and becoming a master in body refinement that, as the astonishment of those around her began to settle. Merely a year later, at the age of 16, her son Yangshu astonishingly cultivated soul power, ascending to the 8th stage of body refinement and becoming a young soul master. This remarkable talent and rapid progression in cultivation not only stirred excitement within the Zhao family, but also created a considerable uproar throughout the entire Julong town. The name Yangshu was inevitably adorned with the laurel of genius. Although an outsider and a servant, the Zhao family could not overlook the immense value and potential embodied by Yangshu. Consequently, Zhao Chengsheng, the head of the Zhao family, welcomed Qin Ling and her family into the inner courtyard. Nurturing Yangshu with the care one would extend to a cherished grandson that he personally imparted soul techniques, provided spiritual herbs, and bestowed soul elixirs, granting him whatever he desired to ensure Yangshu's allegiance. He even promised the hand of his beloved granddaughter, Zhao Yujing, to him. At that time, the two were still quite young, merely entering into a betrothal without formal marriage, yet this was sufficient to demonstrate Zhao Chengsheng's deep affection for Yangshu. In those days, Qin Ling wept daily, reflecting on how she had finally endured to see the light with such a son. What more could she desire? Meanwhile, the young Yang Chao, from that moment forth, took pride in his brother, aspiring to emulate him. Through his brother's achievements and the sudden shift in their family circumstances, Yang Chao grasped a profound truth. In this world, only those with genuine strength can attain status, identity, and the respect of others. However, Yangshu soon fell into despair, appearing to age several decades within mere days, becoming increasingly taciturn. The Zhao family's attitude towards Qin Ling's family also underwent a drastic transformation. The previously attained wealth and prosperity vanished in an instant, leaving Qin Ling to continue her life as a servant, while Yangshu and Yang Chao remained merely the children of a servant. Everything seemed to dissolve like a fleeting dream, leaving no trace once awakened. It is precisely because of this dream that Yangshu was transformed, as was Yang Chao. From that moment on, Yang Chao's aspirations grew resolute, to become a person of strength, to earn respect, and to provide a comfortable life for his family. Let me accomplish what my brother could not. This became an essential vow for Xianxia before he drifted off to sleep beneath countless starry nights. Yet, Xianxia diligently toiled for this promise. Much like the wild grass, he aimed to grow into a towering tree, striving upward each day, never yielding. To cultivate oneself as a soul traveler, one must first sculpt the body, a process known as body shaping. The initial step in this journey is nurturing one's health, harmonizing the internal balance of the body, ensuring the ability to eat, drink, and sleep well, thus achieving the optimal state for cultivating soul techniques, which constitutes the first stage of body shaping. This stage hinges upon the principle of nurturing to reach the criteria for the second stage of body shaping. One must be capable of lifting 100 pounds and, with a running start, leap over a high obstacle. With this standard established, practitioners became more purposeful and motivated, often keeping a stone weighing approximately 100 pounds and erecting a high bamboo pole at home. Xianxia made the resolute decision to begin his training just half a year ago. Now at 15, he successfully entered the first stage of body shaping a few days ago. Thus, he is diligently striving towards the standard of the second stage. The hierarchy of soul technique cultivation is distinctly defined even without considering future realms. The 10 stages of body shaping reveal significant differences at each level. The second daughter of the Zhao family has a servant, Xiao, who is a practitioner of the third stage of body shaping, while Xianxia is merely at the first stage, making him naturally no match for Xiao. Consequently, every encounter results in Xianxia being effortlessly overpowered. The mere thought of Xiao ignites Xianxia's anger. He recalls that during his brother's glorious days, Xiao was only at the second stage and had sought his brother's guidance, successfully advancing to the third stage with his assistance. Now, however, he repays kindness with malice, not only insulting his brother, but also humiliating himself. I may have trained for a short time and currently cannot match you, but I will persevere. One day, I will surpass you. At that time, I shall make you regret your actions and leave you searching for your teeth, tearing apart your vicious mouth. Xianxia clenches his small fists tightly, viewing Xiao as his primary adversary. The sky has completely darkened. Night has fallen. The moon, shrouded by clouds, casts a dim light upon the earth. A gentle breeze stirs, cool and refreshing. As Xianxia stepped outside, he found Xianxia still standing in front of the bamboo grove, remaining there since he left the room during dinner. Xianxia was unaware of the thoughts occupying his brother's mind, but he sensed that Xianxia must be feeling profoundly unsettled. "Brother, I believe you will recover." Xianxia approached Xianxia, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Xianxia tilted his head upward, gazing at the moon, his expression blank, and he uttered 3 emotionless words. "It doesn't matter." Upon hearing this, a chill surged within Xianxia. It was the voice of a person steeped in despair. Yet, amidst this despair, he felt a faint glimmer of warmth, a spark of hope. Who can truly despair of themselves entirely? Despairing individuals, in truth, require hope more than anyone else. Xianxia remarked, "Xianxia, I caution you, do not engage in fights for my sake. It is not worth it." "They are correct. I am currently a failure." Xianxia responded, "You are not." Xianxia retorted, "Whether I am or not, my abilities speak for themselves. And you, with your meager skills, dare to confront others? Do you find it exhilarating to be beaten and bloodied? When one lacks skill, one should not feign strength. Brother, teach me the soul technique. Guide me in my cultivation." Xianxia suddenly turned to Xianxia, his eyes alight with fervor, pleading, "With your guidance, I will surely grow faster. Then I will no longer be a target for others. I believe that with my diligence and your instruction, I will become strong." Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, gazing blankly at Xianxia for a second before asking, "Do you truly yearn to become stronger?" Xianxia nodded resolutely, declaring, "I refuse to be bullied for the rest of my life. I do not want our mother to remain a servant to others forever." However, Xianxia shook his head, stating, "You cannot." Xianxia, indignant, exclaimed, "Why can't I? If you can, then so can I." "Humph." Xianxia scoffed, "You can? What is your current cultivation level?" "Merely at the first stage of body shaping." "By your age, I had already achieved a minor success in body shaping. Before the age of 16, I had reached a significant level. The path of cultivation requires not only diligence but also talent and resources. I succeeded due to my talent, despite lacking wealth. As for you, devoid of both talent and resources, it is impossible for you to become someone like me. Xianxia understood that his brother's words held truth. Cultivation indeed demands not only effort, but also innate ability and wealth. Talent is akin to Xiangshu's, as if he was born to master soul techniques, progressing at a rate exponentially faster than the average person. Wealth refers to those of modest talent but fortunate circumstances who can utilize precious elixirs or soul pills to assist their cultivation. After all, the body-shaping process requires significant physical strength and high nutritional intake with the aid of elixirs and soul pills. One's cultivation speed can be greatly enhanced. However, both elixirs and soul pills are luxurious commodities, far beyond the reach of ordinary families. At least, the Qin family cannot afford them. Yet, Yang Chao remained undeterred, always recalling a phrase that Qin Ling had once imparted to him. Heaven rewards the diligent. He believed that even without talent or wealth, through 100-fold effort, he could achieve success. Brother, Yang Chao's expression suddenly grew calm as he said, "You have changed. I do not wish for you to remain this way." Yang Shu was taken aback by his brother's words, his countenance darkening as he inquired, "What do you mean? Do you remember what you once told me? What was that?" Yang Chao suddenly raised his voice. "Do not allow others to dictate your potential, not even your parents." Yang Shu's expression froze, staring blankly at his serious and earnest brother. After a long pause, a cold smirk crossed his face. "And so what? I speak the truth. You started late, lacking both talent and wealth. You are unfit for the cultivation of soul techniques. That I am weary and wish to speak no more. It is time for rest." Perhaps moved by Yang Chao's unwavering determination, or perhaps touched by her innocence, Yang Shu turned to leave, but not before uttering another phrase. "To earn my guidance, you must demonstrate some achievements. Once you reach the second level of body refinement, I shall instruct you in soul techniques and offer my counsel." As she gazed at Yang Shu's retreating figure, Yang Chao's expression transformed from one of daze to delight, ultimately culminating in exuberance as she exclaimed, "Thank you, brother. I shall diligently cultivate and strive to attain the second level of body refinement as swiftly as possible." In her state of excitement, Yang Chao remained unaware that Yang Shu, with his head bowed in contemplation, murmured to himself, "You are still but a naive child, oblivious to the arduous journey of body refinement. Ascending to the second level demands grueling trials for the body, and one must endure excruciating pain. Are you truly capable of persevering?" He remained unaware. All he knew was that the moonlight had dimmed, yet further it was time for him to rest. Chapter 002. The giant ape descends from the heavens. Yang Chao's stomach opens. Ever since Yang Chao received his brother's promise, he altered his daily routine, rising an hour earlier each day. In the summer, dawn arrives early, yet when Yang Chao steps outside, the world remains shrouded in darkness. Each day, he traverses the lofty mountains, the banks of streams, and the dense forests, engaging in repetitive push-ups, squats, and pull-ups. Time and again, his strength is exhausted, yet he manages to summon the energy anew, battling against his body's desire to cease, propelled by an unwavering will to persist. Each day unfolds in this manner. Yang Chao never utters a word of fatigue, nor does he reveal the slightest hint of retreat in front of Yang Shu. Unbeknownst to Yang Chao, Yang Shu had stealthily followed him on several early mornings, observing his diligent training, his body drenched in sweat yet steadfast in perseverance. That small figure appeared remarkably resilient amidst the rigorous exercises. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "This lad is far more industrious than I am." Although Yang Shu's perception of Yang Chao had slightly shifted, it brought about no substantial change. For even if he were to impart the art of soul technique to Yang Chao, the latter would be incapable of mastering it. Practitioners of soul techniques must first fortify their physical form, attaining the second level of body refinement. Attempting to practice soul techniques prior to this would be immensely detrimental to oneself. Thus, only upon reaching the second level could one cultivate soul techniques, utilizing them to further enhance their physical prowess. Of course, Yang Chao remained oblivious to this knowledge. Day after day, time slipped by quietly. At dawn, before the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, the entire Jiulong town lay enveloped in darkness. As with every dawn, while other children indulged in sweet dreams, Yang Chao rose to wash up, making sure to cover the thin blanket that his sister had kicked off, and quietly exited the room. This time, he opted to train on the mountain. Perhaps it was a spur-of-the-moment decision or an overflow of energy, but he resolved to ascend to the mountain's peak for his training. He regarded the climb as a warm-up, convinced that this sudden inspiration was commendable, and decided that he would henceforth train at the mountain summit, thus adding the ascent as part of his regimen. As usual, upon reaching the mountaintop, Xianxia repeated his training routines. The rigorous training over the past 10 days had sculpted his muscles, transforming his once slight frame into one with defined contours. As the sun rose, the east radiated with brilliance, while the west showcased a panorama of towering peaks. A small figure at the summit perspired profusely, fervently racing against time. Seconds ticked away, but in Xiao's perspective, there were no mountains, no trees, no sunlight. Only the relentless cycle of push-ups, squats, gasps for breath, and the internal struggle between rest and continuation. Time passed, though Xiao could not tell how long it had been. Finally, he wiped the sweat from his brow and resolved to indulge in a luxurious minute of rest. Yet, he reminded himself that it was merely a minute. Should he exceed that time without resuming, he would be betraying his own dedication. In such moments, Xiao's expression grew exceedingly serious, as if he were truly engaged in a dialogue with the lazy part of himself. Thus, Xiao found a stone to sit upon, gazing at the sun that had already ascended into the sky. The sunlight was gentle, not blinding. Yet Xiao noticed a sudden intensity in the rays that compelled him to momentarily close his eyes. Feeling a sense of unease, he shielded his brow with his hand and opened his eyes once more to look skyward, only to behold a brilliant orb of crimson light plummeting from the heavens. This fiery glow trailed a long, luminous tail as it descended rapidly. As it fell, Xiao's expression grew increasingly rigid. For the trajectory of the radiant fire was directed towards the very mountaintop upon which he stood. His body bristled with dread, and he instinctively gauged the precise location of the fiery descent, hastily fleeing for safety. Ultimately, at the very moment the fire struck the mountaintop, he threw himself to the ground. A thunderous roar reverberated through the mountains, and Xiao felt the earth tremble beneath him. What on earth was happening today? He had encountered such an extraordinary event. What could possibly have fallen from the sky? After a series of intense sounds subsided, Xiao gradually rose, his mind awash with bewilderment as he peered into the thick veil of gray mist. The mountain top was breezy, and the fog quickly dispersed, revealing a large crater where a strikingly red entity writhed within. Consumed by an insatiable curiosity, Xiao cautiously approached the crater. Upon reaching its edge, he inhaled sharply. For there lay a colossal ape. This magnificent creature was entirely enveloped in a fiery hue, not stained with blood, but rather a reflection of its own vibrant fur. The ape, measuring a staggering 3 yards in length, lay in the pit with its arms clasped tightly around 5 tiny offspring. These little ones remained blissfully unaware, eagerly awaiting nourishment, and in comparison to their enormous parent, appeared remarkably endearing. The sight of the mother ape cradling her young evoked a profound sense of maternal warmth in Xiao, akin to that felt by any human mother with her child. At that moment, he understood that the most significant concern for the ape was undeniably her offspring. Moved by the radiance of maternal instinct, he felt a pang of sympathy, for it was evident that the great ape was on the brink of death. He glanced skyward and sighed, reflecting that surviving such a fall from such heights was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, curiosity gnawed at him. What manner of ape was this? And how did it come to be suspended in the sky? What was that brilliant orb of fire that had encircled him moments ago? The extraordinary, the astonishing, the shocking. Xiao struggled to find words to articulate his current emotions. He ventured into the crater, kneeling beside the ape's head, and softly inquired, "Hey, how may I assist you?" The previously closed eyes of the ape suddenly fluttered open. The mere act of opening its eyes startled Xiao, causing him to spring to his feet. For within the depths of the ape's gaze, he discerned pupils that were not of a simian nature, but rather resembled those of a dragon. Though Xiao had never laid eyes upon an ape or a dragon, he had perused books adorned with illustrations of both. In that fleeting moment when the ape's eyes opened, the pressure emanating from its gaze nearly rendered him breathless. Xiao was suddenly plunged into a profound abyss, surrounded by an all-encompassing darkness. In the depths of darkness, a pair of mesmerizing eyes ignited with an otherworldly glow. A sudden intuition surged within Xiao's heart. Could this oppressive presence be the fabled aura of a dragon? Sensing Xiao's distress, The ape promptly closed its eyes once more. Xianxiao's throat emitted a low gurgle as he swallowed a lump of saliva, crouching down again. Yet his voice trembled as he uttered, "Do you require my assistance?" With a thunderous roar, the ape's eyes snapped open, unleashing a soul-shattering cry that caught Xianxiao off guard. In a swift motion, it extended a clawed finger, sharp and elongated, and violently swiped at Xianxiao's abdomen. A piercing pain surged through Xianxiao's body, invoking an instinctual scream. The ape's formidable claw effortlessly tore through his flimsy garment, slicing open his belly. And a torrent of blood gushed from the wound. The ape's features tightened, radiating a fierce crimson glow, as if its very fur were ablaze. In the next moment, its body began to shrink, a force surged from its toes upwards, creating a wave that culminated in a golden pill, roughly the size of Xianxiao's fist. Being expelled from its mouth, this pill shimmered with a golden hue, adorned with a lustrous, crimson sheen. With 2 fingers, the ape grasped the vibrant golden elixir and barbarically thrust it into Xianxiao's gaping wound. Helpless, Xianxiao could do nothing but witness this harrowing and bizarre scene unfold upon himself. Once the pill was lodged within his belly, he felt no immediate sensation, but soon discovered that a kaleidoscope of colorful liquids began to seep from the pill, cascading over his lacerated skin. Astonishingly, the wound began to heal at a visible pace. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an excruciating pain spread throughout Xianxiao's body, overwhelming him to the point of unconsciousness. After an indeterminate passage of time, he regained consciousness. Sitting up, he found the fiery ape fixedly gazing at him, its earlier menacing aura replaced by an unexpected plea. The ape regarded Xianxiao with imploring eyes before releasing its grip, allowing 5 tiny monkeys to tumble onto the ground. It pointed towards the little ones. And realization dawned upon Xianxiao. This creature was entrusting him with the care of its offspring. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. However, a wave of absurdity washed over him. The very same ape that had brutally clawed open his abdomen was now imploring him for such a tender duty. Yet, he found himself unwaveringly assenting to its request. Before he could ponder further, the ape closed its eyes, and to his astonishment, its body ignited spontaneously, transforming into ash in an instant. Having never witnessed such a miraculous and eerie spectacle, Xianxiao was momentarily rendered speechless. It was until he confirmed the ape's complete disappearance that he turned his attention to the 5 little monkeys. They huddled together, their plump forms adorable, their eyes still shut, with their lips quivering in a most charming manner. Xianxiao thought that even if the monkeys did not plead for his help, he would still care for the little ones. Such is the nature of humanity, driven by kindness. However, before Xianxiao could lift the monkey cubs, an intense pain surged through his body, radiating to his head and ultimately settling in his abdomen, leaving him in excruciating agony. He fainted once more, but this time, he did not awaken swiftly. Chapter 003, Simple Happiness, Firm Dreams. In an unremarkable room belonging to the Zhao family, a boy lay supine on the bed, while a girl of around 11 or 12 sat at the head of the bed, fanning him gently with a small palm fan. When Xianxiao woke again, the anxious face of his younger sister came into view. Upon noticing that Xianxiao had opened his eyes, her expression transformed from worry to radiant joy. "Little Xiao Gu, you're awake." The speaker was none other than Xiao's sister, Xiangyi. Dressed in a delicate yellow dress, adorned with a necklace featuring a rustic pendant, and sporting 2 playful pigtails, her smile revealed dimples at the corners of her mouth and an additional dimple on her right cheek, making her utterly charming. She was the delightful spirit of the Qin family, cherished as their treasure. Despite their modest means, the little girl did not lament her circumstances as one might expect. In her small household, she felt like a princess, loved and treasured by her mother and brothers. This innocent little princess understood a truth even better than many adults. Happiness is often remarkably simple. The Qin home was modest, consisting of a tiny living room and 3 small bedrooms. Qin Ling occupied one room, Yang Shu another, while the remaining room was shared by Xianxiao and Xiangyi, which fostered a close bond between the 2 siblings. "Little Xiao Gu, are you all right?" Xiangyi inquired, furrowing her brow in concern when Xianxiao did not respond. Xianxiao managed a faint smile, assuring her, "I'm fine." "Huh? How did I end up here?" He recalled the events he had encountered atop the mountain. Was it reality or merely a dream? Atop the mountain, Xianxiao slowly sat up, his gaze suddenly drawn to his small basket on the wardrobe. "I remember there were 5, he began to say. Yang Yi's voice turned sorrowful as she replied, "Deshuga said there were 5. But the other 4 have perished, only this one remains alive." Ah. Yang Chao gasped softly, silently apologizing to the giant ape in his heart. However, it was a relief that one remained alive. Though the situation was far from ideal, it was not utterly dire. Yi, I'm a bit tired and wish to rest. Please take care of it for the night and ensure it doesn't die. All right. Don't you want to see Mother and Shu? I'm too tired. Just tell them I'm fine. Okay. With that, Yang Yi dashed out of the room. Once she had gone, Yang Chao rose from the bed. From the moment he had awakened, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, igniting an intense desire to train. Thus, he dropped to the floor and began doing push-ups. Normally, he could manage only 300 in one breath, yet this time, he astonishingly completed 1,000. He felt an immense surprise, but as fatigue crept over him, it felt just as it always did. He persevered, counting to 1,200, 1,500. With an incredible notion in his mind, Yang Chao stealthily slipped out of the house and made his way to the bamboo grove across the street. This was a place where Yang Shu often practiced. Surrounded by numerous rock formations, approaching one of the stones, Yang Chao recalled Yang Shu mentioning that this particular rock weighed around 120 pounds. Although it exceeded 100 pounds, lifting it would undeniably signify that he had achieved the second level of body refinement, wouldn't he? Driven by an urgent and exhilarated thought, Yang Chao slowly crouched down, placing his palms against the sides of the rock. With a determined grit, he suddenly stood up, lifting the stone with remarkable ease. To his astonishment, he had effortlessly raised the 120-pound rock without exerting his full strength. Am I at the second level of body refinement? Fearing he might disturb his family, Yang Chao gently set the rock down and approached another stone, which was twice the size of the previous one. He swallowed hard and crouched again, attempting to lift this rock, which weighed approximately 300 pounds. With palms striking the stone, he rose and lifted his hands. Once again, the rock was hoisted by Yang Chao. After placing the stone down, he was utterly stunned. Joy overwhelmed his curiosity. Since he couldn't comprehend it, he dismissed the thought, as the enhancement of his strength was an undeniable reality. To prove that he had truly reached the second level of body refinement, Yang Chao picked up a long bamboo branch and suspended it between two bamboo stalks. At a height of about 2 meters, standing beneath the branch, he took several deep breaths, and without a running start, he leaped into the air. His body performed a graceful flip, effortlessly clearing the branch. Thud. Yang Chao landed steadily, crushing a dry twig beneath his feet, which emitted a crisp sound. A triumphant smile spread across his face. The second level of body refinement. Accomplished. Just then, he felt a crackling sensation in his consciousness, followed by a warm flow spreading through his mind, subtly fading away as if hidden in some corner of his brain. Yang Chao recalled Yang Shu telling him that once one reached the second level of body refinement, a dragon soul imprint would manifest within the body. With each advancement in cultivation thereafter, an additional dragon soul imprint would be formed. These dragon soul imprints could be integrated into the soul techniques one mastered, amplifying their power exponentially. Of course, one could only cultivate one dragon soul imprint per level of advancement, and throughout the entire body refinement realm. From the 1st to the 10th level, only 9 could be attained, making them exceedingly precious. Cultivators would naturally refrain from wasting them on inferior soul techniques, typically saving them for the acquisition of superior techniques in the future. Yang Chao mused, this must be the dragon soul imprint. The thought of having cultivated such a valuable entity sent another wave of exhilaration through him. Crackle. As he was lost in contemplation and excitement, he suddenly felt another sound in his consciousness, and the same sensation unfolded once more. Yang Chao widened his eyes in astonishment and murmured to himself, did my brother not say that during the body refinement stage, one can only forge a single dragon soul imprint with each advancement? How is it that I have produced 2? The following day, at dawn, despite having reached the second level of body refinement, Yang Chao did not relax his standards in the slightest. He adhered to his self-imposed schedule, swiftly washing up, and as usual, made the bed for his sister Yang Yi, who had kicked off her covers. He then left the room to begin his cultivation. Last night, having secretly tested his cultivation results, he felt somewhat unfulfilled and dissatisfied. Today, Yang Chao was determined to savor the sensations of the second level of body refinement. The more progress he made, the stronger his motivation to cultivate became, and his yearning to explore new realms and knowledge intensified. However, Yang Chao did not exit the house unimpeded. A figure clad in white stood quietly in the courtyard, seemingly awaiting him. The woman's white attire bore a hint of dampness, with cool dewdrops clinging to her hair ends, suggesting she had been waiting for quite some time. Startled, Xianxia exclaimed, "Mother, what are you doing here?" Ling turned to face him, her gaze serious as she said, "You fainted on the mountaintop yesterday. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you?" Naturally, Xianxia would not disclose the encounters he experienced atop the mountain to Ling. Nor would he share them with anyone else, for he himself found those events absurd and unbelievable. No one would believe him if he spoke of them. Thus, he replied, "It was an accident. I tripped and fell while cultivating yesterday. I do not wish to hear your explanation." Ling's tone was resolute. "I simply want to tell you that you are not allowed to cultivate any longer." This demand was one that Xianxia could not accept, and he shouted, "Why not? For your sake, as well as your own. This reckless cultivation is taking a toll on your body. Mother, I am aware of my limits. I will not faint again." Faced with his mother's unwavering stance, Xianxia gritted his teeth and, to her astonishment, suddenly knelt down, his voice trembling as he implored, "Mother, this is my dream." Ling turned her face away, unable to bear the sight, seemingly afraid of yielding to her emotions. "I do not care whether this is your dream. I only know that a dream is not more important than life. No, mother. A life without dreams is akin to that of a walking corpse, devoid of meaning. If I am to live, it must be a life of brilliance." Tears glimmered in Xiao's eyes as he spoke to his mother, appealing to both reason and emotion. "What my brother could not accomplish, I will achieve. I will bring prosperity to our family, ensure you live a good life, and cure my brother's illness." Listening to her son's fervent pleas, Ling's expression remained stoic. Yet a flicker of intrigue sparked in her eyes upon hearing his last statement, indicating that Xianxia had touched her heart. Ling inquired, "What does curing your brother's illness have to do with your cultivation?" "Of course it is related," Xianxia replied. "If I become a powerful cultivator, I will be able to earn money and earn respect. By then, with my wealth and connections, surely I can find someone capable of curing my brother's ailment. If I were to abandon my cultivation, it would signify the relinquishment of our last hope. Our family would continue to live in poverty, forever subservient to the Zhao household. Do you truly wish for me, my brother, and Yezi to remain as mere servants to the Zhao family, just as you have?" Ling's body trembled, clearly shaken by Xiao's words which had breached her psychological defenses. As a devoted mother, her greatest concern lay in the well-being of her 3 children. Her reluctance to allow Xianxia to continue his cultivation stemmed from worries about his health. Yet, Xianxia now revealed that if he succeeded in his cultivation, he could find a way to cure Yangshu's illness. If he were to forsake his training, both he and his brother would be doomed to a life of servitude. Ling had evidently not considered this perspective and was momentarily paralyzed, as if struck by lightning. Observing her mother-esque expression, Xianxia realized that he had swayed her. Seizing the moment, he exclaimed, "Mother, did you not tell me that hard work is rewarded by the heavens? As long as I am diligent and persistent, I shall surely succeed. Rest assured." With that, he dashed past his mother and swiftly exited the room. As Ling stood there, her thoughts a tumultuous sea. Yangshu's frail figure emerged from the shadows. "Mother, Xiao's determination surpasses even my own at his age. You cannot hinder him." Sighing, Ling could only respond with a lament. "Yet, this boy does indeed surprise me. I had always perceived him as merely a child, indulging in dreams as if cultivation were a game. I had not anticipated his unwavering focus and perseverance." Yangshu approached Ling, embracing her gently, and murmured, "Mother, every generation has its own fortune. Do not burden yourself with worry. You are a wonderful mother, and the lessons you impart to us will remain etched in our hearts. Fear not, we shall not disappoint you. Xianxia won't, and neither will I." Listening to Yangshu's resolute tone, Ling gazed in astonishment at his handsome face. Yangshu was a naturally handsome young man, with fair skin and striking features, exuding an air of elegance. Although a crescent-shaped scar marred the corner of his right eye, it did little to diminish his allure. The sight of that scar stirred a pang of sorrow within Ling. It had been left by Yangshu himself during a moment of despair after a serious illness, when he had attempted to mar his own visage with a knife. She had intervened just in time, gripping the blade to stop him, but the tip had still left a mark on his face. As she beheld her son, whose gaze was now resolute, Ling suddenly realized that Yangshu was no longer just a child in her eyes. He had become the pillar of their family, truly a sturdy tree in their midst. Chapter 004. The invincible young master in his eagerness to experience the sensations of the second stage of body refinement. Xianxia opted not to ascend the distant mountaintop, but instead made his way to the familiar creek side. At this moment, he had yet to master soul techniques, relying solely on brute strength in his skirmishes. Thus, while he claimed to be exploring the second stage of sensations, he merely engaged in his usual routine of push-ups and pull-ups. Yet, even these simple exercises left him feeling markedly stronger and more vigorous. Completing 1,000 push-ups with ease, he continued with his pull-ups. Clad in a brown tank top, he was drenched in sweat, which trickled down his cheeks onto his exposed skin. After entering the second stage of body refinement, his muscles had taken form. And when he exerted himself, the muscles in his arms and chest bulged impressively, exuding a robust aura. At this juncture, Xianxia was certain that his swift progression into the second stage was facilitated by the aid of the Great Ape's golden elixir. This golden elixir might very well be a miraculous potion or a divine artifact crafted by the enigmatic Great Ape, which released its medicinal power for him to absorb at the pinnacle of his training, thus yielding exceptional results with minimal effort. If that were the case, I have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. The Great Ape did not seek to harm me. Rather, it was assisting me. Hence its request for me to care for its offspring. Yet, what exactly was that mysterious Great Ape? This conundrum perplexed Xianxia. After a spell of further training, the sun had ascended to its zenith, casting a sweltering heat over the entire Julong town. Suddenly, he heard a distinct sound of footsteps approaching, prompting him to cease his exercises and focus intently on the source of the sound. In the next moment, a rotund figure rolled toward him like a ball. Ouch, that hurt me terribly. Cursed branches. The chubby figure, one hand on its hip, clumsily rose to its feet before Xianxia, panting as it spoke. Xianxia chuckled. Oh, invincible young master. I am merely the son of a servant and hardly deserving of such grand gestures from the esteemed Zhao family's heir. Enough of that. You, Xianxia, only immerse yourself in your training, neglecting the promises made to your friends. Upon hearing this, Xianxia felt a twinge of anxiety. The portly boy was correct. He had become wholly absorbed in his training, often oblivious to other matters. It was indeed plausible that he had forgotten some commitments made to others. With a nervous tone, Xianxia inquired, "What did I promise you?" Seeing Xianxia's candidness, the chubby boy huffed. "Today is the family's biannual examination, and you promised to be my supporter, to cheer for me." As he spoke, the boy pulled a crimson cloth from his pocket, unfurling it to reveal the words, "Young Invincible, you are the best. I love you." He then extended the red fabric toward Xianxia, saying, "When the time comes, you must hold this up amidst the crowd and cheer for me." Xianxia was left speechless. Observing the awkward expression on Xianxia's face, the boy questioned, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Xianxia murmured, "It's not a major issue, just a minor request." "What request? Could you perhaps omit the last 3 words, 'I love you'?" "Absolutely not." The portly figure insisted. "These 3 words are the essence of brilliance, showcasing just how charming I truly am." Xianxia, feeling exasperated, reluctantly acquiesced, for he was bound by friendship to this rotund companion. This chubby lad, born in the same year as Xianxia but a few months later, was the youngest scion of the Zhao family, known as Zhao Wudi, the sole offspring of Zhao Chiqing, the 4th son of the Zhao patriarch. One might wonder how a noble young master and the son of a servant could forge such a friendship. There are 2 primary reasons. Firstly, the rumors surrounding Zhao Wudi's admiration for Qinling were indeed grounded in truth. As his father held affection for Qinling, he naturally extended kindness to her children, leading to more frequent encounters between their offspring. Secondly, although Zhao Wudi was a young master, he was not particularly favored. In Zhao Qingqing's eyes, this grandson possessed no virtues and an abundance of flaws, such as being lazy, indulgent, and lacking in ambition. One need not seek celestial validation. Merely observing Zhao Wudi's rotund physique reveals that the grandfather's accusations are far from unfounded. Fortunately, not all members of Zhao Wudi's generation mirrored his disposition. His 2 elder brothers, Zhao Wui and Zhao Wuwei, were diligent and accomplished youths. Consequently, Zhao Chunqing chose to overlook his grandson's shortcomings, allowing him to lead a leisurely life as a wealthy 3rd-generation heir. However, even this 3rd-generation heir occasionally felt a spark of ambition. Zhao Wudi was convinced that despite his girth, he was not inferior to his brothers. Thus, he approached the upcoming examination with confidence, believing he could qualify for the 2nd level of physical training and earn the family's coveted soul technique through the proper channels. Observing Zhao Wudi's fervent determination, Xianxia expressed his sympathy with a serious demeanor while harboring deep-seated concerns within. That rotund physique hardly seemed capable of lifting 100 pounds, let alone vaulting over a 2-meter obstacle. Come on, let us hurry. The event starts in 2 hours, Zhao Wudi urged. Indeed, while cultivation was paramount, fulfilling a promise to a friend was equally essential, prompting Yang Chao to willingly accompany him. Yet halfway through their journey, doubt crept in. Zhao Wudi grasped his arm with a chubby hand, as if fearing his friend might flee, and declared, "You promised me. You must go." Yang Chao, resigned, replied, "I never said I wouldn't go. I merely wish to suggest, could you perhaps reconsider and modify those 3 words of affection?" Zhao Wudi nearly bellowed in response, "Absolutely not." At noon, the Zhao family's martial arts arena began to fill with 200 to 300 individuals. Of course, only about 20 youths were genuinely participating in the assessment, primarily aged between 13 and 17. Most attendees were parents of these children, accompanied by a few curious servants of the Zhao household. At the forefront of the training ground stood a spacious pavilion, flanked by lush trees. Inside, a long table was laden with an abundance of fruits and refreshing tea, while a line of maidservants fanned the occupants with large palm fronds. Those seated within were spared the discomfort of sweat, instead relishing an atmosphere of comfort and drowsiness. Only those from the Zhao family, including the head of the household and his descendants, are permitted to enter the pavilion. In the center of the martial arts arena, directly facing the pavilion, are 3 bronze broad-bladed swords of varying weights, 80, 100, and 150 pounds. Behind these swords stands a 2-meter-high wooden obstacle, serving as a tool for assessment. The standard for entering the 2nd stage of physical conditioning is to lift the 100-pound sword and leap over the 2-meter barrier. The presence of 3 swords is not without reason. Should one find the 100 pounds too light, they may challenge themselves with the 150-pound sword. Successfully lifting it would not only garner the admiration of onlookers but also potentially leave a favorable impression on Zhao Chengqing, the family head, possibly leading to enhanced soul techniques. In the past, Yang Shu had impressed Zhao Chengqing during the junior examination by single-handedly lifting the 150-pound sword, prompting an excited commendation of his talent and ensuring a lasting impression. The 80-pound sword serves as a fallback for those who cannot lift the 100 pounds, allowing them a chance to test their strength with a lighter weight. If one is able to lift it, it indicates they are not far from achieving the 2nd stage of physical conditioning, suggesting they should continue training and return for assessment in 6 months. However, failing to lift even the 80 pounds signifies a lack of promise, either due to laziness or a deficiency in talent. Nearby, 3 larger bronze swords are displayed, one weighing 300 pounds, another 500 pounds, and the last one a staggering 1,000 pounds. Reserved for the 4th stage of physical conditioning, which is not applicable here. The 4th stage, also known as the Divine Strength stage, signifies that after mastering the 2nd and 3rd stages, the body's sinews have been trained, and upon acquiring soul techniques, strength significantly increases. At this level, being able to lift 1,000 pounds with both hands marks one as a practitioner of the 4th stage. This assessment method has been in place within the Zhao family for many years. While the participants are familiar with it, the facilitator still reiterates the rules before the examination begins. The current chief minister, Elder Yang, recounted his experiences during battles alongside the founding patriarch, recalling the moment he discovered his soul technique talent. The instant I lifted the 100-pound sword, the facilitator, possessing eloquence and charisma, spoke of historical figures who shone brightly from that pivotal moment of lifting a sword, citing the well-known story of Yang Jiuxing, inspiring the eager younger generation who felt as though they too might soon achieve greatness, imagining themselves as the next Yang Jiuxing. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. As the facilitator declared the examination open, candidates began to approach in succession. Yang Chao and Zhao Wudi stood at the forefront, with the former clutching the banner that would soon be unveiled, his heart heavy with conflict. If you were a girl, it wouldn't matter. But for a grown man to profess his love for another man in broad daylight. Thankfully, my mother is not here. I can only imagine her reaction. Yang Chao lamented. By this time, 9 candidates had taken their turns. 7 passed, while 2 were eliminated, one of whom could not even lift the 80-pound sword. Nevertheless, this data indicates that while the cultivation of the 2nd layer of body refinement may be arduous, it is not insurmountable. With perseverance, determination, and steadfastness, ascending to this level is merely a matter of time. I have practiced for a year. In fact, I have been cultivating for nearly a year. I am slightly ahead of you all, having accomplished it in just half a year. What? Half a year? You are truly a genius. Listening to these candidates share their experiences after the examination, Yang Chao secretly marveled. pondering how they would react if they knew he had attained the second layer of body refinement in merely half a month. Xiao Wu. At that moment, the host called out a name, and under Xianxia's gaze, a familiar figure was seen patting a young man's back, cheering him on. This familiar figure was none other than Xiao Air. Zhao Wudi seemed to discern Xianxia's confusion and explained that is Xiao Air's younger brother, who, through Xiao Air's connections, has also entered the Zhao family and gained eligibility for the assessment. Xianxia nodded. It appeared that Xiao Air, basking in his current favor, was installing his own people within the Zhao family. For Xianxia, this was an ominous sign. The stronger Xiao Air's influence within the Zhao family became, the more detrimental it would be for his own family. After all, the two had already become sworn enemies, ready to clash at the slightest provocation. Xiao Wu did not disappoint his brother's expectations, effortlessly lifting the 100-pound copper sword. Following Xiao Wu, a dozen more individuals ascended, yet Zhao Wudi's turn was still not forthcoming. As Zhao Wudi counted the remaining candidates, only one was left, and he thought, could it be that I am the last one? Xianxia mused that it would be best if he were overlooked, sparing him the embarrassment of unfurling that disgraceful banner. Zhao Wudi. Indeed, Zhao Wudi's name was called. The finale is usually reserved for the strongest. Zhao Wudi clapped his hands and strode forth with great enthusiasm. Reluctantly, Xianxia unfurled the banner inscribed with Zhao Wudi. You are the best. I love you. Although small, it still attracted considerable attention. Xianxia bowed his head and prayed, Zhao Wudi, you must pass. If you fail, I will be utterly humiliated. At that point, it won't matter if you're a young master. I shall have to wring the flesh from your body. Although Xianxia's banner garnered quite a bit of attention and laughter, ultimately, the crowd's focus remained on Zhao Wudi, who, in a sense, was the true protagonist of the day. Whether they were eager for amusement, filled with hope, or observing with indifference, all eyes were now fixed on Zhao Qiqing. The youngest grandson, Zhao Wudi, indeed, did not disappoint the spectators, performing an act unlike any other youth. He began to undress. Upon reaching the martial arts arena, he did not approach the copper sword. Instead, he first removed his upper garment, revealing a figure that elicited a significant reduction in appetites. Xianxia, holding the banner, wished fervently for a hole to hide in. Ha. Zhao Wudi's actions drew forth a chorus of laughter. What are you laughing at? This is what I call shedding burdens. Soon, you shall witness my prowess. Zhao Wudi curled his lip and spoke earnestly. His serious demeanor elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. In the pavilion, Zhao Qiqing covered his face with his hands, feigning sleep, while Zhao Wudi's father, the fourth of the Zhao clan, was audibly snoring. Eventually, Zhao Wudi approached the 100-pound bronze sword. He paused in front of it momentarily, refraining from taking action. Instead, he shook his head and turned around, striding towards the 150-pound bronze sword. The laughter ceased, replaced by a look of astonishment as the onlookers wondered what Zhao Wudi intended. Could he possibly lift the heavier sword? Humph. Zhao Wudi clapped his hands and declared loudly. Today, with over 20 individuals tested, not a single one could lift this 150-pound bronze sword. Is the physical condition of the younger generation truly deteriorating? Watch closely as I demonstrate how to wield it. Without allowing the audience a moment's pause for thought, Zhao Wudi immediately crouched down, grasping the sword's hilt and spine with both hands. After a brief 2-second pause, he sprang up. In the next instant, his corpulent form shimmered in the sunlight like rippling waters, creating a tumultuous wave. And that 150-pound bronze sword was raised triumphantly above his head, glinting brilliantly in the scorching sunlight. He had lifted it. Chapter 005. Xianxia raises his sword in the next moment. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. Inside the pavilion, Zhao Qiqing was no longer drowsy, and the fourth son of the Zhao family awoke, both staring in bewilderment at the stout figure in the training arena. After lifting the bronze sword, Zhao Wudi approached the wooden post, took a clumsy run up, leaped, and cleared an obstacle 2 meters high. At that instant, many spectators gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom how such a heavy-set body could leap over that height. Indeed, it was not particularly challenging. Zhao Wudi clapped his hands, lifted his toes, and caught his garment, striding towards the onlookers with a smug expression, basking in their astonishment. As he walked, he gestured for the crowd to quiet down, saying, less applause, less cheering, keep it low-key. We must remain humble. Zhao Wudi chuckled. This was a month ago. I know you lacked faith in me. Today, I called you over to show you that I, Zhao Wudi, am not merely a frivolous young master. Indeed. Xianxia shared Zhao Wudi's joy. Zhao Wudi suddenly grew serious, fixing his gaze on Xianxia, and earnestly declared, I want you to understand that even a portly wastrel like me can achieve this. You too can succeed. Xianxia, I know you are a person of dreams. Regardless of what others may think, I believe in you, so you must strive. I am confident that the second level of body sculpting is not far from your grasp. Yes. Xianxia nodded, moved by Zhao Wudi's unwavering support, reflecting on his previous doubts about him, feeling a flush of warmth. Congratulations, third young master. You truly have hidden depths. At that moment, Xiao approached with his brother, his face beaming as he congratulated Zhao Wudi. However, a servant is still a servant. Despite being 6 or 7 years older than Zhao Wudi, he addressed him as you, rather than sir. Zhao Wudi was not fond of this sycophant. Yet with many outsiders watching, he felt compelled to maintain appearances and responded with a smile, shared joy, shared joy. Your brother is indeed a talent, with proper guidance. He will surely achieve greatness. Thank you for your kind words, third young master. As he spoke, Xiao Er's gaze flitted over Xianxia's face, continuing. The third young master has made a remarkable impression today. The family head will surely focus on your training. Be cautious in your associations. Do not allow the lowly to hinder your progress. Both Zhao Wudi and Xianxia were astute enough to discern the underlying implications in Xiao Er's words. Zhao Wudi's expression darkened, and as he was about to retort, Xianxia intervened. Indeed, it seems you are quite concerned for the welfare of the lowly servant. Xianxia replied. Xiao Er's eyes widened in surprise. What did you call me? Lowly servant, of course. Are you not one? Xiao Er struggled to formulate a retort, but found himself at a loss for words, forcing a cold smile. Even if I am a servant, I am still superior to you, using such nauseating banners to curry favor with the third young master. Seeing Zhao Wudi's expression shift again, Xianxia could not help but stifle a laugh. The nauseating banners were indeed Zhao Wudi's creation. Not wanting Zhao Wudi to lose face by arguing with such a petty individual over him, Xianxia quickly interjected. It appears you take pride in having a brother who is at the second level of body sculpting? Xiao Er did not conceal his pride as he declared. Of course I am pleased. After today's assessment, Xiao Wu will be bestowed with the family's soul technique. The soul techniques of our family are superior to those exorbitantly purchased in Sioux City. How could I not take pride in that? Upon hearing the term soul technique, Xianxia seemed to awaken from a stupor. Indeed, once today's assessment concludes, he would be rewarded with the family's soul technique. Hadn't he always yearned for such power? Although his brother had promised to teach him once he reached the second stage of body refinement. Obtaining the family's soul technique through his own merit would be far more gratifying. As the assessment approached its conclusion, Xianxia seized his banner with Xiao Er and hurriedly inquired of Zhao Wudi, Young Master Wudi, may I participate in the assessment? Taken aback by Xiao's sudden query, Zhao Wudi replied with a hint of confusion. You? Of course you can. Just like Xiao Wu, you are a member of the Zhao family's external academy. If he can participate, so can you. I wish to join now. Well, that can be arranged. I will speak to grandfather right away. Zhao Wudi leaned closer to Xianxia and hesitated. Are you truly prepared? Do you believe you can manage? With a confident smile, Xianxia reassured him. Do you not have faith in me? Rest assured. Seeing Xiao's unwavering confidence, Zhao Wudi said no more and sprinted towards the pavilion across from the training ground. Have you lost your mind, Xiao? You wish to participate in the assessment to obtain the family's soul technique? As Zhao Wudi distanced himself, Xiao leaned in closer. If your brother can obtain it, why should I not? Xiao retorted. Xiao scoffed. To acquire it, one must possess genuine skill. Xiao Wu has trained for over a year, while you have merely begun your training. Having sparred with Xiao on multiple occasions, Xiao was well aware of his capabilities and strength, leading him to believe Xiao is delusional. Yet, witnessing his folly could also prove amusing. Xiao asserted. Did you not advise young Master Wudi to choose his friends wisely? Today, I will demonstrate whether I am a burden to him. I assure you. I advance and retreat alongside young Master Wudi. We are steadfast companions on the path of cultivation. If young Master Wudi can lift 150 pounds, then so shall I. Xiao was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Xiao, you are insane. If you manage to lift that 150-pound sword, I shall. His gaze wandered until it fell upon a maid cleaning up beside the training ground, near a pile of dog excrement. I shall eat that pile of dog excrement. Very well. You have said it. Xiao replied with a cold smile. Not one to be easily outdone. Xiao quickly added, if you fail to lift it, then you shall eat it in front of everyone. Agreed. As the two argued, the surrounding crowd was drawn in by their exchange, intrigued by the sordid wager they had made. Those who had initially departed found themselves lingering, eager to witness Xianxia attempt to lift the sword. At that moment, Zhao Wudi called out to Xianxia from the training area. "Xianxia, grandfather has agreed. Come up for the assessment." "All right." Xianxia shot a glance at Xiao and hurriedly made his way forward. Zhao Wudi gently patted Xianxia on the shoulder, offering encouragement. "You must give it your all." Xianxia understood Zhao Wudi's intent. The assessment for today had technically concluded, and for Xianxia to step onto the stage again would normally breach protocol. However, Zhao Wudi had persuaded Zhao Qiqing, undoubtedly extolling Xiao's exceptional abilities and asserting that he was bound for success, wishing to avoid a prolonged wait of 6 months. Should Xianxia succeed, all would be well, but if he faltered, it would surely be a source of ridicule, reflecting poorly on Zhao Qiqing as well, which would inevitably lead to Zhao Wudi facing criticism too. Despite this, Xianxia felt no pressure whatsoever. Thus, under the curious gazes of the crowd, he boldly approached the 150-pound bronze sword. What? Is he really attempting to lift that 150-pound sword? The murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Yet, just as their discussions commenced, Xianxia stepped away from the imposing bronze sword. Was he giving up? Certainly not. He was instead gazing toward 3 other swords. Suddenly, he directed a question to the host. "May I lift those 3 swords as well?" The host, taken aback by Xiao's inquiry, responded somewhat dazedly, "Well, of course, you may." These 3 swords were intended to test the 4th level of body forging. Lifting them would indicate that one had surpassed the standards of the 2nd level of body forging. However, the weights were staggering. One sword weighed 300 pounds, another 500 pounds, and the last a daunting 1,000 pounds. Who among the candidates could possibly lift such weights? With the host's affirmation, Xianxia approached the 300-pound bronze sword, but instead of stopping there, he continued towards the 500-pound sword. Last night, he had successfully lifted a large stone weighing nearly 300 pounds without exhausting his strength. So lifting the 500-pound sword seemed within the realm of possibility. Yet, was it not a touch audacious? Xianxia pondered, ultimately deciding against proceeding further. He took a few steps back and halted before the 300-pound bronze sword. "Very well, I shall lift this one." The crowd was utterly captivated by the unusual actions of this youth. Zhao Wudi's feat of lifting 150 pounds had already astonished them. But this boy dared to attempt 300 pounds. How utterly remarkable. Was he mad, or did he genuinely possess the confidence to succeed? Judging by his age, he appeared to be around 15. If a child of that age could lift the 300-pound bronze sword, it would indeed be a stroke of genius. Among the onlookers, even Zhao Wudi and Xiao gaped in astonishment. They could hardly believe that Xianxia would make such a bold decision. Xianxia rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and his expression grew serious. In the next moment, he crouched down and grasped the bronze sword. Clad in a tank top that left much of his skin exposed, he summoned his strength, and in an instant, his muscles tensed, transforming him from the previously slender youth into a figure of formidable strength. "Lift." Without hesitation, Xianxia issued a sharp command and stood up, effortlessly raising the 300-pound bronze sword above his head. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, each person staring in wide-eyed astonishment at the young man before them. He truly lifted it. Wow. Remarkable. Incredible. This is a 300-pound bronze sword. After gently placing the sword down, Xianxia approached the wooden post once more. With a swift motion, he leaped into the air, astonishingly clearing a 2-meter obstacle without any prior run-up. Following an extreme stillness, an eruption of excitement ensued, as the crowd erupted into fervent cheers. Initially, it was believed that Zhao Wudi's sword lifting would be the zenith of today's assessment. Yet unexpectedly, the true climax was this nameless youth. Chapter 006. By the stream, the great tree nurtures the grass. Who is he? How astonishing. I'm not certain, but judging by his attire, he appears to be from the outer courtyard. Ah, I know him. He is the son of a servant from the laundry in the outer courtyard. I am also familiar with him. He is the younger brother of Xianxia. Xianxia? Which Xianxia? Could he be the once-renowned genius? Is he, like his brother, also a prodigy? The martial arts arena was filled with an uproar, as the crowd erupted in shouts, screams, and discussions. The center of this cacophony was the radiant youth, Xianxia, who shone brilliantly on the field. In the pavilion, Zhao Qiqing stared wide-eyed, his gaze fixed on the martial arts arena. Though he did not leap to his feet as he did when Xianxia effortlessly lifted a 150-pound bronze sword in his youth, the fervor within him surged like a tempest. He turned to his descendants beside him and inquired, "Who is this child?" "The 4th of the Zhao family," seated to his left, quickly replied, "He is the younger son of Qin Ling, I believe." Yang Chao. Zhao Chengsheng questioned further, "The younger son of Qin Ling? Yang Shu's brother?" "Indeed. How old is he?" "He appears to be the same age as Invincible, about 15 years old." "What an intriguing pair of brothers." "His elder brother left an indelible impression on me here at this martial arts arena, and now the younger brother follows suit." At 15. One lifted a 150 pounds with one hand, while the other hoisted 300 pounds with both. Could it be that these brothers are both geniuses? After a moment's pause, Zhao Chengxing called out, "Zhao Tai." "Yes, father. Bestow upon this child the muscle refinement and bone tempering technique, and instruct him personally." "Understood." The fourth Zhao Tai eagerly accepted the task. By personally teaching Yang Chao, he would gain a rightful opportunity to meet Qin Ling. As Yang Chao descended from the arena amidst the awed, even reverent gazes of the onlookers, he muttered, something like that, more or less. "Damn it." Zhao Wudi could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "You lifted a 300-pound bronze sword, overshadowing the glorious image I painstakingly built. This is infuriating. Had I known, I would have crafted another banner proclaiming, 'Ah, little Chao, you are the best. You can surely do it. I love you.'" Yang Chao secretly wiped his brow, relieved that you did not write that, and laughed, "Not at all. You remain the main character. In the future, if others inquire about me, I shall say it was all thanks to Master Invincible's exceptional guidance." "Nonsense." Zhao Wudi suddenly embraced Yang Chao, whispering in a tone only he could hear, "Good brother, you truly make me happy. I always knew you would succeed." Feeling touched by Zhao Wudi's fervent embrace, Yang Chao was overwhelmed with emotion. As the two brothers engaged in playful banter, Qiao Er, accompanied by Qiao Wu, stealthily turned to slip into the crowd. "Qiao Er, why the rush to leave?" Yang Chao's voice called from behind. Qiao Er turned around, grinning, and said, "I didn't see it before. Yang Chao, you're quite the hidden gem. Congratulations." "Congratulations." Zhao Wudi chuckled. "Yang Chao, I just heard someone mention that you seem to have made a wager about what to eat." With a nonchalant wave of his hand, Yang Chao replied, "Oh, that was merely in jest. How could we truly gamble on such matters?" He turned to the onlookers. "Everyone, please do not take this to heart. Qiao Er is a favored companion of the second miss. To make him eat something vile would be to disgrace her." He gestured for them to disperse, then shared a hearty laugh with Qiao Er before departing with Zhao Wudi. "Master Wudi, having unveiled such an exhilarating banner today, you must treat me to a sumptuous meal." "Of course, let us go. I shall treat you to delectable lobster, and perhaps a little drink." The two left in high spirits, leaving Qiao Er with a pained expression. Many in the crowd pointed and whispered disparaging remarks about Qiao Er's failure to uphold the agreement. Although he was not truly forced to consume excrement, the scornful glances directed at him were hardly less humiliating. Qiao Wu observed his brother's furious countenance. He might have remained silent, but when he spoke, he stammered, "BB brother." Qiao Er, incensed, retorted, "You stutterer. Spit it out." Qiao Wu managed, "BB brother, did that dog D-dog excrement, did you eat it or not?" Qiao Er smacked the back of Qiao Wu's head and shouted, "You fool. If you want to eat it, go ahead." "Oh, then I shall. Go now?" Qiao Wu truly approached the maid sweeping the floor. Qiao Er swiftly seized him, exclaiming, "Get lost. Stop embarrassing yourself. How could I have such a foolish brother?" Amidst the laughter of the crowd, the two brothers fled in shame. As they witnessed the brothers' disheveled retreat, the crowd erupted into laughter once more. Initially, they had thought Qiao Wu passed the assessment, marking him as a commendable youth. However, it turned out he was not only a stutterer but also somewhat dim-witted. The events that transpired at the Zhao residence today added yet another amusing anecdote for the leisure of Julong Town in the days to come. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, one sunny morning, the familiar figure reappeared by the beloved stream. It was the youth named Yang Chao once again. The day after the assessment concluded, Zhao Tai, the fourth son of the Zhao family, sought out Yang Chao, personally imparting the soul technique, muscle refinement, and bone tempering. Devoting nearly all of his focus and effort to grasping this first soul technique, Yang Chao memorized the entire set within half an hour, earning Zhao Tai's continuous praise. Of course, whether Zhao Tai inquired about the well-being of Yang Chao's mother, her favorite foods, or any desires she might have, remains unknown. At that moment, Yang Chao was diligently practicing the muscle refinement and bone tempering technique by the stream. After commencing his soul technique training, Yang Chao distinctly felt that the efficacy of his practice surpassed that of mere physical exercises like push-ups and squats by several magnitudes. he felt an even greater warmth within, as if his body was ravenously absorbing the potency of the golden elixir, and the effects of his cultivation were intensifying day by day, leading Xianxia to sense a faint feeling of imminent breakthrough. With exuberance, he unleashed punches, slaps, and kicks by the stream, causing small splashes that danced upon the water's surface, while fish leaped from the ripples, seemingly unable to resist stealing glances at Xianxia's practice. Indeed, it appeared that your mastery of the soul technique has advanced significantly. A figure emerged from the thicket beside the stream. It was Xianxia. Xianxia paused, waved at Xianxia, and smiled. "Brother." As Xianxia approached, he explained, "This muscle refinement and bone tempering technique is a one-star soul technique, regarded as superior among the one-star techniques of the Zhao family. It is divided into 3 methods: fist, palm, and leg techniques. Mastery of these 3 methods can refine the muscles to their utmost, facilitating a breakthrough to the 3rd level. Moreover, it aids in the tempering of bones, laying a foundation for achieving minor mastery in body sculpting. It is particularly suitable for those at the 2nd level of body sculpting." Xianxia praised, "You are absolutely right, brother. Uncle Zhao Tai taught me the same. By the way, brother, are soul techniques also categorized by rank?" "Certainly," Xianxia elaborated. "All things in this world possess varying degrees of hierarchy, be it cultivation, soul techniques, or soul pills. There are 10-star levels for soul techniques. The 1-star technique is the lowest, while the 10-star technique is the highest. The more advanced the soul technique, the rarer and more precious it becomes. As far as I know, the esteemed Zhao family of Jiolong Town possesses only 1 set of 4-star soul techniques, which is a closely guarded secret passed solely to his son, not even to his most favored grandson Zhao Wuji or granddaughter Zhao Yujing." Despite knowing that he had acquired only the most basic soul technique, Xianxia felt no dismay. He nodded and said, "I see. However, even a 1-star soul technique, when wielded by a powerful practitioner, must surely possess immense power, right?" Xianxia nodded in agreement. "Indeed." Xianxia smiled, "Then it matters not. As long as it is a soul technique, I will devote myself to mastering it." Yes, treating every soul technique with seriousness is a requisite respect for practitioners, Xianxia remarked as he approached Xianxia. "However, this muscle refinement and bone tempering technique is solely for body sculpting and is not suitable for combat. I shall now teach you a combat-oriented soul technique." "Ah." Xianxia's eyes widened in delight. "Brother, are you willing to teach me?" Xianxia chuckled wryly. "Did we not agree? Once you reach the 2nd level of body sculpting, I would impart soul techniques to you, as your elder brother. Would I entertain you with mere jest?" "That's wonderful, brother," Xianxia exclaimed, embracing Xianxia. "Humph," Xianxia retorted coldly. "I simply did not expect you to be so eager for attention, lifting a 300-pound copper sword. It has indeed surprised me. Your progress in cultivation is quite extraordinary. I underestimated you. Brother, compared to your past prowess of lifting a copper sword with 1 hand, what I accomplished is merely child's play. Enough of the idle chatter. I shall now demonstrate this phantom palm for you. Observe carefully." As he concluded his words, a fierce glimmer flashed in Xianxia's eyes, and he began to move gracefully before Xianxia like the wind dancing through the trees. His palms, soft and supple, glided like a serpent and leaped like a cunning hare, creating numerous palm shadows that rendered it nearly impossible to discern the real from the illusion. Just as Xianxia was entranced by the spectacle, Xianxia suddenly lunged forward, delivering a palm strike directed at Xianxia. However, it was merely an airstrike, never truly making contact with Xianxia's body. When Xianxia finally regained his senses, he found that Xianxia had vanished without a trace. In confusion, he glanced around, only to hear a voice behind him. "I am here." Xianxia quickly turned, astonished, and asked, "Brother, when did you get behind me?" Xianxia smiled faintly, though the smile appeared somewhat stiff. "This is the essence of the phantom palm. This technique is renowned for its ethereal grace. The movements flow like the wind, and the palm winds are as elusive as clouds. A master of this technique can unleash 100 or even 1,000 phantom palm shadows. Once you cultivate soul strength, each shadow can inflict harm upon your opponent. 100 shadows equate to 100 strikes, a truly formidable force. Once perfected, one can unleash a strike in an instant, shifting position at the moment of impact. If the opponent retaliates, they will only strike at your residual shadow. If you are on the defensive, you can attack again from another angle. It is a harmonious blend of offense and defense. Though it is merely a 1-star soul technique, its mastery rivals that of 2-star techniques. Indeed, it is quite impressive, Xianxia mused, captivated. He recalled how Xianxia's figure had vanished immediately after delivering a strike. and he began to grasp the essence of this soul technique. Did you see it clearly just now? Xianxia inquired. I will demonstrate it a few more times. So pay close attention. All right. Thus, another figure appeared by the stream, and the two figures leaped and danced, drawing even more curious fish to the surface. After an hour, Xianxia finally managed to grasp the soul technique. Though his spirit remained intact, Xianxia was drenched in sweat. Xianxia thought to himself, it seems my brother is truly gravely ill. Clenching his small fists, he resolved, I must train even harder to become a powerful warrior, to heal my brother's affliction and restore his brilliance as a genius. Chapter 007. The little monkey opens its eyes. The grass has a dragon brother. I have another question to ask. Despite his reluctance to burden Xianxia further, Xianxia had been troubled by this impending inquiry for quite some time. Xianxia found a rock to sit upon and said, Speak your mind. Xianxia inquired, Did you not mention that upon entering the second tier of body molding, one would cultivate a dragon soul imprint? Xianxia furrowed his brow, a hint of tension in his demeanor, and quickly responded, Why do you ask? Have you not succeeded? Not at all, Xianxia replied. I was merely curious. I wondered, given the immense value of the dragon soul imprint, is it possible for some individuals to cultivate two? Xianxia asserted firmly, that is impossible. During the body molding phase, for each elevation and cultivation level, one produces a single dragon soul imprint. This has been a theorem established by countless cultivators over millennia. Only after breaking through the 10th tier of body molding and entering the 5 elements realm can one begin to cultivate 2 imprints with each advancement. Oh. Xianxia nodded, understanding the significance. The dragon soul imprint is exceedingly precious, arguably the most valuable asset for a soul guest, so do not squander it recklessly. Xianxia furrowed his brow, cautioning, You are currently at the 2nd tier of body molding. Do not concern yourself with matters beyond your grasp. Focus diligently on your training. I ascended from the 2nd to the 3rd tier in merely a month. If you aspire to be a talent like me, then strive earnestly. Xianxia further queried. How does one know they have entered the 3rd tier of body molding? Xianxia elucidated, You will hear the sound of tendons moving within your body. The sound of tendons moving? Indeed. Once you hear that sound, it signifies that your tendons have been sufficiently cultivated, and you have entered the 3rd tier. From this point onward, your strength will greatly increase. Is it only one sound? Xianxia suddenly chuckled, his smile tinged with pride. Theoretically, one sound suffices. However, those with a solid foundation or innate talent for soul techniques may hear several sounds upon entering the 3rd tier. The more sounds you hear, the better your foundation and tendon cultivation. Young Master Zhao Wuji of the Zhao family, for instance, heard 2 sounds when he ascended to the 3rd tier. Xianxia praised. No wonder he is regarded as the most exceptional cultivator among the younger generation of the Zhao family. Before Xianxia could finish his thought, Xianxia interjected, I, at that time, heard 3 sounds. Xianxia fell silent. Xianxia patted Xianxia on the shoulder, rising to his feet. Train diligently. We share the same blood. And I believe you will not fall short. The fact that you can lift a 300-pound bronze sword at the age of 15 speaks volumes of your extraordinary talent. I previously underestimated you. With that, Xianxia, weary yet resolute, made his way into the distance. Watching his retreating figure, Xianxia's confidence solidified further. Train. Double your efforts in training. As dusk settled with a shroud of mist, the evening glow painted the stream in resplendent hues, a sight to behold. The youth by the stream was utterly exhausted. No, I shall practice once more. I must repeat the phantom palm and the tendon refinement technique one more time. I shall not rest until I have completed my training. No food, no sleep. After a fierce internal struggle, Xianxia ultimately triumphed over his own laziness and resumed his practice. Thus, he, invigorated by the effects of the medicinal elixir, once again devoted himself to his training. Despite having promised to practice only once more, he astonishingly completed 10 consecutive repetitions in one breath. Thud. Just as he concluded his final punch, a sudden, crisp, and trembling sound emanated from within him. Xianxia quickly composed himself, staring blankly ahead, his expression one of bewilderment. The sound reverberating from within. Could it not be the sound of tendons in motion? Thud. While Xianxia pondered this, another sound resonated from within. He was momentarily stunned. Thud, thud, thud. Following this, 3 more sounds followed in succession. After a prolonged wait, enveloped in a profound tranquility, and once he confirmed that no further sounds would arise, Xianxia exhaled deeply. 5 sounds. The tendons had moved 5 times. The expression on Xianxia's face was beyond description. That sound he had just heard indicated tendon movement, which suggested that he had entered the third level of body shaping. Just 3 days prior, he had reached the second level, and now he had ascended to the third? His elder brother, a genius, had taken a month, while he had accomplished this in merely 3 days. His brother's tendon movement produced 3 sounds, while his had produced 5. Was this truly the case? Or had he misheard, and that was not the sound of tendon movement? Xianxia's doubts did not linger for long, for he soon sensed a crackling sound in his sea of consciousness, heralding the birth of a dragon soul imprint. This confirmed that he had indeed progressed in his cultivation, attaining the third level of body shaping. Immediately following, 2 more crackling sounds erupted. Similar to the previous instance, he had not produced just 1 dragon soul imprint. Previously, he had created 2, but this time, astonishingly, there were 3. Xianxia stood frozen in place. After a considerable duration, he finally found clarity. Murmuring to himself, I have stumbled upon a treasure, truly a treasure. What exactly is this golden elixir? Not only does it aid my cultivation, but it has also allowed me to manifest more dragon soul imprints than the average person. Is this entirely due to the golden elixir, or is my physique unique, akin to my brother, making me a prodigy in soul techniques? Burdened with a myriad of questions, Xianxia plunged into the stream fully clothed, seeking to awaken his senses. After a while, a head emerged from the water's surface, eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. Some things are better left unpondered. The fact that I have entered the third level of body shaping is indisputable, and the ascent of 2 levels yielding 5 dragon soul imprints is also a fact. Throughout history, which accomplished figures have not encountered fortuitous opportunities. Having been granted such a chance, I must cultivate with even greater diligence, never allowing myself to grow complacent. The matters that currently elude my understanding can be cast aside. Once my strength has matured, the answers will reveal themselves. The youth, Xianxia, had fully embraced this realization. By day, he trained, and by night, he studied, a commendable habit of Xianxia. He never believed that one could achieve greatness solely through martial prowess. A person must possess knowledge as well. It is not essential to be a scholar, but one should at least be educated and knowledgeable about history. He sat at his desk, oil lamp lit, leafing through a tome entitled The Chronicles of Emperor Jing's Campaigns. The footsteps outside shattered the tranquility of the room, prompting Xianxia to furrow his brow slightly. However, upon seeing that the intruder was his younger sister, Xiangyi, his expression relaxed. Yezi, what brings you here in such a flurry? Xianxia inquired, his fingers poised between the pages of a book. Yet, upon witnessing the bright smile on Yang Yi's face, he surmised that it could not be anything unfavorable. Yang Yi placed the basket she was holding onto the table and exclaimed, Little Xiaoguo. The baby monkey's eyes are moving. It seems it is about to open them. I heard mother say that animals tend to recognize the first face they see upon opening their eyes as their parent. Come quickly, let it see you. Hee. Whether it's you or me, it makes no difference, Xianxia chuckled. Yang Yi pouted playfully. That simply won't do. You are older than I am. You are more suited to be a father. Am I really that old? Xianxia teased, extending 2 fingers in a playful gesture meant to tickle. Yang Yi, terrified of this tactic, quickly withdrew her neck and laughed. Regardless, you are still older than me. Amid their playful banter, a sound emanated from the basket, startling the siblings into silence. They exchanged glances before leaning forward to peer into the basket. Suddenly, a small head popped out. They both jumped back, embracing each other, startled by the unexpected sight. The head was no larger than a fist, yet its large, bright red eyes dominated its tiny face, blinking adorably. Xianxia wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, Isn't this just a little monkey? Was there really any need to be so frightened? Though, he had to admit, the little creature looked quite extraordinary. Yang Yi patted her chest and said, It seemed like you were the one who squeaked first, little Xiaoguo. Xianxia felt his face flush but chose not to dwell on that point. Instead, he leaned closer to the little monkey and observed that it was entirely crimson, reminiscent of the gigantic ape they had seen atop the mountain, not stained with blood but rather the natural hue of its fur. A small monkey, radiant in its fiery red coat. Hello there, Xianxia greeted, extending his hand. Squeak. The little monkey, with its large red eyes, scrutinized Xianxia, then turned to Yang Yi. Suddenly, it leaped, landing in the palm of Xiao's hand, then bounded onto his shoulder, nuzzling its tiny head against Xiao's neck. Tickling him. Hee. Haha. The little monkey is tickling you. How delightful. Yang Yi clapped her hands in laughter, as if the monkey had avenged her. Come, jump onto your sister. Let me pet you. The little monkey seemed to comprehend Yang Yi's words and indeed hopped onto her. The siblings played with the monkey, their laughter resonating throughout the dimly lit room. As they observed the fiery red monkey sitting cross-legged on the table, Xianxia and Yang Yi exchanged wide-eyed glances. Finally, Xianxia spoke. This little monkey is truly peculiar. It has just opened its eyes and is already bouncing about with boundless energy. And look, it can even sit in meditation. Yang Yi nodded thoughtfully, pursing her lips and remarking, indeed, it is distinct from other monkeys. It may not merely be an ordinary creature. It could very well be a soul beast. Soul beast. Xiao's heart raced as memories of the fiery monkey atop the mountain flooded her mind. Descending from the heavens with extraordinary prowess. Such capabilities could indeed indicate a soul beast of considerable cultivation. Soul beasts exist on a plane above ordinary animals. Like humans, they possess the ability to cultivate soul power and become practitioners of soul arts. Moreover, soul beasts seem to be favored by the heavens in the realm of soul arts. Some soul beasts exhibit talents that surpass those of humans. Many soul beasts are born with a level of cultivation that a human could never hope to achieve in a lifetime. In essence, soul beasts embody strength and mystery, an existence defined by these two words. Perhaps, Xianxia mused softly, regardless of what it truly is, it now regards us as its closest companions. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, Xiao Chao, why don't you give it a name? Let's call it Xiao Ho, Xianxia suggested. Yang Yi shook her head, replying, too common and lacking in grandeur, it won't do. Grandeur? Xianxia pondered. Then recalled the dragon-like aura emanating from the monkey atop the peak, and exclaimed, then let's name it Xiao Long. Chapter 008, The Little Boy with Divine Power Little Dragon. Little Dragon. Splendid. Henceforth you shall be known as Little Dragon. Yang Yi eagerly extended his hand to caress the small monkey, chuckling, little creature, from now on, you shall bear the name of Little Dragon. Dragons are the most magnificent beings in mythology, and I have high hopes for you. Beside them, Xianxia remained speechless, turning towards the bed with a languid demeanor, remarking, I am weary and wish to sleep. As for other matters, including where Little Dragon shall rest, I leave that arrangement to you, dear sister. It's quite simple. Little Dragon will sleep with us, nestled between us. Very well. Xianxia reclined on the bed. Though her eyes were gently closed, a narrow slit remained open, observing her sister, who was still playfully engaging with Little Dragon, lost in thought. The room, already cramped with just the two of them, had become even more confined with the addition of a small monkey. The creature required sustenance and space, further exacerbating the crowding. Moreover, with Xianxia approaching the threshold of 12, she was on the cusp of adolescence. As girls transition into this phase, they often find themselves burdened with myriad thoughts and private matters. Sharing a room and sleeping in the same bed with her brother seemed increasingly inappropriate, especially considering that, while she cherished Yizi as her own sister, she was not flesh of their flesh. 2 years prior, their mother had found her in the desolate outskirts of Julong town, gravely ill and feverish. After her sickness, she had retained no memories. Their mother had kindly taken her in, and since then, she had embraced her as her own daughter, regarding Xianxia and Yangshu as her beloved brothers. Though she never voiced her discomfort, Xianxia was acutely aware that this arrangement was not entirely suitable. After all, girls may not openly express their desires. But who among them does not yearn for a space of their own? Contemplating this, Xianxia clenched her fists, silently vowing to diligently cultivate her abilities, striving to become stronger, so that Zhao Chengsheng would regard her with the same esteem he once held for their brother. Only then might their family gain entry into the inner courtyard and reside in that grand estate they had once inhabited. In such a scenario, Yizi would finally possess her own sanctuary. As these thoughts swirled, Xianxia drifted into slumber, her face still bearing a trace of determination. Atop the familiar mountain peak, the well-known silhouette of the young boy remained. By the beloved stream, the same figure could be seen. Within the familiar thicket, the boy's presence persisted. However, amidst these cherished locations, in addition to the boy's familiar form, there was now an unfamiliar figure. This figure was diminutive yet agile, occasionally perched on rocks or bounding up trees to observe, spiraling joyfully around the boy, and at times leaping onto his shoulders and head, mimicking his movements as he practiced his punches. One boy, one monkey. This was Xianxia and Little Dragon. Initially, Xianxia had anticipated that Little Dragon might be a burden, yet after several days of training together, he discovered that this mysteriously endowed monkey was remarkably astute. No matter what Xianxia uttered, Little Dragon comprehended it all. Though he could not speak, he conveyed his thoughts through his expressive eyes and gestures. Most endearingly, He was exceedingly obedient, consistently following Yang Chao's commands with precision. During Yang Chao's cultivation, not only did it remain undisturbed, but it also brought a touch of joy, alleviating the monotony of Yang Chao's training. Consequently, Yang Chao's feelings towards the little dragon transformed from a sense of duty stemming from the promise made to the giant ape into genuine affection. Thus, a familiar figure emerged once more in a well-known place. Unbeknownst to him, 5 days had passed, leaving only 2 days until the Mid-Autumn Festival's full moon. Throughout these 5 days of practice, Yang Chao felt immense gains, experiencing a significant enhancement in strength after each session. As if the effects of his training were markedly evident each day, unable to contain his inexplicable excitement, he ventured to the Zhao family's martial arts arena under the cover of night. The arena still housed the 6 bronze swords that had been used on the day of the examination. Standing before the 300-pound sword, Yang Chao caressed its surface before passing by the 500-pound sword, ultimately arriving at the 1,000-pound sword. Sensing Yang Chao's forthcoming actions, the little dragon leapt down from his shoulder. Retreating a few steps, its elongated limbs pressed against the ground, its crimson eyes wide with anticipation. Yang Chao gradually bent down, grasping the ends of the bronze sword. His muscles bulged and veins surfaced on his forehead. 1 second passed, then 3, then 5. With a sudden fierce shout, Yang Chao forcefully lifted the sword, squatted down, and after pausing for several seconds, raised it overhead with arms outstretched and feet slightly apart, astonishingly lifting the 1,000-pound sword above his head. Divine strength. The 4th stage of body sculpting, lifting a 1,000-pound weight, signifies divine power. Exhaling softly, Yang Chao gently lowered the sword, releasing a long breath, a joyful smile illuminating his face. Every era boasts its share of prodigies and geniuses, and Yang Chao, though still a young boy, had already manifested divine strength. Having witnessed numerous astonishing events, he no longer felt the same astonishment he had experienced upon reaching the 2nd stage of body sculpting. He had grown considerably more composed. At the 4th stage of body sculpting, he was merely a step away from achieving minor success. Suddenly, a crackling sound resonated within his consciousness. The sound of the dragon's soul imprint being forged. It was soon followed by 3 more consecutive sounds. Crack, crack, crack. Only after confirming the sounds had ceased did Yang Chao murmur to himself, "This time, I have forged 4. Every elevation in level yields an additional dragon soul imprint. Could it be that my method of forging dragon soul imprints increases with my cultivation level?" Having adapted to this peculiarity, Yang Chao did not dwell on the matter. Instead, he gazed towards the inner courtyard of the Zhao family and murmured, "Once I achieve mastery in body sculpting, purging my marrow, and become a master-level individual, I will further cultivate soul power and qualify to become a soul guest. The Zhao family will surely regard me with newfound respect and treat me accordingly. My family and I will be able to live a prosperous life." Mastery in body sculpting encompasses the ultimate refinement of flesh, tendons, skin, bones, and internal organs, laying a solid foundation for the physical body. At the body sculpting stage, one is already at a master level, capable of facing 100 foes. Should he advance further to cultivate soul power and enter the 8th stage of body sculpting, he would then qualify to strive towards becoming a soul guest. For only those endowed with soul power can wield true soul techniques, and only with soul power can one unleash the genuine might of these techniques. To cultivate one's spiritual strength is undoubtedly a continuous and diligent endeavor, yet it remains an elusive pursuit. Becoming a soul guest is no trifling matter. Thus, the soul guests reign supreme in the contemporary world. As Yang Chao pondered these thoughts, he was unexpectedly met with the sound of applause from the little dragon beside him. What a perceptive little monkey. Yang Chao approached, shrugged his shoulders, and immediately, the little dragon understood, leaping onto Yang Chao's shoulder. The little dragon chirped joyfully, its intentions unclear, but its exuberance was palpable. The following day, Yang Chao concluded his training early at noon. The Mid-Autumn Festival was upon them, and the tasks in Qinling were more demanding than ever. Yang Chao suddenly felt a compelling urge to visit his mother, although he could not bring her any gifts. Showing concern for her in front of her colleagues would surely enhance her standing among them. After all, apart from their brief conversations during dinner, their encounters were few and far between. No matter how diligent or hardworking one may be in their training, one must not forget their mother. Thus, Yang Chao made his way to the laundry room in the outer courtyard, accompanied by the little dragon. Before he began his training, he frequently visited this laundry room. Qinling, aware of her mischievous younger son, kept him close to prevent any trouble at the Zhao family's residence. Furthermore, during Yang Shu's rapid growth, She worried that Xianxiao's presence might disturb his elder brother's training. However, ever since Xianxiao officially commenced his training, he had not returned to the laundry room. Despite the Zhao family's vastness, the path to the laundry room remained etched in his memory. As he walked, he narrated the significance of each place to the little dragon. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the laundry room. Just as Xianxiao was preparing to make a humorous entrance to elicit laughter from the laundry ladies, a harsh voice caused him to furrow his brows and stealthily hide outside. Who washed this? It's filthy. Look at that large grease stain. I took it to the second miss, and she scolded me for it. This is the second miss's new garment. How careless. Qin Posey, you are responsible for this laundry. Whether it is your fault or not, it is still your duty. Xianxiao's brow furrowed deeper. He recognized that voice all too well. It was Qiao. After Qiao finished speaking, Xianxiao immediately heard his mother's voice from within. It's my fault. I will wash it again. As soon as Qinling finished speaking, a coarse woman interjected, I remember this garment. I washed it. After I completed it, I checked thoroughly and there was no grease stain. Oh really? Qiao retorted sharply. Are you implying that I have wronged you? Qinling quickly restrained the coarse-voiced woman and reassured. No, the garment was not cleaned properly. It is indeed the responsibility of our laundry and has nothing to do with you, second master. Upon hearing Qinling address him as second master, Qiao's mood brightened considerably. He suddenly crumpled the garment into a ball and hurled it forcefully into the basin before Qinling, causing the dirty water to splash all over her. The women were suddenly agitated, and the coarse-voiced woman exclaimed, What are you doing? Do you intend to strike us? The menacing Qiao retorted, I will indeed strike you. What can you do about it? If it weren't for Qin Posey's amiable demeanor, I would have made each of you bathe in filthy water. A gaggle of old hags. Clumsy in your tasks, causing me to be reprimanded, and you dare to retort against me? Get on with your laundry. Qinling remained silent, wiping the greasy filth from her body, retrieving the clothes from outside the basin. Hurry up and wash them. I shall return for them this evening. Observing Qinling's traditional demeanor, Qiao restrained his anger and turned to leave. As Qiao exited, Xianxiao quickly stepped aside to avoid detection, his fist clenched tightly. Following Qiao out. Once the two men departed, the room erupted in unrest once more. The coarse-voiced woman shouted, A dog relying on its master. And he dares to call himself second master, what a wretched sycophant. A child of his age, I could deliver him into this world with the ease of a bowel movement. Yet he flaunts himself before us. It infuriates me. Given the chance, I would crush him with a single sit. Qinling, organizing the garments, remarked, Tong Jie. Let it go. Refrain from speaking too much. Tong Furen replied, You have a kind heart and can endure, but I cannot. I washed those clothes thoroughly. Yet they were sullied after he took them, and he has the audacity to implicate us. How despicable. Qinling responded, Even if we are aware of the truth. What can we do? He currently wields power, and we cannot contend with him. The more we oppose him, the more we suffer. Tong Furen asserted. If your eldest son had not fallen ill, he would never dare to treat you this way. A neutral-voiced woman interjected, If I had a formidable son, I would certainly have him blindfold Qiao with a sack and give him a thorough beating. She then turned to Tong Furen, saying, I heard your youngest son passed the preliminary examination and lifted a 300-pound copper sword, not inferior to his brother in the past. Perhaps your youngest is also a prodigy in the soul arts. You might soon find yourself living well, and then you need not fear Qiao. Qinling did not respond, and the neutral woman rolled her eyes, adding, Not everyone can be a genius. Surely not all the prodigies will flock to the Qinling household. That would be most unjust. Tong Furen cast a glance at the neutral woman and retorted, If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Qinling chuckled and said, All right, let us all return to our tasks. If we cannot present the laundry to Qiao upon his return, we shall face his wrath once more. Ah, ha ha. The women could no longer contain themselves and erupted into hearty laughter. Chapter 009. The Charming Pebble Path, a delightful encounter with Xianxiao. The outer courtyard leads to the inner courtyard via 2 main paths and 3 smaller ones. As Qiao emerged from the laundry room, he opted for a shorter route to attend to matters in the inner courtyard. This winding path, adorned with undulating pebbles, was flanked by fruit trees, and its surface was just wide enough for 2 to walk side by side. While it lacked the charm of chirping birds and blooming flowers, it was nonetheless serene and pleasant. At this midday hour, many were indulging in a post-lunch nap, leaving Qiao to traverse the path alone. He hummed a tune, taking leisurely steps, exuding an air of carefree joy. evidently buoyed by a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction from his recent display of authority in the laundry room. Unbeknownst to him, he was not the sole occupant of the path. Second Master. Upon hearing this address, Xiao was momentarily taken aback. But pride soon illuminated his face as he realized it was directed at him. Recently, buoyed by the courage bestowed upon him by the second young lady of the Zhao family, he had been thriving within their ranks. Not only had he been elevated to the inner courtyard, but he had also managed to secure positions for his brothers and some hometown friends within the Zhao household, thereby establishing his own influence and daydreaming of becoming the Zhao family's chief steward. Yet, in his youth, he lacked the wisdom to temper his ambitions. When called second master by his subordinates, he felt deserving of the title, prompting many to adopt this appellation. Turning his head, Xiao pondered who among the servants dared to address him so, feeling a surge of delight that warranted a generous tip to showcase his affluence. However, upon turning fully, he was taken aback, for the figure before him was not one likely to flatter him. A complex expression crossed Xiao face, yet he maintained a broad smile, saying, "Ah, it's you, Xianxia. What brings you to seek me, second master?" "Oh, it's nothing much," Xianxia replied, his gaze lowered, his head tilting slightly as he approached Xiao. "I was merely curious to discover what prowess you possess, that you deem yourself worthy of the title second master." Xiao's tone was devoid of inflection, his face a mask of tranquility. Yet, this nonchalant demeanor only served to inflame Xiao anger and embarrassment. With a raised eyebrow, Xiao voice turned icy as he retorted, "Xianxia, who has emboldened you? I have not sought trouble with you, yet you provoke me?" Xianxia replied, "I merely recalled something you once said. Let's see whose resolve is stronger. Your fists are my bones. Why not test it now?" "Ha ha." Xiao laughed heartily. "So, you seek to stir up trouble, wanting me to loosen your bones, do you?" "Indeed, I am quite itching for it." "I appreciate your assistance, second master," Xianxia responded, feigning innocence. Suddenly, Xiao's temper flared. "Xianxia, do not presume that just because you have entered the second stage of body refinement and can wield a 300-pound bronze sword, you are invincible. I ascended to the third stage half a year ago. Do you truly believe you can best me?" With a smile, Xianxia retorted, "If you are so confident, why not make your move?" Unable to contain himself any longer, Xiao, increasingly incensed by Xiao's demeanor, charged forward, fists raised, exclaiming, "Today, with no one around, I shall incapacitate you, and you will have no grounds for grievance. Damn it, you brought this upon yourself." The prowess of Xiao, who had attained the third level of body refinement, was undeniably genuine. In an instant, he rushed towards Xianxia with an imposing demeanor, swinging his right fist with the intent to strike directly at Xiao's face. Xianxia suddenly lifted his head, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Xiao. Unflinching, he mirrored the action, launching his own right fist towards Xiao's knuckles. A clash of fists ensued. Witnessing Xiao's audacity, Xiao chuckled inwardly, deeming Xianxia foolish. As a practitioner of the second level of body refinement, Xianxia stood no chance against Xiao, who was at the third level. Had Xianxia relied on soul techniques or employed some cunning strategy, he might have had a fighting chance. However, he chose to engage in a mere fistfight, a decision fraught with folly. The disparity in their levels rendered the outcome nearly inevitable. Thus, Xiao accelerated his fist speed, eager to collide with Xianxia. Bang! The two fists met with a resounding impact. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. In the next moment, a piercing howl pierced the air. "Ah!" The cry belonged to the now-flung Xiao, who had been sent hurtling backward. Xianxia, now at the fourth level of body refinement and endowed with divine strength, unleashed a punch that, while not at full capacity, still bore an impressive force of 6 or 7/10. The impact, weighing several hundred pounds, not only shattered Xiao's bones, but also propelled him at least 10 meters away. Xiao crashed to the ground, his head striking the cobblestones with a sickening thud, blood gushing forth. Without the aid of soul techniques, a mere ordinary punch had incapacitated Xiao, rendering him unable to continue the fight. Victory was anticipated by Xianxia, yet the ease with which it was achieved took him by surprise. He glanced at his blood-stained fist, incredulous. Although the power of the fourth level of body refinement was formidable, the sheer ferocity he had just exhibited was astonishing. The resonance of his muscles at the third level echoed within him, affirming that a solid foundation only amplified one's might with each ascension. Ah. Xianxia strolled over to the crumpled Xiao, placing a foot upon his head, gazing down coldly as he quipped, "Did you ever envision this day, second master?" Despite having a bone shattered by a single punch and his head battered, Xiao retained a semblance of clarity, possessing an innate servile disposition. He quickly grasped the gravity of his situation and pleaded, "Master Yang, revered elder, I fail to recognize your true might. Spare me, I beseech you." "Bah! I have no use for a wretched scoundrel like you," Yang Chao retorted furiously. "You ungrateful dog! When my brother took the time to teach you, instead of showing gratitude, you repaid kindness with malice. You insulted him and bullied me, and you even dared to provoke my mother. She is a simple woman. What harm has she ever caused you? It was my error, my grave mistake. I shall not dare again." Xiao coughed, blood mingling with his words as he pleaded for mercy. "You certainly will not dare. Should you provoke us again, I shall show you no mercy next time. Do not think that the second miss can shield you from consequences. Allow me to enlighten you. I have ascended to the 4th level of body refinement. With the speed of my cultivation, I shall undoubtedly draw the attention of the Zhao family. If you dare to antagonize me again, it shall be you who suffers." "Indeed. Indeed. I shall not dare again. I shall heed your words entirely from now on." Humph. Yang Chao exhaled a fierce breath through his nose and turned to depart. Having beaten the dog today, his spirits were undeniably elevated. "Xiaolong, let me take you out to play." Gazing at Yang Chao's swaggering retreat, Xiao struggled to rise, though blood continued to flow from his head. And his right palm had swollen, presenting a most wretched sight. His expression was a tapestry of emotions, first anguish, then astonishment, and finally ire. As he muttered to himself, several drops of blood trickled down from his crown, landing in his eyes and splattering onto his hands. Xiao touched his face, opened his palm, and his complexion turned ghastly pale as he cried out, "Blood! I am still bleeding. Someone, please help me, quickly." He crawled and rolled, shouting as he dashed towards the inner courtyard. The air was filled with wails of despair. Ultimately, the mid-autumn festival of the 5th year of the Zhengtong era did arrive. The branches lining the streets were adorned with lanterns, and in the serene azure lake floated charming little lantern boats crafted by skilled artisans, creating a picturesque scene. This spectacle drew numerous onlookers, who gathered by the shore, chatting and laughing, pointing and gesturing. The prominent Zhao family, among the esteemed households of the town, distributed porridge to the poor during the day and offered small mooncakes in the evening, exemplifying the noble conduct of a wealthy clan. In such a time of peace and prosperity, it is rare for even the most impoverished to face starvation, and the grotesque and tragic side of cannibalism is seldom witnessed. Thus, despite their struggles, the Qin family found contentment in the sight of their 2 sons and 1 daughter gathered around the table, a vision of happiness. Yet, unlike other small families, a shadow fell over the Qin household after a brief moment of joy, as each face seemed to be shrouded in apprehension. This was particularly evident in Qin Ling and Yang Chao, who occasionally cast furtive glances at Yang Yi, their expressions intricate. Yang Chao, holding a chicken leg, did not consume it himself but placed it in Yang Ye's bowl, saying, "Yezi, eat. You adore chicken legs." Qin Ling, fiddling with the dishes, smiled and replied, "You eat yours. There is a pair of chicken legs, and your sister can have one." "Ah, right. How could I forget that chickens have 2 legs?" Yang Chao appeared somewhat distracted. Time flowed in this peculiar atmosphere. On the tea table lay a simple platter of sunflower seeds and a bowl of fruit. However, the tone of their conversation and the subjects they broached felt stilted, utterly unnatural. Time slipped away amid this awkwardness. Suddenly, a delicate gasp shattered the tension. The sound emanating from Yang Yi. Qin Ling, Yang Chao, and Yang Shu all stood up simultaneously, their worried gazes fixed upon Yang Yi. They watched as she toppled from her chair and collapsed to the floor, crying out in pain. Qin Ling lowered his head and sighed, "Alas, it has come to pass." Yang Chao echoed the sentiment, lamenting, "Yezi must endure suffering once more." Chapter 010. The enigmatic monkey and the soul pill. Yang Shu remained silent, his gaze cold and unyielding, yet the sorrow reflected in his eyes was a profound pain, surpassing that of anyone else. Yang Chao cast a glance at Yang Shu, his heart heavy with an indescribable discomfort. He understood that while it was Yang Yi who suffered physically, it was Yang Shu who bore the emotional burden. The family had braced themselves for Yang Ye's peculiar affliction, recalling the incident that transpired on the previous year's Mid-Autumn Festival, when joy was abruptly shattered by her sudden illness. In that moment of familial bliss, Yang Yi had unexpectedly succumbed to her ailment, experiencing excruciating pain throughout her body. A closer inspection of her exposed skin revealed a strange, muddy substance coursing beneath the surface, her complexion oscillating between a disturbing sheen and a dull pallor. Yang Yi urged her family not to fret, claiming that this affliction had haunted her since birth, recurring each mid-autumn night, and assuring them that she would endure the pain for a single night and emerge unscathed. However, Xianxia could not bear to witness his sister's suffering. Having cultivated his soul power, he resolved to use it to alleviate Xianxia's torment. Initially, his efforts yielded positive results, as his control over the soul power diminished her agony. Yet, the respite was fleeting. Soon, Xianxia's condition deteriorated, and an explosive force erupted from her body, causing Xianxia to cough up blood and lose consciousness. The following day, while Xianxia had recovered, Xianxia found himself confined to his bed. The Zhao family dispatched a physician to attend to him, who discovered that although Xianxia was no longer in immediate danger, he would require time to recuperate. The doctor also noted that multiple meridians in Xianxia's body had become obstructed by a substance resembling earth, rendering his cultivation exceedingly difficult. Upon learning of this, Zhao Chunqing visited, yet he too was powerless against the obstruction and ultimately resigned to the situation. From that day forth, Xianxia transformed from a prodigy into a pariah, his spirit crushed. Outsiders were only aware of his sudden downfall but remained oblivious to the true cause behind his plight. Yang Chao understood the reality. Thus, regardless of Xianxia's current demeanor, whether cold, reclusive, or untamed, his respect for him remained unwavering. Xianxia's current state was a sacrifice made for the sake of his sister, Yang Yi, who, despite not being a biological sibling but rather a companion of merely a few months, held immense significance for him. Yang Chao recognized that beneath Xianxia's seemingly indifferent exterior lay a heart that cherished familial bonds above all else. For as long as Qin Ling acknowledged Yang Yi as her daughter, she was indeed Xianxia's true sister. Therefore, Yang Chao was acutely aware that while Yang Yi was suffering, it was Xianxia who endured the greater torment. It was precisely on this day last year that Xianxia's life had plummeted to its nadir. Should we devise some means to assist her? Will she be all right? Qin Ling expressed her concerns. I am fine. Every mid-autumn, I experience this. The pain will pass, mother. Please do not worry. Yang Yi managed to articulate, struggling through the discomfort while nestled in Yang Chao's embrace. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Qin Ling turned her face away. Inside the room, Yang Chao gently laid Yang Yi on the bed, igniting an oil lamp as he settled beside her, whispering, "Easy, whatever you need. Do not hesitate to tell me. Whether you feel cold, hot, hungry, or thirsty, inform me immediately. Do you understand?" Yang Yi, eyes closed and drenched in sweat, nodded slowly in response. Yang Chao wiped the sweat from Yang Ye's brow with a towel, only to notice that the little girl's complexion had taken on a hue reminiscent of mud, causing him immense anguish. He comforted his sister, saying, "You see, do not worry. Brother will not allow you to suffer for long. I will strive to cultivate my abilities, and once I become a soul traveler, I shall surely discover a remedy for your ailment. Can you hear me? Please, do not fall asleep, all right?" Yang Yi replied softly. As time ticked away, Yang Ye's torment showed no signs of abating. Rather, it seemed to intensify. In his dedication to caring for his sister, Yang Chao completely overlooked the presence of another life in the room, Xiaolong. Since Yang Ye's affliction began, Xiaolong had been blinking its large red eyes, observing Yang Yi with a look of astonishment. From the complexity of its gaze, it appeared as though its tiny mind was mulling over some profound thoughts. After a considerable time, Xiaolong leapt onto the bed, positioning itself atop Yang Ye's chest, fixating on the gasping girl. Yang Chao exclaimed sharply, "Xiaolong, get down. You're making it difficult for your sister to breathe." In astonishment, he added, "What are you doing, Xiaolong?" However, you did not shoo Xiaolong away. For at that moment, as Xiaolong bit down on Yang Ye's fingertip, her expression momentarily froze, and then, remarkably, the anguish that had marred her visage vanished, leaving behind a serene countenance. Yang Chao stared blankly at Xiaolong, who continued to hold Yang Ye's finger, not as if sucking, but rather as if blowing gentle breaths into it. What is this? Although bewildered by Xiaolong's actions, seeing Yang Yi no longer crying out in pain, he refrained from interfering. 5 minutes elapsed, and Xiaolong finally released Yang Ye's hand. The peculiarities that had plagued her body dissipated, her skin regained its luster. And though her pallor remained unflattering, she was no longer in agony. "Brother Chao, I feel fine now," Yang Yi whispered. Yang Chao, perplexed, asked, "Really?" He recalled that last year, when Xianxia treated his sister, her recovery had not been so swift. Yang Yi nodded gently, affirming, "I truly am well." "My heavens!" Yang Chao exclaimed, gazing at Xiaolong in astonishment. "Xiaolong, how did you accomplish this?" In an amusing mimicry of human behavior, Xiaolong spread its tiny hands and shrugged. You truly are a marvelous creature. Yang Chao praised Xiaolong, just as he was about to inquire further. Yang Shu entered the room, carrying a wooden box. Yang Shu's expression remained grim. Yet, upon seeing Yang Yi smile faintly from her position on the bed, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. You are well? Yang Chao, still unclear about the circumstances, naturally withheld the details of Xiaolong's recent actions and nodded. Yes. She is fine. Yang Shu questioned. How is it that she recovered so swiftly this time? Yang Chao shook his head, responding, I do not know. But she no longer feels pain. Perhaps her condition has improved. Yang Shu approached the table and placed the box down, advising Yang Chao. You must stay awake tonight and keep a close watch over your sister. I understand, brother, he replied. Yang Shu opened the box to reveal a red fruit resembling a peach, surrounded by many withered fibrous roots, reminiscent of medicinal herbs. This was the miraculous blood peach ginseng. Known for its significant benefits in regulating qi and blood, nourishing the body, and healing wounds, he intended to prepare it for his sister later. Blood peach ginseng, exclaimed Yang Chao. This is a precious blood peach ginseng. It is said that 2 of these can be refined into a single star soul pill. I recall half a year ago, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family gifted you one for healing. Could it be that very piece you have yet to use? Yang Shu replied nonchalantly, my injuries cannot be remedied by just this one blood peach ginseng. It would be futile for me to use it. Give it to my sister instead. Brother de Shu. Yang Yi called from the bed. After Yang Shu departed, Yang Chao reluctantly closed the box and turned to Yang Yi, saying, Yezi, you should rest for a while. I will prepare the blood peach ginseng for you shortly. Yang Yi nodded and softly murmured, Thank you, Xiao Chao. Yang Chao cast a curious glance at the small dragon. Lifting it and placing it on the table as if it were a toy, its eyes fixated on it intently. A soul beast? A demon? An angel? A devil? The small dragon blinked at Yang Chao, its gaze filled with an expression as if observing a fool. Yang Chao smirked and said, Do not look at me with such eyes. Today you must honestly divulge your secrets, or I shall not let you off easily. The small dragon continued to regard Yang Chao with the same expression. Unperturbed, Yang Chao asked directly, You healed Yezi's injury, did you not? The small dragon nodded its tiny head. Can you completely heal her wounds? The small dragon shook its head. Does that imply you can only alleviate her suffering? It shook its head again. Then what exactly can you do? Yang Chao pondered, and after a moment, snapped his fingers, exclaiming, I understand. You mean you cannot heal her now because you have yet to mature and lack sufficient power. Once you grow, you will be able to heal Yezi, correct? The small dragon hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. A smile illuminated Yang Chao's face as he exclaimed, Wonderful. You possess such remarkable abilities. You must be a soul beast, am I right? The small dragon neither shook its head nor nodded. Yang Chao added, You are still young. Having seen only me since birth, you likely do not comprehend your own origins. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he continued, If you can heal Yezi, then surely you can also heal the brother who was injured because of her. The small dragon gazed upwards, deep in contemplation, and finally, with a hesitant nod, implied that it might be possible to attempt. Fantastic. You truly are a remarkable creature. Yang Chao praised the little dragon. Now, let us prepare the medicine. In high spirits, Yang Chao tucked the wooden box under his arm and exited the room, while the small dragon leapt onto his shoulder. Upon reaching the kitchen, Yang Chao placed the box containing the blood peach ginseng on the cutting board, with the small dragon standing watch beside it, while he went in search of the stove for preparing the medicine. Upon glancing at the little dragon beside the box, its belly swollen and its mouth still engaged in a rhythmic chewing, Yang Chao hurried over, one hand pressed against his forehead, exclaiming, I forgot you are a monkey. Monkeys adore peaches. You mischievous little dragon, that is meant for treating Yezi's ailment. Quickly regurgitate it. This was merely a jest born from his frustration, yet to his astonishment, the little dragon indeed opened its mouth, appearing as though it would expel the ingested medicine. The dragon did expel the substance. But what emerged was not the blood peach ginseng, but rather 2 small, finger-sized elixirs, glowing crimson with an ethereal light. The surface of the elixirs was crystalline, revealing soft, flowing luminescence within, rendering them remarkably enchanting and otherworldly. Upon seeing these elixirs, Yang Chao recalled an illustration he had encountered in a book, and he was taken aback, exclaiming, This is a soul elixir. Chapter 011, The Completion of the Body Sculpting and Mastery of the Palm Technique. Xiaolong nodded, gesturing towards the soul pill and then indicating Yang Chao's mouth, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Yang Chao pointed at his own nose and inquired, Do you mean for me to consume it? Xiaolong nodded affirmatively. This is meant for ye. How could I possibly eat it? Xiaolong extended his claw, separating the two soul pills, and pointed outside the kitchen, then back at Xianxia, understanding the implication of one pill for each. Xianxia took the soul pill and swallowed it whole. This marked the first time he had ever ingested a soul pill, and the sensation was akin to being enveloped in the soft sunlight that follows a gentle spring rain, bathing him from within and without in a comforting embrace. An indescribable delight. As he pondered the reason behind Xiaolong's ability to regurgitate soul pills after consuming the blood peach ginseng, a surge of immense power flooded through him, accompanied by an irresistible urge to release it. He hurriedly dashed out of the kitchen, executing a series of phantom palms, followed by a set of muscle refinement and bone-tempering techniques, finally raising his hands to the heavens and exhaling a long breath. To his astonishment, this breath was dense like smoke, rising gracefully into the air. Upon reassessing his body, Xianxia was taken aback. He noticed a slight change in his skin's hue, now glistening with an almost bronze-like sheen. A slight exertion revealed that the hardness of his bones had significantly increased, even becoming as hard as iron. His skin was as tough as leather, and his bones as solid as steel. He had indeed reached the 5th stage of body sculpting. Xianxia marveled inwardly. This soul pill is truly an extraordinary elixir. Its effects upon my first consumption are remarkably profound. I have achieved a small success in body sculpting. Crack, 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 crack. In his sea of consciousness, the sound of 5 resonated, and he had forged 5 dragon soul imprints. Xianxia was now certain that the number of dragon soul imprints he could cultivate indeed increased with his level of mastery. Currently, at the 5th stage of body sculpting, he possessed a total of 14 dragon soul imprints, 10 more than others at the same level of cultivation. Though his current mastery was modest, and he had limited soul techniques, having never encountered advanced soul arts, he could not yet grasp the full benefits of the dragon soul imprints. As his proficiency advanced, he would come to realize the profound impact these additional dragon soul imprints would have on his life. Suppressing his elation, Xianxia knelt down to stroke Xiaolong's head, nodding in gratitude. Thank you, Xiaolong. He was now certain that Xiaolong was no ordinary little monkey. Akin to the colossal ape atop the mountain, it possessed remarkable, mysterious powers. Yet, as it had yet to mature, many of its abilities remained unexpressed. Even in its current diminutive form, it could alleviate xianxia's suffering during episodes and transform spiritual herbs into soul pills. Such prowess was already astonishing. Suddenly, Xianxia felt an overwhelming sense of optimism for his future. Amidst the vast darkness, he finally glimpsed the light of hope. Kneeling on the ground, he raised his gaze to the full moon against the night sky, tears glimmering in his eyes, his expression filled with reverence. His lips moved silently, articulating 4 words: "Heaven rewards diligence." After a considerable pause, he slowly stood up and walked into the room. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Yi, he gazed out the window and resolutely murmured to himself, "Brother, Yi, I will surely heal you." Fate often brings forth the most suitable individual to become a genius precisely when history demands change. As 10 days swiftly passed, nothing significant transpired in Jiulong Town. The 2 largest families, the Zhao and Lu clans, remained free from major conflicts, and no discordant forces from Sioux City disrupted the tranquility of Jiulong Town. Internally, the Zhao family experienced no substantial events, save for rumors suggesting that the eldest grandson, Zhao Wuji, exhibited signs of approaching the 9th level of body refinement, while the eldest granddaughter, Zhao Yujing, was striving towards the 8th level. These 2 individuals not only captured the attention of the Zhao family, but also became the celebrated figures of Jiulong Town, drawing the gaze of many. In their admiration, many could not help but reminisce about the once genius Yang Shu, sighing with regret. Had the talented Yang Shu not succumbed to that strange illness, he might have already surpassed the body refinement stage and entered the elemental realm. Cultivating soul power only indicated eligibility to become a soul patron. Yet his cultivation level remained within the body refinement stage. Completing this stage and entering the elemental realm would signify a true soul patron. Alas, human calculations often fall short of the divine will. The universe has its own designs. In this environment devoid of major events, the Qin family also led a rather uneventful life. Qin Ling busied himself with work daily, while Yang Shu isolated himself within his room. Yang Yi frolicked about, and Yang Xiao diligently practiced. Currently, Yang Xiao had reached a minor success in body refinement, refining his muscles, tendons, and bones to their utmost limits, and had begun training to enhance the functions of his internal organs. Thus, He no longer needed to practice the refining tendons and bones technique, but instead devoted himself daily to mastering the first-tier soul technique, Phantom Palm. In the span of a month, he advanced from the second to the fifth level of body refinement, exhibiting remarkable progress, yet he had yet to perfect Phantom Palm. Although he could produce over 60 palm shadows, he could not replicate the final strike demonstrated by Xianxia, where the body vanished and changed position. Xianxia had yet to achieve this feat, indicating that he had not fully mastered this soul technique. However, he remained undeterred, aware that it was not a deficiency in his talent, but rather the rapidity of his cultivation that rendered his grasp of soul technique somewhat inadequate in comparison. Phantom Palm is an exquisite soul technique among the first-tier techniques, intricate and far from simple to master. For those of average aptitude, it could take several months to years. Yet, how long had Xianxia been practicing? Nearly a month. Having realized this, he found a sense of tranquility within himself, understanding that haste leads to setbacks. He settled his mind and continued to practice diligently, step by step. In truth, he had made significant gains. 10 days prior, when he executed a set of Phantom Palm, he could only produce a handful of palm shadows. Now, he is capable of unleashing over 60 shadow strikes. Should he cultivate his soul power in the future and ascend to the 8th level of body molding? Applying that soul power to his palm technique would mean each of his shadow strikes would carry the might of soul energy, equivalent to delivering over 60 blows to his opponent in an instant, which is undeniably formidable. As Xianxia pondered this, he suddenly felt a wave of air currents beneath his feet, accompanied by the sound of whistling palm winds and the friction of air. He looked down to find that little dragon was mimicking him, practicing the palm technique. Xianxia smiled slightly, intending to comment on how amusing it was to see the little monkey imitating his movements, but he was abruptly rendered speechless. Not only was he unable to laugh, but his expression was filled with shock. The palm technique executed by Little Dragon was, astonishingly, the Phantom Palm. Spending every day with Xianxia, accompanying him in his training, it wouldn't be surprising for Little Dragon to replicate the Phantom Palm. However, what left Xianxia astounded was that Little Dragon was not merely imitating. It had actually perfected the Phantom Palm, with its 2 paws scratching in front of its chest, seemingly casual yet remarkably swift. It unleashed dozens of shadow strikes in an instant, leaving one bewildered. What was most astonishing was when it delivered a final blow. The sound of palm wind clashing with air produced a crisp crack, and its body sprang into the air like a coiled spring, instantaneously changing its position. This was precisely the palm strike that Xianxia had executed. Xianxia stood there, dumbfounded, exclaiming, "How is it that I have yet to master this technique? And you haven't even seen my brother perform it, yet you have learned it." Little Dragon blinked its eyes in response. Could it be that you are also a prodigy of soul techniques? A monkey endowed with extraordinary talent in soul arts? Xianxia regarded Little Dragon with a gaze of curiosity. Such audacity to strike its master. He quickly retreated a few steps, employing the Phantom Palm in defense. In this exchange, man and monkey utilized the same palm technique against one another. This sparring lasted an entire day. Throughout the combat, Xianxia discerned that although Little Dragon had mastered the Phantom Palm, its physical constitution was lacking, and its foundation was unstable, preventing the technique from manifesting its full power in its paws. This was undoubtedly due to Little Dragon's lack of body molding training. Consequently, Little Dragon was no match for Xianxia. Nevertheless, Xianxia was exhilarated, for Little Dragon, having learned the Phantom Palm, had become a genuine sparring partner for him. Previously, he had trained alone, facing only air, trees, and rocks, entities that offered no resistance. Now, he was engaging in combat with Little Dragon, who wielded the same soul technique against him. This kind of confrontation allowed him to gain a more profound understanding of the Phantom Palm, illuminating many questions he had previously struggled with, and the effectiveness of his training had multiplied manifold. With Little Dragon as his training partner, Xianxia was unwilling to let go. In the days to come, he became increasingly diligent, dragging the little monkey to spar on the mountaintop and by the stream, leading to a rapid advancement in his comprehension of the Phantom Palm. Another 10 days passed. At noon, the sun blazed fiercely. Suddenly, a fierce light flickered in his eyes, and with a thrust of his right palm, he struck the tree trunk with tremendous force. Crack! A resounding impact echoed as his palm struck the trunk, yet Xianxia, who had been standing before the tree, had vanished without a trace. A breath later, he emerged from the other side of the tree trunk. The trunk vibrated, and the branches at its upper end rustled, shedding countless green leaves. A palm print, indented by a strike from Xianxia, marred the surface. Xianxia smiled faintly, exclaiming, "I have finally mastered it." Xiaolong, with his feet hooked onto a branch in a playful upside-down position, gazed at the palm print on the trunk. Hissing in excitement and incessantly patting with his claws, cheering for Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia sensed a newfound weight in his consciousness. He closed his eyes, focusing intently, and seemed to behold a luminous sphere within his mind. The surface of this sphere was enveloped in a faint, translucent shell, much like a delicate casing. Within the shell, his own form, sculpted from light and shadow, was executing a set of palm techniques, indeed, the phantom palm. Xianxia recognized this phenomenon. Having been instructed by Yangshu, once a soul technique was perfected, a corresponding soul sphere would emerge in the consciousness, forever etching itself into memory upon mere thought. What was even more significant was that if a practitioner harbored a particular fondness for a completed soul technique, they could imbue the soul sphere with a dragon soul imprint stored in their consciousness, merging it with the respective technique. Consequently, the power of the technique would be exponentially amplified upon its execution. Contemplating this, Xianxia mused, although the phantom palm is merely a one-star soul technique, its intricacies are remarkable. Should I not enhance it with a dragon soul imprint? As this thought flickered in his mind, Xianxia recalled Yangshu's cautionary words about the dragon soul imprint being the most precious possession of a soul practitioner, to be used sparingly. Hesitation crept in. Yet, having resolved his decision, Xianxia sat down promptly, centering himself and directing all his senses toward his consciousness. In the next instant, deep within his consciousness, akin to the vast expanse of the cosmos, a radiant light formed from a dragon-shaped totem began to ascend, ultimately surging toward the soul sphere of the phantom palm. Instantly, the brilliance within his consciousness surged, and as tranquility returned, the soul sphere of the phantom palm had doubled in size, with a dragon-shaped totem emblazoned above it. As Xianxia delved deeper into his consciousness, he discovered that only 13 dragon soul imprints remained. The enhancement was successful. Still before that tree, Xianxia opened his eyes and rose, brimming with anticipation as he gathered power in his palm, striking the trunk once more. Crack! At the moment of impact, Xianxia's figure vanished yet again. In the next instant, he leaped down from the branch, while the tree emitted a series of creaks, tilting to the side before snapping with a resounding crack at the point where Xianxia had struck. Xianxia snapped his fingers in delight, exclaiming, "Indeed formidable. It seems that this soul technique, augmented with my dragon soul imprint, surpasses the power of a one-star technique. If I cultivate my soul power in the future, this technique will become even more formidable. This dragon soul imprint was worth it." Gazing at the severed tree, Xianxia smiled with joy. Unaware that had other practitioners witnessed this scene, observing him bestowing a precious dragon soul imprint upon a mere one-star soul technique, they would lament in sorrow, exclaiming at the squandering of such a treasure. However, the individual, Xianxia, lacks such awareness. Even if he were to possess it, he would not perceive it as a loss. We, the dragon soul, have an abundance of spirits and can afford to expend them in the vast expanse of the universe. Since the dawn of life, fairness has never existed. Otherwise, the world would not witness the extremes of genius and folly. Indeed, those fortuitous opportunities bestowed by the heavens, capable of altering one's fate, can only be grasped by those who are adequately prepared. Chapter 012. The mischief of the small with the addition of a sparring partner like Little Dragon on his journey of cultivation. And having experienced the formidable power bestowed by the soul technique alongside the dragon soul seal, Xianxia has gained a much broader understanding of his practice. He is transformed from a novice into a true cultivator. In the days that followed, he sought guidance from Yangshu and Zhao Tai regarding the methods and intricacies of refining the viscera and marrow. Through relentless and time-sensitive training, he finally ascended to the 6th level of body refinement as another 10 days arrived. At the 6th level of body refinement, the functions of the internal organs are significantly enhanced. His breathing becomes deep and continuous, and his stamina is prolonged, allowing him to run tirelessly for an entire day and night without food, drink, or rest. At this level, a cultivator can unleash a tremendous roar that could rupture the eardrums of an ordinary person, potentially causing severe harm to those with frail constitutions, leading to fatality. As Xianxia had anticipated, the number of dragon soul seals he cultivated increased, resulting in 6 new seals this time. His total now stands at 19. Just a step away from achieving the pinnacle of body refinement, a complete transformation. Once he reaches this level, he will strive towards the 8th level, aiming to cultivate soul power. The day that will determine his fate as a soul master is fast approaching. Last night, a gentle rain fell, though it did not last long, merely moistening the ground. When people awoke in the morning, they could hardly distinguish whether the droplets lingering on the leaves and grass were remnants of rain or morning dew. The sky remained overcast in the morning, but by noon, the sun broke through the clouds, revealing its fiery visage. The warm sunlight bathed the earth, creating a sense of comfort rather than harshness. Xianxia, arched against a tree branch, held a book titled The Military Chronicles of Emperor Jing Taizu. The crisp chirping of birds filled the air. Yet his mind was transported back 30 years into the grand battles depicted within the pages. While he does not idolize Emperor Jing Taizu, he harbors profound respect for the founding emperor. Though he has passed into the annals of history, he remains a frequent topic of casual conversation, where discussions of his deeds and misdeeds abound. Yet, Xianxia holds a significant appreciation for his military prowess. What intrigues him even more, however, is the extent of Jing Taizu's cultivation. The book recounts an episode where Jing Taizu was besieged by enemy forces and, in a daring leap, plunged into an immense sea of flames. When reinforcements arrived and vanquished the enemy, he emerged unscathed from the inferno. Not only was he unharmed, but he bore no marks of burns upon his body. Esteemed soul masters speculated that Jing Taizu had ascended to the realm of heavenly tribulation, where flames could no longer inflict harm upon his flesh. Yet, Xianxia recalls Yang Shu mentioning that the path of a soul master is an exceedingly long one, with a mysterious and nebulous realm of immortality shrouded in mist awaiting at its distant end. It is said that attaining this state allows one to transcend the natural laws of life, escaping the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. If such a realm indeed exists, it suggests that Jing Taizu's cultivation fell short, preventing him from entering this extraordinary domain. Otherwise, he would still reign as the emperor today. Xianxia pondered deeply upon these thoughts. Today, he exhibited a peculiar behavior, foregoing his usual practice in favor of reading perched upon a tree branch. This was a deliberate choice, as after over a month of rigorous training, it was time for his body to relax slightly and his mind to unwind, lest he risk undoing all his hard work. Stealing a moment of reprieve from the relentless pace of life, he was not merely idling, but rather engaging in a different form of rejuvenation. Cultivation serves to enhance one's strength, while reading fosters wisdom. Everything Xianxia undertakes is aimed at self-improvement, a relentless pursuit of betterment. A sudden noise disrupted Xianxia's reverie, causing him to sway slightly. He glanced down in the direction of the sound and beheld a rotund figure, having tumbled against the tree trunk, now seated on the ground, gently rubbing its head as if it had encountered a bump. The sight of that plump figure brought a faint smile to Xianxia's lips. He set his book aside and called out, "Invincible young master, I am here waiting for rabbits, but it seems I have instead caught you. Why do you always manage to tumble when you come looking for me?" Xiaowudi winked at him and replied, "You still have time for jokes? Hurry down. There's trouble." Noticing Zhao Wudi's serious demeanor, Xianxia quickly descended from the tree, inquiring, "What calamity has befallen you this time, causing such alarm?" Zhao Wudi, clutching his head, exclaimed, "It's not me who is in trouble. It is you." Xianxia pointed to himself in confusion, asking, "What do you mean?" "I am perfectly fine." Zhao Wudi, flustered and gesticulating wildly, clarified, "It's not you who is in trouble. It's your sister." Upon hearing this, Xianxia's eyes widened with concern, his expression turning gravely serious as he grasped Zhao Wudi's ample arm, demanding, "What has happened to Yezi?" Zhao Wudi explained, "Yao Xinxin and Qiu'er claim Yezi has stolen their belongings, and they are currently surrounding her with a group of servants and maidens. I just passed by and saw Yezi being pointed at by so many people. She looked on the verge of tears. The poor girl needs your help." Xiao's expression darkened as he pressed, "Who are you referring to? The second miss and whom?" "Qiu'er," replied Zhao Wudi. Xianxia tucked his book into his bosom and insisted, "Where are they? Let me there at once." Zhao Wudi hesitated briefly, saying, "I know this girl Yezi well. She would never steal. It's clear that Yao Xinxin and Qiu'er are deliberately causing trouble. Yao Xinxin has been training longer than I have and has already reached a small level of body sculpting. Qiu'er, I heard, has recently attained the 4th level of body sculpting. If we go, they might not target me, but they will surely vent their frustrations on you. Wouldn't it be wiser for me to fetch my father instead? By the time you call for your father, Yezi will have already suffered." Xianxia retorted, seizing Zhao Wudi's hand and sprinting away. "You, Qiu'er, the last time I left you bloodied and bruised, you still haven't learned your lesson. This time, I will not show you mercy." As Zhao Wudi was pulled along, he pondered, "You left Qiu'er bloodied? When did that happen? I remember that in every fight between the two of you, it was you who always ended up on the receiving end." In the flower garden of the outer courtyard, bees buzzed busily and butterflies danced through the air. But the sounds of a heated dispute from a distant corner disrupted the tranquility of this once peaceful haven. A circle of servants and maids surrounded 3 individuals standing at its center. Among them was Zhao Yoxin, the second young lady of the Zhao family, adorned in a striking red garment and possessing a strikingly handsome visage. Beside her stood her favorite servant, Xiao, a man with a fair complexion. Opposite them was a young girl of approximately 11 or 12 years, donned in a pale yellow dress, her hair styled in 2 playful braids resembling goat horns. Her smile was captivating, accentuated by the 3 delicate dimples adorning her cheeks. Yet, at that moment, her smile had vanished. She hung her head low, her fingers entwined in a nervous fidget, a visage marred by an expression of deep grievance. On her face lingered a faint, reddish mark, a clear indication of a recent slap. This was Yang Yi. In a sinister tone, Xiao addressed Yang Yi, "Admit it, little girl. The second young lady's temper is quite moderate. She merely bestowed upon you a slap. If the master discovers that a thief lurks within his household, your entire family shall be expelled." Yang Yi kept her gaze lowered, but responded defiantly, "I did not steal anything. I did not." Zhao Yoxin regarded Yang Yi with a frosty stare and retorted, "The object was discovered in your possession, yet you still deny it?" Yang Yi cast a look of disdain towards Xiao and explained, "I was merely playing with butterflies here when Xiao approached and handed me this box, claiming he was in urgent need and requested me to safeguard it. Shortly thereafter, you arrived and accused me of theft." Xiao glared at her with indignation, snapping, "Such a clever tongue for one so young. Caught red-handed, and yet you dare to shift the blame onto me. Truly, you are a cunning little thief." Zhao Yoxin huffed disdainfully, "Your defiance is remarkable. Are all members of the Yang family this obstinate? Your brother, Yang Chao, is the same. And it seems you have inherited this stubbornness from your mother." Xiao chimed in, "Indeed. Second young lady, this entire family is nothing but trouble. That old lady Qin has been washing clothes poorly of late. Yang Shu has become useless. Yang Chao is a rude boy. And this girl is nothing but a thief. In my opinion, it would be best to expel the entire family." Zhao Yoxin pondered for a moment and then said, "Speak quickly. Did you steal it or not? If you confess now, my punishment shall be lighter. If you continue to deny it, I shall inform my grandfather. When he learns of this, his wrath will ensure that your entire family is truly cast out." Under Zhao Yoxin's coercive persuasion, the young girl Yang Yi remained oblivious to their ulterior motives. She recognized the peril of denial, yet she understood that if she confessed, Zhao Yoxin and Xiao would seize the opportunity to expel the Qin family. In affluent households like these, the greatest fear is the presence of a thief. The adage daytime vigilance and nighttime caution. Yet it is the thief within that is hardest to guard against rings true. Should Yang Yi admit to being a thief, the Zhao family would surely not harbor her any longer. Yang Yi, pure of heart, had not contemplated this reality. Nevertheless, she remained resolute, asserting, "I did not steal. Even if you cast me out, I did not steal. My mother taught me that even in poverty, we must retain our dignity. One must never take what does not belong to them." "You audacious little thief." To his surprise, the little girl displayed such tenacity that Xiao, somewhat incensed, took a step forward, extending his hand as if to deliver a slap to Yang Ye's face. He exclaimed, "It seems that without a lesson, you truly believe we can be easily deceived." Just as he was about to strike, an animal's cry echoed from afar, swiftly resonating in the ears of the onlookers. A fiery red silhouette materialized before Xiao, lunging towards his descending hand. "Ouch!" Xiao yelped in pain, turning to see a vibrant red monkey that had already leapt onto Yang Ye's shoulder. He bellowed, "Where did this wild monkey come from? And who dares to call our Yezi a thieving girl?" Yang Chao and Zhao Wudi emerged from the crowd. Chapter 13. The grass's astonishing move its you. Yang Chao. Zhao Wudi. Zhao Yoxin turned slightly, her frosty countenance resembling a layer of glacial rime. Yang Chao shielded his younger sister Yang Yi, standing protectively before her, while Zhao Wudi crossed his arms beside him, smiling faintly. Zhao Yoxin, as the second young miss of the Zhao family, "Aren't you ashamed to pick on a child who has even grown up yet?" Zhao Yoxin cast him a sidelong glance. "Precisely because I am the second young miss, I must oversee household affairs. Unlike you, who idles about all day, bringing disgrace upon the Zhao name." "Oh, of course. Framing innocent people, what a noble way to serve the household. You, Zhao Wudi, are you deliberately provoking me? When have I ever framed anyone? I'm older than you by several months, your elder sister. Do you need me to teach you a lesson? TSK. Aside from bullying your younger brother and the servants, what else are you capable of?" The siblings bickered relentlessly, leaving Yang Chao, his sister, and Cho'er momentarily forgotten. Xianxia glanced at Yang Yi's face, his heart clenching at the sight of the crimson handprint. He stepped forward, interrupting their quarrel. "Who struck my sister?" Yang Yi tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Let it go." Xianxia gently pried her hand away, pressing, "Who struck her?" Too cowardly to admit it? "It was I." Zhao Yoshin lifted her chin, haughtily meeting his gaze. "Punishing a misbehaving servant is only natural." "Good. Very good." Xiao's voice was eerily calm as he turned toward Cho'er, his tone sharp. "Cho'er, if you have grievances with me, face me directly. Don't resort to such despicable means, bullying a girl not even 12 years old." Cho'er sneered. "Your sister was caught stealing from the second young Mississippi. How does that make me the instigator?" Under Xiao's frigid stare, Cho'er shifted uncomfortably. But recalling his recent breakthrough to the 4th level of body forging, and with Zhao Yoshin, a 5th-level cultivator, backing him, he straightened defiantly. "Stop spouting nonsense. The second young Miss witnessed the theft herself. Enough." Xiao cut him off sharply. "Listening to your barking is grating on my ears." Cho'er pointed furiously. You. The onlookers knew Cho'er had advanced to the 4th level of body forging, stronger than ever. Provoking him like this was nothing short of foolish. "And you, enough." Zhao Yoshin's voice carried restrained fury. "How dare a mere servant act so insolently in my presence?" Xiao met her gaze, his eyes devoid of deference, burning only with cold wrath. "Second young miss, cease calling us servants. Though our mother serves the household, we are not your family as subordinates. Had my sister truly stolen from you, I would accept any punishment without complaint. However, it is evident that Cho'er harbors malicious intent towards her today. If you are aware of this, you are no better than him. If you are oblivious, then you are the most foolish person in the world, unable to discern such a scheme. On these 2 counts alone, you lack the standing to address me as your subordinate." As Xiao and Zhao Yoshin exchanged fierce words, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. "Xiao, you are exceedingly audacious. You seek to avenge her slap. Do you intend to strike me as well?" Zhao Yoshin exclaimed, her eyes widening. Ultimately, she refrained from striking but turned to Cho'er beside her and commanded, "What are you waiting for? Teach him a lesson." Yes, Cho'er had awaited this opportunity. Although he had suffered defeat at Xiao's hands once and had his hand broken, Zhao Yoshin had provided him with ample spiritual medicine over the past half-month. Not only had his injuries healed, but his cultivation had also advanced. Furthermore, his previous engagement with Xiao had been marred by underestimation of her abilities. He was confident that this time, he would emerge victorious. He longed for the chance to exact his revenge and expel Xiao's family from the Zhao household, all while delivering a sound thrashing to her first. Upon hearing the command, he crossed his fist before his chest and let out a roar akin to a tiger's growl, then struck with both fists. Subsequently, the spectators heard the echo of a tiger's roar emanating from Cho'er's movements, causing them to stiffen in alarm. Their gazes now laden with concern for Xiao. This was a first-star soul technique, Tiger's Roar Fist. They recalled the previous skirmishes between Xiao and Cho'er, where brute force had prevailed, with Cho'er not employing any soul techniques. Despite that, Xiao had been left battered and bloodied each time. Now, however, Cho'er had unleashed a soul technique, having mastered the Tiger's Roar Fist, complete with the roar itself. The servants regarded Xiao with pity. Some timid maidservants turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. They understood that should this punch land upon Xiao, it would undoubtedly result in grievous injury. If it struck her face, it would surely leave her bloodied and searching for teeth among the debris. Zhao Wudi's expression was one of profound anxiety, yet he felt powerless, as he was merely at the 2nd stage of body refinement and was no match for Cho'er. The situation remained unchanged as Cho'er, with a ferocious tiger's roar, launched a punch toward Xiao. A crisp sound resonated through the air, leaving the observers in stunned silence. Those who had turned away in dread immediately spun back around, astonished. It became clear that the sharp sound was not the impact of a fist against flesh, but rather the unmistakable sound of someone's face being slapped. Zhao Yoshin and Zhao Wudi were both taken aback, their eyes fixed intently on the unfolding scene. They witnessed Cho'er's fierce punch being effortlessly deflected by Xiao's seemingly simple counter, followed swiftly by her other hand delivering a resounding slap across Cho'er's face. In quick succession, Xiao raised her leg and delivered a kick directly to Cho'er's abdomen, propelling him over 10 meters away, landing amidst a bed of blooming flowers. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly forgetting to speak. They could hardly believe their eyes. It was not Xiao who had fallen, but rather Cho'er. What was more astonishing was that it was Cho'er, who had achieved the 4th level of body refinement and unleashed the soul technique, Tiger Roar Fist. Yet he was easily brought down by Xianxia's seemingly effortless movements. Some among the crowd, questioning their own reality, shook their heads vigorously, and upon reopening their eyes to the unchanged scene before them, reluctantly accepted the truth. Xianxia had indeed triumphed. If I had arrived just one moment later, that slap would have landed on Yi Zi's face. Consider this a repayment, Xianxia declared to the already prostrate Qiu heir in the flower bed. He then turned to Zhao Yoxin, saying, Miss Zhao, it is now your turn. Although Zhao Yoxin found it hard to accept Xianxia's sudden surge in strength, his words ignited her spirit. With her chest puffed out, she stepped closer to Xianxia and retorted sharply, My turn? You still remember to call me Miss Zhao? What is this? Do you intend to strike me? Do you dare? Go ahead, try it. Smack. Before Zhao Yoxin could finish her sentence, Xianxia unhesitatingly delivered a resounding slap across her cheek, leaving 5 distinct marks on her delicate face. Stunned, the crowd stood in utter shock, their mouths agape. No one could fathom that what had transpired before their eyes was indeed reality, not even Zhao Yoxin herself. Once again, silence enveloped the crowd. Was Xianxia truly insane? No one had anticipated that he would dare to lay a hand on Zhao Yoxin. Not only because she was the second miss of the Zhao family, but also due to her status as a formidable practitioner of the 5th level of body refinement. Although Xianxia had defeated Qiu heir, it was uncertain whether he could best Zhao Yoxin. The difference between the 4th and 5th levels of body refinement, though numerically slight, was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Yet, Xianxia acted with such decisiveness, devoid of any hesitation or pity. Xianxia, I will annihilate you. Zhao Yoxin's expression transformed from astonishment to fury, her rage erupting like that of a maddened lioness. With a sudden motion, she tore apart the bow tied at her waist, revealing a long whip. As she roared, she swung the whip towards Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes glinted with determination as he rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the lash. Rising swiftly, he aimed a sweeping attack at Zhao Yoxin's lower body, attempting to topple her. Yet, true to her prowess as a master of the 5th level, Zhao Yoxin reacted with astounding speed, leaping gracefully to evade Xianxia's counterattack. Realizing that Xianxia was no ordinary opponent, she finally resolved to unleash her soul technique. Venomous Dragon Drill. Another 1-star soul technique erupted. Zhao Yoxin's arm, wielding the whip, spun in a whirlwind, animating the long whip as it twirled wildly, forming a tornado resembling a dragon with a large head and a slender tail, thrusting towards Xianxia like a drill. Phantom Palm. Xianxia, too, ceased to hold back, unleashing a series of phantom palms that erupted in a storm of over 100 shadowy strikes from his chest. With each shadow of the palm that flashed by, the formidable power of the poison dragon drill diminished. 100 shadows surged forth like a deluge, overwhelming Zhao Yoxin's whip assault in an instant. Amidst those myriad palm shadows, a genuine hand emerged, striking Zhao Yoxin's shoulder and sending her hurtling away. Xianxia exercised restraint. Although he had been ruthless against Qiu heir, he moderated his strength when his palm struck Zhao Yoxin's shoulder, secretly tempering his force. He contemplated that if he managed his control well, this strike would merely topple Zhao Yoxin without inflicting any internal injury upon her. He understood that having struck the second young mistress of the Zhao family, the matter could escalate uncontrollably. Should it reach Zhao Chengqing's ears, the old master would scrutinize Zhao Yoxin's injuries and undoubtedly discern that he had deliberately moderated his strength, thus demonstrating his prudence in handling the situation. Amidst the fierce combat, Xianxia's thoughts were astute. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, marveling at Xianxia's audacity to defeat even Zhao Yoxin. As she soared through the air like a fallen leaf, on the verge of crashing to the ground, a swift azure figure darted forth, extending its hands to catch Zhao Yoxin, spinning once before gently setting her down. A bit dazed, Zhao Yoxin steadied herself, and upon recognizing her rescuer, her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Second brother. The man, whom Zhao Yoxin referred to as her second brother, caused the servants and maidservants to bow their heads in submission, adopting a demeanor of trepidation. Even the fearless Zhao Wudi furrowed his brow, his previously jovial expression abruptly paling. The newcomer was none other than the second young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Wuwei. Chapter 014. The fairy in the exceptional genes of the Zhao family. Zhao Wuwei donned a set of azure attire, his appearance not particularly handsome, yet neither was he unattractive. However, the faint, insidious smirk gracing his visage often evoked a sense of unease, suggesting a hidden malice beneath his smile. This sly, sinister aura rendered many uncomfortable, sending shivers down their spines. Releasing his sister, Zhao Wuwei clasped his hands behind his back and approached Xianxia step by step, maintaining his disingenuous grin. Xianxia, the brother of Yangshu, how intriguing. Last year, when your brother held sway in our Zhao family, he dared not act so arrogantly, striking out against our kin. Yet here you are, emboldened by your recent accomplishments in body refinement, displaying a flagrant disregard for our lineage. Truly, it is quite detestable accomplished in body refinement. No, that cannot be correct. Such rapid progress is unfathomable. Surely this young man is concealing his true prowess, playing the part of a fool to deceive the wise. Zhao Wudi felt an overwhelming urge to physically confront Xianxia. However, more than that, a sense of delight bubbled within him. Under Zhao Wuwei's piercing gaze, Xianxia felt as though he were being pricked by 1,000 needles. He mused that Zhao Wuwei's keen perception was indeed formidable, as he had discerned Xianxia's cultivation level with a mere glance. Yet, Zhao Wuwei's insight could not penetrate the depths of Xiao's being. He remained unaware that Xianxia had transcended the 5th stage of body refinement, entering its 6th. Xianxia possessed enough self-awareness to recognize that even if Zhao Wuwei were to learn of his advancement to the 6th stage, it would not instill fear in him. For Zhao Wuwei had achieved the pinnacle of body refinement, standing at the 7th stage, his blood rejuvenated, his essence purified, a master among practitioners of body refinement. The realm of body refinement presents a minor threshold at the small accomplishment stage. Upon reaching this level, one could triumph even against 5 practitioners at the 4th stage. However, the grand accomplishment stage represents a significant barrier. One could prevail against 10 practitioners at the 6th stage. Moreover, reaching such a stage is a feat unattainable for many throughout their lifetimes. Though Zhao Wuwei appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years of age, his achievements stemmed from 2 primary factors: the Zhao family's prestigious lineage in spiritual arts, endowed with abundant spiritual herbs and an extensive collection of techniques, and the inheritance of exceptional genetic traits, surpassing the average individual's aptitude. While Zhao Wuwei's name may not resonate widely in Jiulong town, within the Zhao family, it gleamed with distinction. He may not rival his elder brother, Zhao Wuji, the family's foremost prodigy, but he certainly ranks among the top 10 youths in both cultivation and talent throughout Jiulong town. At this moment, he stood before Xianxia, and as they compared their presence, the disparity became glaringly apparent. This disparity was not merely in stature. Both were of similar height, with Zhao Wuwei towering only slightly above Xianxia, but rather in the palpable aura emanating from Zhao Wuwei, which seemed to engulf Xianxia entirely. To onlookers, it appeared as though only Zhao Wuwei existed, while Xianxia faded into obscurity, akin to the air around them. Such was the contest of presence between them, the stark difference between the 7th and 6th stages of body refinement. Thus, upon witnessing Zhao Wuwei's arrival, Zhao Yoshin's fury transformed into exhilaration. Her bond with this brother was profound, and she was certain he would come to her aid, teaching Xianxia a lesson he would not soon forget. Zhao Yoshin, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed, "Second brother, I have never endured such humiliation. To be struck by a mere servant is intolerable. You must teach him a lesson on my behalf." Zhao Wuwei chuckled, "Of course. Since he dared to lay hands on my sister, I shall certainly assist my sister in reprimanding him." Listening to the exchange between the siblings and sensing Zhao Wuwei's burgeoning energy, Xianxia felt no trepidation. Instead, a thrill coursed through him. It is said that achieving the pinnacle of body refinement is a formidable hurdle. I cannot help but wonder what it feels like to spar with such a formidable opponent. Though I currently stand at the 6th level of body refinement, my foundation is solid. Upon reaching the 3rd level, my tendons emitted 5 resounding cracks. And with the enhancement of the Dragon Soul seal on my phantom palm, could I possibly contend with one who has perfected their body refinement? Xianxia licked his lips, seemingly eager to engage Zhao Wuwei in combat. Unbeknownst to him, he had become quite the fighter. However, in the next moment, he caught a glimmer of fierce intent in Zhao Wuwei's eyes, instantly alerting him that his opponent had made a move. It was simple and direct, a swift strike aimed at Xiao's chest. Xianxia reacted with remarkable speed, leaping backward and swiftly countering with his palm, clashing with Zhao Wuwei's hand. The 2 palms collided with a resounding smack. This was not a matter of soul techniques, but a pure test of strength. Zhao Wuwei held unwavering confidence that this straightforward strike would send Xianxia tumbling. Yet, to his astonishment, Xianxia staggered back a few steps, but managed to steady himself, remaining upright. Remarkably, Zhao Wuwei too was forced to step back from the impact. Zhao Wuwei could not help but feel surprised. In his mind, as one who had perfected body refinement, He believed that confronting someone at the initial stage of refinement required no soul techniques. Merely a single, powerful strike would secure his victory. It wasn't until he was jolted back a step himself that he realized this opponent was not as simple as he had presumed. He adjusted his sleeves, becoming somewhat more serious. "Ah, Xianxia, it appears your brother has not been idle during his illness. He has taught you quite well. However, can you withstand my next move?" As the last syllable fell, Zhao Wuwei crossed his fists, extending his arms once more to strike at Xianxia. As he swung his fist, the sound of the air being sliced through resonated like a tiger's roar, booming with authority, akin to the bellow of a true beast. Once again, it was the tiger roar fist. Yet, though both used the same technique, Zhao Wuwei's execution was on an entirely different level compared to that of Qiu Air. To everyone's astonishment, Zhao Wuwei unleashed a soul technique. With a series of cracks, palms and fists met, causing the crowd to instinctively retreat, wary of the potential backlash from the clash. Yet, in that fleeting moment of collision, Xianxia's figure suddenly transformed into a fading illusion. Before anyone could even blink, he reappeared behind Zhao Wuwei, delivering a swift palm strike aimed at his back. Zhao Wuwei's eyes widened, and he immediately pivoted, unleashing the tiger roar fist once more. The two forces collided again, sending both combatants reeling apart. As they stood in opposition, the spectators were left utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle before them. Xianxia surprisingly managed to block Zhao Wuwei's tiger roar fist and nearly struck Zhao Wuwei in the process. It is important to note that Zhao Wuwei is a master of the perfected body. Zhao Yoxin was evidently taken aback by this outcome, her expression darkening once more. Impossible. Impossible. Zhao Wuwei's eyes, akin to those of a venomous serpent, fixated on Xianxia as he murmured, "Even if you have mastered the phantom palm, with your cultivation level, it is inconceivable that you could withstand my tiger roar fist, unless you too have achieved the perfected body. No, you are clearly not. You have yet to undergo a complete transformation. Thus, there is only one possibility." A sudden light of realization flashed in Zhao Wuwei's eyes, and he burst into laughter. "Xianxia, oh Xianxia, how foolish you are. You have actually infused the Dragon Soul Seal into a one-star soul technique like the Phantom Palm. Should I commend your generosity or lament your wastefulness?" Having clashed with Zhao Wuwei twice, Xianxia had already sensed the might of the perfected body and silently lamented how perilous the situation was. Had it not been for the infusion of a bit of the Dragon Soul Seal into the Phantom Palm, he would have been sent flying by Zhao Wuwei's tiger roar fist today. A smile graced Xianxia's face as he remarked, "Second young master, you truly possess discerning eyes. There is nothing I can conceal from you. However, my own Dragon Soul Seal is mine to use as I please, and there is no need for you to concern yourself with it." Zhao Wuwei chuckled, "Indeed, indeed. When you eventually learn advanced soul techniques but find yourself rendered useless due to the lack of the Dragon Soul Seal support, it will most certainly be of no concern to me." Xianxia raised his index finger and tapped his temple, saying, "I am too lazy to ponder the future. I am focused solely on the present. If my Phantom Palm had not been infused, how could I have possibly blocked your earlier strike?" Zhao Wuwei smiled ominously, saying, "Do you truly believe that your enhanced Phantom Palm can contend with me? Let me inform you that you do not even possess the qualifications to engage with me. Those two previous strikes were merely to test your abilities. Now, I shall get serious. Prepare to witness the true power of the perfected body. Please." Xianxia spread his hands wide. How truly reckless. Zhao Wuwei chuckled wryly, his form shifting with a speed several times greater than before, suddenly emanating a powerful aura that compelled those around him to retreat. At that moment, Xianxia also felt an immense pressure descending upon him, akin to a mountain. He clenched his fists to withstand this force, while simultaneously contemplating a countermeasure. "Second brother, do not fight." A calm, yet firm voice suddenly emerged. This voice was steady and gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority that could not be disregarded. Zhao Wuwei's combative spirit had been thoroughly ignited. And though his body was already in motion, upon hearing this voice, he halted his fists and obediently remained in place, gazing towards the direction from whence the voice came. The crowd parted to either side as a woman clad in green approached, accompanied by 6 maidservants. The woman moved with elegance and exuded an air of nobility. Each step precisely measured, a testament to countless hours of training. Her left hand was placed behind her back, while her right hand held a green bamboo flute. Resting horizontally against her abdomen, she tilted her head slightly, her delicate crimson lips pressed together, her gaze serene, with her eyes reflecting the calmness of water and her brows resembling wisps of mist. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Yoxin. Were it not for the difference in temperament, one might easily mistake them for the same person. However, a closer look into her eyes revealed a profound distinction. Zhao Yoxin's eyes brimmed with hostility, betraying her tempestuous nature, whereas this woman's gaze was suffused with tranquility, akin to a fairy untouched by the mundane world. As they beheld her, the servants and maids lowered their heads in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings, miss." Zhao Wuwei, Zhao Yoxin, and Zhao Wudi approached respectfully, calling out, "Eldest sister." This woman was none other than Zhao Yujing, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family and the cherished granddaughter of Zhao Chengqi. Although her cultivation did not rival that of Zhao Wujing, the eldest grandson of the Zhao family, her reputation in Jiulong town was no less illustrious. She was, in fact, a celebrated figure in Jiulong town, ranking among the top 5 in terms of cultivation among the younger generation. Even in Sioux City, she held considerable renown and was the dream of many young men, akin to a celestial being. It can be said that Zhao Yujing, a vision as if descended from a fairyland, inherited all the admirable genes of the Zhao family, possessing the finest legacy. Chapter 15 presents both a challenge and a gamble. Zhao Yujing responded lightly, her expression devoid of a smile yet exuding an air of naturalness that disarmed those around her. She approached Yang Chao, glanced at both Yang Chao and Yang Yi, and then turned to Zhao Wuwei, saying, "Second brother, I am aware of your competitive spirit. Yet it is evident that he is no match for you. Why must you be so aggressive as to bully others?" Zhao Wuwei retorted, "I am not bullying him. He struck my younger sister." Zhao Yujing seemed to have been informed of the situation prior to her arrival. She then turned her gaze to Zhao Yoxin, stating, "Younger sister, your handling of Yang Ye's matter was rather hasty. This girl has been nothing but proper since entering the Zhao family, and being a child. She is innocent and deserving of affection. You, with your volatile temperament, have dealt her a blow. It is only natural that her brother would not take this lightly." Zhao Yoxin defended herself. "It may not have been my rashness. Perhaps she truly did steal." She called out, "Chiao Er, come here." Chiao Er, having already risen from the flower bed, was watching from a distance. Upon hearing Zhao Yoxin's call, he hurriedly approached with his head bowed and body hunched. Zhao Yujing fixed her gaze on him, a flicker of disdain passing through her eyes as she said, "Chiao Er, let this matter rest for now. I shall investigate it thoroughly myself." "Yes, Mississippi." Chiao Er's heart raced, and his voice trembled. While he could easily charm Zhao Yoxin, he found himself at a loss before Zhao Yujing. Turning her attention back to Yang Chao, Zhao Yujing inquired, "You are Yang Chao, correct?" Though he had seen Zhao Yujing before, Yang Chao was still taken aback by her elegance. Despite her simple attire and lack of heavy makeup, her green outfit appeared refreshingly understated, leaving Yang Chao in awe of her presence. He nodded and replied, "Yes, I am Yang Chao." Zhao Yujing continued, "I observed you during the mid-autumn examination from the pavilion. Your performance was commendable, and grandfather holds you in high regard. In just a month, you have made significant progress, indicating that you have been concealing your capabilities for some time. Regardless, you are a promising talent. With diligent cultivation, you will undoubtedly achieve great things." After her praise, Zhao Yujing's tone shifted as she added, "However, you must remember your place. While it is commendable that you do not view yourself as a servant and possess pride, you are currently living in the Zhao household. Although the provisions you have are earned through your mother's labor, ultimately, they are still from the Zhao family. Therefore, you must act with discretion. Although today's incident remains unresolved, it began with my younger sister striking someone, and thus, I have no further comments. Should you disrespect a member of the Zhao family again, you will learn that we are not to be trifled with." Yang Chao remained silent. Zhao Yoxin, feeling anxious, interjected, "Elder sister, are you implying that today's incident will simply be overlooked? What about the slap he dealt me?" Fuming, Zhao Yoxin exclaimed, "Elder sister, you are being biased." Zhao Yujing gazed gravely at her younger sister and said, "Sister, I have always been fair in my actions. How could I possibly show favoritism? It is you who must temper your temper. Even if you are hot-headed, you should not constantly clash with the servants in our household. If you truly possess the capability, direct your anger outward, towards the Liu family. Subdue them until they are utterly compliant and fearful of you. Then neither I nor even grandfather would dare comment on your temperament, but rather applaud you." I, Zhao Yoxin, feeling anxious, forcefully threw down the long whip she held, exclaiming, "I cannot contend with you. You clearly harbor feelings for that Yang Shu and intentionally favor his family." Zhao Yujing's eyes suddenly fixed on Zhao Yoxin. Her gaze as frigid as frost. Zhao Yoxin's heart quivered, and she quickly lowered her head. Observing this, Zhao Wei felt a chill as well and hastily pulled Zhao Yoshin away, smiling, "Eldest sister, you know how our little sister is. But she has never faced such humiliation before. The way you are handling this matter today is something she cannot accept." Zhao Wei's tone softened further. "I understand that you value reason and fairness, but Yang Shu has acted recklessly. If this matter is not resolved quickly, given our sister's impulsive nature, it could lead to serious consequences." Zhao Yujing cast a glance at her sister and began to see the merit in Zhao Wei's words. Zhao Yoshin had been coddled since childhood, always the one to bully others. It was hard to imagine her being bullied herself, having suffered such a significant insult today. It was indeed difficult to guarantee that she would not act out in a reckless manner. Seeing Zhao Wei's self-assured demeanor, Zhao Yujing curiously inquired, "Second brother, what do you propose?" Zhao Wei furrowed his brows slightly and replied, "Yang Shu's cultivation is inferior to yours. He is not your match. I shall give him time. If he dares to provoke trouble despite his lack of ability, that is his own folly. Yang Shu, I grant you 10 days. Will that suffice?" "Indeed." To everyone's surprise, Yang Shu readily agreed. Zhao Wei had not anticipated such a swift response, and he chuckled, saying, "Eldest sister, see, he has accepted." Yang Shu added, "Since this is a duel, there should be stakes. If I win, what shall happen?" "You win? You believe you can defeat me?" Zhao Wei jested, pointing at his own face, laughing humorously, before ultimately spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. "Very well, what do you wish?" Yang Shu glanced at Qiao and declared, "If I win, you must expel Qiao and his friends from the Zhao family." Zhao Wei's eyes darted thoughtfully. "And if you lose?" "I lose." Before Yang Shu could finish, Zhao Yoshin interjected loudly, "If you lose, your entire family must leave." "Agreed." Yang Shu consented. "Preposterous." Zhao Yujing frowned, saying, "Yang Shu, think this through." "I have made up my mind." Yang Chao slightly bowed to Zhao Yuding, aware that this young lady had her best interests at heart. She understood some matters concerning this esteemed lady and her brother, and her concerns were not about leaving the Zhao family but about her brother. As she spoke, Yang Chao clasped her hands in front of Zhao Wei and declared, "Though I am not a young master of a grand family like you, I am still a man of honor. My word is my bond, and I shall not waver." "Excellent." Zhao Wei clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "We shall meet at the martial arts arena in the outer courtyard 10 days hence." With that, Yang Chao turned, grasping Yang Ye's hand, and swiftly departed. "Humph, an overconfident lad. If it weren't for my sister's intervention today, you would already be on the ground begging for mercy. Enjoy these 10 days while you can. After that, you shall be cast out from the Zhao family." Zhao Wei chuckled heartily as he watched Yang Chao's retreating figure. Sighing, Zhao Yujing gazed after Yang Chao, lost in thought. After a long moment, she raised the green bamboo flute in her hand to her lips and played a melody that was both elegant and classical, yet imbued with a sense of sorrow. The notes spread through the air, silencing the once joyful bees and butterflies, as if they were touched by the emotions conveyed in her music. Under the moonlight, two figures emerged from the room, their shadows elongated by the soft glow. Yang Shu looked up at the starry sky, his expression grave. "Xiao Chao, you have truly grown up. You dare to take charge of our family. Zhao Wei has already mastered his form, and yet you, having trained for only a short time, boldly accepted his challenge." Surprised, Yang Chao, standing behind Yang Shu, inquired, "Brother, how did you know?" He had already surmised that it was the young lady who had informed his brother. "I don't know for certain, but mother works at the laundry every day, so it's bound to come to light. Brother, you need not worry. I may not necessarily lose to him. Today, I crossed swords with him and learned of his capabilities." Yang Chao's expression was resolute. He understood that accepting Zhao Wei's challenge was indeed a gamble. Winning would not only rid them of the troublesome enemy, Qiao, but also allow him to make a name for himself within the Zhao family. Losing, however, would mean his entire family would be forced to leave the Zhao household because of him. Though young, Yang Chao possessed a keen mind. Accepting Zhao Wei's challenge was not merely a reaction to provocation, but a calculated risk he was willing to take. Yang Shu smirked coldly. "Zhao Yujing has already informed me of today's events. Zhao Wei did not reveal his true strength. He has mastered his form and crossed the threshold of body refinement. It is not as simple as you might think." Seeing Yang Chao silent, Yang Shu continued, "Yet, I must admit, I underestimated you. I did not expect your progress to be so rapid. In just over a month, you have achieved minor mastery of body refinement." Suddenly, Yang Shu turned, grasping Yang Chao's arms with a hint of excitement in his demeanor. "Your speed surpasses even my own at that age. They all believe you are concealing your talents. But I know better." Xiao Chao, do you possess a gift that exceeds mine? This was the first time Yang Chao had witnessed such fervor from his brother since Yang Shu fell ill. Bowing his head in silence for a moment, he finally replied, I do not know. Every day, I diligently engage in my training, and my cultivation progresses accordingly. Perhaps, as you have suggested, dear brother, we share the same bloodline. We are both prodigies of soul arts. Indeed. You are a genius as well. A rare smile graced Yang Shu's face as he remarked. There is no point in further discussion. The challenge has been accepted, and now all that remains is to prepare for the battle ahead. I may not be able to assist you much, but I will impart to you the 2-star soul technique that the old master of the Zhao family once taught me. 2-star soul technique. Upon hearing those 4 words, Yang Chao instantly perked up and eagerly exclaimed, Brother, there is no time to waste. Please teach me right away. Chapter 016. The ordinary monkey climbs the tree, the marvelous monkey heals the great tree. Under the night sky, the moonlight shone brilliantly, and the stars twinkled like jewels. Observing Yang Chao's eager and studious demeanor, Yang Shu nodded approvingly. In the next moment, he began to demonstrate for his younger brother beneath the silvery light. Extending both hands, he brought his index and middle fingers together, forming a sword-like gesture. As he moved his feet, the sword danced gracefully in front of his chest, weaving intricate patterns. Compared to the phantom palm, this soul technique was devoid of flamboyance. It did not embody ethereal grace, but rather focused on delivering solid, impactful strikes. Each time the sword made contact with the air, it produced a muted thud, creating a slight distortion in the surrounding atmosphere. The sheer force of these precise strikes made Yang Chao's heart tremble. As he pondered the implication of such precision against a human body, would it not create gaping wounds with each touch? Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yang Shu's voice broke the silence. This second-tier soul technique is called Divine Finger Sword. It harnesses the strength of the entire body into the fingertips, delivering lethal blows to opponents. It is a fiercely aggressive offensive technique. Once soul power is cultivated, one can transform that energy into tangible force, unleashing sword energy from the fingertips for ranged attacks, catching adversaries off guard. Such incredible prowess. Yang Chao's eyes sparkled with admiration. He had thought it was impressive enough, only to discover that mastering soul power would enable the release of sword energy. He immediately grasped the significance of the Divine Finger Sword. I shall demonstrate a few more times. Pay close attention. Time slipped away quietly as darkness deepened, the moonlight brightened, and the stars shimmered more vividly. It was not until Yang Chao had mastered the technique that the brothers paused to rest on a rock. After a lengthy silence, Yang Shu finally spoke. Indeed. It is wonderful. Although I have lost my talent, your potential surpasses mine. Such is fate, brother. Yang Chao began to interject, but Yang Shu continued. Yet, what a pity. Had my talent remained, both of us could have become soul practitioners and achieved great things together. Observing Yang Shu's demeanor, Yang Chao felt a pang of sorrow. At that moment, Yang Shu resembled a man intoxicated, uttering sentiments he would typically keep hidden. Perhaps it was the excitement of discovering his brother's talent, or perhaps a reaction to his own circumstances. Brother, do not worry. You will recover soon. Gazing at Yang Shu's silhouette, Yang Chao whispered softly, Trust me, I have already found a way to heal you. As Yang Chao showcased the new soul technique, the Divine Finger Sword, Little Long watched with keen interest, practicing diligently beside him. By the following day, Little Long had mastered it and was even able to spar with Yang Chao. Although the Divine Finger Sword was a second-tier soul technique, its mastery was less challenging than that of the Phantom Palm. In just 2 days, Yang Chao had successfully learned it, likely aided by the presence of Little Long as a sparring partner. However, to fully unleash the true power of the Divine Finger Sword, one must cultivate soul power to release sword energy from the fingertips. As Yang Chao contemplated, he was filled with excitement, yearning for the exhilarating sensation of vanquishing an opponent from afar. In preparation for the duel with Zhao Wuwei, he extravagantly employed a dragon soul seal, enhancing his 2-star soul technique, the Divine Finger Sword. Observing the large stone before him, riddled with transparent holes created by his fingertips, Yang Chao felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he dusted off his hands. It is worth noting that without the augmentation of the Dragon Soul Seal, his Divine Finger Sword would have been unable to penetrate the stone. The efficacy of the Dragon Soul Seal was remarkable. Yang Chao, having experienced the augmented power of his soul technique, confidently asserted that if he were to recklessly apply all his Dragon Soul Seals to the Divine Finger Sword, its might could rival even the 5-star soul techniques that the Zhao family lacked. Although he had never witnessed the power of a 5-star soul technique, this assertion stemmed from his intuition, underscoring a vital truth. The Dragon Soul Seal is the most treasured asset of any soul practitioner. Nearly all but a fraction of soul practitioners would refrain from applying the Dragon Soul Seal to inferior techniques, instead choosing to accumulate it for future application on higher-level techniques as their cultivation progressed. Nonetheless, they approached the decision with great caution and deliberation as once applied. It could not be retracted. Such is the nature of destiny. It is destiny that transforms the most fitting individuals into geniuses when history demands change. While human effort is undeniably significant, one must also heed the dictates of fate. In recent days of cultivation, xianxia's experiences mirrored those of the past. Each day yielded a sense of progress, with a palpable increase in his strength. He harbored a vague sense that he was nearing a pivotal breakthrough, and the warm liquid emanating from his abdomen was becoming increasingly abundant. Xianxia even felt that the golden Dan, lodged within him by the giant ape, seemed to have shrunk considerably. It appeared that the warm liquid was the result of the dissolution of the golden Dan, which had diminished over the course of his month-long absorption. It seemed that this golden Dan was not a perpetual source of power. Seizing the moment, he resolved to intensify his training, aiming to perfect his body before cultivating his soul power, thereby embarking on the true path of a soul practitioner. Clenching his small fists, Xianxia resolutely declared his intent. In the deep of night, under the luminous moonlight and a tapestry of stars, Xianxia stealthily slipped out of his room, a small incense burner in hand. A little dragon perched on his shoulder, its demeanor equally furtive, likely influenced by the atmosphere. The duo, a boy and a monkey, ventured out in the dead of night, their intentions unclear. However, they did not stray far from the courtyard but instead approached the window of another room. Xianxia gently lifted the window, allowing starlight to cascade into the space. Cautiously, he ignited the incense burner and placed it on the desk beneath the window before shutting it once more. After a moment, he pushed the door open and quietly entered the room. Casting a glance at the slumbering Xianxia, he approached, pressed a finger against his face, and gave his body a gentle pat. Receiving no response, Xianxia smiled gently, realizing that the sleeping incense burner that Zhao Wudi had procured for him was indeed effective. This incense burner was utilized by the women of the inner courtyard to treat insomnia. Once ignited and inhaled for a brief moment, it guaranteed a night of undisturbed slumber until dawn. Xianxia extinguished the incense burner and softly instructed Xiaolong, "Go ahead." Responding to the command, Xiaolong leaped from Xiaoxiao's shoulder to the bed, then approached Xiangshu's hand and nipped at his fingertip. Xianxia watched this scene with bated breath until, after a few seconds of Xiaolong's bite, Xiangshu merely furrowed his brows without any further reaction, allowing him to exhale in relief. "Brother, I wonder if this method will work. We might as well give it a try," Xianxia murmured as he sat at the edge of the bed. Xiaolong held Yangshu's fingertip in his mouth, his belly swelling and contracting as if he were blowing air into Yangshu's body. However, soon his cheeks began to bulge and retract, resembling the act of drawing something in. Xianxia noticed that while Xiaolong performed these actions, his fur bristled, and the red strands emitted a faint, warm glow. Over an hour passed, and Xiaolong, utterly exhausted, swayed and collapsed onto the bed. Aware of Xiaolong's fatigue, Xianxia cradled him gently in his palms and quietly departed. Xiaolong nodded decisively. Xiaoxiao's heart leapt with joy as he asked, "Does this mean my brother is recovering?" Xiaolong shook his head. Xianxia furrowed his brow and inquired, "So, you mean this method can work, but it requires time and cannot cure him in one go?" Xiaolong nodded once more. "Splendid." Xianxia beamed as he patted Xiaolong's head, exclaiming, "You are the hero of our family." Just as he intended to suggest that Xiaolong rest, he observed Xiaolong's belly swell, and to his astonishment, Xiaolong expelled 3 earth-colored pills. These pills were round and robust, their surfaces smooth, and from a distance, it appeared as though wisps of azure smoke were rising from them. "What is this?" Xianxia pondered as he picked up one pill, murmuring, "It doesn't resemble a soul pill. What could it be?" Unfortunately, Xiaolong could neither speak nor gesture to provide an answer. Driven by curiosity, Xianxia decisively swallowed the pill. At first, he felt no immediate effect, but under Xiaolong's inquisitive gaze, his complexion began to darken. He gradually sensed that the pill was dissolving within him, transforming into dense gas that penetrated his organs and coursed through his blood, as if his body were attempting to absorb it. However, he soon realized that his body could not assimilate this gas. His internal organs, blood, and even meridians were becoming obstructed by it. Xianxia found his breathing increasingly labored, his muscles tensed in response, and his skin began to change color, resembling the muddy hue that Yang Yi exhibited during his illness. In that moment, Xianxia felt as though death was imminent, rendered voiceless in his plight. Xiaolong, feeling anxious, swiftly climbed onto his body, preparing to bite his fingers. At that very moment, a warm current suddenly surged from the golden core within Xiaoxiao's abdomen. It was the liquid formed after the golden core had melted, rapidly spreading throughout his body. The gases, under the impact of this liquid, seemed to be absorbed, gradually fading into nothingness. Gradually, Xiaoxia was able to restore his normal breathing, and his body began to regain its usual state. He slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat. How perilous! How perilous! Had it not been for that miraculous golden core, I might have perished. It was indeed a close call. Xiaoxiao, still shaken, patted his chest and said to Xiaolong, Xiaolong, these pills were refined from the substances you extracted from my brother's body, weren't they? Xiaolong nodded. Xiaoxiao continued. Then these are all harmful substances. We should discard them. Xiaolong clutched the pills in his hand, blinking his eyes at Xiaoxiao, emitting strange sounds as if he were quite anxious. Do you mean to say I should not throw them away? Xiaolong nodded vigorously. So, these pills are indeed useful? Xiaolong nodded emphatically. Very well. I trust you. If they were of no use, you would not have refined them into pills. I will keep them for now and seek to understand their purpose later. Xiaolong's expression brightened, almost resembling a human smile. All right, you have worked hard today. After such an ordeal, I am utterly exhausted. Let us rest. Hiss. Xiaolong bounded towards the bed. In the following days, Xiaoxiao practiced diligently as usual during the day. And each night, he and Xiaolong would quietly sneak into Yangshu's room to treat his injuries. After 7 nights of continuous treatment. On the eve of Yangchao's duel with Zhao Wuwei, Xiaolong communicated in his own way that the muddy substances within Yangshu had been completely absorbed. Over the course of these 10 days of preparation, although Yangchao had yet to fully form his body, he had mastered the divine finger sword, bolstering his confidence for the impending battle with Zhao Wuwei. Everything was ready. It all hinged on this crucial confrontation. If he triumphed, Qiu Heir would be expelled from the Zhao family, and defeating Zhao Wuwei would certainly earn him Zhao Qingqing's respect. Thus, Yangchao understood that to alter his current life and uplift his family, this seemingly minor duel between juniors was, in fact, of paramount importance. The duel tomorrow must result in victory, not defeat. Yangchao resolutely murmured to himself before pulling up the thin blanket and closing his eyes. Chapter 17. Warfare has never relied on brute force, although the duel did not necessitate an early morning practice. Yangchao rose at dawn, washed himself, and commenced warm-up exercises in the courtyard. He performed a set of phantom palm techniques, followed by a display of the divine finger sword. By the time the sun had pierced through the clouds, illuminating the earth, he had completed both sets of soul techniques. The entire family was awake unusually early today, including the notoriously lazy Yang Yi, aware that this day held great significance. Should Yangchao lose the match, they would even be forced to vacate their modest abode. Indeed, Yangchao had mastered the divine finger sword to a commendable degree. Yangshu entered the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Yangchao with a smile. In stark contrast to the worries exhibited by Qin Ling and Yang Yi, Yangshu appeared to be in high spirits, exuding an air of complete confidence in Yangchao's abilities. Feigning curiosity, Yangchao inquired, Brother, you seem to be in remarkably good spirits these days, and your complexion has improved. Could it be that your health is on the mend? After a moment of silence, Yangshu smiled and nodded, stating, It appears so. I feel as though my meridians have become much more unblocked. Really, congratulations, brother. You will surely recover soon. Let us hope so, replied Yangshu, his tone suddenly becoming solemn. Xiaoqiao, how prepared are you? Do you feel confident? With unwavering confidence, Yangchao asserted, Of course. I share the same blood as you. Indeed, such ambition is commendable. Although Yangshu smiled, he harbored doubts about Yangchao's chances of victory, for his opponent was a master of substantial prowess, not to be trifled with. He gently patted Yangchao on the back, advising, Take it easy. Safety is paramount. If the situation becomes too overwhelming, do not hesitate to concede. Your cultivation level is lower than his, and losing does not bring shame. As for matters at home, you need not worry. Yangchao, momentarily taken aback, replied, Understood. Once Mother and Yezi are ready, we shall set off. Outside the Zhao family courtyard, in the martial arts arena, the sun shone brightly, and the area was gradually filling with spectators. Glancing around, one could see a crowd of 200 to 300 people, the fervor rivaling that of the Mid-Autumn Festival's preliminary examinations. It was evident that the members of the Zhao family had a keen interest in the duel between Yang Chao and Zhao Wuwei. After all, the two held unique statuses. One was the second young master of the Zhao family, ranked among the top 10 youths in Jiulong town, while the other was a remarkable newcomer who had astounded everyone by lifting a 300-pound bronze sword during the mid-autumn examinations. Moreover, this new face had once been overshadowed by a genius older brother, although most believed the outcome of the duel was a foregone conclusion. With Zhao Wuwei widely anticipated to emerge victorious, curiosity and the desire for spectacle compelled many to attend. Among the spectators were numerous descendants of the Zhao family, including collateral branches and outsiders, many of whom were cultivators themselves, some having already achieved minor success in their practices. Naturally, they would not miss this opportunity to learn and broaden their horizons. Yang Chao was evidently taken aback by the considerable response his duel with Zhao Wuwei had provoked. Not only were there hundreds gathered to watch, but he also spotted Zhao Chengqing's figure appearing in the pavilion. Apart from Zhao Chengqing, there were also Zhao Tai and Zhao Yujing, among others, seated in the pavilion observing the duel. Yang Chao was, of course, unaware that Zhao Chengqing's presence was solely due to Zhao Yujing. In the heart of Zhao Yujing, the esteemed young lady of the Zhao family, there was little hope for Yang Chao's victory. However, she fervently wished to avoid the scenario where Yang Chao's defeat in the duel would compel the Qin family to depart from the Zhao household. Above all, she did not want Yang Shu to be the one to leave. Thus, if Yang Chao were to lose, he would have to speak favorably of the Qin family before their grandfather, urging him to retain them. Hence, Zhao Chengqing's attendance at the duel was established. With the head of the family present, the onlookers naturally felt the weight of the duel increased, given the significance placed upon it by even the family patriarch. Some keen observers even noticed a familiar figure standing beside Yang Chao, igniting a flurry of discussion. "Look, Yang Shu has come. That fellow has secluded himself at home for an entire year, and now he finally shows his face. He appears to be in excellent spirits. Just look at how Yang Chao stands beside his brother like a mere blade of grass. That is to be expected." Yang Shu had already perfected his physique by the age of 15. How many can boast of such talent? Yet, one cannot dismiss Yang Chao's prowess. It is said he has also achieved a minor success in physique refinement and is not far behind. You are mistaken. There is a world of difference between minor and major success in physique refinement. Yang Chao's duel with Zhao Wuwei is akin to self-humiliation. Just wait and see. Yang Chao is bound to be unceremoniously defeated. Indeed, it seems Yang Chao may be somewhat overestimating his capabilities. The murmurs of the crowd reached the ears of the two brothers, yet both maintained a serene demeanor, unaffected by the idle gossip. In the pavilion, a figure clad in blue gracefully descended and made his way to the center of the training ground. Yang Chao cast a glance at Yang Shu, who nodded in affirmation, prompting Yang Chao to step onto the arena. Just before entering, Yang Shu could not help but impart a final piece of advice. "Little Chao, remember what I told you this morning?" "I remember, brother." Under the blazing sun, the two youths faced each other on the training ground. Zhao Wuwei, wearing a peculiar grin, confidently regarded Yang Chao and remarked, "Yang Chao, have you washed your face clean?" As he spoke, he mockingly slapped the air in front of his face. Yang Chao's expression remained composed and self-assured as he replied, "That is not for you to inquire. I shall not allow you to touch my face." "Is that so? I hope you won't be begging for mercy later. Regrettably, you shall not witness such a scene." "Haha, what an amusing little fellow," Zhao Wuwei chuckled. "I must say, your blend of overconfidence and earnestness is quite entertaining. Second young master, shall we commence?" "Well then, since you are so eager to return that slap, I shall oblige you." With that, Zhao Wuwei formed his fists and launched the first attack, executing a set of tiger roar fists aimed at Yang Chao. In response, Yang Chao unleashed the phantom palm, manifesting countless palm shadows before him, standing resolutely against Zhao Wuwei. Zhao Wuwei's punching power is exceedingly domineering. With each strike, the air around him reverberates with the sound of a tiger's roar, instilling a sense of fear in the onlookers and diminishing the suspense of this duel. Conversely, Yang Chao employs his phantom palm with remarkable finesse, as hundreds of palm shadows shift in harmony with his movements, erecting an imposing barrier that continuously neutralizes Zhao Wuwei's formidable strikes, preventing him from making contact. The initial clash between the two is a fierce stalemate, with neither party gaining the upper hand. Among the crowd, astonishment spreads as spectators fix their gaze upon the martial arena, exclaiming in disbelief. Who would have thought that Yang Chao could contend so evenly with Zhao Wuwei? However, Zhao Wuwei is not of the same mindset. He casually remarks that the warm-up has been sufficient, treating the duel as a mere exhibition of his prowess. He unleashes another technique. The one-star soul art, the mountain-shattering fist. As he does so, his demeanor transforms dramatically, exuding an aura akin to that of a towering mountain, instilling immense pressure upon Xianxia. This oppressive force is palpable not only to Xianxia, but also to the spectators, who find their breaths drawn short. Having attained mastery over his physical form, Zhao Wuwei has refined his body to its utmost potential. The Tiger Roar fist can no longer encapsulate the full extent of his strength. In contrast, the mountain-shattering fist allows him to unleash the entirety of his formidable power, resonating with a thunderous sound akin to distant thunderclaps, surpassing the ferocity of his previous technique. Amid the audience, many expressions darken as they ponder the severity of Zhao Wuwei's strikes, contemplating the potential consequences should Xianxia be struck. Certainly, it would lead to grievous injuries, confining him to a sickbed for a year or more. At the tender age of 15 or 16, which is the golden period for cultivation, such an ordeal could irreparably hinder his lifelong quest for mastery. Concern arises for Xianxia, a budding talent, fearing he may meet the same tragic fate as his brother, whose brilliance was extinguished too soon. Yet, in the face of Zhao Wuwei's mountainous pressure, Xianxia remains composed and unflustered, responding with poise. He utilizes his signature phantom palm, swiftly repositioning himself after each strike, seamlessly blending offense and defense to evade Zhao Wuwei's onslaught. Though Xianxia is a newcomer to cultivation, he is well read in literature such as the Chronicles of Emperor Jing's campaigns, understanding that triumph in battle is not merely a matter of brute force, but a synthesis of wisdom and strategy to vanquish one's adversary. For the moment, neither combatant gains a decisive advantage. In the pavilion, observing the duel, Zhao Chengsheng strokes his beard thoughtfully, remarking, "I never anticipated that this child, Xianxia, would prove to be such a talent, managing to hold his ground against Wu Wei for so long." Zhao Tong, Zhao Wuwei's father and the third son of Zhao Zhiqing, responds to his father's inquiry. It appears Xianxia has long concealed his capabilities, undoubtedly benefiting from Yang Shu's tutelage. However, he has yet to achieve complete mastery of his physical form, which makes him an unlikely match for Wu Wei. Indeed, Zhao Chengsheng remarked, he shares the same age as Wu Di, both merely 15. If he were to master the art of body refinement, wouldn't he, much like his brother, be a prodigy of soul techniques? My father is correct. Thus, I believe this duel lacks any suspense. Wu Di merely has yet to unleash his full potential. As Zhao Yujing listened to her grandfather and uncle's discourse, she refrained from interjecting, instead directing her gaze toward the elegant figure beside the training ground. Unbeknownst to her, a hint of concern had begun to manifest on her once serene visage. Chapter 018, A Breakthrough in Battle, Achieving Great Mastery. The sun blazed fiercely in the sky. On the battlefield, Xianxia and Zhao Wuwei were still locked in a fierce struggle. It was truly unexpected that the Phantom Palm, empowered by the Dragon Soul Seal, proved to be such a formidable opponent. Its speed had increased significantly. As they engaged in earnest combat, Zhao Wuwei realized that defeating Xianxia was far from the ease he had anticipated, particularly this opponent, who seemed to rely solely on the Phantom Palm for defense. Darting left and right, appeared to possess an inexhaustible reserve of stamina, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Unbeknownst to him, within Yangchao's abdomen, the liquid released from the melting golden core was continuously replenishing his energy and augmenting his strength. Yangchao's routine training had prepared him well, but this real combat against Zhao Wuwei was proving to be an even more effective form of training. Throughout the battle, bolstered by the golden core liquid, Yangchao's power was rapidly escalating. Zhao Wuwei's expression darkened as he pondered that prolonging the fight was detrimental to him. Even if he were to triumph, he would be the subject of ridicule for having to expend so much effort to subdue someone of lesser cultivation. Having come to this realization, Zhao Wuwei ceased to hold back, launching a far more aggressive offensive against Xianxia. "Xianxia, it is time for this to come to an end." With that declaration, Zhao Wuwei brought his index and middle fingers together, forming a sword with his hand, channeling all his strength into his fingertips. Xiao's eyes sparkled as he recognized the move. "This is the Divine Finger Sword. Indeed, you possess some discernment. This is the two-star soul technique, the Divine Finger Sword." Zhao Wuwei leaped off the ground, resembling a ferocious beast charging forward, and aimed his finger sword at Xiao's waist. Xiao smirked coldly and unleashed a strike with the Phantom Palm, engaging Zhao Wuwei directly. "You dare to clash the Phantom Palm with my Divine Finger Sword? truly seeking your own demise. However, just as Zhao Wuwei's words fell, he realized that Yang Chao's phantom palm was merely a feint. His true intent was to evade Zhao Wuwei's attack and alter his position. Once again employing the phantom palm for defense, Zhao Wuwei was at his wit's end. Yet this time, he was mistaken. Yang Chao's change in position was not for evasion, but for offense. Second young master, your divine finger sword lacks power. Allow me to demonstrate what a true divine finger sword is. Yang Chao's voice resonated from behind Zhao Wuwei. As Zhao Wuwei turned around, he found Yang Chao charging toward him, the finger sword aimed directly at his shoulder. A flicker of alarm crossed Zhao Wuwei's face. But as a master of great mastery, he swiftly retreated just in time to extend his own finger sword, adopting an offensive stance to counter Yang Chao's attack. Their finger swords clashed with a resounding impact. With a dull thud, the sound of bone colliding echoed in the air. To everyone's astonishment, it was not Yang Chao who lost his balance and staggered backward, but Zhao Wuwei. With a startled cry, Zhao Wuwei felt his arm go numb, and he toppled backward. You madman! You have even imbued the divine finger sword with the dragon's soul seal. Yang Chao disregarded him and seized this remarkable opportunity, relentlessly pursuing victory and defeating Zhao Wuwei. Onlookers were left in astonishment, unable to believe their own eyes. What was happening? Was Zhao Wuwei truly on the verge of defeat? A person who had achieved the pinnacle of body cultivation was being bested by Yang Chao. Zhao Wuwei cried out weakly, witnessing Yang Chao's relentless onslaught as he unleashed the phantom palm toward him, who was already staggering backward. Gritting his teeth with a look of grim determination, he abruptly yanked at his belt. Bang! 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 Suddenly, as Zhao Wuwei tore off his belt, a flurry of black orbs shot forth from his waist, darting in all directions. At that moment, Yang Chao was perilously close, with no chance to evade. He was struck by 3 black spheres and was sent flying over 10 meters, landing on the training ground. Xiao Chao! Qin Ling exclaimed, her voice rising in alarm. Had it not been for Yang Shu restraining her, she would have rushed onto the training ground. What a shameless act, resorting to hidden weapons. Yang Shu glared at Zhao Wuwei, his eyes glinting with menace. The crowd of spectators began to murmur, with some who had not witnessed the event believing Zhao Wuwei had employed soul techniques, while others who had seen it quietly condemned Zhao Wuwei's lack of honor. In the pavilion, Zhao Tong wore a grim expression, turning his head away. Zhao Qingqing's brows were furrowed tightly as he remarked, Wuwei's actions are unjust. Using hidden weapons only invites ridicule. Zhao Tong whispered he underestimated his opponent, fearing disgrace for the family should he lose, hence resorting to this underhanded tactic. Zhao Tong did not dare to argue with Zhao Chengqing, merely responding, Father is right. When he returns, I shall give him a lesson. I wonder what state he left Yang Chao in. If anything has happened to him, I shall be accountable to Qin Ling. Zhao Chengqing sighed. Zhao Wuwei pounded his chest, exclaiming, he devised such a sinister method to defeat me. I am merely repaying him in kind. No one paid heed to Zhao Wuwei's justifications. Every gaze was fixated on the fallen Yang Chao, concerned for his injuries and whether he could rise again. They did not have to wait long. Under the eager eyes of the crowd, the downed Yang Chao slowly rose to his feet, standing tall and straight. To everyone's astonishment, the resurrected Yang Chao bore no wounds. Not even a trace of fatigue. In fact, he appeared more vibrant than before. There was a palpable sensation among the onlookers that the Yang Chao who stood again was utterly transformed from the one who had fallen. This distinction was not merely in appearance, but in his very aura and presence. Yang Chao seemed to have undergone a complete metamorphosis. At that moment, gasps of astonishment erupted from the pavilion. A transformation, an extraordinary change in demeanor, the pinnacle of body cultivation achieved. Zhao Tong abruptly rose from his seat, staring blankly at the training ground, exclaiming in disbelief, how is this possible? He has actually reached the pinnacle of body cultivation. Zhao Chengqing's teacup trembled in his hands, his voice filled with wonder and an indescribable joy as he remarked, this child, in the heat of battle, has unlocked his potential and broken through. It appears he was already at the 6th level of body cultivation before stepping onto the field. No wonder he dared to accept Wuwei's challenge. He is merely 15 years old, yet he has achieved the pinnacle of body refinement, just like his brother, truly a prodigy in soul techniques. Indeed, Zhao Tai also rose, exclaiming with astonishment, Wu Ji is already remarkable, having attained this level at 16. What kind of bloodline does the Yang family possess that both brothers are so exceptional? Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable, Zhao Chengqing lamented. Meanwhile, Yang Shu's face revealed an expression of incredulity. Subsequently, he smiled faintly, a blend of reproach and joy in his tone. You little rascal, concealing your true strength before me. You've already reached the 6th level of body refinement, haven't you? Yang Shu rested his hand on Qin Ling's shoulder, feeling her body tremble incessantly, tears welling in his eyes. He understood that this was a mother-s pride. Among the crowd, there were those with keen eyes who gradually began to notice Yang Chao's transformation, and gasps of astonishment erupted in waves. Heavens! Yang Chao has also reached the pinnacle of body refinement. After the initial commotion, a profound silence enveloped the scene, as everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on the two figures in the training arena. More precisely, they were focused on one individual, the newly emerged master of body refinement. The newly anointed master slowly lifted his head, sharp light emanating from his eyes. Second young master, your actions are rather despicable. But did you really think I would not break through at this moment? Yang Chao declared solemnly. Zhao Wuwei, taken aback, found himself unable to retreat. Veins bulged on his forehead, his anger palpable, as he unleashed the divine finger sword, charging at Yang Chao with a loud proclamation. So what if you have reached the pinnacle of body refinement? You cannot defeat me. Yang Chao transformed his finger into a sword, facing Zhao Wuwei's onslaught with a cold smile, remaining utterly still. Just as Zhao Wuwei approached and attacked with his finger sword, Yang Chao retaliated with precision, declaring, I have already told you, your divine finger sword pales in comparison to mine. With that, their finger swords collided once more. This time, Yang Chao's divine finger sword, empowered by the dragon soul seal and wielded by a master of body refinement, had its might increased manifold. With a resounding crack, the sound of bone fracturing echoed. Zhao Wuwei's experience transcended mere numbness in his arms. It felt as though an immense force had surged through his fingers into his body, forcefully propelling him backward. Ah! Zhao Wuwei cried out in agony, ultimately tumbling out of the training arena like a discarded tile. The victor had been decided. The crowd, initially poised for astonishment, had shifted their perceptions, as upon witnessing Yang Chao's breakthrough in the training arena, they had already overturned their previous judgments, believing victory belonged to Yang Chao. When Yang Chao was at the 6th level of body refinement, he had nearly bested Zhao Wuwei. Now, having reached the 7th level, it would be astonishing indeed if he failed to defeat Zhao Wuwei. In an instant, the crowd regarded Yang Chao with newfound respect. The glances directed at him transformed, becoming infused with curiosity, bewilderment, and even reverence. The sensation was reminiscent of the time he gazed upon the poplar trees, a mere 15-year-old boy, evoking a sense of awe in others. The impact on Zhao Wuwei was profound, and with his fall from the martial arts arena, he was destined to suffer grievous injuries. Onlookers turned their attention to the shadowy figure, and upon recognition, a tremor coursed through their hearts. At that moment, Yang Chao discerned that the dark silhouette belonged to a young swordsman adorned with a long sword slung across his waist, accompanied by two shorter blades secured at his back. His facial features were sharply defined, and his eyes sparkled with an intimidating brilliance, as keen as a blade's edge. The intense and earnest expression he bore indicated a rigorous disposition towards both himself and others. Zhao Wuwei, the voice echoing from beside the martial arts arena, revealed his identity to Yang Chao. He was the eldest grandson of the Zhao family, Zhao Chengcheng, known as Zhao Wuwei. The foremost figure among the younger generation of the Zhao clan, Zhao Wuwei, was reputed to have reached the 9th level of body refinement, a prodigious talent in soul techniques. Second to none in Jiolong Town, here stood this illustrious individual, adorned with countless accolades, silently observing Yang Chao. Zhao Wuwei's gaze was not overtly fierce, yet it carried an undeniable severity. When he spoke, his voice resonated with a masculine timbre, far from that of a typical youth. Yang Chao, your strikes are excessively ruthless. First, you assaulted my younger sister, and now you have harmed my second brother. Do you presume there is no one in the Zhao family to stand against you? Yang Chao offered a respectful salute, responding, Young master, the second young master showed no restraint towards me. I merely acted in self-defense. Before Yang Chao could finish, Zhao Wuwei transformed his finger into a sword, abruptly pointing towards Yang Chao, declaring, I shall fight you. As he uttered these words, a surge of sword energy erupted from his fingertips, hurtling towards Yang Chao with a piercing shriek. It was indeed a manifestation of the soul technique, Divine Finger Sword. However, unlike others, Zhao Wuwei's version could launch a remote attack, for he had harnessed his soul power. The speed of the sword energy was astonishing. Reaching Yang Chao in the blink of an eye, there was no escape. Whoosh! An identical wave of sword energy soared in from outside the martial arts arena, colliding with Zhao Wuwei's attack. Then, a graceful figure leaped onto the arena, slowly advancing towards Yang Chao, addressing Zhao Wuwei, Zhao Wui. What skill is there in bullying the younger generation? If you wish to fight, then let it be me who engages you. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. For the figure that approached was none other than Yang Shu. In the pavilion, everyone, including Zhao Chengcheng, rose to their feet in astonishment. Zhao Chengcheng's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly shouting, Yang Shu. He has recovered. Chapter 19. The Soul Technique Prodigy and the Innate Swordsman. A brief moment of silence was shattered by a cacophony of cheers from the audience. Upon witnessing Yang Shu effortlessly neutralizing Zhao Wuji's assault with his divine sword technique, even the composed and steadfast head of the Zhao family, Zhao Chengcheng, rose from his seat in astonishment. The audience was left in utter disbelief. Yang Shu had miraculously recovered. Had the fallen genius risen from the ashes? Truly remarkable. With the younger brother blossoming into a prodigy of soul techniques, and the elder brother's ailments vanishing, what a splendid twist of fate for the siblings. The crowd buzzed with excited chatter, their expressions rich with emotion as they gazed towards the martial arts arena. Beside Yang Yi, Qin Ling found herself encircled by a throng of colleagues from the laundry room, who were now fervently ingratiating themselves with her. Those who had previously maintained a distance now sought to forge connections. Qin Ling, I have always sensed that you were destined for greatness. How fortunate you are. With your eldest son restored to health and once again a genius of soul techniques. Your younger son is equally impressive, not to be outdone by his brother. You truly are blessed to have such outstanding children. Goodness prevails for those with kind hearts. Why can't I be blessed with such wonderful sons? Qin Ling, allow me to touch your hand and share in your fortune. The strong-willed Tong matron, known for her fortitude in the laundry room, felt the atmosphere shift and, sensing discomfort among the women, blushed and discreetly retreated. At that moment, she leaned closer to Qin Ling, whispering, Sister Qin, one who has wandered in darkness for too long will eventually find the light. Your sunshine has arrived, cherish it and embrace a joyful life. Tears welled up in Qin Ling's eyes, crystalline droplets cascading down her cheeks. Unable to discern whether she was moved by the Tong matron's sincerity or overwhelmed with joy at Yang Shu's recovery, she nodded, speechless. The Tong matron playfully nudged Qin Ling, exclaiming, Why weep over such joyous news? Ah, ha ha. She laughed heartily, embodying the spirit of a rugged warrior. Meanwhile, in the martial arts arena, the confrontation had evolved from a duel of 2 to a standoff of 4. Yang Shu and Zhao Wuji exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a complex mix of emotions, each recognizing the other as a formidable rival. Very well, Zhao Wuji declared sternly, I am genuinely pleased to see you restored, Yang Shu. Losing you as an opponent was a significant disappointment for me. Standing confidently, hands clasped behind his back, Yang Shu's long robes billowed in the wind, exuding charisma. The scar on his cheek glimmered in the sunlight, enhancing rather than detracting from his imposing presence, adding an air of valor to his charm. Zhao Yujing, observing from the pavilion, gazed at Yang Shu with a look of adoration. Yang Shu replied coolly, Now that I have recovered, defeating you again would only deepen your despondency. Zhao Wuji placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, a smirk playing on his lips. You remain as audacious as ever. Yang Shu turned to his younger brother, saying, Little grass, stand aside for a moment. I wish to spar with him. Yes, brother. As Yang Shu's recovery unfolded, Yang Chao was overwhelmed with exhilaration. A thrill that eclipsed even the elevation of his own cultivation. Stepping aside, he watched his brother, brimming with confidence. A mix of unexpressed joy and accomplishment washed over him. Brother, I have finally healed you. Zhao Wuji, adorned in a flowing black robe, bore 2 swords strapped to his back and a third slung at his waist, fully embodying the guise of a swordsman. Amongst the younger generation of the Zhao family, he would undoubtedly appear out of place. With a firm grip on his sword hilt, he exuded an air of deadly intent, declaring, Yang Shu, choose your weapon. In this training ground, you may select anything you desire. I shall wield my sword in our duel. Whether confronting you alone or facing many, I shall not take advantage of you. A subtle current of ethereal energy emanated from Yang Shu's hand, cascading towards the branches. Grasping one, he gestured a few times before nodding in satisfaction. This one will suffice. He infused his soul power into the branch, enhancing its resilience. This mastery over soul energy, executed with grace and precision, indicated he had reached the 9th layer of body sculpting. Zhao Wuji, sharp-eyed, narrowed his gaze. No wonder you are so audacious. You indeed possess the merit to be so. This is fortuitous. I too am at the 9th layer, ensuring that neither of us holds an advantage in realm. Let us engage in a fair and exhilarating battle. At this revelation, onlookers gasped in astonishment. They had initially believed Yang Shu's recovery merely restored him to the 8th layer of body sculpting. But now they realized he had ascended to the 9th layer. What a genius, many whispered in hushed tones. Clang. With the declaration of battle, Zhao Wuji unsheathed his sword, dashing towards Yang Shu in the blink of an eye, the blade aimed directly at Yang Shu's throat. Crack. The branch met the sword's edge, producing a crisp sound akin to the shattering of soul power. Undeterred by the failed strike, Zhao Wuji unleashed a flurry of attacks. Each thrust, appearing casual, was imbued with ferocity, the blade relentlessly targeting Yang Shu's vitals, executed with breathtaking speed and precision. Yang Chao watched in trepidation, contemplating that if he were in Yang Shu's place, he would likely falter against Zhao Wuji's onslaught. Had Yang Shu not recovered today, he surely would have been at a disadvantage. Yet, Yang Shu remained composed, eschewing elaborate techniques. Each time Zhao Wuji's sword advanced, he simply deflected it with his branch. As Zhao Wuji's speed increased, so too did Yang Shu's responsiveness. Where Zhao Wuji's strikes were accurate, Yang Shu countered with equal precision. While it could not be classified as swordsmanship, he effortlessly neutralized Zhao Wuji's aggression. In contrast to Zhao Wuwei, Zhao Wuji exhibited remarkable calmness, his expression unwavering and his inner peace undisturbed by the ebb and flow of battle. Gripping his sword with both hands, he conjured a flourish on his left side, emanating an aura that stirred the air, each strike, be it a thrust, a slash, or a feint, creating a symphony of whistling winds. The thunderclap, 13 swords. Yang Shu tightened his grip on the branch, gazing intently at Zhao Wuji. Indeed, let us see if you can still parry with a branch. The thunderclap, 13 swords. Zhao Wuji's signature technique was not a soul art but pure swordsmanship, reputedly learned from a master rather than being a family inheritance. At the age of 16, after perfecting his physique, he utilized this sword technique to challenge all renowned swordsmen in Sioux City and its surroundings, ultimately vanquishing every opponent. He was a natural swordsman, basking in the glory of his fame. His name, Wu Ji, the unrivaled swordsman, often on the lips of many, discussed fervently over tea and meals. The technique he now employed against Yang Shu was none other than the thunderous 13 swords. Although Yang Shu was audacious, his bravado was rooted in confidence rather than arrogance. As the thunderous 13 swords were unleashed, he realized that his previous tactics were futile, and he quickly retreated several steps, brandishing branches and creating a flurry around himself. Suddenly, Yang Shu's figure took on a remarkable quality. As he moved, the branches in his hands danced. With each motion, numerous phantoms emerged from behind him, trailing behind in elongated wisps. Abruptly, he pivoted, altering his position, and the phantoms intertwined and overlapped, creating a dazzlingly dreamlike spectacle. Phantom swords. To Zhao Wuji's eyes, despite Yang Shu's apparent proximity, the layers of phantoms, numbering in the dozens, were in constant motion, rendering his target indistinct and complicating his strikes. He understood that if his sword frequently met only air, Yang Shu would seize the opportunity to exploit his weaknesses and retaliate. In the pavilion, Zhao Chuncheng stood, seemingly speaking to himself, yet addressing those beside him. What a remarkable Yang Shu! Transforming the 2-star soul technique Phantom Palm into Phantom Sword. This soul technique is indeed the perfect counter to Wu Ji's thunderous 13 swords. Clever, truly clever. Hearing their patriarch's praise for Yang Shu, several sons in the pavilion nodded in agreement. Zhao Wuji, however, was undeterred. As he unleashed the thunderous 13 swords, a formidable aura descended like lightning from the heavens, determined to obliterate every one of Yang Shu's phantoms. With resolute intent, Zhao Wuji's gaze sharpened, his arm quaking as the sword thrust forward. The first sword, the second sword, the third sword. Each of the 3 strikes met Yang Shu's phantoms, barely grazing his corporeal form. The 4th sword, the 5th sword, the 6th sword. Yang Shu found himself unable to evade, using the branch to defend, his entire soul force surging in response. The 7th sword, the 8th sword, by the 9th sword. Yang Shu could no longer withstand the onslaught. He channeled a surge of soul force into the branch, hurling it fiercely towards Zhao Wuji. This interruption of Zhao Wuji's assault allowed Yang Shu to swiftly transform his hands into fingers resembling swords, launching a dual-pronged attack towards Zhao Wuji. Divine Finger Sword. Instantly, 2 streams of sword energy shot from Yang Shu's fingertips, aimed at Zhao Wuji's shoulders. Bang! Bang! Zhao Wuji crossed his sword before him, intercepting the sword energy, but Yang Shu had already closed the distance, executing a sequence of phantom palms against Zhao Wuji's blade. Crack! Zhao Wuji staggered back, aware that Yang Shu's counterattack was not yet finished. The use of the phantom palm was merely a prelude to the next offensive. Without even glancing at Xianxia, who had shifted his position, he closed his eyes and heightened his hearing, relying solely on sound to discern Xianxia's whereabouts. His eyes suddenly widened as he discerned Xianxia's presence behind him. Instantly, he reversed his grip on the sword and thrust it backward from under his arm. Without even turning his body, the 10th strike was unleashed. Simultaneously, Xianxia's divine finger sword aimed rapidly towards Zhao Wuji's nape. In a flash of lightning, Zhao Wuji's sword collided directly with Xianxia's finger. The impact produced a resounding crack. The soul force was violently compressed and erupted, sending Zhao Wuji tumbling to the ground, while Xianxia was also violently propelled backward, falling in a parabolic arc onto the arena. Both combatants were knocked down, and neither could claim superiority. Unbeknownst to them, the audience had fallen into a prolonged silence, each person holding their breath, captivated by the duel of these two prodigies. Soon, the excitement escalated. The fallen duo swiftly regained their footing. Despite exerting their utmost, neither harbored any intent to kill, thus escaping severe internal injuries, only experiencing minor disorientation. Exhilarating. You have withstood my 10 strikes, and there are still 3 more to come. Zhao Wuji, emboldened by the battle, transformed his stern expression into one of exhilaration. Gazing at Xianxia with the fervor of a hunter eyeing its prey, Xianxia replied resolutely, "I will accompany you to the end." Suddenly, a chair flew out from the pavilion, crashing between Xianxia and Zhao Wuji, shattering into pieces. Concurrently, a commanding voice echoed from the pavilion. "Cease at once. This ends here. You both shall accompany me to the Qingfeng Hall." Lastly, he added, "Qin Ling, your entire family must come as well." Xianxia and Zhao Wuji had no choice but to halt their clash, for the voice belonged to Zhao Chengqing. Chapter 20, Mother said, "One must possess integrity." In the Zhao residence, within the Clear Wind Hall, which is situated at the juncture of the inner and outer courtyards, the direct descendants of the Zhao family can access the Clear Wind Hall directly from the outer courtyard, and then enter the inner courtyard through a side door of the hall. This is where Zhao Chengqing receives guests and discusses matters with his sons. Summoning the Qinling family suggests that Zhao Chengqing has significant decisions to make. The Clear Wind Hall faces south, with a grand tiger-headed chair at the northern end, adorned with a cooling mat crafted from agate and jade. 2 slightly smaller rows of chairs are arranged in front. Zhao Chengqing, seated upon the tiger-headed chair, exudes an air of authority as the head of the family. When the 4 members of the Qinling family, accompanied by their monkey, Xiaolong, enter the hall, Zhao Chengqing and his 3 sons, Zhao Yin, Zhao Tong, and Zhao Tai, were already seated. The younger generation, including Zhao Wuji and Zhao Yujing, stood respectfully behind their elders. A circle of servants leaned against the walls, among them Qiu Er, who felt uneasy, uncertain whether Yang Chao would cling to the wager and lead to his expulsion from the Zhao family. Standing centrally in the hall, Qinling and his children bowed in reverence to the family patriarch, Zhao Chengqing. Unlike the Lu family, where servants kneel before their master, the Zhao family does not observe such a custom. This signifies Zhao Chengqing's self-assured nature. He does not require the act of subjugation to bolster his authority or confidence. Dressed in a light, colorful robe with a grand crimson cape draped over his shoulders, his sparse white hair framed his face, with a delicate crown adorning his forehead, featuring a dancing crane that cleverly concealed his balding scalp, an intentional disguise. At this moment, aside from the injured Zhao Wei, all direct descendants of the Zhao family were present in the Clear Wind Hall. Yet, amidst them, Zhao Chengqing stood out conspicuously, his flamboyant attire surpassing even that of his granddaughter, Zhao Yoxin. "Little Chao, this grandfather truly loves beauty," Yang Yi whispered, tugging at Yang Chao's sleeve. Despite her soft voice, Zhao Chengqing and his 3 sons caught her words. Zhao Chengqing could not help but smile. Just as he pondered how to initiate the conversation, Yang Yi had already spoken. Following her lead, he inquired, "Little sister, what is your name?" Yang Yi appeared somewhat anxious, grasping Yang Chao's hand as she replied, "I am Yang Yi." "Yi as in leaf." Zhao Chengqing then asked, "You say I love beauty. Tell me honestly, am I handsome?" Upon hearing this, the Qinling family remained composed, but the Zhao family members stiffened, and the servants bowed their heads, creating a noticeably tense atmosphere. The servants of Qinling may not be aware, but the Zhao family understood well. Zhao Chengqing's greatest flaw, or rather his defining trait, is his vanity. Despite being over 60 and having a head full of white hair, his desire for beauty flows ceaselessly like an unstoppable river. In his presence, the distinction between truth and falsehood pales in significance. What matters most is the affirmation of his beauty. Failure to do so would swiftly transform this seemingly genial old man into a figure of wrath. Zhao Tai's sons felt a wave of apprehension at the prospect of Yang Ye's forthcoming words, believing that a mere child, devoid of guile, would surely speak the truth. While honesty is indeed commendable, the dilemma lay in the fact that although Zhao Chengcheng was adorned in splendid attire, her beauty had undeniably waned over time. Should this truth be revealed, Zhao Chengcheng would undoubtedly direct her ire towards the entire Qin family. However, Zhao Yoxin and Qiu Er exchanged furtive smiles. Their spirits lifted as they regarded Yang Yi with newfound hope, perceiving this as a potential turning point. Yang Yi extended her delicate finger to her brow, scrutinizing Zhao Chengcheng with intent, before breaking into a gentle smile and declaring, "You are the most beautiful grandpa I have ever seen." Zhao Chengcheng leaned forward, her eyes widening in disbelief as she queried, "Really? Are you speaking the truth?" "Absolutely." Yang Yi puffed out her cheeks and replied earnestly, "My mother taught me that children must not lie, or else they will grow up to become wicked people." Zhao Chengcheng beamed with satisfaction, exclaiming, "What a clever child. To be honest, I was even more beautiful in my youth." Yang Yi shook her head, asserting, "Not necessarily. I believe you grow more beautiful with age." Zhao Chengcheng was thoroughly moved, disregarding all decorum as she stood up excitedly, approached Yang Yi, and embraced her, showering her with affectionate kisses before gently setting her down. With tender affection, she patted Yang Ye's little head and turned to Qin Ling, saying, "Haha, what a delightful child you have raised." "Qin Ling, my fourth son's judgment has proven wise. You are indeed an extraordinary woman, and your offspring are equally remarkable." Zhao Tai murmured from the sidelines, "Father, if you adore beauty, then indulge yourself. Why drag me into this?" Qin Ling bowed to Zhao Chengcheng, modestly replying, "The children are simply perceptive." "Indeed," Zhao Chengcheng nodded, his gaze lingering on Yang Chao and Yang Shu, remarking, "Yang Shu, Yang Chao, you two are quite the extraordinary siblings." He reached out, resting a hand on Yang Shu's shoulder, his expression reflecting a mix of emotions as he inquired, "Yang Shu, when did you recover? Why did you not come to find me?" Yang Shu replied coolly, "Old man, you know me. I do not enjoy seeking out others." Once Zhao Chengcheng's decision was made known, a palpable relief washed over the chamber. Zhao Tai, Zhao Yujing, and Zhao Wudi expressed their joy, while Zhao Tong, Zhao Yoxin, and Qiu Er appeared ashen. Yet, regardless of their feelings, none dared oppose Zhao Chengcheng's verdict. Despite his playful demeanor, Zhao Chengcheng commanded a presence that none of his descendants would dare challenge. As they moved toward the inner courtyard, before Qin Ling and Yang Shu could respond, Yang Chao suddenly let out a cold laugh. Entering the inner sanctum, his previous goal of ensuring a comfortable life for his mother had now been realized. Yet he felt no thrill of excitement. He yearned for entry into the Zhao family's inner courtyard, desiring for his mother to be served rather than to serve others. Yet, as this aspiration drew near to fulfillment, he sensed a twinge of sorrow. Was it truly so significant to gain entry into the inner courtyard? Qin Ling admonished gently, "Xiao Chao, do not be disrespectful." Zhao Chengcheng pressed his hand down, signaling Qin Ling not to reprimand, and stepped forward to Yang Chao, gently inquiring, "Yang Chao, why do you wear that cold smile?" Yang Chao lifted his head, meeting Zhao Chengcheng's gaze, and retorted, "Master, may I speak the truth?" Zhao Chengcheng replied, "What I wish to hear is indeed the truth. Did not your mother teach you that children must not lie?" Despite Yang Chao's evident talent in Zhao Chengcheng's eyes, he remained merely a child of 15. Thus, even though Yang Chao's potential was manifest, it was still Yang Shu whom he prioritized. "Very well." Yang Chao bowed his head slightly, then raised it once more, stating, "I do not wish to enter the inner courtyard." At this declaration, the expressions of those in the hall were momentarily stunned. Although Jiolong Town was small, the Zhao and Lu families wielded considerable power, owning numerous shops in the town and vast tracts of farmland in the surrounding villages. The outer courtyard housed hundreds of servants, and for one to enter the inner courtyard as a servant would elevate their status significantly in the eyes of those in the outer courtyard. Moreover, members of the Zhao family would assign individuals from the inner courtyard to manage various enterprises, effectively placing them in positions of authority with substantial benefits. For aspiring soul practitioners like Yang Chao and Yang Shu, entering the inner courtyard would unlock Zhao Chengcheng's repository of soul techniques and medicinal supplies, alleviating concerns over training resources and accelerating their cultivation journey. Such a rare opportunity was coveted by many outer courtyard servants. Yet Yang Chao audaciously declared his disinterest. Unmoved by the reactions around him, including the astonishment of Qiu Er, Zhao Chengcheng, though momentarily taken aback, ultimately regarded Xianxia as a mere child, either throwing a tantrum or lacking understanding, and calmly inquired, "Why do you not wish to enter?" Before the imposing figure of the family patriarch, Xianxia exhibited no trepidation and articulated, "A year ago, my brother was deemed a genius by you, and our family was welcomed into the inner courtyard. However, mere days later, we were expelled, and I do not wish to endure that again." Zhao Chenqing chuckled, reassuring, "That will not happen this time. Your brother has recovered, and your talent is no less than his. You both are geniuses of soul techniques, and I will nurture you as if you were my own grandsons. I will never cast you out of the inner courtyard." Xianxia smiled faintly, responding, "In good times, one is welcomed. In bad times, one is cast aside. Though my mother is a servant and my brother and I are but the sons of servants, our mother has instilled in us the importance of integrity. My brother and I are not mere puppets to be manipulated." Xiao's words were shocking, causing Zhao Chengqing's expression to change, and Zhao Tong, who had been seated, abruptly rose. Stepping forth from behind Zhao Chengqing, he admonished sharply, "Xianxia, you are exceedingly disrespectful to speak thus to my father." Xianxia retorted, "I speak the truth. Before I spoke, I sought permission from the master, and he allowed me to express the truth." As Zhao Tong stepped aside, Zhao Yoshin emerged, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at Xianxia. "You insufferable wretch! Do you have any idea of your place? What do you take the Zhao family for? My grandfather graciously welcomed you into our inner courtyard, and yet you show such ingratitude. Grandfather, why not simply expel them all?" "No need for that," Xianxia replied calmly, a serene smile gracing his lips in the face of their wrath. "I have made up my mind. We shall leave of our own accord. I have attained a significant level of mastery, and my brother's ailment has been cured. Do you think that as brothers, we would struggle to find sustenance once we depart from the Zhao family? Not only in Jilong town, but even in Su City, we could sustain ourselves." With that, Xianxia turned to Yangshu and asked, "What do you think, brother?" Yangshu crossed his arms and, with a bold laugh, responded, "Your idea is splendid. I have no objections." Chapter 021 The Last Supper. Xiao rarely witnessed such a smile from Yangshu. It seemed his elder brother was genuinely moved by his own convictions. After all, Yangshu was 2 years Xiao's senior and possessed a greater understanding of the complexities of human relationships. He noticed Zhao Chengqing's unsightly expression and, fearing that the old man might act impulsively, spoke in a congenial tone, "Old man, though my brother is still young, he possesses a far-reaching perspective. While you have welcomed us into the inner courtyard, we are, after all, outsiders. Moreover, after these days of conflict, Xiao has already offended Zhao Yoshin and Zhao Wuwei, and has even crossed you in third master. Consider this. Will he truly find peace within the Zhao family? At his tender age, he is ill-equipped to withstand your descendants' retribution." "You insolent brat, cease your nonsense." Zhao Chengqing glared at Yangshu and retorted, "Are my descendants so petty?" He then turned to glance at Zhao Wui behind him, continuing, "Have you not and Wui exchanged blows upon every encounter? Has he ever spoken ill of you in my presence?" Yangshu smiled and replied, "Zhao Wui is a man of honor, but that does not imply that all your grandchildren share the same quality." From a distance, Zhao Wui coldly interjected, "Yangshu, should you choose to leave, I shall not detain you. However, I assure you, wherever you go, I will find you and defeat you. You may have endured 10 of my thunderous 13 swords, but the final 3 will be beyond your capability to withstand." Yangshu raised his chin defiantly towards Zhao Wui and declared, "I await your challenge." "All right, brother, let us depart," urged Xiao, playfully nudging the little dragon on his shoulder. He then bowed to Zhao Chengqing, leading Yang Yi ahead. "Old man, farewell." Yangshu also bowed in farewell, casting a glance at Zhao Yujing behind Zhao In before departing. As the children turned to leave, only Qin Ling remained. At that moment, Zhao Chengqing adopted a stern demeanor and addressed Qin Ling. "What is your opinion on this matter, as their mother?" In that instant, the feebleness on Qin Ling's face vanished, replaced by a sense of pride. "I have always believed that among the 2 brothers, only Yangshu has truly grown into a great tree capable of supporting our family. Yangqiao, however, was a child who knew nothing of dignity. Yet today, I have realized that he understands now. He knows what it means to have dignity. Therefore, I shall trust the children. I believe in them. Although they have grown up in the Zhao family, they will surely not starve once they leave." Upon concluding her words, Qin Ling bowed to Zhao Chengqing, leaving him standing there in stunned silence. "Damn it!" Zhao Tong exclaimed loudly. "This family is utterly unappreciative." He leaned closer to Zhao Chengqing, a malicious glint passing through his eyes as he ominously remarked, "Father, these two brothers are prodigies of soul arts. Once they leave the Zhao family, we cannot rule out the possibility of them seeking refuge with the Liu family. At that point, we will be in trouble. Instead, we should absolutely not." Zhao Tai suddenly rose from his chair, speaking with fervor. "When did our Zhao family become so treacherous and cruel? They are but children. How can we commit such a disgraceful act?" Zhao Tong possessed a rugged appearance, his stout figure adorned with numerous scars from blade wounds on his face and exposed arms, presenting an image of a fearsome brute. Upon hearing Zhao Tai's dissent, his fury intensified, and he bellowed, "Fourth brother, what do you mean by our becoming treacherous and brutal? Have you not taken lives yourself? It seems you are merely speaking on behalf of that Qin Ling, showing no discernment between public and private matters." Dressed in a snug green outfit, Zhao Tai bore a dark complexion and had narrow, elongated eyes. In the presence of Zhao Tong, he appeared considerably diminutive yet exhibited no fear, responding with a cold smirk, "Isn't it the same for you, third brother? Your desire to slay them is merely to avenge Wu Wei, is it not? This is merely a children's contest. Must we adults resort to bloodshed? Wu Wei is, after all, a fine child, possessing a character akin to Wu Ji, only led astray by your influence." Zhao Tong, utterly enraged, swung his fist towards Zhao Tai, roaring, "What did you say? Who have I led astray?" The quarrel among the elder Zhao family members rendered the younger generation entirely voiceless, too intimidated to interject, silently observing from the sidelines. Suddenly, a mighty hand struck, pushing Zhao Tong back. The assailant was not Zhao Changcheng, but a middle-aged man clad in gray. This man, with a dignified countenance and a squared jaw, bore a serious expression. He was Zhao Yujing and Zhao Yoxin's father, the second eldest of the Zhao clan, Zhaoyin. Following the passing of the clan's eldest, he had effectively become Zhao Chengqing's successor, taking upon himself the majority of family responsibilities and considerations. Upon witnessing Zhao Yin's intervention, Zhao Tong subdued his agitation, calling out, "Second brother." "Enough of this," Zhao Yin replied with a calm demeanor, then turned toward Zhao Chengqing, speaking in a measured tone, "Father, we cannot treat the young brothers with scalding fire, but rather with gentle heat. Qin Ling has been with our Zhao family for many years, yet her background remains unknown to us. Given her temperament and demeanor, it is likely that her lineage is quite profound. Moreover, observing the talents of Yang Shu and Yang Chao, they are not only among the finest in Jiulong town, but stand out even among the prominent families of Su City. Their lineage must surely be exceptional." Zhao Chengqing nodded, clearly placing his utmost trust in the son, inquiring, "What do you suggest?" Zhao Yin replied, "Father, please bear with it for a moment." Zhao Chengqing understood, pondering for a while before turning to Zhao Yujing, his gaze resting upon her face as he asked, "Yujing, you have an engagement with Yang Shu. Tell your grandfather honestly, do you wish to marry him?" Faced with such a direct inquiry from Zhao Chengqing before the assembly, Zhao Yujing's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head, biting her lip, her hands tightly gripping her bamboo flute. After a prolonged silence, she finally nodded slowly, saying, "I do." Zhao Chengqing approached Zhao Yujing, embracing her gently, and asked once more, "Are you truly willing?" Having already quelled her shyness, Zhao Yujing responded, "I am willing, for I have affection for him. As for leaving, it was not an immediate departure. The family had belongings to gather, and Qin Ling still needed to settle accounts with the Zhao family, requiring at least a couple more days at the residence. The hardships and disappointments once endured, the pain and despair of being forsaken by a man, now seemed but a distant memory. Indeed, time, like water, has the power to wash away all things, to soften every sorrow. Mother, let me and brother take care of you from now on, and ensure you live a good life." Sensing her mother's emotions, Yang Chao embraced Qin Ling tightly. Upon hearing her son's words, all of Qin Ling's feelings transformed into gratitude and comfort. Indeed, her son had grown capable. What was there for her to worry about? After being abandoned by a man, she had once contemplated ending her life. But was it not for her son that she persevered? Her existence was solely for him. Now, everything was well. Her son had matured, become sensible, and achieved success, fulfilling the responsibilities of a mother. Qin Ling extended her hand to caress Yang Chao's face, tears welling in her eyes as her voice trembled slightly. "Little Chao, you have grown up, just like your brother, into a towering tree." "Yes, mother." Yang Shu also approached, wrapping his arms around both his mother and Yang Chao, softly stating, "From now on, our family will thrive together. No matter where we are, we shall always be together." Qin Ling nodded excitedly. "And me?" Yang Yi rushed over, leaping into Qinling's embrace, proclaiming, "I'm here too, mother. I will always be with you." "Indeed, indeed, our little princess." Qinling affectionately ruffled Yang Ye's hair. Cici the little dragon sprang from the ground, landing on Yang Ye's shoulder for support before settling on Qinling's shoulder, hissing animatedly. Its expressive demeanor seemed to convey, and me. Oh dear, how could we forget our little dragon? Yes, Cici, you are also my child. We shall never be apart." Two streams of warm tears finally flowed from Qinling's eyes. Not all tears were born of sorrow, some were tears of profound emotion. That night, Qinling prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate their final evening at the Zhao residence. The dinner included not only Qinling's family, but also her dear friend, Madame Tong. However, being in the company of Yang Chao and Yang Yi, Madame Tong's speech became considerably more restrained. Yet, there were still moments when she inadvertently let slip a few words, adding a touch of amusement to the gathering. Shortly after Madame Tong's departure, an elderly gentleman arrived at the courtyard. Bathed in moonlight, upon recognizing the elder's visage, Qinling was taken aback and hurriedly rose from her chair to greet him. "Master of the house, what brings you here?" Zhao Chengcheng smiled warmly. "May I come in for a moment?" "Of course. This is your home." Zhao Chengcheng entered, glancing at the table that had yet to be cleared, and naturally seated himself in Qinling's chair, casting a look at Yang Shu and the others before saying, "It seems you have truly decided to leave. Is this the final dinner?" Qinling lowered her head, a woman of understanding. Over the past 15 years, Zhao Chengcheng had indeed treated her quite well. The thought of parting with her two brilliant sons weighed heavily on her heart, and she felt a pang of regret for Zhao Chengcheng. "Master, my sons have grown and formed their own thoughts. As their mother, I am gradually aging and can only rely on them now." Zhao Chengcheng nodded, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. He let out a long sigh, then stood up and bowed deeply to Qinling. Qinling was taken aback, exclaiming, "Master, what are you doing?" Zhao Chengcheng remarked, "My decision that year was somewhat abrupt, and for that, you have suffered. Even if you choose to leave now, I must extend my apologies. It is nothing." Qinling waved his hand and replied, "Master, you have devoted considerable effort to managing this large household. Every penny and grain of rice is hard-earned. When Yang Shu fell ill and lost his cultivation, he could no longer assist the Zhao family. Had you allowed us to remain in the inner courtyard to manage our sustenance, the expenses would have been substantial. Moreover, even if you had not expelled us from the inner quarters, living there and relying on others for sustenance would not have brought me joy. Master, there is no need for such sentiments. In any case, it was my impetuousness," Zhao Chengcheng insisted. "It is remarkable for a dignified head of a family, with thousands of servants at his command, to lower his stature before a mere laundry maid. Such humility is something the head of the Liu family, a figure before whom even his servants bow, would never demonstrate." Yang Chao felt a touch of emotion. After all, he was still a naive child. His sudden desire to leave the Zhao family during the day at Qifeng Hall was merely a fleeting impulse. Upon reflection, despite the faults of Zhao Youxin and Zhao Wuwei, Zhao Chengqing truly is a commendable elder. Yang Shu said, "Old man, you are not at fault. There are many matters Yang Chao is unaware of, and we have not disclosed them to him." He turned and placed his hand on Yang Chao's shoulder, saying, "Little Chao, during my illness, the old man devoted himself to my healing and insisted I remain in the inner courtyard. It was my own despair that led me to choose to leave. Unable to withstand the family's criticism, he only sent us out when I had firmly decided to depart." "Is that so?" Yang Chao exclaimed in surprise. "Yes," Yang Shu nodded. "Then why did you not mention it earlier?" "Because it was unnecessary. You have offended Zhao Youxin and Zhao Wuwei and clashed with Third Master. It would be difficult to remain in the Zhao family, so leaving is a wise decision. After all, we are not outsiders." Zhao Chengqing smiled faintly, understanding Yang Shu's true concerns, and said with a gentle smile, "Yang Shu, Yang Chao, as long as you do not leave, you will always be true members of the Zhao family." "How so?" Yang Chao inquired. "Have you forgotten? Your brother is still betrothed to Yu Jing. I have already inquired, and she is willing to marry Yang Shu." "What?" Both Qinling and Yang Chao were taken aback, with Qinling responding incredulously, "The young lady is willing to marry De Shu?" Chapter 22. Advancing towards the sole guest, Zhao Chengqing smiled and nodded, as long as Yang Shu was willing. This union would come to fruition. They were young then, but now they had reached adulthood, and it would not be long before they could celebrate this joyous occasion. Yang Chao turned her gaze toward Yang Shu and inquired, "Brother, are you willing?" Yang Shu's countenance revealed no surprise. He seemed unfazed by Zhao Yujing's willingness to marry him, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Calmly, he replied, "I am willing." Upon uttering those two words, a glimmer of clarity shone in his eyes. Throughout the past year, aside from family, everyone had derided him as a failure, looked down upon him, and sought to trample upon the face of the once promising genius he used to be. Only you, with your gentle eyes and enchanting lips, were the beacon of hope during my moments of despair. How could I let you down, now that you have expressed your desire to marry me? Zhao Chunqing was elated and promptly asked, "So you're not leaving?" Xianxia looked at her brother, then at their mother, and finally settled her gaze on Zhao Chunqing's expectant face. She smiled and said, "It has been ages since Yezi and I have indulged in roast chicken. If the head of the family could arrange for 2 roast chickens to be brought here, I shall remain." Zhao Chunqing was taken aback momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter, giving Xianxia a jovial pat on the shoulder. "Ha, you little rascal. No need to call anyone. I shall personally bring them to you. Let us 3 generations share a drink." Yangshu chuckled. Typically, when one says to have a drink, it actually means several drinks, perhaps dozens. My tolerance for alcohol is lacking. I fear I may not keep pace with the elder. Even if you cannot keep pace, you must accompany us. Today marks the last night that your family will spend here. Tomorrow, you shall move to the inner courtyard. Let us revel in drunkenness tonight. Ha. The room echoed with Zhao Chunqing's boisterous laughter. The following day, bathed in brilliant sunshine, under Zhao Chunqing's urging, the Qinling family moved into the inner courtyard. Compared to their previous residence, this place was infinitely more comfortable. The furnishings were complete, with 8 bedrooms alone, allowing Yang Yi to have his own space. The courtyard was 10 times larger than before, leading out to an ivory white stone bridge. Standing upon the bridge, one could gaze at the distant bamboo groves and flower fields, relishing the gentle breeze, a truly delightful experience. The 2 brothers, Yangqiao and Yangshu, not only had the opportunity to cultivate in the courtyard, but also enjoyed access to a spacious training room indoors, measuring approximately 300 steps in length and width, equipped with a variety of weapons and facilities. In summary, Yangqiao was thoroughly pleased with this new abode. It appeared that Zhao Chunqing had genuinely put thought into it. In the afternoon, Zhao Chunqing personally visited again, carrying a large box and entering the courtyard with a cheerful demeanor. Upon seeing Yangqiao, he exclaimed, "Little Qiao, Qiao heir has been expelled from the Zhao family. Your brother's marriage to Yu Jing has been confirmed. From now on, with Yoxin and Wu Wei, we shall all be one family, living in harmony." "Very well, head of the family." With Qiao heir's expulsion, Yangqiao felt a weight lifted from his heart. "Why still call me head of the family? From now on, just like your future sister-in-law, call me grandfather." "Oh right, grandfather. Haha, such a clever child. I, Zhao Chunqing, have gained 2 more grandchildren. In my opinion, Xiao Qiao, you should cultivate a better relationship with Xian. Xian bears a striking resemblance to her sister, and she is indeed a little beauty. Perhaps in 2 years, it would be wise for me to bestow Xian upon you." Yang Xiaoyan's expression shifted dramatically. Zhao Chunqing stroked his beard and inquired, "What accounts for such a strong reaction?" Yang Qiao rubbed his fingers together, and upon recalling Zhao Yoxin's fiery temperament, he couldn't help but feel a wave of despair wash over him at the thought of marrying such a woman, subjected to her whims daily. He sighed. "I suppose I must let nature take its course. For now, my focus is on cultivating my abilities and enhancing my strength. These matters can wait for another time." "Ha, look at you, so startled. I was merely jesting." With a sigh, Yang Chaosong relaxed. Zhao Chunqing opened the box and said, "I have brought you something." Inside the box lay a smooth layer of red silk, upon which rested 10 glistening pills. The pills shimmered with a radiant hue, their surfaces alive with a swirling aura. Yang Chao merely glanced at them and exclaimed, "These are soul pills." "Indeed." Zhao Chunqing nodded and said, "These are 10 2-star soul pills crafted from winter spirit grass, which will greatly aid cultivators at the body refining stage. Each of you brothers shall receive 5 pills. Take one every 3 days for the first half-month, and I will provide you with more thereafter." The efficacy of the 2-star soul pills surpasses that of the 1-star variety not merely by a factor of 2, but by 10-fold. Such pills are not available for purchase in Jiolong Town. They can only be found in Su City, and their price is exceedingly steep. With a generous gesture, Zhao Chunqing presented 10 pills at once. "Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. We are family now, and there is no need for formalities." He closed the box to prevent the medicinal properties from dissipating and continued, "Now, let me enlighten you about soul techniques. The most formidable soul technique of the Zhao family is a set of 4-star techniques, which you are not yet qualified to practice due to your current cultivation levels. However, Xianxia has already cultivated his soul force and reached the 9th level of body refining. He is now able to study 3-star soul techniques. The Zhao family possesses 5 types of 3-star soul techniques. Each of my sons has mastered one, enhanced with a touch of dragon soul imprint, each excelling in their own right. Xiao, as you have yet to cultivate your soul force, once you reach the 8th level of body refining, seek out Zhao Tai. He will be your mentor in the 3-star soul technique soul energy wave. As for you, Xianxia interjected, may I have the opportunity to choose? Zhao Chunqing inquired, which one would you like to learn? Xianxia articulated with precision, rift technique. Zhao Chunqing furrowed his brow, expressing his doubts. The rift technique is exceedingly difficult to master. Within the Zhao family, aside from myself, no one else has succeeded in its practice. Even I have not truly perfected it. I can merely demonstrate its rudimentary aspects. The Zhao family's so-called 5-star soul techniques actually encompass only 4 that are operable. Each of my 4 sons possesses unique strengths. Yet none have been able to master this rift technique. Very well, I shall undertake its practice. Xianxia, you must contemplate this carefully. The Samsung soul technique differs significantly from the 2-star soul technique. As the rank of the soul technique ascends, so too does the peril associated with its cultivation. The void-splitting technique, in particular, demands an exceptionally high level of control over one's soul power and mental fortitude. A moment's carelessness during its practice may result in grave internal injuries. I advise you against taking such risks. I have made my decision. I shall choose it. And I am confident that I will master it. Zhao Chunqing inquired, what makes you so certain? Xianxia smiled and replied, because I am a genius. Haha, very well. I yield to you. Zhao Chunqing chuckled helplessly. Xianxia looked towards Xianxia and asked, brother, is that sky split technique truly formidable? I wish to practice it as well. Not so fast. Allow your brother to give it a try first, Xianxia responded. It may not be as powerful as it seems. Only through practice will we know. Little Chao, the soul wave of 4th master is the most formidable. Once mastered, facing 100 foes will be effortless. A single soul wave unleashed will send enemies sprawling. Is it truly that impressive? Xianxia's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the 3-star soul techniques represent a significant threshold. Only those who have cultivated soul power can master them, and they are the true essence of soul techniques. The 1-star and 2-star techniques are primarily mere striking methods and do not qualify as genuine soul arts. Little Chao, concentrate on your training. Once you reach the 8th level of body refinement and generate soul power, you shall witness the true realm of soul techniques. Battles among soul practitioners are often magnificent and resplendent, presenting a wondrous enjoyment. Xianxia listened intently to his brother's exposition, his yearning for soul techniques reaching a fervent intensity. His urgency to achieve the 8th level of body refinement was at its peak. Grandfather, brother, I shall take my leave. I am off to train. With that declaration, Xianxia hastily exited the room. Though he had moved into a grand house and could train in the courtyard, he still preferred the heights of mountains and the banks of streams. It was only there, practicing alongside Little Dragon, the monkey, that he could enter his optimal state. That child, Zhao Chunqing remarked with a smile, cultivating soul power cannot be rushed. In my youth, it took me 1.5 years to reach the 8th level of body refinement and cultivate soul power. You, this genius, have seemingly taken half a year. However, Xianxia gazed at Xianxia's retreating figure with a peculiar expression and said, I have an inkling that Little Chao will not take that long. His speed will surely surpass mine. Zhao Chunqing observed Xianxia's demeanor and replied, that may not be the case. The 8th level of body refinement is a substantial threshold. It is not merely diligence and talent that suffice. One also needs opportunities and fate. Whether one can cultivate soul power determines their ability to break through the body refinement realm and become a soul practitioner. Some geniuses achieve the 8th level of body refinement before the age of 20, yet may never cultivate soul power, thus destined to remain unable to become a soul practitioner. This is the world of soul practitioners. Without becoming one, even a master of body refinement will merely serve as a minor general in the military, akin to an ant. Only soul practitioners can look down upon all beings, gazing upon the weaker ants. As Zhao Chunqing shared his thoughts, he also articulated his sentiments. Xianxia's progress was swift, even surpassing that of Xianxia, yet Zhao Chunqing still held Xianxia in higher regard. This was due to the fact that Xianxia had already cultivated soul power, while Xianxia had not. Only when it is confirmed that one can become a soul practitioner can they be considered a truly promising candidate, deserving of the attention of high-ranking individuals like Zhao Chunqing. In the journey of soul cultivation, the 8th level of body refinement is the most crucial threshold. Little Chao. Keep pushing forward. Zhao Chengqing and Yang Shu both silently blessed Yang Chao in their hearts. Life resumed its usual rhythm. Each day, Yang Chao and the little monkey appeared by the mountains and streams, while Yang Shu secluded himself in the training hall to practice the rift-splitting technique. Yang Yi continued to frolic about playfully. Only Qin Ling found it hard to adjust, no longer needing to do laundry and now having attendants to serve her. Being someone who couldn't stay idle, she still often went to help with the washing as before. After Qin Ling left, Madame Tong had been promoted to oversee the laundry. She couldn't possibly let Qin Ling actually do the washing, so she simply had her sit nearby while the sisters gathered to chat. With Qin Ling now in the inner courtyard, Zhao Tai had more opportunities to see her. He frequently brought daily necessities, making small talk and exchanging pleasantries. Though he never truly expressed his affection, a month passed in the blink of an eye. The morning sun rose in the east, illuminating the dark world. By the crimson stream bathed in the scarlet glow of dawn stood a figure drenched in sweat, accompanied by a lively little monkey. Yang Chao had begun his training before daybreak and had already practiced for 2 hours. He had a distinct feeling, an unshakable confidence, that he would surely cultivate soul force. Even as his physical strength waned, Yang Chao persisted, for this was the most crucial moment in training. Stopping due to exhaustion would diminish the results. Only by persevering could he achieve the greatest effect. At such times, Yang Chao would feel the golden elixir within his abdomen melting, its mysterious liquid flowing into his bloodstream and spreading throughout his body. As his stamina recovered, the sensation of cultivation progress would rise within him. The medicinal power of the golden elixir surged through him once more, granting Yang Chao boundless energy. Seizing this momentum, he intensified his practice of the phantom palm and divine finger sword, doubling his efforts under the elixir's influence. This time, instead of diminishing, the power grew stronger. The golden elixir melted rapidly, its mystical essence continuously nourishing his entire being. Yang Chao even sensed that the golden elixir had shrunk to half its original size. Thrilled by this surge of power, he swiftly executed the divine finger sword. No reaction, just the sound of his fingertip cutting through the air. Refusing to give up, Yang Chao focused on the energy flow within him and attempted the technique again. Still nothing. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, calming his mind as he sought to control that elusive current. After what felt like an eternity, his eyes snapped open. He directed the divine finger sword toward the stream. A scorching heat ignited at his fingertip. With a slight tremor, a powerful surge of energy shot forth, striking the water's surface and sending up a splash. Staring at the rippling water, then at his own finger, Yang Chao stood frozen in shock. This was sword energy, the 8th level of body forging. He had cultivated soul force, transforming soul force into sword energy, striking an enemy from a distance. Still a child at heart, Yang Chao leaped for joy, shouting at the stream, "I've cultivated soul force. I have the qualifications to become a soul warrior. This is amazing." Crack, 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 crack. In the sea of consciousness, 8 new dragon soul imprints have emerged. Excluding the 2 already utilized, Yang Chao now possesses a staggering total of 33 dragon soul imprints. Such a remarkable accumulation surpasses even that of the soul masters of the 5 elements realm. Elated, Yang Chao plunged into the small stream. Standing up as the water engulfed his calves, he remained there, joyfully striking the surroundings with his spirit finger sword, reveling in sheer delight. It took him merely a month to progress from the completion of body cultivation to the cultivation of soul power. If Zhao Chengqing were to learn of this, he might very well drop his jaw in disbelief. This pace, while not unprecedented, is indeed astonishing. It is terrifying in its intensity. On this day, Yang Chao has truly stepped into the realm of the soul masters, embarking on his journey to become a genuine soul master. Chapter 023. The bond of siblings. Having entered the 8th level of body refinement, Yang Chao chose not to seek out Zhao Tai to learn the 3-star soul technique immediately. Instead, he opted to rest for a day, allowing himself to unwind after a month of relentless effort. It was not that he lacked the desire to learn the technique, on the contrary, his eagerness was profound. However, he feared that once he approached Zhao Tai, he would be unable to restrain himself. While diligence is undoubtedly important, rest is essential to ensure that diligence bears fruit. In all endeavors, a reasonable cycle must be maintained. Any deviation from this leads to disharmony. Moreover, Yang Chao, having matured, had gained some understanding of human affairs. He realized that blindly isolating oneself for self-study was unwise. One must also broaden their experiences and expand their knowledge. Thus, he resolved to leave the mountains and streams behind for a day and venture into the bustling town instead. Yang Chao initially intended to invite Yang Shu to accompany him, yet Yang Shu remained engrossed in his practice of the three-star soul technique, the space-rending technique. It seemed that mastering this technique was indeed a formidable challenge, as even a talent like Yang Shu had yet to achieve success after a month of effort. A sense of concern nestled within Yang Chao. He recalled Zhao Chencheng mentioning the inherent dangers of practicing the space-rending technique, which could easily lead to internal injuries. Yang Chao sincerely hoped that his brother, having just recovered, would not fall ill again. While engrossed in his studies, such worries seldom crossed his mind. But now that he had a moment of leisure, they resurfaced with vigor. Yang Chao, crouching down. Yang Chao regarded the portly figure before him with a bemused expression. Mr. Invincible, could you possibly adopt a different entrance style? Zhao Wudi turned his face aside, extending his middle finger towards the screen in a gesture of grievance. This is all Zhao Qilan's doing. What choice do I have? Concerned, Yang Chao inquired. You seem flustered. What has transpired? Zhao Yoxin and Zhao Wuwei have clashed with the Lu family. Let them fight. What is my involvement in that? They are outmatched. Zhao Wuwei just recovered from his injuries after his duel with you. I happened to pass by the theater and saw that Zhao Wuwei had already been defeated by Lu Chao. He is likely to be injured again. Zhao Wuwei was accustomed to arrogance and would readily engage in conflict at the slightest provocation. Zhao Wudi shook his head, speaking earnestly, compared to Lu Chao. Zhao Wuwei is hardly arrogant. Lu Chao dominates Jiulong Town. Though young, he possesses the fiercest temper among the Lu family's younger generation. I even spotted Xiao'er earlier. It seems he has become part of the Lu family now. Ah, that explains it. Yang Chao surmised the cause of the altercation. It must surely involve Xiao'er. Truly. He is a persistent specter. Where are they? Take me to see. At the theater. Hurry, follow me. In Jiulong Town. The theater was the sole establishment of its kind, showcasing performances every 3 days. Each performance attracted considerable crowds, filling the seats to capacity with 200 to 300 spectators gathered to enjoy the show. Engaging in lively chatter and laughter, a reflection of the peace and prosperity of the Jing Empire, where citizens found leisure in theatrical entertainment after their daily toil. Performances typically commenced in the evening and continued until bedtime. Though still an hour away from evening, nearly 100 attendees had already arrived, some bringing their own snacks, while others purchased refreshments at the theater. The snacks and tea purchased at the theater are somewhat pricier than bringing your own. Yet some patrons seem unbothered by the extra expense, so long as they enjoy themselves to the fullest. In the modest town of Jiulong, this establishment stands as the most beloved venue for entertainment, though naturally, it pales in comparison to the grandeur of Sioux City, for this is merely a humble township. Those who arrived early to secure their seats had anticipated passing the tedious prelude with idle chatter among friends. Little did they expect that today, a far more riveting spectacle had already begun. Beneath the stage, 2 groups of lavishly attired young men stood locked in tension. In such a small town, where familiar faces abound, the onlookers recognized these youths at once, scions of the Zhao and Lu families. Wide-eyed with anticipation, the crowd braced for drama. For whenever the Zhaos and Lius crossed paths, fireworks were inevitable. The 2 factions were evenly matched, each numbering around a dozen, though most were dressed as servants. At that moment, Zhao Wuwei, clad in blue, lay pinned beneath the foot of a wiry young man. The latter, no older than 18, bore a prominent black mole beneath his left eye and wore an expression of unbridled arrogance. Without so much as glancing at the subdued Zhao beneath him, he instead toyed with a birdcage, puckering his lips to tease the creature inside. Lu Chao, release my brother at once. This is sheer bullying. Zhao Yoxin clutched a longsword, her wrist trembling uncontrollably, whether from fury or terror remained unclear. The blade emitted faint metallic creaks. Lu Chao amused himself with the bird for a while before turning his gaze toward Zhao Yoxin. His eyes instantly took on a lecherous glint as they roamed over her entire figure. With a smirk, he remarked, all it takes is a slight loosening of my grip to release Zhao Wuwei. But tell me, why should I let him go? Miao, what do you think? Should I release him or not? Lu Chao glanced at the young woman beside him. She appeared to be around 16 years of age, dressed modestly yet exuding an innate sweetness, with a bob cut cascading down her shoulders like a silken black waterfall. Petite in stature, she wore a vibrant flower in her hair, radiating an endearing charm that captivated all who beheld her. This maiden was the cherished jewel of the Lu family patriarch, Lu Chao's younger sister, Lu Miao. Though she carried herself with quiet refinement, she was in truth a prodigious talent. having already achieved the pinnacle of body forging half a year prior. Lu Miao cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Wuwei, her eyes brimming with contempt, and declared, "Brother Chao? He provoked us first. Since his skills fall short, he deserves to suffer the consequences." Beneath Lu Chao's foot, Zhao Wuwei lay pinned. His chest compressed to the point of labored breathing, his strength utterly sapped. Summoning what little breath remained, he roared hoarsely. "I am still the second young master of the Zhao family. If you dare treat me like this today, my father and grandfather will not let this go unpunished. Mark my words." Lu Chao sneered with disdain. "How utterly disgraceful to constantly invoke your father and grandfather. If you possess any true skill, prove it by defeating me in single combat. The affairs of us youngsters need no interference from the elders." Both Zhao Wuwei and Lu Chao were the black sheep of their respective families, disliked by the townsfolk. Hearing Lu Chao's words now, they found some sense in them and nodded in agreement. "However, in my opinion, you won't even have the chance. Look at us, two siblings. Miao and I are at the 8th and 7th levels of body forging, respectively. And what about you? One has achieved the pinnacle of physical cultivation. The other merely a minor accomplishment. I alone can effortlessly handle both of you. Tell me, how can the Zhao family possibly contend with our Lu clan?" As he spoke, Lu Chao handed the birdcage to a handsome servant beside him, who accepted it with a bow and stood attentively near Lu Chao. Casting a glance at the servant, Zhao Yoxin's eyes nearly ignited with fury. This servant was none other than Xiao Heir, and his stuttering brother Qiu Wu was also among the ranks of the Lu family. Despite her anger, Zhao Yoxin felt powerless. No amount of rage could alter her predicament. Softening her tone, she sheathed her sword and inquired, "What must be done for my brother's release?" Lu Chao grinned mischievously at Zhao Yoxin and replied, "Well, Kiki, though you possess quite the temper, you are undeniably beautiful. How about this?" Lu Chao gestured towards his own face and continued, "Kiss me, and I will release your brother. Dream on." Zhao Wuwei shouted furiously, "Lu Chao, you're nothing but a toad wishing to feast on swan meat." With a cry of anguish, Zhao Wuwei felt the weight of his foot increase. The pressure Lu Chao applied was not solely from brute strength. It was infused with soul power, rendering Zhao Wuwei a master of the physical realm, unable to break free. Qiu Heir, with a playful grin, urged, "Second miss, just agree to it to avoid immediate suffering." At that moment, Yang Chao and Zhao Wudi had arrived but had yet to reveal themselves. Given Yang Chao's understanding of Zhao Yoxin, he expected an explosive reaction from the fiery second miss. Yet, surprisingly, Zhao Yoxin bowed her head in silence. To everyone's astonishment, she began to walk toward Lu Chao. "Is that so?" Lu Chao sneered. "If you dare approach, I shall sever one of your hands. We can declare war between our families." Lu Chao spoke without a hint of forethought, entirely oblivious to the grave implications of such a declaration. For years, the Lu family had maintained a stronger position than the Zhao family, yet their conflicts had remained covert, never escalating to open hostility. Unless a monumental event were to occur, neither side would instigate war without a decisive advantage or opportunity. 5 years prior, a minor confrontation had resulted in the death of Zhao Chengqing's eldest son, Zhao Jinzhan, father of Zhao Wujin, while a son of the Lu family was left maimed. Both families had suffered significant losses, leading to a fragile peace over the past 5 years. During this time, the younger generations of both families had matured, shifting their rivalries from physical confrontations to financial competitions, nurturing their heirs and rivalries at the new elite conference. Lu Chao, a young man newly emerged into adulthood and lacking real-world experience, spoke recklessly, never considering the gravity of his words. "I did not say I would leave. If I kiss you, will you let my brother go? Allow us to depart?" Zhao Yoxin had now reached Lu Chao. He nodded earnestly. Yet no matter how serious his demeanor, the lustful glint in his eyes could not be concealed. "Of course, I, Lu Chao, am a man of my word." Zhao Wuwei interjected. "He is no gentleman. Sister, do not trust him. Even if he were to release me, I would never allow you to kiss him. Zhao Yoxin, listen to me. I am your brother, and it is my duty to protect you. I do not need you to save me." Zhao Yoxin addressed Lu Chao, stating, "I have a condition. If you acquiesce, I shall immediately comply with your wishes." Lu Chao inquired, "What condition?" "Strike that sycophant by your side across the face," she replied. "Huh, that is easily accomplished," Lu Chao exclaimed, seizing the ear of Qiu Heir. "I apologize for this indignity, young man." With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap that sent Qiu Heir spinning, clearly not holding back. "How is that? Are you satisfied?" Zhao Yoxin nodded in approval. "Zhao Wuwei," his voice hoarse from shouting, nearly roared, Zhao Yoxin, you cannot agree to his demands. Brother, you need not say more. Throughout our lives, you have done everything for me. And I, too, am willing to do anything for you. Zhao Yoxin, dare you? If you truly kiss him, I shall no longer recognize you as my sister. I would rather perish. It seemed this brother-sister duo was not inherently wicked. Rather, their upbringing had fostered a sense of arrogance and entitlement. Due to familial circumstances, Xianxia had always placed great value on kinship. Observing his sister defending their brother and the brother protecting his sister ignited a fervor within him. My brother is to marry the young lady. I am thus half a member of the Zhao family. How can I remain hidden here, spectating rather than intervening? This is utterly unacceptable. Xianxia chastised himself and surged forth from the crowd. Zhao Wudi and Yang Yi followed closely behind, approaching the two factions. Xianxia called out, "Which misguided cur dares to humiliate my family as second miss?" Chapter 024. Unable to extract? Extracted. Upon hearing those words, Lu Chao's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly turned his head to gaze at Xianxia. Although he did not recognize Xianxia, he was familiar with Zhao Wudi, who was standing beside him. Lu Chao bellowed, "You insolent fool, who is this person? How dare he speak to me in such a manner?" Zhao Wudi, visibly displeased, replied with frustration, "Even though I am merely a bystander, I should not be addressed with such derogatory terms. Mind your language, or I shall refrain from sharing any information with you." At that moment, the still muffled Xiao air murmured softly beside Lu Chao. Lu Chao chuckled and remarked, "So, he is merely a servant of the Zhao family. Truly, your family lacks proper upbringing, allowing even a servant to act so brazenly." Xianxia and Lu Chao exchanged sharp retorts, with Xianxia responding, "Stop incessantly referring to servants. It sounds as if you were speaking of yourself. Let us seek the judgment of others. Who among us could be more contemptible than you? In broad daylight, you dare to harass a virtuous young lady. Would you not consider yourself shameless?" Though many feared Lu Chao and dared not laugh aloud, several individuals in the crowd stifled their amusement. Lu Chao's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment as he snarled, "Are you seeking death? Enough." Zhao Yoxin shot a glance at Xianxia, her cheeks flushed as she declared, "Xianxia, I do not require your assistance to witness my humiliation." Zhao Wei fell silent. Already humiliated by being trampled under Lu Chao's foot and surrounded by onlookers. With Xianxia's arrival and observation of the scene, he wished he could vanish into the earth. "The second young lady has misunderstood." Xianxia moderated his tone, speaking calmly, "My brother and the eldest young lady's marriage has been settled, thus we shall become one family. By age, you are my sister, and the second young master is my brother. Your matters are my concerns as well." He then directed his gaze at Lu Chao, stating, "You, blind fool, will you not remove your foot?" Xiao's words were sincere and his tone earnest, leaving both Zhao Yoxin and Zhao Wei momentarily speechless. Lu Chao wore a puzzled expression, inquiring, "Your brother and the eldest young lady's marriage?" "Your brother. Yang Shu is your brother?" Xiao affirmed. "My brother is Yang Shu, and I am Yang Chao." "Yang Chao." Lu Chao sneered, applying pressure with his foot once more. "Zhao Wei. So this is the Yang Chao who defeated you?" He continued to regard Yang Chao with arrogance, asserting, "Achieving physical mastery at the age of 15 indeed demonstrates some talent. But do you believe that merely by defeating Zhao Wei, you can exchange blows with me? I can easily handle 10 opponents like him. You think defeating Zhao Wei qualifies you to challenge me?" Zhao Yoxin signaled to Yang Chao, cautioning, "Yang Chao, he has attained the 8th level of physical mastery, and his sister is a master in her own right. You are no match for him alone. It would be wise to depart. I appreciate your goodwill, but since we are family, we must share in both glory and disgrace. Please trust me." "You reckless youth." Lu Chao scoffed, refusing to relent as he maintained his stance. "If you wish to save someone, come and try. But even if you intend to leave, I shall not permit it. You have insulted me, and you shall pay the price." As Lu Chao's gaze fell upon Yang Yi, who stood beside Yang Chao, a lecherous grin spread across his face. "Oh, I hadn't anticipated the presence of such a delicate young lady. Though she has yet to mature, her visage is truly adorable. Yang Chao, allow this girl to kiss me, and I shall let you depart. How does that sound?" "Scoundrel!" Yang Chao spat in disdain, finally taking action. He was deeply repulsed by Lu Chao's lascivious stare, unwilling to endure even a moment of such eyes upon Yang Yi, as if it were a grave affront. Without invoking any soul technique, he rushed forward and delivered a punch directly at Lu Chao. "Overestimating yourself." Lu Chao sneered, placing his foot upon Zhao Wei's chest, remaining stationary as he met Yang Chao's strike with an open palm. He considered himself a formidable figure at the 8th level of body refinement. Would he need to resort to soul techniques to counter the ordinary strike of a completed body refinement practitioner? His intention was to seize Xianxia's fist, restrain his wrist, and painfully compel him to kneel before him. At that moment, he would place his other foot upon Xianxia, beckoning Yang Yi to approach him. However, that was merely his intention. When their fists and palms collided, Lu Chao not only failed to capture Xiao's wrist, but was instead forced back by the impact of Xiao's punch. He lost his balance, staggering backward, while Zhao Yoxin took the opportunity to assist Zhao Wuwei, pulling him aside. Zhao Wuwei gasped for breath, greedily inhaling, and softly warned Xianxia, "Be careful." Lu Chao looked at Xianxia in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, what immense strength you possess. Thus, it is you who overestimates your abilities." Xiao's gaze hardened, refusing to grant Lu Chao a moment's respite as he launched another attack. Phantom Palm, a mere first-tier soul technique, nothing more than an embarrassment. Lu Chao struck his fists together in front of his chest, and with each impact, a crimson glow radiated from his body. Zhao Wuwei, accustomed to interactions with the younger generation of the Lu family, felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly remarked that a third-tier soul technique, beastly might. This is dire. Once he employs this technique, his physique will be reinforced, and his strength will surge. Even someone at the 10th level of body refinement would struggle to match him. Moreover, his resilience will be vastly enhanced, with flesh as tough as tempered steel. As Zhao Wuwei spoke, Lu Chao's physique began to transform. His previously lean body swelled, his arms bulging to an extraordinary degree, with his chest and back muscles also becoming pronounced, while his lower body underwent rapid changes. Meanwhile, Xiao's phantom palm was already en route to Lu Chao's chest. Lu Chao made no attempt to evade. He thrust his chest forward, allowing Xiao's attack to land. The pronounced muscles of his chest, akin to tempered steel, merely quivered slightly upon impact, suffering no damage whatsoever. Xiao was taken aback and quickly altered his trajectory. It was crucial to note that his phantom palm, although a mere first-tier soul technique, had been augmented with the Dragon Soul Seal. For Lu Chao to withstand it head-on without even retreating was astonishing. At that moment, the muscles in Lu Chao's waist and thighs also bulged forth, and within a couple of breaths, the muscles in his calves and feet would be fortified, signifying his complete transformation. At that moment, his muscles were as solid as steel, and his strength surged dramatically, resembling an indomitable fortress impervious to destruction. He laughed heartily and proclaimed, "You underestimate your own abilities. When I unleash the might of my primal beast, even 100 masters of body refinement will be powerless against me. Do you think our Lu family's 3-star soul technique is a mere plaything?" Ha. Just as Lu Chao's laughter echoed throughout the theater, Xiao, having shifted his position through the phantom palm, leaped out from behind him. Lu Miao cautioned, "Be careful behind you." Lu Chao turned around to face Xiao, sneering, "I knew he was behind me. The phantom palm employs such sneaky tactics." Before Lu Chao's words had fully escaped his lips, Xiao transformed his palms into swords, pointing at Lu Chao. Divine Sword Finger. Instantly, 2 streams of sword energy shot forth from Xiao's fingertips, striking Lu Chao's feet. At that moment, Lu Chao's calves had just been reinforced, leaving his feet as the most vulnerable point. Crack. Crack. Damn it. You unleashed sword energy. You too are at the 8th level of body refinement. Lu Chao bellowed in fury. Xiao gracefully descended, smiling. "Only now do you realize it? Isn't it too late?" Zhao Wuwei and Zhao Yoxin were taken aback, staring in disbelief at Xiao's profile. Their astonishment was not a mere reflection of their lack of composure, but was entirely warranted. A month ago, they had witnessed Xiao's breakthrough in battle, achieving mastery of body refinement. Yet now, merely a month later, he had already reached the 8th level. This speed, is it not monstrous? Remembering that genius, Yang Shu, who took 6 months to achieve the same, Zhao Wuwei sighed, "Sister, fortunately, we are family now. And thankfully Xiao is not a petty person." Zhao Yoxin inquired, "Second brother, what troubles you?" Zhao Wuwei chuckled ruefully, "In this lifetime, I shall never catch up to Xiao. A genius, truly a genius. Your strike was excessively ruthless. You injure my brother, and I shall not forgive you." The sweet and lovely girl, Lu Miao, seeing her brother fall, was momentarily incensed and struck out at Xiao. Xiao slightly shifted his body, tripping her just as she was about to tumble, allowing her to regain her balance. He refrained from retaliating against the girl, for it was evident from the preceding events that she harbored no malice. However, when Xiao reappeared before Lu Miao, he bore a sword in his hand. This sword exuded an ancient aura, its sheath adorned with inscriptions of archaic symbols, while the hilt featured two circular gemstones, one red and one green. Within both gemstones, a gaseous essence flowed, coalescing into characters. Despite being ancient text, Xianxia, well-read and knowledgeable, recognized them, one denoting seek and the other request. Seek and request. Xianxia grasped the sword's sheath with one hand, caressing it with the other, exclaiming, "A splendid sword." Lu Miao, appearing anxious, demanded, "Return the sword to me." Xianxia smiled and replied, "And what if I choose not to? What will you do?" "If I were to say, 'Your appearance is charming, and I find you quite delightful, come here and give me a kiss, and I shall return the sword to you. Are you willing?'" Lu Miao pressed her lips together, her face flushed with embarrassment. Xianxia chuckled playfully, saying, "Look at how eager you are. I am not your shameless brother. I am not so base." Lu Miao turned her head away, responding, "That sword is of no use to you. You cannot draw it. Cannot draw it. What a ridiculous notion. What sword is beyond drawing?" Xianxia laughed, casually gripping the hilt of the sword and effortlessly pulling it from its sheath. It was then that he noticed Lu Miao's very serious expression. Gazing at the ancient-looking blade, Xianxia remarked once more, "What a splendid sword this is. I have yet to possess a personal weapon, and I truly admire this one." Suddenly, with a loud thud, Lu Miao plopped down onto the ground. Staring blankly at Xianxia, her gaze fixated on the sword. Xianxia inquired, "What is the matter with you?" Lu Miao's lips trembled as she murmured, You have drawn it out." Repeating "drawn it out" in a daze, Lu Miao sat on the ground, oblivious to the stares of those around her. Her eyes wandering, lost in thought. "How strange. Here, take back the sword. I had no intention of keeping it. A gentleman does not take away another's beauty," Xianxia said, tossing the sword towards her. However, Lu Miao did not reach out to catch it, allowing the sword to fall to the ground. Chapter 025. The Sorrow of 7th Street. Little did Xianxia know that the quest sword, which had accompanied Lu Miao for an extended period, was an unassuming yet extraordinary blade. Apart from Lu Miao, no one else could draw the sword from its sheath. This predicament was not a matter of sheer strength or the potency of one's soul power. Rather, the sword had been tampered with by a formidable entity. Thus, aside from Lu Miao, others were rendered incapable of drawing it. If anyone succeeded in doing so, the consequences would be dire. Yangshu was a prodigy, and so was his brother. What was most alarming was that these two geniuses were indeed true descendants of the Zhao family, which posed a considerable challenge. Following the direction of the sound, the crowd's gaze was drawn to the makeshift stage on either side, where a figure reclined. In his left hand, he wielded a folding fan, while his right hand held an apple, which he nibbled delicately. Upon seeing this individual, Lu Chao, who lay on the ground, felt a surge of excitement and called out, "Ingu." The man did not respond, unfazed by the crowd's attention, and continued to savor the apple with grace. Once he finished, he nonchalantly discarded the core, which landed perfectly in a nearby trash bin. He then closed his fan and descended lightly, observing this gentleman. A glimmer of admiration sparkled in Xianxiao's eyes. Truly handsome. Many in the crowd echoed similar sentiments. This was a young man of approximately 18 years. With elegant brows and a fair complexion, his features strikingly handsome. Dressed in a flowing white shirt and holding a fan, he exuded an air of refinement that surpassed even Yangshu. He was indeed a dashing young gentleman. With the fan in hand, he bowed courteously to Xianxia and smilingly introduced himself, "Lu family, Lu Ying." It was then revealed that he was Lu Ying, the foremost expert among the younger generation of the Lu family and a prominent figure among the youths of Jiulong town. How astonishing it was to encounter such a striking individual. Yangshu even felt that Lu Ying's looks and demeanor surpassed those of Zhao Yujing and Lu Miao. With polite manners, Yangshu hastily returned the bow, replying, "Zhao family, Yangshu." Lu Miao nodded slightly but remained seated, casting a glance at Yangshu. At that moment, Yangshu also gazed back at her, and he instantly felt that Lu Miao's expression towards him had shifted dramatically compared to before. Yet, what this change signified eluded him. Lu Ying continued to stride forward until he stood before Lu Chao, examining the ground at his feet. He shook his head and remarked, quite ruthless, "Yangshu, in sparring among the younger generation, let us keep it within limits, shall we?" Yangshu replied, "If I were to heed the notion of limits, his legs would be rendered useless. Moreover, should he succeed in fortifying himself, my fate would undoubtedly be far worse." "Are you implying that you have not exerted your full strength?" Lu Ying inquired. "Indeed," Yangshu responded, his words bearing sincerity. Although his divine finger sword had been empowered by the dragon soul seal, he had only unleashed half of its potential during their earlier encounter. Should he truly unleash his full might, The sword's energy would be sufficient to pierce through Lu Chao's feet. Very well, then. Unleash your full strength now. I wish to engage in a friendly bout with you. Years ago, I did not have the opportunity to duel with your brother, so let us spar now. You have already reached the 8th level of body refinement, cultivating your spiritual power, and are no longer an ordinary warrior, thus qualifying to engage with me. I am willing to accompany you. A glint of fierce light flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he unleashed his divine finger sword in a simultaneous strike, sending 2 streams of sword energy hurtling towards Lu Ying. This time, he exerted 80% of his strength. 100%? It is unwise to reveal one's full hand at the outset of a battle. Such a tactic is only employed when one is forced to go all in. Lu Ying remained unfazed, leisurely fanning herself with her folding fan in her left hand, while her right hand's thumb and middle finger gently flicked towards Xianxia, releasing 2 concentrated streams of air that collided with the sword energy. The sound of impact echoed sharply, causing the onlookers to recoil several steps. The theater owner dared not utter a word, silently hoping that the two would refrain from further conflict, lest the venue suffer extensive damage. Your divine finger sword appears rather exceptional, seemingly imbued with the essence of the dragon soul. If that is indeed the case, it would be a lamentable waste. A hint of confusion flickered in Lu Ying's eyes as she flicked her fingers once more, sending forth another 2 streams of energy. Xianxia hastily raised his divine finger sword to parry, releasing 2 streams of sword energy in defense. However, this time was different. Xianxia's aim was precise, and the sword energy struck the 2 streams directly. Yet, to his astonishment, the streams did not dissipate upon impact. Instead, they split into 4 smaller, yet equally potent streams, surging towards Xianxia with unwavering force. Sensing the impending danger, Xianxia inwardly cursed his fate, realizing that his defeat would be far worse than Lu Chao's. As the 4 streams of energy rushed forth from the explosion, Xianxia found himself cornered, with no means of evasion. At that critical moment, a shadow appeared before him, producing a series of metallic clangs as the streams were intercepted by a metallic object. Xianxia then beheld the figure blocking his path, none other than Zhao Wuji. Clad in a dark swordsman-esque garb, Zhao Wuji held his sword in a reverse grip. Though not conventionally handsome, he exuded a distinct aura of coolness. Lu Ying snapped her folding fan shut with force, striking it against her palm in irritation, and declared, "Zhao Wuji, what does your presence matter? Can you truly obstruct me?" "Indeed, you cannot stop me," Zhao Wuji replied. "It is understood. Ever since we both emerged in the New England society, I have consistently secured first place while you have settled for second. Observing your current state, it appears you have only recently entered the 9th level of body refinement, whereas I have already cultivated the seed of spiritual power." At his words, Zhao Wuji's muscles twitched, and the crowd gasped in astonishment. The cultivation of a spiritual power seed signifies the 10th level of body refinement, the apex of this realm and the final barrier before embarking on the path of the soul traveler. Once one surpasses the 10th level and enters the 5 elements realm, they become a true soul traveler. No one had anticipated that Lu Ying had already attained the 10th level of body refinement. At merely 18, not yet 19, she appears poised to enter the realm of body refinement before the age of 20. A soul traveler under 20 is nothing short of a prodigy. Should she succeed in becoming a soul traveler, the Lu family's strength will undoubtedly experience a significant augmentation. If the Zhao and Lu families were to truly engage in battle, the decisive factor would be the number of soul guests, for in such life and death struggles, only the soul guests could be regarded as pivotal players. The family with a greater number of soul guests would possess an immeasurable advantage. In truth, it is not solely the Zhao and Lu families that are at stake. Even the villages surrounding Jiulong Town and the various factions within Sioux City ultimately rely on soul guests when it comes to confrontation. Talented practitioners of soul arts and distinguished youths are merely seedlings. Seedlings are meant to be nurtured, allowing them to flourish, not to fight. Only when these seedlings mature into soul guests do they become the main force in battle. Zhao Wuji remained undaunted, maintaining a stern visage and letting out a cold snort. Lu Ying smiled and said, "Zhao Wuji, could you not smile at me? I am truly curious about what you look like when you smile. Why must you always be so serious? Can you not offer me your congratulations?" Zhao Wuji, gripping his sword with icy resolve, replied, "Here. The only one who will congratulate you is my sword. Lu Ying, even if you have reached the 10th level of body refinement, there is nothing for you to be proud of in my presence. I cannot stop you, and you cannot stop me either." As he spoke, Zhao Wuji raised his hand, the sword's tip pointing directly at Lu Chao. The usually composed Lu Ying felt a twinge of anxiety, clearly wary of Zhao Wuji. What do you mean by that? Zhao Wuji replied darkly, if you do not allow us to leave, I will kill him. If I, Zhao Wuji, am determined to take a life. Do you think you can thwart me? Lu Ying's expression shifted, exclaiming, you are being too excessive. We were merely having a quarrel. How can you harbor such murderous intent? How can I not harbor such intent? Zhao Wuji's eyes gleamed like swords, compelling Lu Ying to avert his gaze. My father died at the hands of your kin. Do you think I would forget? So, you have killed before. As Zhao Wuji turned to depart, Lu Ying raised his voice, Zhao Wuji. The new heroes conference is approaching. We shall meet there, and this time I will ensure your defeat is even more severe. And as for xianxia, your brother is now a member of the Zhao family. He can join as well, and I intend to defeat him too. Exhaling in frustration, Lu Ying's emotions calmed, his demeanor returning to its usual tranquility. With a cold smile, he remarked, even if I acquire Yangshu and xianxia, what of it? I am already striving towards becoming a soul guest. Once I enter the five elements realm, you will all be inconsequential. Miao, regardless of the circumstances. You must give yourself a choice. This indecision is not a solution. I do not know how to choose. My master once said that the one who can wield this sword is the one chosen by the seeker, and as its protector, I must marry the sword's master. What do you think of xianxia? What if he is good? What if he is not? He belongs to the Zhao family, and I belong to the Lu family. We simply cannot be together. Sigh. Lu Ying lamented, their grievances are beyond the reach of us youngsters to resolve. We must let nature take its course. I never anticipated you would encounter the master of the seeker so soon. I used to worry about what you would do if you never met him. Would you remain unmarried for a lifetime? Yet now, upon encountering this scene, Lu Miao lifted his head, his eyes brimming with sorrow, and sighed, fate plays tricks on us. A gentle melody, tinged with subtle melancholy, drifted through the 7th street of Jiulong town. The sky had just begun to darken, and the moon had only just revealed its slender crescent. The moonlight was faint and delicate. Chapter 26. The long and winding road when the news of xianxia's emergence of soul power and his advancement to the 8th level of physical transformation reached the Zhao family. It caused quite a stir. It is said that Zhao Chengsheng was engaged in discussions with several of his sons at the time. Upon hearing the news, his cherished porcelain teacup fell to the ground and shattered. Yet, he felt no sorrow. Instead, he joyfully exclaimed to his sons, this young man is not merely a genius, but a prodigy. Our Zhao family is truly fortunate. In truth, ever since xianxia had that extraordinary encounter with the giant ape atop the mountain, his cultivation speed had been remarkably rapid. However, at that time, only Yangshu was aware of his true strength, a fact unknown to others. Thus, when xianxia gradually entered the Zhao family's line of sight, they believed he had merely been concealing his talents, experiencing little shock. Yet, they witnessed his significant achievement during the duel with Zhao Wuwei, and now, nearly a month had passed since. The transition from the completion of physical transformation to the cultivation of soul power in such a short span of time is indeed beyond the mere description of genius. Now, with xianxia having cultivated soul power, coupled with his astonishingly swift progress, his future achievements are boundless. Zhao Chicheng could confidently nurture him without reservation. Consequently, even though the discussions had yet to yield a conclusion, Zhao Chengqing hurriedly sought out xianxia, neglecting to inquire about Zhao Wuwei's injuries. Instead, he lavished praise upon xianxia, personally bestowing upon him 10 2-star soul pills, which left the younger generation envious. At this point, both the inner and outer courtyards of the Zhao family were well aware that xianxia held a position of considerable importance in Zhao Chengqing's eyes, likely to be treated with the same regard as the young masters and mistresses of the Zhao family in the future. Without xianxia needing to seek him out, Zhao Tai had already proactively visited, eager to impart to xianxia his expertise in the 3-star soul technique, the soul wave. Of course, his personal visit likely also served the ulterior motive of catching a glimpse of Qin Ling dressed in a snug green outfit. Zhao Tai's dark skin glistened under the sunlight, his eyes narrow and elongated, seemingly capable of piercing through one's very essence. Yet, in his presence, xianxia felt no trace of arrogance, only warmth and amiability. xianxia, the 3-star soul technique differs significantly from the 1-star and 2-star techniques you have previously learned. The soul techniques you studied before relied on the mastery of your body. However, starting from the 3-star technique, the majority requires the adept manipulation and control of soul power. The soul wave primarily involves gathering soul power and allowing it to be continuously released. The difficulty in controlling the soul power is not particularly high, which is why it can be mastered at the 8th level of physical transformation. Zhao Tai demonstrated beside Xianxia, slightly crouching in a horse stance, gradually extending his hands. As if cradling a sphere, he began to rub his palms together. With each motion, a yellow glow began to emanate between his hands. Initially small, this glow expanded until it transformed into a swirling mass of energy. Feeling the surging power within the energy sphere, Xianxia realized it was soul power. His eyes widened in astonishment. He was filled with curiosity as Zhao Tai managed to release and concentrate soul power. In the next moment, an even more astonishing phenomenon occurred. Soul wave. Zhao Tai gathered the soul power orb and drew it to his waist. Then, with a forceful thrust of his palms outward, he unleashed the orb at the moment the character bow resonated. The soul power orb erupted forward, sending a straight shockwave racing ahead, which only faded after covering a distance of 100 paces. As the soul energy wave dissipated, Xianxia still felt the fluttering of his azure robe, the remnants of the dissipated soul power lingering in the air. Xianxia was left in a state of astonishment. What do you think? Zhao Tai turned his head slightly, gazing at Xianxia with a faint smile. Xianxia swallowed hard and said, "This is truly remarkable. No wonder my grandfather claims that the 3-star soul technique is the essence of soul arts. However, this is merely the beginning. The 3-star soul technique is relatively simple. As one delves deeper, the soul arts will become increasingly formidable, with those advanced techniques possessing the power to devastate the very heavens and the earth. If the 3-star soul technique is already so powerful, I can scarcely imagine what the 10-star soul technique must be like." Zhao Tai chuckled and said, "The 10-star soul technique? Ah, do not even entertain the thought. Such a soul technique is exceedingly rare in this world, and it cannot be mastered merely within the confines of the 5 elements realm. Having lived for half a lifetime, I have yet to witness even the 5-star soul techniques. In Jiolong Town, it is already quite remarkable for someone to exist within the 5 elements realm. I have heard that in the capital, those in the soul pill realm are merely minor figures." Xianxia, somewhat bewildered, exclaimed, "The realm of soul techniques is truly enchanting. Enough idle chatter. Let us proceed to teach you the soul energy wave." Under Zhao Tai's patient guidance, the two began their training in the spacious courtyard of Xianxia's new home, which afforded them ample room to practice without the need to relocate. Zhao Tai was exceedingly patient, tirelessly instructing Xianxia on the method to unleash the soul energy wave. Xianxia, possessing a keen intellect, grasped many concepts with just a single explanation and was able to identify crucial points with ease. Ling, being considerate, personally served tea to the two and wiped the sweat from their brows with a towel. In such favorable conditions, Xianxia mastered the technique by the afternoon. Zhao Tai could not help but silently lament Xianxia's rapid learning pace, thinking that if the boy studied for a few more days, he might have more opportunities for Ling to tend to him. A straight, pale yellow wave of light surged forth, yet it dissipated after merely a dozen steps. "I failed to control it. So little distance achieved." Xianxia stomped his feet. "It was already quite commendable. You have grasped the essence, yet it remains unrefined. Once the soul energy wave can surge 100 paces before dissipating, it shall be deemed perfected. With your qualifications, a few more days of practice should suffice. It primarily hinges on becoming familiar and mastering the skills." Xianxia, harboring some doubts, inquired, "Uncle Tai, why does your soul energy emanate with the size of a head, while mine only resembles the size of a fist?" Zhao Tai Dao, "My soul energy, enhanced by a touch of dragon soul imprint, naturally possesses a greater magnitude than yours. Once I achieve mastery, I too shall incorporate a bit more." That addition indeed seems feasible. However, you are still in your youth. Blessed with such remarkable talent, I would advise against augmentation. As for myself, having traversed half a lifetime, I have yet to encounter a 5-star soul technique. And even a 3-star technique necessitates the support of a dragon soul imprint for me. Yet, you, at such a tender age, have already cultivated soul power. Who can predict the heights your future cultivation may reach? Who can assure you that you will not acquire more advanced soul techniques in the future? The dragon soul imprint is exceedingly precious, with the completion of the body refinement stage yielding only 9 points. It would be wise for you to preserve it for investment in more advanced soul techniques in the future." A hint of regret flickered in Zhao Tai's eyes as he sighed. "You've already expended 2 points of the dragon soul imprint on the phantom palm and divine finger sword, which is truly lamentable. You may not yet realize this, and your lack of practical experience is evident. As your cultivation advances, The 1-star and 2-star soul techniques will prove to be of little use, with the body refinement stage yielding only 9 points. And currently at the 8th level of body refinement, I have utilized 2 points, leaving me with 33. I can afford this expenditure. If I were to enhance each soul technique I mastered with a portion of the dragon soul imprint, would I not render each technique superior to others? Xianxia pondered inwardly, yet he merely contemplated this notion. The essence of soul techniques lies not in quantity, but in refinement. When the most suitable soul technique presents itself in the future, it would indeed be prudent to invest more dragon soul imprint into it, transforming it into my ultimate weapon. Uncle Tai, I still lack understanding of the earth soul realm within the 5 elements realm. Could you enlighten me? Of course, replied Zhao Tai. The 2 young maidservants attending Qin Ling had already brought over chairs. Zhao Tai sat down, and Qin Ling promptly served him a cup of tea. Zhao Tai smiled gently at Qin Ling, took a sip of tea, and began to elaborate. At the 10th level of body refinement, the soul power condenses into a soul power seed within the Qi Sea, which then continuously and systematically provides soul power to the body. At this juncture, a transformation occurs within the individual, enabling them to actively absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, the cosmic radiance. The cultivation of a soul practitioner is fundamentally based on the cycle of the 5 elements. Thus, the initial absorption by the body is of the earth element's essence from the universe. Once the earth element is drawn into the body and accepted by the soul power seed, melding with the soul power to endow it with earth attributes, the transformation into a soul practitioner is naturally achieved. With a bitter smile, Zhao Tai remarked, as a mid-level soul practitioner of the earth soul realm, I can only wield some influence locally. In the realm of soul practitioners, my level is merely a foundation. My father tells me that even the disciples sweeping the entrances of some long-established sects are at the fire soul realm, the soul Dan realm. That is the aspiration of my lifetime. Yet, approaching 40, I wonder if I still have that opportunity. Observing my father, who has reached the pinnacle of the earth soul realm, I see he has never ascended to the fire soul realm. Indeed, Zhao Tai suddenly laughed heartily, adding, one mustn't be so pessimistic. After all, I never aspired to achieve great feats. In this locality, few can challenge me. Moreover, with each breakthrough in cultivation, one's lifespan can extend slightly. The road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge in every direction. The soul Dan realm. Xianxia listened intently, astonished by the expansive journey of a soul practitioner. Within the 5 elements realm, there are 5 subrealms, and even after transcending the 5 elements realm, the soul Dan realm remains. Having experienced fortunate encounters that hastened his cultivation, he had rapidly reached the 8th level of body refinement in just a few months, believing himself to be quite remarkable. Yet, in the eyes of those powerful beings in the soul Dan realm, he was akin to an insignificant ant. Xiao's demeanor grew solemn. After hearing Zhao Tai's words, his perspective broadened, and he engaged in deep self-reflection. Since being welcomed into the inner courtyard by Zhao Chencheng, where I am lavished with delightful food and drink, I have been met with admiration and envy wherever I go, which has inevitably led to a degree of self-inflation. One's mindset dictates everything. Henceforth, I must engage in constant self-reflection, ensuring that I do not fall into the trap of believing I have reached my full potential. Xianxia mused internally. Zhao Tai continued to elucidate for Xianxia. Upon entering the earth soul realm, the soul force acquires an earth attribute, thereby enhancing the efficacy of earth-based soul techniques. The earth attribute soul force within the body also nourishes and transforms the physique, fortifying the defense of the soul practitioner. Similarly, upon entering the fire soul realm, the fire attribute soul force further modifies the body, endowing the practitioner with greater offensive power and explosive capabilities. Chapter 027. The Art of Sky Splitting and Soul Energy Waves. Xianxia listened intently as Zhao Tai spoke eloquently, though the discourse was somewhat monotonous. He remained undistracted for even a moment. By the time Zhao Tai concluded his exposition on the knowledge pertaining to the 5 elements realm, he was astonished to realize that half an hour had elapsed without his notice. Uncle Tai, I have something to show you. Just a moment, Xianxia exclaimed, retrieving a small vial. Inside, there are 2 pills. I am unsure of their nature, but I thought you might recognize them. Zhao Tai poured the pills into his palm. They were a rich earthen hue, robust and rounded, their surfaces gleaming, and at first glance, they seemed to emit a faint wisp of azure smoke. These were the very pills that Xiaolong had expelled to treat Yangshu's ailment at Xiao's behest. Xiaolong had insisted that Xiao keep them, which surely indicated their efficacy. Each day, Xiao Long had produced 3 pills for 7 days, totaling 21, of which Yang Chao had consumed 1, leaving him with 20. He had been prudent, only presenting 2 to Zhao Tai, with the remaining 18 concealed within a bottle beneath his bed. To his astonishment, upon beholding the pill, Zhao Tai's eyes widened significantly, his narrow gaze expanding in disbelief. He rose abruptly from his seat, startling both Qin Ling and the maidservant behind him. "Is that not the Earth Spirit pill?" he exclaimed, almost shouting. "And of superior quality. Where on earth did you acquire this, Xiao Chao?" Naturally, Yang Chao could not divulge that it had been expelled from Xiao Long's mouth, for Zhao Tai would certainly insist on dissecting the creature for clarity. Given Zhao Tai's reaction, it was evident that these pills were extraordinary, and thus, the secret must remain concealed. "Fortune smiles upon me. Truly a stroke of divine luck. This is a premium Earth Spirit pill." Yang Chao, perplexed, inquired, "Uncle Tai, what exactly is the Earth Spirit pill? You appear quite astonished." "Xiao Chao," Zhao Tai replied, hardly able to contain his excitement. "This is a premium Earth Spirit pill, a commodity that cannot be procured for any sum of money." How could I not be astonished? He remained standing, neglecting to resume his seat, and continued to elucidate. Soul practitioners within the Earth Soul realm require a continuous absorption of the Earth element's essence from the heavens and the Earth. Unlike ancient times, when numerous paradisiacal locations existed, today as practitioners are limited to drawing upon inferior qualities of Earth elements. The lower the quality, the slower the cultivation speed. And when one eventually breaks through to the 5 elements realm, the quality of the soul pill produced will also be diminished. Thus, whether establishing an imperial capital, constructing a palace, or founding a sect, those in power invariably seek locations rich in high-quality 5-element elements. These so-called paradisiacal sites are the crux of many territorial conflicts. After a brief pause, Zhao Tai continued, "Moreover, practitioners in the 5 elements realm can not only absorb the elements from nature, but can also ingest artificially refined spirit pills. However, those available on the market are predominantly of inferior quality. Even such low-grade pills command exorbitant prices, while medium-quality pills are scarcely found for sale. A pill of this superior grade is a veritable treasure, immensely beneficial to practitioners of the Earth Soul realm. The scarcity of high-quality Earth elements remains a significant reason for the slow progress of practitioners. Many prodigies like yourself experience rapid growth during the body sculpting realm. Yet upon entering the 5 elements realm, their advancement markedly decelerates. Thus, in the pursuit of cultivation, while diligence and talent are undoubtedly essential, it is fortuitous opportunity that holds paramount significance. This explains why so many cultivators strive fervently to gain entry into those esteemed sects that possess abundant hidden realms, where cultivation is significantly accelerated compared to the outside world. "I see." Yang Chao nodded, having comprehended the wondrous utility of this Earth Spirit pill. No wonder Zhao Tai reacted so dramatically. What is the true origin of Xiao Long? Not only can it expel soul pills, but it can also produce such 5-element spirit pills. Yang Chao grew increasingly curious about Xiao Long's identity. Yang Chao did not reach out to take the pills, but instead said, "Uncle Tai, please take these 2 Earth Spirit pills. They're a gift for you." Zhao Tai's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment as he exclaimed, "What? A gift for me? I have no current use for them. You could benefit from them splendidly. So it is only fitting that I offer them to you," Yang Chao replied. "Little Chao, are you jesting with me? Do you realize that these 2 Earth Spirit pills could fetch a 4-star soul technique in Sioux City?" Yang Chao earnestly replied, "Uncle Tai, you have always been so considerate towards our family. My mother and I have noticed your kindness throughout the years. As a junior, it is only right for me to present you with a small token of gratitude. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" Upon hearing Yang Chao's words, Zhao Tai felt that it would indeed be a disservice to decline, and after a moment's pause, his expression softened as he cheerfully declared, "Very well. I shall accept these Earth Spirit pills. Little Chao, I owe you a debt of gratitude." Zhao Tai fondled the vial containing the Earth Spirit pills with great affection, murmuring to himself, "I am so close to reaching the late stage of the Earth Soul realm. With just 1 pill, I could break through my cultivation within a month. My father has been at the peak of the Earth Soul realm for quite some time. Giving him another pill would be immensely beneficial. Truly splendid, utterly splendid." As the esteemed 4th master of the Zhao family, it was rare for anyone to witness him in such an exuberant state of joy. Zhao Tai gently patted Yang Chao's head, smiling as he said, "Little Chao, my father was indeed correct. With you in the Zhao family, we are truly blessed." Zhao Tai then spoke sharply, "Who dares to intrude? If you possess the audacity to infiltrate the Zhao family, do you dare to confront me?" Just then, Responding to his challenge, the figure emerging was none other than Xianxia. "Brother, you have emerged from seclusion," Xianxia exclaimed, clad in a flowing white robe. Xianxia exuded an extraordinary aura as he walked with an effortless grace. The space around him twisted incessantly, occasionally revealing dark fissures as though a powerful being had torn the fabric of reality. These dark rifts intertwined, forming two slender, sword-like shadows that spiraled around Xianxia. The two dark figures that had just attacked Zhao Tai were, in fact, these shadowy blades. After a month of seclusion, Xianxia had finally mastered the rift space technique. This technique is notoriously difficult to cultivate and requires immense mental fortitude. Once perfected, it allows the cultivator to distort the surrounding space, merging offense and defense seamlessly in close combat. It can also condense the force of space rending into rift blades composed of soul energy, which can be manipulated with mental strength to engage adversaries. This is the rift space technique. Xianxia, you have accomplished it. Zhao Tieda was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Indeed. You are a genius. Not a single member of the Zhao family has managed to master the void-splitting technique. Yet you have not only mastered it but have also condensed two void-splitting sword shuttles. The more sword shuttles one condenses while practicing the void-splitting technique, the more formidable one becomes." Xianxia smiled and replied, "I have made some progress, but I could hardly contain my eagerness to come out and experiment a bit. Your earlier ambush, I dare say, would be insurmountable for anyone below the elemental realm." A shiver of unease still lingered in Zhao Tai's heart at the thought of the earlier attack of the sword shuttles. "That is precisely why I wanted to test my sword against Fourth Master." Instead of approaching Zhao Tai, Xianxia halted opposite him, gazing across the distance. "Fourth Master, you are currently instructing the soul wave to Xiao Chao, correct? Perfect timing. Let us test the might of my void-splitting sword shuttles. You can use your soul wave to strike at me." Zhao Tai furrowed his brow and confidently declared, "You will not withstand my soul wave. Do not worry. I have my methods." In the next moment, Xianxia closed his eyes, and the space around him began to twist violently. Fissures in the fabric of reality emerging and converging to form a new void-splitting sword shuttle. 3 sword shuttles orbited Xianxia, suspended in midair. Zhao Tai remarked, "By enhancing it with the Dragon Soul Seal, you have gained yet another sword shuttle. But truly, can you withstand this? You are merely at the 9th level of body shaping." Xianxia laughed heartily. "Uncle Tai, feel free to try." "Very well." Acknowledging Xianxia's genius, which continuously astonished him, Zhao Tai held a degree of confidence and agreed. In the next instant, Zhao Tai rubbed his palms together, swiftly launching a soul wave the size of a human head directly toward Xianxia. Before the surging wave of soul power, Xianxia appeared diminutive. Yet, suddenly, Xianxia's aura expanded, and in the eyes of the onlookers, he grew taller. The 3 sword shuttles revolving around him accelerated, maintaining equal distance from his body as they circled. The speed increased to such an extent that the sword shuttles became indistinguishable to the naked eye, appearing as strands of dark light entwined around Xianxia, forming a protective circle that enveloped him. The soul wave struck this barrier, only to be intercepted. Half-crouched, Xianxia clenched his fists, his expression turning grim. He was drenched in sweat, veins bulging, as the movement of the 3 sword shuttles intensified to an almost frenzied pace, gradually eroding the power of the soul wave until it dissipated entirely. Panting, Xianxia collapsed onto the ground, his long robe thoroughly soaked. "You blocked it." Zhao Tai gaped in astonishment, although he had believed Xianxia capable of withstanding the attack. Witnessing the reality of Xianxia's mastery over the void-splitting technique left him utterly incredulous. The contest of the 3-star soul techniques was indeed unlike any before. It was no longer a matter of physical prowess or brute strength, but a true contest of soul techniques. Xianxia's voice was somewhat feeble as he stated, "I did manage to block it, but it was exceedingly taxing. Withstanding your strike has drained all my strength for further combat." "Not quite." Zhao Tai furrowed his brows deeply, as if suddenly struck by a revelation. Chapter 028, The Determination of the Great Tree and the Attitude of the Grass. In the 9th level of body shaping, mastering soul power with finesse, one can indeed wield the void sword with great proficiency when assisted by mental strength. However, the velocity of the void sword had reached its zenith, leading to a significant depletion of soul power. Mere control, without a continuous supply of soul energy, cannot sustain one for long. Yet you persevered, Xianxia. Have you perhaps borne the seed of soul power and ascended to the 10th level of body shaping? Hearing Zhao Tai's inquiry, Xianxia stared blankly at Xianxia. Could it be that during his month-long seclusion, not only had he mastered the void technique, but he had also surpassed his cultivation, entering the 10th level of body shaping? Yang Shu rose, slowly making his way towards Zhao Tai and Yang Chao, casually remarking, "Indeed, I have borne the seed of soul power." This understated declaration left Zhao Tai utterly astonished. A prodigy is indeed a prodigy, they need not boast. And the joy of rapid advancement is merely brushed aside. Zhao Tai's voice trembled slightly as he exclaimed, "A genius, truly a remarkable talent in soul techniques. Yang Shu, you have once again surpassed all the younger generation of the Zhao family." Zhao Tai then turned his gaze towards Yang Chao, his expression filled with greater astonishment. "As my elder brother has said, your bloodline is exceptionally gifted. I am genuinely curious about your father. Who is he that has bestowed upon you such an extraordinary legacy?" Upon hearing the mention of their father, a fierce glint flashed in Yang Shu's eyes, though he quickly concealed it. With his brother's strength on the rise, Yang Chao naturally felt elated and joyfully remarked, "That fellow named Lu Ying is also at the 10th level of body shaping. And he has boasted about defeating both the young master and you at the new talent conference. Now that you two have reached the 10th level, there is no need to worry about Lu Ying." "Indeed," Zhao Tai nodded. With Yang Shu's engagement to Zhao Yujing, he was now a true member of the Zhao family, and his prowess ranked foremost among the younger generation. He would undoubtedly participate as a key player in the upcoming New Talent Conference. According to the old patriarch, he was counting on either Yang Shu or Zhao Wuji to secure victory for the Zhao family. Although Zhao Wuji was formidable, his swordsmanship unparalleled. He had faced Lu Ying twice at the New Talent Conference, both times suffering defeat, seemingly unable to alter this outcome. Now that Yang Shu had arrived, perhaps a change was in store. With Yang Shu as a variable, Zhao Tai looked forward to this year's New Talent Conference with great anticipation. The New Talent Conference, hosted by the Lord of Sioux City and co-organized by each town, is a grand event held annually to assess the strength of the younger generation from various families. The family that claims first place each time is rewarded with prizes provided by the Sioux City organizers. The rewards are substantial, including high-grade soul elixirs and rare spiritual herbs. It is said that this year's prize is a 3-star soul artifact, a truly rare find. In the New Talent Conference of Jiulong Town, aside from the families within the town, many surrounding villages also send representatives. Historically, the champion has either been the Zhao family or the Lu family. However, for the past 3 years, due to the emergence of the soul technique prodigy Lu Ying, the Zhao family has languished as the perennial runner-up. Zhao Chengcheng, feeling disgruntled, has faced ridicule each time he encounters the head of the Lu family, suffering considerable embarrassment. Upon the discovery of Yang Shu's remarkable talent, the resulting fervor was immense, prompting a concerted effort to nurture him with the intention of suppressing the Lu family during the New England Conference. The ultimate goal was to amass strength, dominate the Lu family, and ultimately establish the Jiang family as the foremost power in Jiulong Town. There even existed the tantalizing prospect of extending their influence into Sioux City. Ultimately, the New England Conference served as yet another battleground for the Zhao and Lu families, governed by rules and discipline, with an audience bearing witness. Victory brought glory, while defeat resulted in disgrace. The minor factions within the town would assess the capabilities of the younger generations of both families based on their performances at the conference, determining to which family they ought to ally themselves. As for Lu Ying, he was indeed a prodigy, and I too wished to make his acquaintance. Yang Shu lifted his head, his complexion improving somewhat, and remarked, "There is still some time before the New England Conference. I shall rest at home for a couple of days before venturing to Evil Marsh Mountain." Evil Marsh Mountain. Yang Shu, that place is perilous. Zhao Tai frowned. The mountain was not part of the surrounding ranges of Jiulong Town. It required 4 to 5 days of walking to reach. It was desolate and teeming with ferocious beasts. There were even rumors that deeper within, one might encounter demon beasts or even soul beasts. Thus, it was exceedingly dangerous for those in the body refinement realm to venture there. Even a soul guest like Zhao Tai, who was at the Earth Soul realm, only dared to linger in the outskirts, refraining from delving further. Unless one assembles a team of pure soul guests for mutual protection, exploring the mountains is unwise. Zhao Tai advised, "Your intentions are commendable, but if you encounter a soul beast, neither you nor I would stand a chance of escape." Yang Shu nodded. "I am aware of the risks, which is why I shall not venture too deep. I will confine myself to hunting in the vicinity." With a smile, he added, "I was actually hoping to procure a soul pill from Fourth Master." Yang Chao, filled with admiration for her brother's aspirations, exclaimed, "Brother, I too wish to hone my combat skills. Take me with you." Yang Chao murmured, "It can't be that exaggerated." Yang Shu shrugged, chuckling. I have long grown accustomed to your exaggerations. Have you not already astonished me enough? Very well then. Yang Shu ruffled Yang Chao's hair and said, once we both become soul guests, we shall embark on adventures together to enhance our practical abilities. All right, brother. In that case, you two continue your practice. I shall take a short rest. With that, Yang Shu turned and walked into the house. Big brother, don't be in such a hurry. Speak with mother. She hasn't seen you in a month. Qin Ling followed Yang Shu inside. Yang Chao and Zhao Tai exchanged knowing smiles. Come, let us resume our practice. A wave of pale yellow energy, the size of a round face, surged forth in the expansive courtyard, pushing forward 100 paces before gradually dissipating. Yang Chao smiled, satisfied, and applauded. After 2 days, the 3-star soul technique had finally been mastered. Yang Chao had even infused a bit of dragon soul imprint into it, leaving him with 32 points of dragon soul imprint remaining. In these 2 days, Zhao Tai had not returned. His original intention was to offer guidance once Yang Chao had mastered the technique. Of course, beyond mere instruction, his true motives remained inscrutable. Unexpectedly, Yang Chao presented him with a high-quality Earth Spirit pill, with the exquisite Earth Spirit elixir in hand. Zhao Tai immediately set aside his work and entered a state of seclusion, aiming to break through to the later stage of the Earth Soul realm. Zhao Chengqing and his 3 sons constituted the 4 soul guests of the Zhao family, each possessing varying degrees of cultivation. Zhao Chengqing was at the pinnacle of the Earth Soul realm. Zhao Yin was in the later stage, while Zhao Tong and Zhao Tai were both at the mid-stage. Zhao Tai and Zhao Tong were often at odds, their realms being comparable and leaving no discernible distinction between them. Should Zhao Tai succeed in advancing to the later stage of the Earth Soul realm first, he would surpass Zhao Tong in status and carry more weight in discussions before Zhao Chengqing. Of course, the subtle dynamics among the elders were unknown to Yang Chao, who was solely focused on his cultivation, indifferent to such concerns. Xiao Chao, I am heading to Evil Marsh Mountain. Yang Shu suddenly appeared behind Yang Chao. Brother. Yang Chao turned around and inquired, when will you depart? Now, does mother know? She knows. I spoke with her last night, so there is no need for farewells. It would only cause her unnecessary worry. During my absence, please keep her company. Yang Chao nodded. All right, brother, do take care. Yang Shu retrieved a green orb the size of a chicken egg from his pocket and handed it to Yang Chao, saying, the old man provided me with quite a few items for this journey. This shadow escape bomb is of no use to me, so take it. If you encounter any of those younger members of the Liu family looking for trouble, you can use this to escape if you cannot defeat them, thus avoiding any mishaps. Yang Chao declined to take it, saying, this is for your protection. Grandfather gave it to you. Evil Marsh Mountain is perilous. You should keep it. Yang Shu shook his head. I have no need for it. My purpose in going is to experience danger and hone my willpower and explosive strength through it. Therefore, I will not flee from any battle. I must secure victory to temper my resolve. I do not intend to venture deep into the mountains. And should I encounter a powerful soul beast near the outskirts, this shadow escape bomb would be of no use in facilitating my escape. Thus, it serves no purpose for me. Yang Chao held immense admiration for his brother, but felt safer with the orb in his possession, urging, brother, you should enough said. Take it. I must be off. Yang Shu's expression hardened as he forcibly placed the shadow escape bomb into Yang Chao's hands and turned to leave. Reluctantly, Yang Chao called after his brother's retreating figure, brother, please be cautious. As days turned into weeks, Yang Shu had been away for half a month. This was the first time Yang Chao had ventured far alone, let alone to the treacherous Evil Marsh Mountain. During the day, he cultivated diligently, and each night, he set aside an hour to converse with his mother, the topics primarily revolving around Yang Shu. In the stillness of the night, he often found himself missing his brother and worrying for him. Yet, during his cultivation, he maintained a clear mind, free of distractions. In the course of these 2 weeks, Yang Chao achieved notable progress. Through relentless practice of the Divine Finger Sword and Soul Energy Wave, he had become quite adept at harnessing soul power. Particularly, the release of sword energy through the Divine Finger Sword proved to be slightly more effective than the Soul Energy Wave. However, the Soul Energy Wave consumed soul power excessively. And as Yang Chao had yet to cultivate a soul power seed, his recovery from depletion was sluggish without the aid of medicinal elixirs. Despite the considerable gains achieved, Yang Chao found himself still a fraction short of reaching the 9th level of body refinement. However, he remained unperturbed. Recognizing that it had only been a mere fortnight since he commenced his training, it was entirely reasonable for his cultivation to not have yet advanced. Indeed, should one attain the 9th level so swiftly, it would be rather extraordinary. Nonetheless, after this period of diligent practice, Xianxia perceived that the golden core within his abdomen had diminished significantly, now roughly the size of an egg. This realization filled him with a tinge of regret. As he pondered whether the complete absence of the golden core might impede his cultivation speed. Yet, this was merely conjecture, as he remained unaware of the true nature of the golden core or the origins of the little dragon. He was uncertain if the golden core would indeed vanish or undergo some transformation. As always, he resolved not to dwell on the incomprehensible, believing that clarity would come with the elevation of his realm. Thus, the immediate priority was to cultivate relentlessly, with a determination to forge his will. He embraced an attitude of fervent dedication to his training. Xianxia also wished to participate in the New Heroes Conference, eager to immerse himself in the competitive atmosphere and to bring honor to the Zhao family. However, from Zhao Tai, he learned that the quota for each family was limited. The Zhao family had 3 spots, while the Lu family, being the previous champions, had 4. Given his current level of cultivation, overshadowed by Yangshu, Zhao Wuji, and Zhao Yujing, he found himself in 4th place, leaving him with no opportunity. Therefore, he was eager to attain the 9th level of body refinement to catch up with Zhao Yujing, which would secure him a coveted spot. Yet, Xianxia was not blindly pursuing cultivation. He approached each step with careful consideration. Perhaps granting himself a day of rest, allowing for some relaxation, could yield better results. With this thought in mind, he decided to stroll through the town to clear his mind. It was just past noon, and autumn had begun to settle in. The sun in the sky was no longer as scorching, and a gentle breeze occasionally wafted by, providing a refreshing respite. On this occasion, Xianxia chose not to bring along Yang Yi, preferring to wander aimlessly on his own. Of course, the little dragon remained perched on his shoulder, peering around with the curiosity of a mischievous child accompanying a parent. As he passed by a tavern, Xianxia suddenly halted, for someone had called his name. "Brother Xianxia, it's been a while. Why not come up and join us?" He looked up to see a table on the balcony of the tavern's 2nd floor, where a man and a woman were seated. The man, fanning himself with a folding fan, wore a cheerful smile and exuded an air of elegance. The woman, clad in a white blouse with a bobbed hairstyle, appeared sweet and charming. Luing inquired, "Our meeting is fated. What say you? Will you not come up for a gathering?" Such an invitation seemed to suggest cowardice if declined. After a moment's contemplation, Xianxia agreed and made his way into the tavern. Lu Miao nodded gently and rose, stating, "I shall retreat to the private room upstairs." "Very well," he replied. Chapter 29. Grass, I want you to be responsible for me. On the balcony of the tavern's 2nd floor, a round table was adorned with a pot of fragrant tea and several delicate pastries. The tea exuded a refreshing aroma, while the pastries offered a subtle sweetness. Simple yet exquisite, this combination, enhanced by a hint of sweetness, created a unique charm. Xianxia noticed an empty seat but refrained from sitting immediately. Instead, he remarked, "I believe I saw your sister downstairs." Luing gestured toward the vacant chair with her fan, saying, "Do not concern yourself with her. Please take a seat here." After this, she addressed the servant standing in the corner of the balcony, instructing him to bring a new set of tea utensils. "Yes," the servant replied, bowing before departing. He understood Lu Ying's intention, which was to summon the waiter and have him wait in the main hall, allowing Lu Ying to converse privately with Xianxia. Once they were alone, Lu Ying's expression remained calm, yet her tone became more serious as she directly inquired, "Xianxia, is it true that your brother is to marry Zhao Yujing?" Xianxia affirmed, "Certainly. Grandfather has yet to send out the invitation because he is still selecting an auspicious date." Lu Ying smiled. "Grandfather? You speak quite affectionately." Xianxia responded, "We are family. How could we be distant? Are we truly family?" Lu Ying opened her folding fan, gently fanning herself as she continued. "It is your brother who is to marry Zhao Yujing, not you. Unless old master Zhao betroths Zhao Yoxin to you, only then could you be considered one of us." At that moment, the waiter returned with the new tea set, pouring a cup for Xianxia before quickly retreating. Xianxia then stated, "Titles and status do not concern me. I grew up in the Zhao family, and they treated me well. That is sufficient for my happiness." "Well treated? I would not be so certain," Lu Ying replied coldly, a smirk gracing her lips. "The former servant of Zhao Yoxin, Qiu Heir, has now aligned himself with our Lu family and has shared many tales. He mentioned how Zhao Yoxin and Zhao Wuwei often bullied you and mocked your brother. If you had not gained some standing and your brother had not recovered, would they have treated you well?" "That is all in the past," Xianxia replied. "Do you bear no resentment at all?" "I have long forgotten." Xianxia lifted his teacup and took a small sip. Lu Ying narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him intently. Xianxia felt uneasy under her gaze, perceiving that her smile held an unsettling quality, lacking any masculine energy, reminiscent of a delicate woman. Yet, this very aura sent shivers down his spine. Wishing to leave, Xianxia said, "Have you summoned me merely to sow discord between myself and the Zhao family? If so, I advise you to abandon it. It is futile. To say it is discord would be an exaggeration. I am merely stating the facts," Lu Ying replied, taking a sip of her tea. "Allow me to speak plainly. I called you up here to share some joyous news." "Joyous news?" Xianxia questioned. "You would have joyous tidings for me?" As he spoke, he raised his teacup again, uncertain of Lu Ying's intentions. "My younger sister, Miao, has taken a liking to you, and both my grandfather and father have consented. Would you not consider this joyous news?" With that, Xianxia, caught off guard, spat out the tea he had just sipped. Lu Ying swiftly shielded herself with her fan, narrowly avoiding the spray. Xianxia hurriedly said, "I apologize." Lu Ying replied with a smile, "It's nothing." This is precisely the effect he desired. If Xianxia remained indifferent, that would indeed be a lost cause. Xianxia continued, "Did I hear that correctly? Your sister has taken a liking to me? We've only met that one time." He added, "Love at first sight, do you understand?" "I do not comprehend." Shaking his head, Xianxia remarked, "Besides, we are still quite young. It is not the right time, is it?" Seizing the moment, Lu Ying stated, "Age is not an issue. If you are willing, you could become engaged, and when the time is right, everything will naturally fall into place." As they ascended the staircase, Xianxia pondered why Lu Ying sought him out today, whether it was to create trouble or to humiliate him. If she truly intended to confront him, he would accept it as a matter of course and face it with composure. However, Lu Ying's unexpected words left him somewhat astonished. He was not lacking in intelligence, but he seldom calculated the intricacies of people and situations. Remaining silent, he sipped his tea while contemplating. Noticing his contemplative demeanor, Lu Ying refrained from interrupting, merely observing the changes in his expression. After a long while, as Xianxia remained silent, Lu Ying finally called out, "So, what do you think?" "You need not respond immediately. I will give you time to consider." Xianxia suddenly smiled and said, "Am I truly that valuable to your family? You would choose to draw me into the Lu family in such a manner? I perceive that Lu Miao is a gentle girl. If she does not genuinely like me and is merely being forced into this arrangement by your family, would that not ruin her life?" With a scoff, Xianxia coldly added, "You are indeed quite ruthless." Lu Ying's expression darkened slightly as she replied, "You are overthinking this. Lu Miao proposed this herself. She is a brave and forthright girl. The engagement is not motivated by any ulterior motives." Yet Xianxia jested, "Do you truly believe that? My brother marries the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, and I marry a daughter of the Lu family. How then can my brother and I remain as brothers?" With a snap of her folding fan, Lu Ying's eyes sparkled as she said, "Isn't that even better? Through your relationship with your brother, the Zhao and Lu families would draw closer and cease their conflicts." Xianxia looked at Lu Ying with skepticism, seriously asking, "Lu Ying, do you genuinely think this way?" "Of course. I am inherently a lover of tranquility and detest strife," she replied. Yet Xianxia countered, "That is still inappropriate. I harbor no feelings for Lu Miao. To hastily engage with her would be detrimental not only to me but also to her." Xiao's reservation stemmed not from a sense of impropriety but from disbelief in Lu Ying's assertions. She was a prominent figure among the younger generation of Jiolong Town, a reputation forged through relentless conflict. Could she truly be someone who abhors contention? If she despised strife, why not retreat to the comfort of home, sipping tea and reading, living a life of ease? More likely, this was a scheme devised by Lu Ying to ensnare him. Lu Ying, growing somewhat impatient, said sharply, "Why must you be so indecisive? Speak plainly. One should approach tasks with decisiveness. The girls dare to love and hate, to speak their minds, while you remain hesitant, indecisive." Xianxia then uttered a remark that rendered Lu Ying speechless. "I am not a man. I am but a boy." Lu Ying reclined in her chair, placing her fan down as she gazed out towards the balcony, a look of bewilderment upon her face. Just as Xianxia was about to take his leave, a maid entered and bowed before Lu Ying, saying, "Young Master Ying, Miss Miao requests your presence in the private room, specifically for Xianxia." Lu Ying cast a glance at Xianxia and remarked, "Xianxia, do you dare to go? My little sister is like a tiger. She might devour you." Xianxia rose, clasped his hands in respect, and earnestly replied, "I shall go. Being with your little sister is far preferable to being with you." Lu Ying found herself at a loss for words once more. "Huh." Observing Lu Ying's irate expression, Xianxia laughed heartily and followed the maid towards the private room. He suddenly realized that while Lu Ying was handsome and charming and the strongest among their peers, he sometimes exhibited an odd demeanor, lacking the masculine vigor of a true man like Yang Shu or Zhao Wuji. Interestingly, Yang Chao acknowledged Lu Ying's prowess in soul cultivation, yet found him lacking in conversational skills. The thought of having rendered Lu Ying speechless filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Guided by the maid, Yang Chao arrived at the private room. The maid announced at the door, "Miss Miao, Yang Chao has arrived." A sweet voice emanated from within, "Please let him in." The maid pushed the door open, allowing Yang Chao to enter, and then closed it behind him, standing guard at the entrance. The private room was modest, separated by a screen adorned with embroidered images of golden dragons and jade phoenixes. The decor was simple yet elegant, predominantly in shades of green, evoking a sense of tranquility. However, Miss Lu Miao was nowhere to be seen. "Miss Miao, where are you?" Yang Chao wondered, perplexed. There was only one room, and surely she couldn't be hiding. Moreover, Miss Lu Miao had summoned him, surely not for a game of hide and seek. A shadow flickered behind the screen, and Yang Chao thought it must be Lu Miao. So he approached cautiously. "Miss Miao, why do you not come out?" As he rounded the screen, he was taken aback. Indeed, it was Lu Miao before him. But today she was extraordinarily stunning. She stood there, adorned only with flowers in her hair, completely unclothed. Her well-proportioned figure and fair skin were revealed in their entirety to Yang Chao's eyes. Facing him directly, her modest bosom and the vivid red accents left him flushed, his blood rushing to his face. Lowering his gaze, he noticed her smooth, flat abdomen and the delicate black. Having always been of good character, Yang Chao had never indulged in the inappropriate act of peering at the maidens of the household bathing. He had never witnessed such an alluring scene. He quickly turned away, unable to look any longer, fearing his blood would erupt from his nostrils. "Miss Miao, what are you doing?" As Yang Chao turned away, Lu Miao's expression became somewhat more relaxed. "I haven't done anything. I was just changing clothes." Yang Chao retorted. "Are you implying that you were in the midst of changing, and I inadvertently barged in, leaving you innocent?" Lu Miao suddenly chuckled and replied, "I am not that type of person. I deliberately removed my clothes for you to see." Despite the boldness of her statement, Lu Miao felt a touch of shyness when uttering the words "for you to see." For Lu Miao's fingers fidgeted, her face flushed with embarrassment. She raised her voice and declared, "Chao, I want you to take responsibility for me. Now that you have seen me completely, you have taken advantage. And you cannot simply abandon me." Lu Miao then inquired, "Do I look good?" Yang Chao scratched her head and, after a lengthy pause, finally managed to utter two words, "Good looking." "Then why don't you turn around and take a good look at me?" Lu Miao pressed. "Why the silence?" "In truth, if I wished to see you again, it would not be an impossible task. However, I believe I am not the type to feel obligated simply because I have seen your body." Lu Miao was taken aback and quickly responded, "You don't want to take responsibility? That is not the behavior of a gentleman." Yang Chao replied, "I have never intended to be a gentleman." "You." Lu Miao bit her lip and suddenly embraced Yang Chao from behind, saying, "If you have seen my body and do not wish to take responsibility, then we shall sleep together, and when our child springs forth from my navel, let us see if you still refuse to take responsibility." Chapter 30. The first battle side by side. Yang Chao was utterly devastated. Throughout his life, he had never encountered a girl like her. He instinctively attempted to pull Lu Miao away by grabbing her, only to inadvertently grasp two soft, plush mounts, causing his hands to recoil as if struck by lightning. From behind him, Lu Miao exclaimed, "You've already touched my backside. Are you not going to take responsibility?" It wasn't intentional," Yang Chao stammered. Upon hearing the word backside, a sudden thought struck him. He thrust his backside backward, propelling Lu Miao away, and instead of heading towards the door, he made his way to the window. Noticing no one below, he leaped out without hesitation, keen to avoid an encounter with Lu Ying that would lead to further entanglements. Lu Miao stood exposed beside the screen, glaring at the window, her chest heaving with indignation. Clenching her fists tightly, she hissed in frustration, "Yang Chao, this is all part of the questing swords arrangement. You cannot escape the fate that has long been predetermined. You have seen my pure form. Do not think you can shake me off. I will follow you even as a ghost." Sighing, Lu Ying leaned against the door, her expression grave. Yang Chao mocked himself inwardly, reflecting, "Look at my pitiful state. Is this not too embarrassing? It's merely a woman, not a demon. What is there to fear?" Yet, he soon chastised himself for his thoughts, recalling Lu Miao's earlier demeanor in the room. How scandalous. He lightly slapped his own face, contemplating the oft-recurring phrase in literature, "Women, you are the source of calamity." But what purpose did such phrases serve? Even knowing the potential for disaster, countless men willingly tread the path of peril, eager to pursue their fates, often concluding with a carefree declaration, to die beneath the peony, even as a ghost, remains charming. Suddenly, Xianxia's expression turned serious as two men emerged from either end of the alley, cornering him. "Quite nimble, aren't you?" One of the men, tall and imposing with a fierce countenance, introduced himself as Lu Ming, the eldest grandson of the Lu family and its heir. The other, noticeably smaller and more slender yet handsome, was Lu Yang, Lu Ming's younger brother. Lu Ying was the third in line. They were all her brothers. Lu Ming, with a bulging leather pouch at his waist, fondled a vibrant, dripping spirit mushroom before stashing it away, declaring, "Today, I am in a good mood after finding the blood-weeping spirit mushroom, so a light lesson will suffice." Upon seeing the mushroom, Xiaolong, perched on Xiao's shoulder, began to hiss excitedly. Lu Yang chimed in, "A mere light lesson won't do. Xiao's wounds have yet to heal. Our brother has been hurt, and our sister has been wronged. If we, as brothers, do not take action now, it would be a disgrace to the Lu family. I will take charge." Lu Ming took a step forward, flipping his palms upward before abruptly squatting down to strike the ground with both hands. In the next moment, Xiao felt the ground tremble beneath him, as if a powerful stream of energy surged from the depths of the earth towards him, reacting swiftly and decisively. He rolled backward without a second thought. Indeed, just as Xiao leaped from the ground, a pale yellow dragon-shaped radiance tore through the earth beneath his feet. Although this radiant dragon did not hit Xiao, it did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to pursue him relentlessly. With Lu Yang blocking his escape, Xiao realized that fleeing was futile and hastily summoned his phantom palm to resist. Using a first-tier soul technique, the phantom palm, to counter Lu Ming's third-tier soul technique, the earth dragon was truly laughable. A smirk appeared on Lu Ming's face. Xiao's phantom palm had long since reached mastery, and with an infusion of dragon soul essence, it may not have been formidable during the 7th stage of body refinement, but now, having cultivated soul power, each shadow of his palm was imbued with this energy. As he unleashed a series of phantom palms, a multitude of over 100 palm shadows emerged before him, each radiating pale yellow soul power, gradually eroding the dragon-shaped light. In this manner, he successfully countered Lu Ming's soul technique. Lu Ming was somewhat taken aback, aware that Xiao had attained the 8th stage of body refinement. He had expected that his earth dragon would bring Xiao down in one blow. However, to his astonishment, Xiao had managed to neutralize his technique with a first-tier soul skill. This left him feeling humiliated. Xiao discerned that Lu Ming was at least at the 9th stage of body refinement. Otherwise, the earth dragon would have vanished upon release, rather than being controlled so effectively. Whoever claimed that first-tier soul techniques were useless was mistaken. With the right application, any soul technique could yield remarkable effects. Xiao thought to himself, "Brother, Chao and Zhao Wei have both suffered at this boy's hands. He is quite formidable. Let us join forces against him." Lu Yang, being more cautious, decided not to say more and initiated an attack on Xiao. "Hey!" In the next instant, Lu Yang leaned forward, unleashing a thunderous shout that resonated with a heart-wrenching intensity. As the sound erupted, Xiao felt as though his very soul might be jolted from his body. His ears throbbed, and his head pounded painfully. With his naked eye, he could even see the sound issuing from Lu Yang's mouth, interspersed with needle-like strands of soul power. Third-tier sound-killing soul technique, demon-dispersing sound. At that moment, Lu Ming charged towards Xiao, channeling soul power into his fist, preparing to strike him down with a single blow. Xiao had yet to enter the 9th stage of body molding. He could only condense and release soul power, lacking the ability to manipulate it with the same ease as Lu Ming. If he could exert control, he might have been able to compress and direct his soul power into his ears, providing temporary respite. However, his entire body was numb, his mind assaulted by the disruptive sound of magic, rendering him momentarily incapable of thought. As Lu Ming approached, he found himself utterly helpless against the two individuals at the 9th stage of body molding, placing Xiao in a perilous situation. Yet, Little Dragon seemed unaffected by the disruptive sound. Upon seeing Lu Ming charge forward, it suddenly bit down on Xiao's arm. Instantly, Xiao felt a surge of clarity as Little Dragon emerged from his pocket, its claws now adorned with 3 2-star soul pills gifted by Zhao Chengqing. Having cultivated a tacit understanding with Little Dragon, Xiao, with his quick wit, immediately grasped its intent and swallowed the 3 soul pills in one gulp. In the next moment, feeling the potent energy from the pills erupting within him, Xiao refrained from utilizing any soul techniques and forcefully cast Little Dragon aside. letting out a bellow towards the heavens. Though this process may sound intricate, it transpired in just 2 or 3 breaths, showcasing the remarkable synergy and decisiveness between xianxia and Little Dragon. Xianxia had not yet formed a seed of soul power and thus lacked the capacity to release such a volume of energy. However, with the 3 2-star soul pills consumed, he risked his very being, unleashing the soul power without absorbing it through his body. Boom! As Lu Meng drew near, he was repelled by the sheer force of the soul power, while Lu Yang's disruptive sound was dissipated. He had narrowly escaped disaster. What a bold move. Lu Yang sneered. But to think of such a method, you truly possess courage. Lu Meng replied, I want to see just how many soul pills you have. Lu Yang remarked, no matter how many soul pills he possesses, it is futile. His approach is far too reckless. A moment's carelessness, or interference from us, could prevent him from releasing the soul power before the pill's effects dissipate, leading to his demise. He has yet to form a seed of soul power, and his energy sea and snow mountain cannot contain such a volume of soul power. Just now, he was merely lucky. Xianxia could only shrug. Lu Yang was correct. His previous success had been a stroke of luck, a gamble that had paid off. Reflecting on it now filled him with trepidation, ensuring that he would never attempt such a method again. Of course, I must give a Miao an explanation. Our Miao holds you in high regard, which is a blessing for you. Yet, you fail to appreciate it and refuse to comply. What if I refuse to go with you? Xianxia inquired. Then let it be, he replied, displaying a demeanor unafraid of death. Lu Yang urged, brother, stop wasting words with him. Let us unleash our full power. I will use the disruptive sound, and you employ the earth-shattering dragon. One strike should topple him. I refuse to believe that he, at the 8th stage of body molding, can withstand the combined might of our 2 9th-stage soul techniques. A tremor ran through Xianxia. Lu Yang was correct. If both the disruptive sound and earth-shattering dragon were unleashed simultaneously, he would stand no chance. The disruptive sound could paralyze Xianxia, disorienting his very spirit. At that moment, if the earth dragon were to strike again, he would truly be incapable of resisting, left to be mercilessly slaughtered. Little Dragon, this is our first battle side by side. You distract him, Xianxia commanded, focusing on Lu Meng while disregarding Lu Yang. As Little Dragon leaped off Xianxia's shoulder, its speed surged dramatically. With a powerful push from its feet, the diminutive creature darted in front of Lu Yang, initially unperturbed by the sight of a small monkey. Lu Yang's demeanor shifted when he realized this monkey could unleash phantom strikes. He had no time to release his sound of destruction. He could not ascertain whether a blow from such a monkey would cause him harm. Meanwhile, Lu Meng had unleashed the Earth Dragon. This time, Xianxia chose not to evade. Instead, he calculated the dragon's trajectory, rubbing his palms together and directing his soul energy toward the ground, unleashing a wave of soul force. The pale yellow wave burrowed into the earth, colliding with the similarly hued Earth Dragon, creating a massive crater. The air was thick with pale yellow soul energy and the rising gray smoke from the ground. At that instant, Xianxia surged forth at an incredible speed toward Lu Meng, retrieving a green sphere the size of an egg. The shadow escape bomb given to him by Yang Shu before his departure. Little Dragon, retreat. Bang! The shadow escape bomb was hurled to the ground, erupting in a blinding green light. As the brilliance dissipated, a thick green mist enveloped a radius of 100 steps, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Prepared, Xianxia made his escape. He sprinted breathlessly to the Zhao family's doorstep, exhaling in relief, reflecting on his slightly disheveled state after being pursued. Yet, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Despite facing 2 foes of superior cultivation, he had managed to extricate himself unscathed. However, amidst his relief, a sense of loss crept in, and he glanced over his shoulder, his heart sinking. Little Dragon. The chill of anxiety surged within him. If he were captured, he would merely endure a beating. They would not slay him. But to them, Little Dragon was merely a monkey, one that had thwarted their plans. There was no guarantee they would not kill it out of spite. Resolute, Xianxia turned to leave. At that moment, he realized that his feelings for Little Dragon had transcended mere promises and responsibilities. They had blossomed into profound affection. In Xianxia's heart, Little Dragon had become a part of his family, akin to kin. Hiss. From afar, a small, agile figure bounced toward him. Xianxia's heart leaped with joy. It was indeed Little Dragon. Yet, he remained vigilant, scanning for any pursuers behind it. As Little Dragon approached, Xianxia noticed a sizable leather pouch strapped to its back, appearing quite heavy and comically awkward as Little Dragon hurriedly ran. Upon seeing Xianxia, Little Dragon squealed with joy and dove into his embrace. Xianxia twirled with it a couple of times before pointing at the leather pouch and asking, "What is this?" Little Dragon simply gestured behind itself. "Xianxia Dao, it has come to my mind that this appears to be the bag belonging to the young master of the Lu family. Initially, I saw him placing a Ganoderma into it." Xianxia Dao jogged towards the Zhao residence, greeted the guard at the gate with a smile, and exclaimed with hearty laughter, "I did not merely retreat unscathed. Rather, I turned the tables on them." Haha. Chapter 031. The 10th Layer of Shaping. In Xiao's room, a man and a monkey crouched before a leather pouch, their eyes gleaming with anticipation and greed. What treasures lay within the bag of the Lu family's young master? Xiao grasped the bottom of the pouch, lifted it, and shook it, spilling its contents onto the floor. Instantly, a vividly crimson and glistening spirit mushroom captured the attention of both Xiao and Xiaolong. Upon spotting this precious herb, known as the weeping blood mushroom, Xiaolong erupted in joyous excitement, dancing around with glee. Following it were several strands of verdant grass, each covered in layers of frost, intricately patterned like a chitinous shell. Xiao recognized this grass. It was the winter spirit armor grass used by Zhao Chenqing to concoct the 2-star soul pill. Ultimately, this too was a valuable herb. A rare sight indeed. However, Xiao felt disheartened to discover that aside from these items, the pouch contained nothing else. Astonishingly, the Lu family's young master had only a single weeping blood mushroom and about 50 strands of winter spirit armor grass. With a heavy sigh, Xiao slumped to the ground, dejectedly remarking, "I see now, that young master from the Lu family is merely a vendor of herbs." In stark contrast to Xiao's disappointment, Xiaolong was elated, cradling the weeping blood mushroom, petting it affectionately. "Xiaolong, you wish to consume it, don't you? If you desire it, go ahead. It serves me no purpose," Xiao mused, having hoped for something more substantial, perhaps a better weapon or soul artifact. Soul artifacts, akin to soul pills and techniques, are classified into 10 tiers, with the former being particularly rare. This scarcity explained why Zhao Chenqing had been so generous in teaching Xiao and Yangshu soul techniques and distributing soul pills. Yet had not bestowed upon anyone a soul artifact. He simply had none to spare. The upcoming new elite conference promised a 3-star soul artifact for the first place, a tempting incentive that further motivated Xiao to participate. Without hesitation, Xiaolong seized the moment, and upon Xiao's consent, devoured the weeping blood mushroom in one gulp. Before swallowing, it tenderly caressed the mushroom with its tiny paws, displaying an adorable mix of eagerness and reluctance. Within mere moments, Xiao observed subtle changes in Xiaolong's physique. After a quarter of an hour, the peculiarities that had manifested began to dissipate. Nevertheless, Xiao sensed that Xiaolong had grown slightly, its fur appearing longer, and even its demeanor seemed to have evolved. Contemplating, Xiao mused, "This little dragon is a descendant of the enigmatic giant ape, holding a unique lineage. Perhaps ordinary sustenance is insufficient for its growth. It may require these spirit herbs to truly flourish. Perhaps, once Xiaolong matures, it might possess extraordinary powers akin to that of the giant ape, becoming my greatest ally." At that moment, Xiaolong's belly swelled, and it opened its mouth to expel a small pill. It was a crimson pill, and with a mere glance, Xiao discerned that it was a soul pill. Yet this soul pill exuded a brilliant luster, with a dense gas swirling within. Its volume slightly larger than the 2-star soul pill consumed by Xiao. "A 3-star soul pill," Xiao exclaimed, his eyes widening. Xiaolong nodded, hissing in delight. "No wonder you are so joyful. This spiritual herb has actually allowed you to refine a 3-star soul pill." Xiao's excitement grew. Xiaolong, appearing unsated, swallowed another winter spirit armor grass. After a while, he regurgitated a pill, which was the 2-star soul pill that Xiao typically consumed. Xiao, intrigued, examined the 2-star soul pill that Xiaolong had expelled, comparing it to his usual one, and suddenly realized that the gas flow within Xiaolong's version was much denser, indicating a far superior quality compared to the one given by Zhao Chenqing. Xiao learned from Zhao Tai that all those soul pills are categorized into 10-star levels. Each level encompasses varying qualities, akin to the Earth Spirit Pill, which is divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The lower grade pills are readily available in the market, while middle grade ones are seldom offered for sale, and upper grade pills are virtually unattainable, even with money. Xiao understood that he usually consumed lower grade pills, yet he was uncertain if the one expelled by Xiaolong was of middle or upper grade. Regardless, it was evidently superior to Zhao Chenqing's offering. It appeared that Xiao Long not only possessed the ability to refine soul pills, but also produced them of remarkable quality. Impressive, indeed, young Xiao mused. Gazing at the approximately 50 strands of winter spirit armor grass, he felt satisfied. These herbs would not only serve as fodder for Xiao Long, aiding in his growth, but could also be transformed into more than 50 high-quality 2-star soul pills. Yang Chao sensed he was nearing the 9th level of body refinement. And with these soul pills as sustenance, his enthusiasm for cultivation surged to its pinnacle. Without further ado, he placed the soul pill just expelled by Xiao Long into his pocket and hurried to his indoor training room to practice. The day was waning, making it unsuitable to venture to the mountains or streams. Upon entering the spacious indoor training room, Yang Chao first executed a set of phantom palms, followed by relentless practice of the divine finger sword. When he sensed his soul power waning and the golden elixir in his abdomen beginning to dissolve, he retrieved the radiant 3-star soul pill and swallowed it whole. As the 3-star soul pill entered his stomach, it immediately released a potent medicinal effect, allowing Yang Chao to absorb the soul power and intensify his cultivation. He realized that the efficacy of the 3-star soul pill was vastly superior to that of the 2-star variant, and greedily he absorbed its potency. Feeling his cultivation level advance with each breath, the golden elixir in his abdomen continued to dissolve, the mysterious liquid flowing through his blood, spreading throughout his body, ultimately confronting the soul power emanating from the 3-star pill. To his astonishment, the two did not merge but engaged in a fierce struggle, each seemingly unwilling to yield, intent on expelling the other, even to the point of annihilation. The soul power of the 3-star pill was formidable, overpowering the golden elixir completely. Yet, the elixir persistently melted, ceaselessly providing reinforcements to the front line in this battle against the soul power. However, the soul power proved overwhelmingly strong, gradually consuming the golden elixir. And in the blink of an eye, it flowed into his abdomen, encroaching upon the golden elixir itself. At this moment, the soul force transformed into a ferocious beast, lunging towards the golden core with its gaping maw. The golden core, ensnared by the soul force, began to tremble violently before suddenly fracturing, releasing a copious amount of golden core essence. After a prolonged entanglement, it ultimately digested the soul force. However, the once substantial golden core seemed to have melted away too much of its essence, now reduced to the size of a mung bean. Had Yang Chao been capable of introspection at that instant, he would have observed that the golden core had indeed morphed into the shape of a bean. The struggle between the 3-star soul pill and the golden core came to a conclusion, leaving Yang Chao's body ablaze with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Shortly thereafter, he heard a sound emanating from his sea of consciousness. Crack, 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 crack. 9 dragon soul imprints appeared in his consciousness, marking Yang Chao's breakthrough to the 9th level of body refinement. As the saying goes, one who intends to plant flowers may find them not to bloom, while one who casually plants will find willows taking root. Yang Chao never anticipated that his arduous efforts over the past fortnight to reach the 9th level of body refinement would yield no results. Yet, by an unexpected twist of fate, he obtained a 3-star soul pill today, which, along with the altercation between the soul pill and the golden core, fortuitously facilitated his advancement to the 9th level of body refinement. In his elation, he failed to notice that the bean, born from the golden core, was sinking downwards until it reached Yang Chao's Qi Si. Upon entering the Qi Si, the bean radiated a soft, multicolored luminescence, and a tender sprout emerged from its surface, growing upwards until it ultimately formed a seed. As soon as the seed came into being, it seemed to instantly assume a position of authority within Yang Chao's body. Whether it was the soul force within the Qi Si, the wandering soul force amidst the snow-capped mountains, or that which drifted through the blood, all flocked towards the seed. Some entered the seed, fortifying it, while others lingered outside as its vigilant guardians. After a considerable time, the seed appeared to have taken shape, gently swaying. With each sway, a wisp of soul force flowed from its tender sprout, meandering within the Qi Si before making its way towards the snow-capped mountains. The seed generated soul force within the Qi Si, which then circulated throughout the body, nourishing its structure, ultimately converging in the snow-capped mountains. Thus, the cycle of soul force generation and storage persisted. Yang Chao's soul force became an endless stream. Crack, 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 crack. With the 10 resounding echoes in a sea of consciousness, Yang Chao was rendered speechless in astonishment. He had never dreamt that, upon rapidly advancing to the 9th level of body refinement, he would immediately bear a soul force seed, propelling him into the 10th level of body refinement. This was utterly astonishing. Even more incredible was the fact that his soul force seed was not birthed from soul force itself, but rather directly transformed from that enigmatic golden core. Had Xianxia been able to see the soul force seeds of others in comparison to his own, he would have been astounded to find that other seeds were a faint yellow, their surfaces hazy and remarkably fragile. His, however, was resplendent in a myriad of colors, adorned with a surface that appeared to be an impervious layer of gold. Am I truly in the 10th realm of the plastic body? Xianxia sank down onto the ground, gazing at his hands, still struggling to comprehend the reality of his situation. Chapter 032. The trees and grasses of the Qinling Mountains. Unwaveringly together. Despite having cultivated 10 dragon soul imprints within a sea of consciousness, Xianxia remained incredulous. With a sense of cautious skepticism, he began practicing his soul energy waves in the training chamber. He released one wave, followed by a second, third, fourth, and fifth. Waves of soul energy surged through the chamber, illuminating it with brilliance. It was only upon reaching the 6th wave that Xianxia felt utterly exhausted, his body struggling to keep pace with the soul power within him. At that moment, he became certain that he had indeed cultivated a seed of soul power, advancing to the 10th level of body shaping. In the past, merely releasing 3 soul energy waves would have required him to rest or rely on the nourishing liquid from a golden elixir to replenish his soul power. The mastery of soul power's expansion and control, along with the nurturing and application of the soul power seed, necessitated a personal and intimate understanding. Each realm, upon reaching it, does not immediately confer great power. One must become familiar with the utilization of the strength inherent in each level to truly embody it. For instance, in a battle between 2 individuals at the 8th level of body shaping, one who has advanced some time ago will have a significantly greater advantage over one who has just recently ascended. At this moment, while Xianxia was practicing by the stream and taking a brief respite, his thoughts drifted to his brother, who had been away from home for nearly a month. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Although he had never ventured to the treacherous East Mountain, he had heard from Zhao Tai of its dangers, causing him to worry deeply for his brother's safety. While he was lost in thought, Xianxia suddenly noticed a portly figure approaching him, cradling a tree. As the stout man drew nearer, he hurled the tree towards Xianxia with great force. With a deft flick of his toes, Xianxia propelled a stone the size of a head into the air. He swept his palm across the stone, enveloping it in a faint yellow hue of soul power, and sent it hurtling towards the large tree. The stone struck the tree with precision, resulting in an explosive release of soul power that sent the tree flying to the side. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, devoid of any clumsiness. Despite having practiced for only 10 days, Xianxia had already mastered the intricacies of soul power. The stout man emerged from behind the tree, gazing at Xianxia with astonishment. He exclaimed, "I told to bring this fallen tree here, and you effortlessly sent it flying with just a stone. What a disparity! This is indeed a gap. The 8th level of body shaping is formidable. I, at the 4th level, cannot compare." The stout man was none other than Xianxia's friend, Zhao Wudi. With limited experience and knowledge, Zhao Wudi failed to recognize the true depth of Xianxia's cultivation. The skill Xianxia had just displayed in utilizing and mastering soul power was, at the very least, indicative of the 9th level of body shaping. Xianxia smiled and replied, "It seems my entrance this time has changed. Quite impressive, indeed, at the 4th level of body shaping." Zhao Wudi scoffed, "Impressive? Compared to you, my progress is akin to that of a snail." Not wishing to dwell on this topic and risk making Zhao Wudi feel inadequate, Xianxia deftly shifted the conversation. "Master Wudi, what brings you here today?" Zhao Wudi responded, "Today, I am not here with a matter of my own. I am merely a messenger. My grandfather requests your presence at Qifeng Hall." "Very well, I shall accompany you now. Do you understand the matter at hand?" I even greeted him. He is darkened in complexion, yet he exudes greater charm than before." Zhao Wudi's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if he were speaking of his idol. Upon hearing this, although Xianxia did not cease his pace, he slowed slightly, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" This time, the Zhao family has only 3 slots. Grandfather has already decided to allocate them to Zhao Wuji, Zhao Yujing, and Yang Shu. "Oh." Xianxia responded with a brief acknowledgement and refrained from further questioning, urging Zhao Wudi to hasten his pace once more. Poor Zhao Wudi, a hefty lad nearing 200 pounds, was being dragged through the woods by Xianxia. Noon. At the Zhao family residence, Qifeng Hall. As Xianxia stepped onto the steps before Qifeng Hall, both Zhao Chunqing and Zhao Tai unexpectedly rose to their feet, approaching to welcome Xianxia. This scene startled those within the hall. No matter how remarkable Xianxia was, It seemed improbable that he would warrant such a personal greeting from the two elders. Zhao Chengqing and Zhao Tai obstructed Yang Chao's view, preventing him from searching for his brother. Zhao Tai patted Yang Chao's arm, his face brimming with excitement, and whispered, "Little Chao, do you notice anything different about me? Uncle Tai, has your cultivation improved?" Yang Chao, perceptive as ever, noted a slight shift in Zhao Tai's aura, although much of it was merely conjecture. "Indeed, I have entered the late stage of the Earth's soul realm," Zhao Tai proclaimed with pride. "That's splendid. The Zhao family's strength has advanced further," Yang Chao remarked. Glancing at Zhao Chengqing, "What about you, grandfather?" "I have not yet reached that point. However, with the help of your Earth Spirit Pill, I'm not far off," Zhao Chengqing replied with a warm smile. Although he had not ascended to the Fire Soul realm, it was evident that he had made significant progress. Otherwise, he would not have personally come to greet Yang Chao. "That's wonderful. What of my brother?" Yang Chao could hardly contain his eagerness to see his sibling. The young man before him was Yang Shu. Upon beholding this familiar figure, Yang Chao was momentarily taken aback. His brother had undergone a remarkable transformation in merely a month's time. This change was not solely superficial, but rather stemmed from profound inner growth. Externally, Yang Shu appeared considerably darker, having shed all traces of youthful innocence. Yang Chao even noticed, aside from the scar at the corner of his eye, that his brother bore two faint scratches on either side of his face, undoubtedly acquired during fierce battles with the ferocious beast of Evil Zay Mountain. Although these scratches had nearly healed, Yang Chao could vividly imagine the intense struggle that had ensued, bloodied and perilous. After experiencing such combat, Yang Shu's gaze had sharpened significantly. Though he smiled at Yang Chao, the latter discerned within that joyful expression a resolve and ferocity. Prolonged eye contact with that gaze instilled within Yang Chao a sense of unease. Even standing still, Yang Shu emanated an aura of lethal determination, causing individuals of Zhao Yoxin and Zhao Wudi's caliber to hesitate in his presence. Heavens! Yang Chao pondered, how has his brother honed himself? In less than a month. What harrowing trials has he endured? Upon reflecting on this, Yang Chao felt a pang of sadness, yet it was overshadowed by joy and pride. In that moment, the composure cultivated over years vanished, and he, like a child, leapt into his brother's embrace. Yang Shu, akin to a towering tree, spread his branches and leaves to welcome his younger sibling. The two brothers exchanged no words. Instead, they held each other in a silent embrace. Although they had been apart for merely a month, the emotions stirred within them moved those around them. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Chengqing sighed, "Look at those brothers. Their bond is truly remarkable. Now, consider our little ones. Wuji hardly engages, Wu Wei seems indifferent, and Wudi doesn't he draw close to his two elder brothers?" Alas, Zhao Tai was also touched, his face radiating a blissful smile as he remarked, "They are like the trees and grass flourishing in the Qinling Mountains, steadfast and unwavering." Yet, those in the know understood that her emotions were not merely stirred by the brother's affection, but were a reflection of her own inner turmoil. It was evident that her worries for Yang Shu over the past month were no less than those of Yang Chao. Thus, the afternoon banquet commenced under the embrace of the two brothers. Laughter and conversation filled the air, though Yang Shu, Zhao Wuji, and Zhao Yujing contributed fewer words. The spirited banter between Zhao Wudi and Zhao Yoxin added a delightful flavor. This gathering marked the first occasion since Yang Shu became part of the Zhao family that everyone was assembled so harmoniously. During the feast, Zhao Wuji sat not far from Yang Shu, separated only by Zhao Yujing. After a few cups of wine, although Zhao Wuji was not intoxicated, he seemed more inclined to converse. Leaning slightly closer, he remarked, "Yang Shu, I imagine you have taken over 100 lives in these days? Your demeanor is quite remarkable now, filled with a palpable aura of determination. I believe that when the time comes for the 3 strikes I withheld, you will be even more prepared." Yang Shu candidly replied, "No, I am not yet ready." Zhao Wuji inquired, "Why is that?" Yang Shu responded, "Because I am not like you. I have yet to take a life." Chapter 033. I refuse to be the young lady, perhaps struck by Yang Shu's words. Zhao Wuji's eyes momentarily glazed over, leaving him speechless. Yang Shu earnestly remarked, "At the moment of extinguishing another's life, the sensation derived is undoubtedly distinct from that of slaughtering demonic beasts. Your swordsmanship is imbued with an overwhelming killing intent. Had I not experienced the act of taking a life myself, I would surely be unable to withstand your final 3 strikes." Noticing that Zhao Wuji was attentively listening, Yang Shu smiled gently and continued, "Ultimately, you are the most formidable among the younger generation of Jiolong Town. Although the Liu family's offspring possess commendable talents, they are merely sheltered saplings, entirely ignorant of the true essence of combat and life and death struggles. Liuing may indeed be a rare prodigy in soul techniques, but he can only triumph over you in the measured contests at the New Hero Conference. In a life and death duel, he would have long since become a ghost beneath your blade. Surprised by Yangshu's candid praise, Zhao Wuji's typically stern demeanor softened into a smile as he replied proudly. I didn't realize you understood me so well. Indeed, in the previous 2 New Hero Conferences, I have only ever unleashed 10 strikes against Liuing. As Zhao Wuji reveled in his pride, Yangshu added, however, defeating Liuing is quite ordinary. Had I participated, he would have lost long ago. Zhao Wuji's expression immediately darkened, fire igniting in his eyes. He had initially believed Yangshu's words were sincere praise, only to realize that they circled back to imply he was not a match for him. Yangshu, why not we test this now? There's no need to be so fiery. Did I not say that I currently cannot withstand your last 3 strikes? Then you must concede that you are inferior to me. That cannot be. I merely stated that I cannot withstand your last 3 strikes, but that does not preclude a trial. Very well, let us test it, Zhao Wuji declared, setting down his chopsticks, ready to rise. Hold on, my dear brothers. Zhao Yujing, caught between the two, placed a hand on Zhao Wuji's shoulder and another on Yangshu's wrist. Can you not enjoy a meal in peace? Must you resort to conflict upon meeting? For my sake, your banter has splattered into my bowl. How am I to eat? Upon finishing her words, Zhao Yujing stood, bowing her head and bending slightly. She addressed both Yangshu and Zhao Wuji with a melodious, bell-like voice. Your sister extends her respects. This sudden gesture left the entire table momentarily stunned. Yangshu and Zhao Wuji exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, they burst into hearty laughter. Zhao Chencheng, smoothing his elegantly styled long hair, smiled and said, Yujing speaks wisely. You are to be family henceforth. Sparring is well and good, but let us not disturb the harmony. In 3 days, the New Hero Conference will commence. As teammates, you must learn the art of cooperation. How can you harbor grievances against one another? Yangshu raised his cup and said, Old sir, I hold Zhao Wuji in the highest regard, with no grievances whatsoever. He then lifted the cup towards Zhao Wuji and declared, Come, Zhao Wuji, I toast to you. Zhao Wuji reluctantly raised his cup, quickly clinking it with Yangshu's, and remarked, My people harbor no grievances against you, yet my sword holds quite a different sentiment. Yangshu chuckled in response, No worries. Once I enter the Earth Soul Realm and my flesh becomes more resilient, I shall allow you to stab me a few times to appease your sword's ire. Haha. Zhao Chengsheng laughed heartily, saying, See, this is splendid. For a family to flourish and prosper, each generation must surpass the last, and the utmost importance lies in unity. He turned towards his sons, exclaiming, Zhao Tong, Zhao Tai? Father. The 2 brothers replied in unison. You 2 must set an example for the younger generation. The squabbles of the juniors stem from your mischief. Father, I understand. My 3rd brother and I are merely jesting. We have always enjoyed a good brawl since childhood, Zhao Tai explained. Zhao Tong nodded in agreement, adding, Rest assured, Father, we only just at home. Should anyone dare to bully the 4th, they shall face my wrath first. Now that us more like it. Zhao Chencheng puffed his chest with pride and turned to Yangshu, inquiring, Yangshu, how has your training at Evil Marsh Mountain been? How far do you feel you are from the Earth Soul Realm? You are nearing 18. Do you feel confident in becoming a soul guest before you turn 20? Yangshu replied nonchalantly, It feels quite splendid. I have begun to absorb some earth elemental energy, which is gradually merging with my soul power. What? Both Zhao Chencheng and the others were utterly astonished, exclaiming, You are experiencing a fusion of earth elemental energy and soul power already? Yangshu's casual explanation left Zhao Chencheng and the others in profound shock. After reaching the 10th level of body shaping, one's body is nurtured and transformed by soul power, enabling every part to possess a breathing function, as if each segment were a distinct life form, beginning to absorb the vast essence of the world and the energies of the 5 elements. The process of bodily transformation is swift, yet adapting to the absorption of the 5 elemental energies takes considerable time. To enter the Earth Soul Realm, one must first acclimate to this sensation of autonomous breathing. Once this phase is surpassed, the energies of the 5 elements will gradually enter the body, subsequently merging with the soul power, and ultimately being accepted by the soul power seed. When the seed fully accepts the essence of the earth element and generates soul power imbued with earth attributes, success is achieved. This journey often extends over a lengthy duration and is not solely dependent on diligent cultivation. The body must adapt to new breathing patterns and survival rules. which may take anywhere from 3 years to 30 years or more. Thus, becoming a soul guest is no easy feat. Even possessing soul power does not guarantee one will become a soul guest, but merely presents an opportunity to do so. Yet, such a standard is necessary for otherwise the value of a soul guest would diminish. Every individual who becomes a soul guest is, in essence, a genius. Throughout history, it is the geniuses who have dominated their eras. Therefore, it is only fitting that this age is governed by soul guests. Soul guests are indeed the embodiment of genius. It is astonishingly swift, truly astonishing. Zhao Qingqing's voice trembled slightly with excitement as he declared, "In no more than a year, you shall surpass your current cultivation. Yet you always manage to surprise us. Perhaps it won't even take that long. Once you become a soul guest, our Zhao family will boast 5 soul guests. Thus, the Lu family can no longer act with arrogance before us." 5 years ago, both the Zhao and Lu families had 5 soul guests each. However, due to a decisive battle, Zhao's soul guest, Zhao Jinzhan, perished, and one of Lu's soul guests was severely injured, rendered incapacitated. Consequently, both families truly possess 4 soul guests. Yet, the Lu family enjoys greater wealth, and in recent years, their younger generation has consistently outperformed Zhao's, thereby rendering the Lu family's strength slightly superior. However, should Yangshu become a soul guest, the situation would transform entirely. In fact, once Yangshu attains that status, Zhao's family would no longer fear engaging in war with Lu's. It has been previously stated that in genuine conflict, only the soul guests determine the victor, for this realm belongs to them. Very well. I shall now announce the candidates for the new Heroes Conference. Zhao Chengqing slammed his hand on the table, rising first and casting his gaze upon several younger members, proclaiming, "Yangshu, Zhao Wuji, and Zhao Yujing." "Yes," Zhao Yujing affirmed. "Grandfather, I am not convinced." Zhao Chengqing had just prepared to sit down when he noticed Yang Chao standing beside Yangshu. Zhao Chengqing was taken aback and asked, "What are you not convinced about?" Yang Chao replied, "I wish to partake in the new Heroes Conference as well." Zhao Chengqing had not anticipated Yang Chao's inclination and, unprepared, found it difficult to outright reject him for fear of hurting his feelings. He gently reassured him, "Little Chao, I understand your desire to bring glory to your grandfather, but you are still young and require further cultivation. Although you have reached the 8th layer of body refinement, Yujing achieved this milestone before you. It is only proper for Yujing to participate." Yang Chao inquired, "Does that mean, grandfather, that as long as I surpass the eldest lady, I can join?" Zhao Chengqing responded, "I do not wish for you to engage in comparisons, but that is indeed the implication." At this moment, Zhao Wuwei also stood up, declaring loudly, "Since grandfather has stated it so, I too shall participate." Upon finishing his words, Zhao Wuwei pointed outside the hall with his divine sword finger, and immediately, a sword aura shot forth from his fingertip. Zhao Chengqing joyfully exclaimed, "Wu Wei, you have also reached the 8th layer of body refinement. Splendid. Our Zhao family now boasts another candidate qualified to become a soul guest. Truly, the heavens bless our family." Zhao Wei stated, "Then let me, the eldest sister, and Yang Chao compete. Whoever triumphs shall attend." This. Zhao Chengqing turned his gaze towards Zhao Yin. In moments requiring resolution, the elder had grown accustomed to seeking the counsel of his second son. "Zhao Yin, what is your perspective?" Zhao Yin remained silent, deep in thought. "Father, there is no need to ponder." Zhao Yujing glanced at Yang Chao, then at Yangshu, and smiled. "As a young lady, I have never favored conflict. Since Yang Chao possesses this interest, I am willing to relinquish my spot to him." Zhao Yin questioned, "Are you truly willing?" "Indeed, I am." Zhao Yujing spoke these words while her eyes were fixed on Yangshu. The meaning was abundantly clear. For Yangshu, she was willing to sacrifice anything, and conceding a spot to his younger brother was a trivial matter. Yang Chao waved his hand, saying, "I do not wish to take the eldest lady's place. I shall strive for the opportunity to participate in the new Heroes Conference through my own merit. If I am not skilled enough, I would not want to forcibly claim a spot. That would only harm the Zhao family." Yang Chao turned around and graciously bowed to Zhao Yujing, saying, "Miss, what I seek is not your benevolent offerings, but rather an opportunity. If you genuinely wish me well, let us engage in a contest." Chapter 034. The enigmatic reign of the soul-capturing tower, the heart-wrenching reign of the soul, severing street. Zhao Yujing gazed towards Yang Chao, who nodded in response. "Very well then." Zhao Yujing sighed silently within, thinking to herself, "Yang Chao, truly, in a contest, you stand no chance against me." Yang Chao seemed to perceive something from Zhao Yujing's eyes and added, "Miss, please promise me one condition." "What is it?" "You must never show weakness or deliberately concede to me. If that happens, you would be harming the Zhao family." Surprised by the gravity of Yang Chao's words, Zhao Yujing's expression turned serious, and she nodded solemnly, saying, "I will hold nothing back." "Excellent." Yang Chao clapped her hands excitedly and turned to Zhao Wei, saying, "Second young master, may I compete with the miss first? You have no objections, I hope?" Zhao Wei nodded, replying, "I have no objections at all," thinking it was an opportune moment to observe their battle, thus enhancing his own chances of success later on. With Zhao Wei's agreement, Yang Chao stepped out of the Qifeng Hall, gesturing for Zhao Yujing to follow, saying, "Miss, let us compete outside the hall." Zhao Yujing smiled and nodded lightly, murmuring, "As you wish." As Yang Chao passed by Zhao Chenqing, the elder gentleman grasped her arm. "Grandfather, what is it?" Zhao Chenqing whispered, "Xiao Chao, I have great faith in you, but you are truly no match for Yujing." Yang Chao questioned, "What do you mean?" Zhao Chengcheng glanced at the approaching Zhao Yujing and continued, "Originally, Yujing had already surpassed you in reaching the 8th level, and her comprehension of it far exceeds yours. Moreover, in the past month, to ensure she performs well at the new hero conference, I have presented her with the most precious spirit herbs and soul pills from our household, all in the hope that she can strive for the 9th level and compete with Lu Ming and Lu Yang from the Lu family." Yang Chao understood and asked, "Grandfather, are you implying that the miss has already achieved the 9th level?" Zhao Chengcheng nodded proudly, saying, "Indeed, Yujing has mastered her soul energy, exercising control with great finesse. The disparity in realms is insurmountable, hence, you cannot defeat Yujing." Noticing Yang Chao's silence, Zhao Chenqing spoke gently, "Xiao Chao, do not be disheartened. Your talent is remarkable, and I believe your cultivation will soon flourish. It would be wise to forego this contest, should you lose. It may sow the seeds of failure in your heart, ultimately hindering your progress." Yang Chao lifted her head and suddenly retorted, "Grandfather, have you forgotten what kind of person I am?" Zhao Chenqing patted Yang Chao's shoulder, saying, "Grandfather recognizes your determination, strength, and integrity. However, some matters." "No." Yang Chao interrupted Zhao Chengcheng, declaring, "I am not referring to that. I mean, am I not someone who often brings surprises to you all? Today, I shall continue to astonish you. I will triumph over the miss." Perhaps it was the unwavering confidence in Yang Chao's gaze that moved Zhao Chenqing. The old gentleman paused for a moment before ceasing his objections. He waved his hand at Yang Chao, saying, "The fearless young calf knows no fear of the tiger. So go ahead." "Thank you, grandfather." After Yang Chao departed, Zhao Tai approached with a smile and said, "Father, little Chao is just like that, fearless and resolute. Once he has made up his mind, no amount of persuasion will sway him." Zhao Chengcheng nodded thoughtfully, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and remarked solemnly, "He is unaware of the vast difference between the 8th and 9th stages of soul cultivation. A practitioner at the 9th stage, capable of deftly controlling their soul power, can enhance their combat capabilities tenfold, even 100-fold. Some individuals with a natural affinity for soul power, endowed with innate intelligence, can even innovate and transform soul techniques. And Yujing is precisely such a person." Zhao Tai agreed with his father's sentiment, softly murmuring, "This time, little Chao is destined to suffer a setback. Perhaps it is for the best to temper his arrogance." As noon passed, a gentle breeze began to stir in the courtyard. Above, flocks of wild geese flew southward, casting their gaze upon the minuscule figures below. Outside Qingfeng Hall, willows swayed, and Yang Chao stood face to face with Zhao Yujing, dressed in a brown tunic. With skin as dark as polished ebony and bright, determined eyes filled with an eagerness for battle, he stood with unwavering confidence. Zhao Yujing, adorned in a flowing green dress that danced with the wind, occasionally revealing a glimpse of her fair, delicate legs, wore a green bamboo flute at her waist. Her gaze was tranquil, with eyes like water and brows shrouded in mist. The contrast between their dynamic and serene presences was striking. Yang Chao began to move his hands gracefully before him, attuning himself to the flow of soul power coursing through his fingers, and said, "My lady, please." Zhao Yujing nodded gracefully, elegantly retrieving the bamboo flute from her waist. She placed it to her lips and began to play a melody. The music's enchanting influence captivated Yang Chao, but what astonished him was that as the melody soared, wisps of pale yellow soul power drifted from Zhao Yujing's flute, transforming in the sky into charming little sprites wielding long spears. These diminutive beings, initially slow, suddenly accelerated mid-flight, launching themselves at Yang Chao with their weapons drawn. Sound-killing soul technique. Once again, the sound-killing soul technique. Yang Chao mused, recognizing that Zhao Yujing's mastery surpassed that of Lu Yang. While Lu Yang merely drew upon air to amplify his soul power through a forceful shout, Zhao Yujing skillfully controlled her soul power, weaving it into a magical harmony with the music, thus creating a genuine technique. With unwavering focus, Yang Chao prepared to engage, employing the divine finger sword technique with precision. This technique, which he had practiced most frequently during his training, had reached a level of great mastery, and since it did not heavily tax his stamina, he swiftly unleashed a barrage of sword energy, scattering the rushing sprites with ease. Clapping his hands, invigorated by the battle, he called out, "My lady, bring it on." Zhao Yujing smiled softly and replied, "That was merely a prelude, little rain at the soul-consuming tower, to warm you up. Now I shall present you with heavy rain at the soul-breaking street, and I fear the divine finger sword may not suffice to contend with it." As she played again, the essence of her presence transformed. She was no longer a celestial maiden, but a queen of demons, surrounded by throngs of enchanting spirits. Indeed, as Zhao Yujing remarked, unless Yang Chao can unleash 10 sword energies at once, relying solely on the divine finger sword will prove insufficient. At this point, Zhao Chunqing sighed and said, "I have mentioned that Yujing is a prodigy in the creation of soul techniques. She has seamlessly combined music and soul power, achieving a near-perfect synergy. Although her soul-killing melody does not yet exhibit formidable lethality, her chances of defeating an opponent of equal rank are significantly high. Moreover, Yang Chao's cultivation is a level below hers, rendering him even less of a match." Zhao Tai nodded, a mix of envy and jealousy in his voice as he remarked, "I am truly envious. Each of the younger generation excels in their own right, while my own family possesses only a slothful one." Observing this scene, Yang Shu chose not to comment, instead silently watching the contest. A sudden intuition struck him. He sensed that Yang Chao would not easily succumb to defeat. Yang Chao, unable to hear the discussions around him, appeared composed yet bore an expression of utmost seriousness. He decisively abandoned the use of the divine finger sword for defense and hastily retreated, striking his left palm against a nearby willow tree, infusing his palm with soul power. Each impact sent the branches and leaves of the tree trembling, causing a cascade of willow leaves to flutter down. With a sweeping motion of his right hand, he gathered the fallen leaves and hurled them towards the approaching spirits, the leaves shimmering with a faint golden glow as they surged forth. Finding the number of leaves insufficient, Yang Chao struck the trunk again with his left palm, enhancing more leaves with soul power before casting them towards the spirits. He repeated this process until Zhao Yujing's musical piece concluded, and not a single spirit drew within 10 paces of Yang Chao. Zhao Yujing's heavy rain on Soul Fragment Street was thus deftly countered by Yang Chao's method. Zhao Tai exclaimed, "Such mastery over soul power signifies the 9th layer of body refinement." Zhao Chunqing was left aghast, and those standing beside him could distinctly feel the tremors coursing through the elder's body, shaking with excitement and fervor. At last, Zhao Chunqing erupted in a cry, "Xiao Chao, you are truly a marvel." Indeed, Zhao Tai remarked, "Just 2 months ago, he achieved full body refinement under our very eyes. Now, he has managed to ascend to the 9th layer. A true prodigy, without a doubt." Zhao Chunqing continued, "No wonder he possesses such confidence. It seems we have underestimated him once more." Indeed, Zhao Yin, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Yang Chao's ability to manipulate soul power clearly indicates that his mastery of the 9th layer has not been acquired overnight. While Yujing's creativity in soul techniques is formidable, Yang Chao is no lesser. For one who has just entered the 9th layer, to command soul power over soft willow leaves is indeed remarkable. Yujing may find herself in a predicament. Having said this, Zhao Yin turned his gaze towards Yang Shu's face, his mind once again pondering the identities of Yang Shu and Yang Chao. What exactly were the origins of these two brothers? In contrast to the astonishment displayed by Zhao Chunqing and the others, Yang Shu remained calm and composed, his silence only interrupted by a slight curve of his lips. As he mused, "Xiao Chao, you have indeed left me astounded once more. What a spectacle you present." Continuously following Zhao Yujing's 2 melodies, Yang Chao ceased to be on the defensive and began to mount an offensive, declaring, "Miss, it is now my turn." His palms hovered in the air, caressing and rubbing together as if cradling a spherical object. Soon, a faint yellow glow emerged between his hands, rapidly intensifying until it reached the size of a head. Only then did Yang Chao draw his palms to his waist and thrust them forward with great force. It was indeed the soul energy wave. Observing the spherical soul energy wave hurtling towards Zhao Yujing, Zhao Taidao remarked. This lad has imbued the soul energy wave with the dragon soul seal. The soul energy wave, a formidable offensive soul technique, now augmented by Yang Chao, exerted immense pressure on Zhao Yujing. Yet, her expression remained unchanged, her gaze resolute. A melody once again flowed from her lips, its tune even more intense than the rain on Broken Soul Street. Countless ethereal sprites, transformed from soul energy, soared from her bamboo flute, assembling before Zhao Yujing to form a protective wall. The soul energy wave collided with this barrier, slowing its advance. Yet it continued to press towards Zhao Yujing. The wave acted like a blender, mercilessly shredding the sprites. As the barrier crumbled under the force of the soul energy wave, more sprites emerged from the flute, reconstructing a new wall to resist its advance. However, Zhao Yujing, lacking the 10th stage of body refinement and unable to cultivate a soul energy seed, found her internal soul energy insufficient to withstand Yang Chao's relentless assault. Just then, Yang Chao appeared before her, launching a series of phantom strikes. Hundreds of palm shadows, each imbued with soul energy, rained down upon her. Finally, a look of fear crossed Zhao Yujing's face. With a swift motion, she summoned 2 pale yellow lotus flowers beneath her feet, lifting her into the air. This was indeed Zhao Yin's signature 3-star soul technique, lifting lotus from the feet. The 2 lotus flowers radiated brilliant light, suddenly moving to drag Zhao Yujing away, leaving Yang Chao's phantom strikes to meet only empty air. Undeterred by this missed opportunity, he formed his fingers into a sword and pressed forward towards Zhao Yujing. At that moment, her voice rang out, "I concede." Chapter 035. The bald and the old Yang Chao gazed at Zhao Yujing from a distance, the gathered soul power between his fingers pulsating with life. With a flick of his fingers, the orb of soul power dissipated into the ether. Yang Chao bowed deeply to Zhao Yujing, his tone gentle as he said, "I seek your guidance, Miss Zhao. Thank you for your kindness." He nodded and began searching the crowd for Zhao Wuwei. Upon spotting the latter's evasive figure, he called out, "Second young master, it is our turn now." Zhao Wuwei waved his hand dismissively, a sheepish smile on his face. "Yang Chao, you have reached the 9th level of body refinement. I am no match for you. Perhaps we should forego the competition." Yang Chao nodded, cupping his hands in respect, and replied boldly, "Then I shall not hold back." Little did he realize that he was merely indulging in self-delusion. Despite having cultivated soul power, he remained the weakest among them. Alas, it was only a few months prior that Yang Chao was merely an unremarkable 2nd-level practitioner, and now he stood as the 3rd among the Zhao clan's younger generation. Truly, the comparison was disheartening. Zhao Wuwei shook his head in despair. He reaffirmed his belief that he would likely never catch up to Yang Chao. His grandfather had been right. Yang Chao was indeed a prodigy. Our representatives for the new elite conference are Zhao Wuji, Zhao Shu, and Yang Chao. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Jiulong Town was abuzz with one of its most vibrant events of the year, the new elite conference. During these 3 days, the temperature in Jiulong Town had dropped considerably. Many men donned thicker outer garments, while women adorned themselves in various shawls. The sky today was devoid of sunlight, shrouded in a gloomy hue, with occasional gusts of cool wind sweeping down and scattering the dry, yellow leaves across the streets. Autumn had indeed arrived. However, the festive atmosphere in Jiulong Town remained unaffected by the weather. The townspeople were filled with exuberance. Streets adorned with decorations and banners welcoming representatives from surrounding villages to celebrate the occasion, showcasing the warmth of their hospitality. The number of small vendors had multiplied several times over, their lively shouts blending into the bustling ambience of the town, allowing them to earn a modest profit. In truth, the days surrounding the new elite conference often resulted in substantial earnings for these vendors. The contests among the younger generation were merely one of the highlights of the new elite conference. Before the competitions commenced, a grand banquet was held. As one of the 2 prominent families in Jiulong Town, the Zhao family naturally occupied the most esteemed positions. Over 30 members of the Zhao clan gathered, feasting and reveling, drawing the attention of many. During this time, local officials frequently approached them to share drinks, and representatives from Su City treated Zhao Chengcheng with utmost courtesy. The presence of the Zhao family instantly made them the focal point of the new elite conference. Before long, the Liu family arrived. Leading the way was a frail old man with graying hair, his hooked nose and sunken eyes giving him a piercing gaze. He pressed his thin lips together, creating an expression that exuded a sense of sharpness. However, when he spoke or laughed, the wide-open mouth revealed 2 golden front teeth. Making it clear why he often pursed his lips, he wished to conceal his imperfect dentition from others. He was assigned to sit next to Zhao Chengcheng, Yet he did not take his seat immediately. Instead, he greeted Zhao Chenqing with a smile. "Old Baldy, you arrived quite promptly." The elderly gentleman, referred to as old and outdated by Zhao Chengcheng, was none other than Lu Xiang, the head of the Lu family. Upon their meeting, they exchanged barbs without any hint of anger. Lu Xiang scoffed. "What is so good about it? The early bird gets caught by the worm. You've shown up early for the past 3 years. How many times did you actually win?" Zhao Chenqing, brimming with confidence, replied, "This time is different. Who is the bird and who is the worm remains to be seen." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Xiang glanced over Zhao Chenqing's shoulder and noticed 3 contestants adorned with representative badges, asking, "Are these 3 little ones participating today? Even your granddaughter Zhao Yujing isn't here?" Zhao Chengxing responded, "It's not suitable for girls to engage in such violent competitions." Lu Xiang concurred, "Indeed. All 4 representatives from our family are my grandsons." Lu Xiang scrutinized the 3, and when his gaze landed on Yang Shu, he remarked, "This must be Yang Shu, who has indeed come to compete." "Old Baldy, congratulations on acquiring a fine grandson-in-law." "Not at all," he replied, "though it is commendable. However, my Luing has already reached the 10th level of her physique. Even if you've gained a Yang Shu this year, do you truly believe you can win?" Zhao Chengqing refrained from revealing Yang Shu's prowess, intending to surprise Lu Xiang, and smiled, "I'm uncertain, which is why we must test it out. It is always disheartening to suffer humiliation." Lu Xiang's gaze shifted to Yang Chao, asking, "Who is this child? I've never seen him before." "Yang Chao, Yang Shu's younger brother," Zhao Chengqing replied. Lu Xiang sighed. "The Zhao family has truly run out of options. This lad is decent. But surely he isn't here just to make up the numbers? Out of 3 representatives, only one bears the Zhao surname. How truly lamentable." Before Zhao Chenqing could respond, Yang Chao interjected, "Old and outdated. While my brother and I do not share the Zhao surname, we are indeed members of the Zhao family. Moreover, I am not here merely to fill a spot. Your Lu Chao is also a representative, and he has been defeated by me. If I were here just to make up the numbers, wouldn't he be the one to prop up the bottom?" Although Zhao Chenqing could call Lu Xiang Old Baldy, others were not permitted to do so, and Lu Xiang's irritation flared as his eyes narrowed. "What did you just call me?" he demanded. "Haha." Zhao Chengqing stepped closer to Lu Xiang, effectively shielding Yang Chao, cautious of any potential aggression, and said with a smile, "This child is still young and naive." He feigned sternness, adding, "Little Chao, how can you address him like that? You ought to call this old baldy grandfather." "Oh." Yang Chao, quick-witted and articulate, grasped Zhao Chengqing's intent immediately and promptly apologized to Lu Xiang, saying, "I beg your pardon, old baldy grandfather." "You." Lu Xiang glared at Yang Chao, his teeth clenched in anger. Yang Chao gazed at Zhao Chenqing, wearing an innocent expression, and inquired, "Grandfather, did I mistakenly address you?" The Zhao family members behind him erupted into laughter. "I shall not quibble with you, young lad. What is the point of a verbal spar? Whoever loses shall be the one to lose face. We shall see." Zhao Chenqing gestured towards the table before him. The banquet swiftly progressed in a jovial atmosphere, and soon, the host and judges of the new Yinghui emerged, leading the younger representatives towards the competition venue. The format of the new Yinghui competition varied each time, and this occasion was divided into 3 stages. According to the host's explanation, the first stage took place within a newly discovered cave, situated a mile from Jiolong town. This cave was originally a den of monsters, existing for many years, yet the peculiar characteristics of its creatures rendered them unable to endure sunlight, preventing them from emerging to harm humans. Even under the moonlight at night, their bodies would dissolve, making them a group of beings profoundly fearful of both sunlight and moonlight. Thus, despite its proximity to Jiolong town, it had posed no threat to the settlement. This very reason contributed to the delay in its discovery by the townsfolk. Upon discovering it, the locals hesitated to employ their armed forces for exploration, for it was the lair of monsters, and who could ascertain the terrors that lay within? The news reached Sioux City, where several factions dispatched soul travelers to collaboratively investigate the monster den, ultimately subduing it and repurposing it as a venue for the new Yinghui competition. Naturally, during the exploration, whether these factions engaged in overt or covert conflicts or unearthed treasures within the cave is knowledge beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. In any case, the monster den is now relatively safe, allowing these promising young participants to enter for competition, though relatively safe does not equate to absolute safety. The new Yinghui is inherently a large-scale competition, and casualties are an unavoidable reality. Yang Shu understood this principle well. A man who does not confront danger or traverse the peril of life and death cannot truly become a man. This holds especially true for soul travelers. This time, 200 representatives participated in the new Inghui. Each participant would receive an identity token, and to pass through the first stage's exit, one must possess 5 tokens. Failure to acquire them would result in elimination. This implies that competitors must not only contend with the remaining monsters within the cave but also vie for the identity tokens of other participants. Theoretically, from the 200 competitors, a maximum of 40 could advance to the second stage for the ensuing competition. It is evident that the struggle among participants within the monster den will be fiercely contested. Encountering ruthless individuals willing to resort to violence for the sake of identity tokens is not uncommon. In such moments, one can only lament their own inadequacies. Of course, surrendering and willingly relinquishing one's token is also an option. Becoming a victor is inherently a matter more brutal than mere survival. I shall not be underestimated. Despite your dismissive attitude, I am neither here to make up the numbers nor to serve as a mere backdrop. My purpose in coming here is to seize the first place. Chapter 036. The intimidating presence of the unfettered swordsman. The new talent conference in Jiolong Town reached its zenith the moment Xianxia and the other young participants entered the demon cave. Attendees were either speculating or eagerly anticipating the emergence of new stars this year, pondering whether last year's luminary could once again achieve glory. The new talent conference is inherently a grand event for the birth of stars, even if one cannot secure the first position. Leaving a profound impact on the audience during the competition will ensure that they become a topic of conversation, thus achieving renown in Jiolong Town, and perhaps even in Sioux City. 200 contestants were admitted in batches into the demon cave to prevent chaos from ensuing if they all entered at once. Although the organizers had designed forks at the cave entrance, admitting all 200 simultaneously would render it impossible to separate them effectively. Yangqiao, Yangshu, and Zhao Wuji were among those allowed entry in the middle batch, a gesture of consideration from the organizers towards the Zhao family. Entering midway is advantageous as it follows the clearing of the initial batch, ensuring that the subsequent encounters with demonic beasts are fewer. Additionally, entering later would likely mean that most identity tokens would already be claimed by others. While the requirement for passing the first stage is 5 identity tokens, some forceful individuals, having secured 5, remain unsatisfied and resort to robbing others, thereby impeding their progress to the second stage and reducing their own competition. Thus, the midway entrants are indeed afforded special treatment. Throughout any era or competition, absolute fairness is an illusion. It is not a matter of celestial justice, but rather human nature. The temperature within the demon cave is notably lower, at least 10 degrees below that of the outside, and it continues to decline the further one ventures inside. Numerous stalagmites adorn the cave, either sprouting from the ground or descending from above, creating an illusion of constricted space. In certain areas, these formations connect above and below, obstructing pathways and sight lines, further crowding the cave's environment. Scattered across the walls are sporadic luminescent stones of various hues, serving as the sole source of illumination, thus sparing contestants the need to prepare their own light sources. Strange and peculiar rocks are dispersed throughout the cave, and for the faint-hearted, a mere glance might evoke the fear of encountering a demonic beast. Zhao Wuji led the way, with Yangshu following closely behind, and Yangqiao positioned centrally, the 3 advancing with measured steps. Their caution was not excessive, rather a means to maintain formation. Teamwork necessitates cohesive coordination. Zhao Wuji, wielding his sword with lethal intent and decisive execution, was ideally suited to lead, bolstered by his experience from participating in 2 previous new talent conferences. Yangshu, encircled by 3 space-rending sword darts, remained vigilant of their surroundings, ready to assist at the slightest hint of danger. Positioned at the center, Yangqiao, shielded by Zhao Wuji and Yangshu, could unleash the full potential of his divine finger sword, often piercing through demonic beasts that evaded Zhao Wuji's strikes. As for any beasts attempting to ambush from behind, they would inevitably fall victim to the punishment of the space-rending sword darts. Yangshu had already reached the 10th level of body refinement, and the soul power generated by his soul seed was sufficient to allow the space-rending sword darts to orbit around him continuously. Yangqiao found his brother's appearance quite dashing, intensifying his desire to learn the void-splitting technique. This was the formation the trio had agreed upon before entering the cave. Although Yangshu and Zhao Wuji were the type to bicker upon first meeting, they could set aside their past grievances when it came to vying for their family's honor. After half an hour of exploration, they encountered 3 waves of demonic beasts, all of which were dispatched with ease. through the skirmishes with these creatures. Yang Chao recognized his own shortcomings. In comparison to Zhao Wuji and Yang Shu, his practical combat experience was severely lacking. The more he realized this, the more exhilarated he became. He felt as though this new hero gathering was tailor-made for him, allowing him to learn combat skills alongside Yang Shu and Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, what kind of route are you leading us on? Constantly slaughtering demonic beasts is pointless. We need to find people quickly and seize their identity tokens to progress. Yang Shu remarked from behind. Stop arguing, will you? Since the cave is expansive, if we don't encounter anyone, neither will others. There's no need to rush, Yang Chao interjected. Yang Shu smiled. I understand. I'm just bored and teasing you. Zhao Wuji extended his hand, raising his middle finger towards the back. Just as Yang Shu was about to chastise Zhao Wuji for his crude gesture, he noticed Zhao Wuji turn around and place that finger in front of his nose, saying, Someone is bringing identity tokens. Yang Chao and Yang Shu immediately halted. Yang Shu questioned, Who is there? Zhao Wuji replied earnestly, I smell blood. Yang Shu laughed. Have you turned into a dog? Zhao Wuji took no offense, allowing his gaze to follow his sense of smell, ultimately landing on a narrow cave entrance. Indeed. 5 individuals emerged one after another from the opening, with 3 of them visibly injured, their clothes torn and stained with blood oozing from their wounds. Clearly, they had been wounded in battle against the demonic beasts. If we take down this group, one of us can pass through, Zhao Wuji said, gripping his long sword at an angle as he approached the 5. The cave entrance was relatively close to Yang Chao and the others, and as Zhao Wuji advanced, the group noticed him. Upon seeing Zhao Wuji's fierce demeanor, the 5 instantly fell into a defensive posture. What do you want? The leader asked nervously. Zhao Wuji replied succinctly. Your tokens. You're talking nonsense. The leader shouted. In response, Zhao Wuji swiftly flipped his sword, preparing to strike. A short-haired man behind the leader rushed forth, exclaiming loudly. Wait. As Zhao Wuji paused, the man scrutinized his face and asked, Are you not the renowned swordsman Wuji? Zhao Wuji coldly affirmed, I am. It's truly you. I encountered you during last year's competition. The short-haired man began speaking animatedly with his teammates. What? He is Zhao Wuji from the Zhao family? The foremost swordsman among the younger generation in Sioux City? Indeed. I have seen him as well. With a clatter. The short-haired man dared not approach Zhao Wuji any closer, but instead tossed the identity token toward him, saying, Do not strike. We are no match for you. Here. Take the token. Zhang Qing, you are indeed the master of body sculpting. Our water dragon village relies on you to bring fame to our community. How can we concede without a fight? The people around him began to voice their grievances. The man named Zhang Qing, with short hair, replied, What do you know? This is a case of a wise hero avoiding immediate peril. The 5 of us combined would not be a match for him. We could even lose our lives. What? Lose our lives? Someone exclaimed. Last time, someone perished beneath his sword. His blade is merciless. He lowered his voice, adding, Stop the chatter. Quickly hand over the tokens to him, and we shall seize them from others. Persuaded by Zhang Chong, the other 4 reluctantly tossed their tokens aside. Is this all? Zhao Wuji inquired. What about the ones you acquired from others? Zhang Chong protested. Brother Wuji, you are the first group we have encountered. We only possess our own tokens. Look, my 3 friends have been injured by the beasts. If you don't believe me, you can search us. I trust you. Let us proceed. Thank you, Brother Wuji. With that, the individual hurriedly urged his companions to move away as if fleeing from a plague. Yang Shu leaned his elbow on Yang Chao's shoulder and teased, Look, our brother Wuji managed to collect 5 tokens just by virtue of his reputation. Truly impressive. Yang Chao agreed. I admire it. It seems we have no part in this. Yang Shu stretched lazily and remarked, Indeed. What of this so-called swordsman Wuji? Is his notoriety truly so formidable? I doubt his prowess. Just as Zhao Wuji bent to retrieve the 5 tokens on the ground, 3 figures emerged from the cave. Clearly, they had witnessed the earlier scene. And the young man in red greeted them with a cold smirk. The 2 individuals following the young man in red wore expressions of disdain, completely disregarding Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, undeterred, abandoned the identity tokens and gripped his long sword with both hands. Casting a haughty gaze upon the trio, he coldly addressed the young man in red. With your empty threats, I shall tear your mouth to shreds. Zhang Qing, who had already turned to leave, caught sight of this exchange and, with a sympathetic glance at the young man in red, decided to stay, allowing his teammates to witness Zhao Wuji's prowess, thereby proving the wisdom of his earlier surrender. After all, their tokens had essentially been claimed by Zhao Wuji. They were not concerned about wasting a bit more time. Do you intend to tear my mouth? You must first defeat me, Zhao Wuji retorted. State your name. The young man in red, undeterred by the insult, responded with a cold smile. I am Zhuang Bai, the representative of True Dragon Village. These are the representatives of Earth Dragon Village and Green Dragon Village. You, Zhao Wuji, are a notable figure in Nine Dragon Town today. I, Zhuang Bai, shall topple you and claim your position. Growing impatient, Zhao Wuji snapped. Enough with the chatter. Let us engage together. Zhuang Bai, feeling his pride wounded, swung his arms to his sides, and suddenly flames erupted from his palms, extending 3 feet in length. He charged toward Zhao Wuji, declaring, you two may observe. The tokens shall still be divided equally. It appears that this is a 2-star soul technique, Flame Palm. At such a tender age, he has already reached the 8th level of physical refinement. It is no wonder he exudes such arrogance. However, he remains merely a frog at the bottom of the well. Zhao Wuji murmured quietly, remaining utterly unperturbed in the face of the formidable Zhuang Bai. In truth, the moment Zhuang Bai launched his attack, Zhao Wuji felt a sense of certainty. He possessed absolute confidence that he could strike at the very instant Zhuang Bai attempted to assail him, severing all of Zhuang Bai's offensive maneuvers with a single stroke of his sword. It is only through the might of such a decisive blow that they would instill sufficient intimidation, compelling the other two to relinquish their identity tokens without resistance, just as Zhang Cheng had done before. However, what Zhao Wuji did not anticipate was that he would not even be afforded the opportunity to make a move. Chapter 037. The Defeated Whoosh. 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 3 piercing sword bolts flew forth from behind Zhao Wuji, exuding a fierce momentum as they struck the target, Zhuang Bai. With lightning speed, 2 of the sword bolts pierced through his palms, entering through the centers and emerging from the backs of his hands, accompanied by a spray of blood. The third struck through the sole of his right foot, causing him to stumble. The 2 sword bolts that penetrated Zhuang Bai's hands continued their lethal trajectory, piercing the feet of 2 others. In the span of a single breath, all 3 collapsed to the ground. The trio cried out in agony, utterly bewildered as to what had transpired. Zhao Tai was correct. If Yang Shu employed the void-piercing technique for a surprise attack, not a single individual at the body refinement stage could withstand it. Yang Shu stepped forward from the shadows, his demeanor distinctly disdainful as he sneered. The 8th level of body refinement dares to flaunt authority before the Swordmaster Wuji? As he approached the 3, he seized their identity tokens. You are truly ruthless, Zhuang Bai exclaimed, his face contorted in pain. Yang Shu waved his index finger dismissively. I am saving you. Had I not intervened, you would have perished beneath the sword of the master. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. Yang Shu, do not slander me. I am not as ruthless as you claim. It is unnecessary for you to inflict such harm. Yang Chao also emerged, his brow furrowed as he grasped Yang Shu's arm. Brother, your methods are rather harsh. Defeating them and taking their tokens should suffice. You do not understand, Xiao Chao, Yang Shu replied, picking up the 5 tokens scattered on the ground. This competition is not akin to your duel with Zhao Jia and Zhao Wei. The world outside is treacherous if I were to let them go unharmed. Can you guarantee they would not harbor resentment and seek revenge? Or summon a horde of beasts to attack us, creating further trouble? Yang Shu spoke with gravity. I merely injured their feet to incapacitate them, preventing any further mischief. Their hands remain intact, allowing them to defend themselves should beasts arrive. Oh yes. It seems I have rendered this Zhuang Bai friend's hand useless. Should beasts indeed appear, I will leave it to you two to take care of him. Though Yang Shu's words were delivered nonchalantly, they sent chills down the spines of his listeners. Even Zhao Wuji showed signs of being moved, gazing intently at Yang Shu. It seemed he had encountered numerous trials in the Demon Marsh, he pondered. Meanwhile, the onlookers, including Zhang Cheng, trembled in fear. Zhang Cheng murmured, Look, see? My surrender was indeed wise. Zhao Wuji is ruthless, but I never expected that man to be even more merciless. Who is he? As Zhang Cheng questioned, the fallen Zhuang Bai coldly demanded, If you have the audacity, state your name. As long as I survive, I will surely seek retribution. Oh, seek retribution from me? I shall await your arrival. Yang Shu bent down, pointing to his own face, enunciating each word. Remember this well. My name is Yang Shu. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng and the others gasped in shock. Yang Shu, the once celebrated genius Yang Shu. It is he. My heavens. The Zhao family already possesses a formidable figure in Zhao Wuji, and now another star has emerged. It seems this year's New England conference will be filled with suspense. Who among Yang Shu and Luing is more formidable? Zhang Cheng seized the arm of the speaker, pulling him along as he urged, What are you lingering for? Let us go. Yangshu is not to be trifled with. His soul techniques are sinister. We must not be ensnared here. Indeed, let's hurry. With 8 tokens already claimed, 3 from us, leaving 4 more to acquire, Yangshu handed the tokens to Yang Chao, entrusting him with their management. He smiled at Zhao Wuji and said, "Apologies. Seeing you so imposing, I couldn't help but display my clumsiness." Humph. Mastering the void-splitting technique is no small feat, Zhao Wuji retorted. Go find more. Yang Chao complained. My 2 good brothers have already shone brightly. The remaining 4 tokens are left to me. Having successfully seized identity tokens from 2 groups, the trio laughed and chatted, appearing relaxed and at ease. A stark contrast to the anxious demeanor of the other competitors. It was as though they had come solely for the purpose of claiming tokens. Utterly unconcerned about being robbed themselves. They were hunters, and in their eyes, everyone else was merely prey. However, there are always those who share the same mindset and possess equal strength. Upon entering a vast cavern, they encountered a skirmish. The outcome was that a dozen individuals were defeated while 4 emerged victorious. For Yang Chao, these 4 were familiar faces. Lu family representatives Lu Ying, Lu Ming, Lu Yang, and Lu Chao. The 3 gazed at them from a distance, while Zhao Wuji, sword in hand, remarked, "It seems we have gathered quite a bounty." Though Lu Ying ranked 3rd in age among the 4, his prowess was formidable, and he had already become the leader of the Lu family's younger generation. With his fan unfurled, he smiled and replied, "Not bad. This is the 2nd wave of people we've encountered. Do you 4 have enough tokens?" "Yes, but we're not in a rush to leave. Let us claim a few more tokens to reduce the number of participants in the next round." "Good idea." Zhao Wuji agreed. "Let us go." Lu Ying turned to leave. Lu Chao looked at Lu Ying in confusion, questioning why they did not seize Zhao Wuji's tokens. "Brother Ying, why not take their tokens?" Without answering, Lu Ying merely fanned himself. Lu Ming explained, "The Lu and Zhao families are prominent in the New England Conference, and an unspoken understanding has formed between us to save our strength for the final contest, avoiding conflict in the earlier rounds." Lu Ming's words were a gentle way of saying that the Lu and Zhao families were evenly matched. In such group battles, neither side could be assured of victory, and a misstep could lead to mutual destruction, allowing others to take advantage. Thus, they indeed had formed an understanding to refrain from fighting in the preceding rounds. Yet, Lu Chao, casting a venomous glare at Yang Chao behind Zhao Wuji, hissed, "What about my grudge?" Recalling how Yang Chao had pilfered the blood-weeping Ganoderma and over 50 winter spirit grass, Lu Ming felt a surge of anger. However, as a veteran of the New England Conference, he knew better than to disrupt the established order. He grasped Lu Chao's arms, concerned about his impulsiveness, and advised, "Calm down. Stay composed. There's nothing we cannot overcome." He glared fiercely at Yang Chao and said menacingly, "As long as this brat can endure, you may encounter him in the 3rd match, and then you shall have your revenge. Even if you don't, my brothers will take care of him for you." Lu Chao, accustomed to arrogance, found it impossible to quell his anger as he saw his nemesis right before him. He shouted, "No, I must deal with him right now." At that moment, Yangshu deliberately asked loudly, "Little Chao, who is this person? Why does he hate you so much?" Yang Chao also responded in a deliberately loud voice, "Just a defeated foe, ignore him." "Ah, Yang Chao, I will annihilate you." "A defeated foe. Last time, I merely underestimated you. Had I known you were at the 8th level of body refinement, you would not have been my match. After the fact, anyone can say such things." Yang Chao retorted disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Lu Chao. Lu Chao was on the verge of madness, yelling, "Yang Chao, let us duel one-on-one. No one shall intervene. The loser must present all their tokens. Do you dare accept the challenge?" Yang Chao casually cradled his head in his hands, while Xiao Long hopped onto his head, both exuding a relaxed demeanor. Yang Chao replied, "You're just blathering nonsense." Lu Chao could hardly wait. Burning with the desire to flay Yang Chao alive to assuage his wrath, he turned to Lu Ying and pleaded, "Brother Ying, trust me. I will not lose to this brat." Lu Ming also supported the idea of teaching Yang Chao a lesson and urged Lu Ying, "Third brother, let a Chao fight him." Upon Lu Ying's agreement, Lu Chao rejoiced and shouted at Yang Chao, "Do you dare accept the challenge?" Yang Chao looked towards Zhao Wuji, for he was the nominal captain, and inquired, "Young master, what is your opinion?" "I naturally believe in you," Zhao Wuji replied softly, then addressed Lu Ying loudly, "How many tokens do you possess?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ming threw all their tokens out and counted, declaring loudly, 19. Zhao Wuji responded, "We only have 11. "No matter," Lu Ming exclaimed. I still want to wager something with that brat. With me? Xianxia questioned. What do you wish to wager? The treasures you vilely stole from me. The blood tears spirit herb and the winter spirit armor grass. That is gone. What? You ate it? Xianxia stated. I fed it all to him. He really enjoys that stuff. Lu Ming's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he roared. You actually fed such precious elixirs to a wild monkey. Xianxia pulled out another piece and stuffed it into Xiaolong's mouth, saying, This is mine. I can give it to whomever I choose. What concern is it of yours? You. Lu Ming's chest heaved with fury as he stepped forward, seething. Damn it. I will fight you. No. Lu Chao quickly embraced Lu Ming, soothingly saying, Brother, calm down. There is nothing we cannot overcome. Fearing Lu Ming would charge forward, Lu Chao quickly positioned himself in front, stating, It was agreed that I would fight him. You all stand down. Xianxia, are you ready? Come on. Lu Chao forcefully stamped his foot upon the ground, unleashing a surge of faint crimson light from within, illuminating the cave momentarily. Yet, as the brilliance faded, he leaned forward, charging at Xianxia with the ferocity of a frenzied bull. Zhao Wuji, with keen eyes, cautioned, Beware of the 3-star soul technique, demonic bull charge. Indeed, as Zhao Wuji spoke, Xianxia discerned a faint yellow bull's head materializing behind the onrushing Lu Chao. The visage of the bull was menacing, particularly with its long, fearsome horns resembling 2 wickedly sharp blades. With Lu Chao's relentless advance, the cave reverberated with a thunderous sound, the ground trembling slightly beneath them, exuding an overwhelming force. Afraid of my divine finger sword, are you? This time, you dare not employ mighty beast descend. Xianxia mused inwardly. If you wish to defeat me in one blow, I shall ensure you lose face. With each rotation of his right arm, wisps of soul energy materialized and flowed with his movements. Gradually, his arm whirled faster, accumulating more and more energy. The spectators could no longer see Xianxia's hand, only the faint yellow glow enveloping his arm. Lu Ying snapped her folding fan shut with a resounding clap, her expression darkening. At that moment, Lu Chao was merely 10 paces away from Xianxia. Xianxia tightened his fists, concentrating all the soul energy surrounding his arm into a singular point, condensing it onto his right fist. He retracted his fist before launching it with tremendous force, colliding directly with Lu Chao's charging body. Bang! A deafening sound erupted as Lu Chao's body jolted, his feet sinking into the ground, fissures appearing beneath him. Roll! Xianxia shouted, unleashing the residual force of his right fist, sending Lu Chao flying backward. His expression one of astonishment. Crack! Crack! Lu Chao soared through the air, crashing through 2 stone stalagmites, and just as he was about to collide with the cave wall, Lu Ying leaped forward to catch him. They landed, Lu Ying spinning thrice before stabilizing him. Lu Chao coughed up blood, the immense impact having injured him. Although Lu Ying mitigated Xianxia's residual force, he was still left with internal injuries. Undeterred, he attempted to charge at Xianxia once more. Lu Ying grasped his shoulder firmly, her voice calm yet firm. No need to continue. Chao, you are no match for him. He has already reached the 9th level of body refinement. What? The 9th level of body refinement? Lu Chao's eyes widened in shock. Lu Ming and Lu Yong exchanged glances, exclaiming, The last time we fought, he was only at the 8th level. Lu Ying replied, You must have misjudged him. Or he concealed his true strength. That last move, with a bit more refinement, could indeed be classified as a soul technique. The level of control over his soul energy indicates that his ascension to the 9th level of body refinement is not a recent development. Chapter 038. What is the purpose of snatching badges? To dig for stones. Xianxia remarked, They were not mistaken. During our last encounter, I was indeed only at the 8th level. The 9th level, however, was achieved after consuming the blood-eating spirit mushroom. What? Lu Ming exclaimed. You reached the 9th level because you consumed my blood-weeping spirit mushroom? Indeed. Xianxia inclined his head slightly toward Lu Ming with a smile. Thank you. Lu Ming was utterly infuriated. The mere consumption of a blood-weeping spirit mushroom had enabled Xianxia to advance in cultivation, had it not been taken by Xianxia. But rather consumed by him, he would have made significant progress himself. The thought of this caused Lu Ming to lose his composure, and he launched an attack on Xianxia. Suddenly Yang Shu's figure flickered, appearing before Xianxia, as 3 void-splitting sword shuttles whirled beneath his feet. The sudden surge of energy caused the ground to yield, leaving Lu Ming speechless. What sorcery is this? I have never seen anything like it. Lu Ying scrutinized Xianxia, noting his elegant demeanor, which rivaled her own, and felt a flicker of admiration. She inquired, Could it be that you are Xianxia? I am indeed Xianxia. He replied, the foremost talent of the 9 Dragons Town in soul arts. Lu Ying, it is an honor to finally meet you. I hold you in equal esteem. Lu Ying smiled gently, unfurling her folding fan and gracefully fanning herself. Truly, you are a formidable opponent. We concede. You may take the badges. Much appreciated, Xianxia replied. We shall meet again in the 3rd match. With that, Lu Ying cast a lingering glance at Xianxia before turning to leave. Although Lu Ming and Lu Chao were still seething with anger, Lu Ying had spoken, and they could not prolong their quarrel. Besides, having lost, they had no face to say anything further. The spectators outside could only anticipate the climactic 3rd match, unaware of the earlier confrontation between the Zhao and Lu families in the 1st match. Brothers, bear with it for now. We will settle old and new scores in the 3rd match. Even if Xianxia and Yang Chao are formidable, they are no match for me. I can sense the earth element energy has entered the soul power seed. Only the final step of fusion remains. After parting from Yang Chao and the others, Lu Ying calmly reassured her brothers. The brothers exchanged glances, then rejoiced. How long has it been since you reached the 10th level of body refinement? Your speed is remarkable. Lu Ying smiled. To become a soul master, one must rely not only on talent and diligence but also on fate. Fate is divine will, with heaven's aid. How can I fail to honor it? Haha, they are doomed. 3rd brother, the outcome rests on you. After Lu Ying and her companions departed, Yang Chao counted the identity badges, exclaiming, We have a total of 30 badges now. That is sufficient. Xianxia ruffled Yang Chao's hair and remarked, Are you satisfied now? In the end, you are indeed the most impressive, single-handedly winning 19 badges. Yang Chao chuckled. It was Lu Chao's own folly. Indeed. Let us go. Wujia, lead the way. Keep a keen eye and locate the checkpoint swiftly. Zhao Wujia said nothing further, gripping his sword at an angle as he led the way forward. After a quarter of an hour, the trio had yet to find an exit. Xianxia, eager to progress, refrained from teasing Zhao Wuji, not wanting to distract him. Along their journey, they encountered other competitors, but did not engage in any skirmishes for identity tags. Interestingly, none sought to provoke them. Most chose to circumvent their presence, as individuals like Zhuang Bai, the reckless youth, were but a rarity. As they turned and meandered, despite the time wasted, Yang Chao found himself captivated by a peculiar object. This object was a mineral, smooth and silvery on one side, while the other surface was rough as if coated in earthen skin. Such odd stones were plentiful. Yet Yang Chao's fascination stemmed from the incessant scratching of his shoulder by a small dragon. Realizing that his ignorance of the object's value was inconsequential, as the little dragon possessed discernment, he temporarily dubbed the stone Silverlight Stone. Curiously, he inquired of the dragon, Is this item of worth? The dragon nodded affirmatively. Is it significantly useful? Another nod. More so than the blood-weeping spirit mushroom? Again, the dragon affirmed. With no further words needed, Yang Chao claimed the stone as his own and, in a stroke of fortune, discovered 2 additional pieces nearby. Eldest young master, brother, let us not rush to exit just yet. We have the tags. There is no fear of failing. Accompany me in the search for these Silverlight Stones. Xianxia questioned, What purpose do you have for these stones? They are valuable, Yang Chao replied, aware that without a compelling argument, convincing Xianxia and Zhao Wuji would be a challenge. He then produced a high-quality 2-star soul pill from his pocket. Zhao Wuji's eyes gleamed as he exclaimed, This 2-star soul pill surpasses the quality given by my grandfather. Neither Xianxia nor Zhao Wuji doubted Yang Chao's assertion. Instead, they felt a sense of clarity. After all, Yang Chao was an enigma to them. His cultivation speed astonishingly rapid and unfathomable. If he possessed an opportunity to encounter a skilled alchemist capable of crafting high-quality soul pills, the rationale behind his extraordinary progression became evident. Concerned that Xianxia and Zhao Wuji might suspect him of hoarding secrets, Yang Chao continued, This mysterious alchemist has instructed me not to disclose our dealings. However, this Silverlight Stone can be used to refine soul pills of a higher caliber than the 2-star variety. Since you are both individuals I trust, I feel compelled to share this with you. Brothers, while the competition is vital, this opportunity is even rarer. I will present all Silverlight Stones for refinement, and we shall share the resulting soul pills equally. Xianxia smiled, remarking, The division is inconsequential, indeed. This presents a splendid opportunity to enhance the overall strength of the Zhao family's younger generation. Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement, though a hint of worry lingered on his brow. If this Silverlight Stone can yield high-quality 3-star soul pills, we would indeed profit immensely. Nevertheless, my grandfather places great importance on this competition, and any delays could prove detrimental. Is there a way to collect more silverlight stones without hindering our progress in the competition? Xianxia pondered the dilemma, suddenly exclaiming, I've got it. Yang Shu's eyes brightened, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he clapped Xianxia on the shoulder. Laughing heartily, what a brilliant idea. Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement, saying, let us proceed as you suggest. Xianxia, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, let us get to work. With their plan firmly established, the trio continued their search for the checkpoint, leaving no stone unturned in their quest. Before long, they had amassed 60 identity tokens. Xianxia, with his resounding voice, called out, tokens for sale. Quality goods at reasonable prices, fair to all. Upon hearing Xianxia openly hawking identity tokens, passers-by were left dumbfounded, taken aback by the audacity of the trio. Had they truly lost their minds? Was the Zhao family so desperate for money? Amidst the astonishment and curiosity, a brave soul stepped forward to inquire, how much for these tokens? Seeing his first customer approach, Xianxia responded with a hearty laugh, they are free of charge. Free of charge? What do you want in return? The gentleman stammered, instinctively reaching for the treasure concealed in his pocket. Xianxia gestured towards the shimmering silver stones on the rock and said, I seek stones like these, 1 stone in exchange for 1 identity token. There are plenty of such stones within this cave. If you bring them to me, you shall receive the corresponding tokens in return. Is that true? Will you actually trade with us? The man asked, skepticism evident in his tone. Of course. Do you think I need all these tokens just to eat? All right. Wait. I saw those stones on my way here. With that, the gentleman dashed off. Xianxia counted and rejoiced. Yes, that is the one. The man remarked. I have but 1 companion. I only need 10 tokens. The rest can be a gift for you. Initially apprehensive, he was soon met with Xianxia's enthusiastic offering of 10 tokens, placed eagerly into his hands. Take them. The man, filled with unexpected delight, had thought his chances of success were slim, only to find that he could pass by collecting stones. He hurriedly summoned his companion and made his way to the checkpoint, presenting the identity tokens to the guard. Although they were not as formidable as Xianxia, their entry into the 3rd round of competition posed a challenge. Yet, the rules dictated that rewards were not reserved solely for the first place. The top 10 positions promised generous rewards. The Zhao and Lu families were vying for first place, not merely for the prize, but also to maintain their pride. The man, still skeptical, turned back to Xianxia and quietly asked, Brother, may I know what you intend to do with these stones? Under Xianxia's piercing gaze, he felt a chill and fled, exclaiming, Forget I asked anything. Witnessing this scene, the initially anxious crowd erupted with fervor, rushing to catch a glimpse of the silver stones laid upon the rock before hastening back to their original path. Quick! Let us dig for stones. The tokens are limited. It's first come, first served. Don't fall behind or you might miss out. Someone shouted, creating a bustling atmosphere at the checkpoint. The guard, a formidable soul residing in the realm of earth spirits, was a powerful figure from the town's administrative office, stationed here to prevent those without sufficient identity tokens from causing disruptions in the 2nd round. He could only shake his head in bemusement, muttering to himself. This first round was supposed to be about competing for identity tokens, yet it has turned into a frenzy for those worthless stones. Chapter 39. Devoured. The 4 brothers of Lu Ying were perplexed. They had successfully seized over 50 identity tokens, which was sufficient for the 4 of them to advance. However, their objective was to acquire even more tokens to hinder others from progressing to the next round. Yet, the current situation was bewildering. The number of people milling about was greater than the tokens they had cited. Where had all the tokens vanished to? Lu Yang pondered. Their confusion did not last long. Upon reaching the checkpoint, they were astonished to witness an unimaginable scene. Xianxia sat on the ground, a massive rock before him, upon which lay a towering stack of identity tokens. Contestants held shimmering stones in their hands, smiling broadly as they presented them to Xianxia, who then exchanged them for the corresponding identity tokens, after which they joyfully moved on to the next stage. Yang Shu and Zhao Wuji flanked Xianxia, their gazes sharp and piercing, deterring anyone from harboring ulterior motives. Lu Ying approached Xianxia, lightly tapping his closed fan in his palm as if deep in thought. He softly inquired, Xianxia, what is this game you are playing? It is futile. What use is it to exchange tokens? Having so many tokens serves no purpose for me. Xianxia replied to the individuals seeking to trade tokens, stating, I simply cannot abide by the actions of your Lu family. Once you have enough tokens, you should advance. Why must you snatch from others, preventing them from passing? Our Zhao family is different. We only require 15 tokens, and the rest will be distributed among everyone. We provide opportunities for all to advance. Cheers erupted from the crowd. A subtle twitch crossed Lu Ying's face, regretting his decision to engage in conversation. Initially, there was no issue, but now Xianxia had cast aspersions upon him, leaving him with unwarranted trouble. Lu Ying suddenly realized that every interaction with Xianxia ignited his ire. He even harbored the thought of personally defeating Xianxia in the final round, though he was uncertain if that opportunity would arise. Lu Ying glanced at the guardian of the Earth Soul Realm behind Xianxia and saluted, saying, "My lord. Do you not intervene when you see them violating the rules here?" The guardian, eyes half closed, responded in a deep, resonant voice, "Since the tokens are already in their possession, it is for them to manage. Moreover, there is no provision against this in the rules. That is their skill. I have no authority to interfere. However, you are a contestant. If you disapprove, you may take action to stop them." "You." Lu Ying furrowed his brow. "Lu Ying, if you do not wish to trade tokens, kindly step aside and do not hinder my business," Xianxia said, brushing dust off the identity tokens, effectively gesturing for Lu Ying to leave. "See how well my business thrives." Noticing that even the composed Lu Ying was becoming flustered, Lu Ming and Lu Yong hurriedly surrounded him, urging, "Third brother, temper your anger. Remain calm, this too shall pass." "Very well. You are ruthless. I shall endure." Lu Ying pursed his lips, nodded in agreement, opened his fan, and fanned himself vigorously. "Let us go." He glared at Xianxia before turning to leave. Xianxia, in high spirits, continued to call out, "Come, come, come." Only a little over 50 tokens remain. First come, first served. With the strength of numbers, hundreds joined forces to search for the shimmering silver stones. And soon Xianxia experienced a remarkable windfall. Within half an hour, he had only 10 tokens left. However, the silver stones he had acquired had already exceeded 130. Some individuals, like the first person who exchanged tokens, had unearthed stones surpassing their intended number of tokens and graciously gifted them to Xianxia, thus extending a personal favor. As he gazed at the glimmering silver stones, Little Dragon hissed excitedly. Meanwhile, the number of individuals coming to exchange tokens dwindled, many displaying despondent expressions. It seemed that the silver stones within the cave were nearly exhausted and had become increasingly elusive, Xianxia mused. At that moment, he noticed 5 weary individuals seated in a corner near the entrance. They appeared somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection, Xianxia recalled they were the ones who had previously presented their identity tokens due to Zhao Wuji's reputation. "Your name is Zhangcheng, correct?" Xianxia approached and inquired. Yes. "Young master, how may I assist you?" Zhangcheng responded, filled with admiration for Xianxia and his companions. "Do not call me young master. I am Xianxia. You are Xianxia. Do we know each other?" "Of course." "Oh no. Rather, I know you, while you do not know me." Xianxia was somewhat incredulous and asked, "Am I that well known?" Zhangcheng chuckled. "You triumphed over Zhao Wei and the Zhao family and defeated Lu Chao in the theater. Your name has already circulated among the younger generation. It is said that the Yang brothers, Yang Shu and Yang Chao, are both prodigies of soul arts. Enough of that." Yang Chao observed him closely, noting the injuries on his body, and asked, "I wonder why you are not mining for silver stones. Given that they can be exchanged for tokens here?" Zhang Cheng's head drooped as he sighed. "We have indeed been mining. Ever since you began exchanging tokens here, we have been hard at work." A girl behind Zhang Cheng interjected angrily. "We unearthed over 30 stones, initially intending to exchange them for tokens, and could have even given you 5 more. However, a group of individuals led the demon beasts to us, and while we were battling them, they took advantage of the chaos to steal all our stones." Zhang Cheng's eyes gleamed with fury as he spoke sharply. "Those ruffians are from Yaolong village. If they were to confront us openly, they would surely be no match. They resorted to such despicable tactics, and losing the stones is one matter. But they nearly cost us our lives." Yang Chao turned his gaze towards the girl, who was clad in red. Though her skin appeared somewhat darkened, her features were striking. Judging by her appearance, she was not much older than Yang Chao and wielded a large red embroidered hammer, exuding a formidable presence. "What is your name?" Yang Chao inquired. "Yin Qianzi." Yang Chao gestured towards the rocks behind him. "There are 5 of you, yet I have only 10 tokens remaining. Seeing that your injuries seem less severe than Zhang Cheng's, I shall give you these 10 tokens. Take them to pass through." Zhang Cheng and Yin Qianzi exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of astonishment. Yin Qianzi inquired with disbelief, "Are you truly giving us the token for free?" Yang Chao replied, "They won't be able to excavate any silverlight stones anyway. I only know you here. Consider it a favor." "Thank you, brother Yang Chao." Zhang quickly responded, cheerfully stating, I shall remember this kindness. It is also your astuteness in surrendering to us earlier that allowed me to recognize you. Yang Chao smiled. Zhao Wuji, standing nearby, reminded. In that case, let us proceed together. Lu Ying and the others have already entered. Zhang grasping Qianzi's wrist, bidding farewell to their three companions, and followed closely behind Yang Chao. Swordsman Wuji, our Red Dragon village is willing to ally with you. How about mutually assisting one another in the future? Zhao Wuji inquired. What do you mean? Are we to join forces against the Lu family? Zhang asserted with conviction. If it is an alliance, then your foes shall also be ours. Yang Shu interjected. You speak too soon. How can a junior like you decide for the Red Dragon village? Zhang smiled faintly and glanced at Qianzi, saying, Qianzi is the daughter of the village chief of Red Dragon village. Oh. Yang Shu understood, then promptly asked, let me be direct. Do not take offense. Are you seeking to cling to her strength? Zhang expression stiffened momentarily, but he soon broke into a candid smile, replying, Indeed. Why choose us? Because your strength is the mightiest in Jiolong Town. After handing 5 identity tokens to the guards for inspection, if approved, each participant would receive a vial the size of a finger, which was also only as thick as a finger. The vial contained a mesh substance, filled with a dense yellow gas. Yang Shu, having reached the 10th layer of the body sculpting realm, and with his soul force gradually merging with the essence of the earth, recognized the soul force released by a soul traveler of the earth soul realm. This soul force gradually descended, filtering through the mesh and settling below. From the guards, they learned the rules for the second competition. Participants must exit the second stage before all the soul force in the vials had settled at the bottom. The second stage would also take place within a monster cave. However, the terrain of this second cave was far more intricate, with more stone pillars connecting heaven and earth, and many sharp stone spikes protruding from the ground, which could easily cause one to trip. Falling upon them would at least lead to severe injuries. Moreover, the monsters in the second stage were significantly more formidable than those in the first. According to the guards, individuals below the 8th layer of the body sculpting realm who had not yet cultivated their soul force would not stand a chance against these beasts in one-on-one combat. All cultivators in the body sculpting realm would find it challenging to easily eliminate these monsters, requiring considerable effort instead. Due to Yang Chao's token exchange, over 30 individuals entered the second stage. If all participants passed within the allotted time, half of those who arrived first would advance to the finals, from which the top 10 would be selected. Although Zhang openly acknowledged his desire to cling to their strength, once inside, he and Qianzi opted to separate and walk as companions, not wanting to be underestimated by Zhao Wuji and his companions. Upon entering this layer of the demonic cave, the ominous growls of beastly creatures echoed ominously in the air. Indeed, unlike the first stage, the trio had scarcely ventured far when they were confronted by a towering beast. This creature stood at an impressive height of 2 zhang, possessing the head of a dog and the body of an ox, its visage adorned with 3 crimson eyes. 5 formidable horns sprouted from its crown, curving gracefully through the air, their tips menacingly aimed at the 3 individuals below. Whether it was excitement that drove its howls or hunger that fueled its rage, copious drool cascaded from its maw, splattering onto the ground. What a colossal creature! Exclaimed Yang Shu, his eyes sharpening with determination. In an instant, 3 void-piercing sword darts surged forth towards the beast. Although the creature's skin appeared supple, it proved impervious to the piercing strikes of the darts. Upon impact, its flesh indented, yet remained unbroken. Yang Shu swiftly adjusted his approach, transitioning from piercing to slicing, deftly carving into the creature's hide and leaving behind a series of superficial gashes, which only elicited a minuscule threat to the beast. With a growl of agitation, the beast stirred, unleashing a furious roar. Lowering its head, the 5 horns atop it elongated with astonishing speed, resembling 5 deadly spears, aimed directly at the trio. Startled, they quickly dispersed, their formation shattered by the beast's ferocious assault. The creature seemed to harbor a particular animosity towards Yang Shu, its 3 eyes glinting with hostility. As its cavernous maw opened wide, a fiery red tongue shot forth like a colossal blade, aiming to ensnare him. In a moment of urgency, Yang Shu activated the void technique, warping the space behind him as the 3 sword darts whirled protectively around him, poised to counter the beast's tongue. Just as the massive appendage was about to collide with the darts, they inexplicably ceased their motion, gradually fading from existence, as did Yang Shu's technique. The gigantic tongue ensnared Yang Shu, swiftly drawing him towards the creature's gaping maw. The beast's 3 eyes sparkled with crimson delight at the prospect of its meal. Xianxia, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, could not comprehend why her brother had ceased his use of the soul technique. Did this beast possess some form of sorcery? Witnessing her brother being unceremoniously devoured, Xianxia screamed at the top of her lungs, "Brother!" She was utterly unprepared for this unforeseen turn of fate. Her brother had been consumed. Chapter 040, I am not blushing. I am merely watercolored. The creature that devoured Xianxia is known as the three-eyed nightworm. In the lexicon of beast researchers, it bears a longer name, the three-eyed five-pointed shadow worm of the night. However, this title is rather cumbersome and lacks fluidity. Hence the abbreviated form, three-eyed nightworm. Fortunately, Xianxia and his companions were unaware of this creature's full designation. Otherwise, they would have never associated such a colossal being with the term worm. They were still youthful, having not ventured far into the world, and their experiences were limited. In truth, the world outside harbors many creatures far larger than the three-eyed nightworm, some reaching 5 or even 10 times its size, yet are still referred to with names like worm, ant, or mosquito. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot as he witnessed his brother being consumed by the three-eyed nightworm. A tumult of emotion surged within him, a cacophony of feelings lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. The competition had proceeded so smoothly. How could it suddenly take such a dire turn? Is it true that nothing can be too smooth, that an excess of ease leads to calamity? You vile creature! Return my brother. Xianxia gathered his soul energy, preparing to unleash a soul wave. A firm grip on his arm interrupted him, and he immediately recognized Zhao Wuji's stern countenance. Xianxia, wait a moment. Zhao Wuji's serious tone instilled a sense of instinctive hope within Xianxia that his brother would not perish so easily. He allowed the gathered soul energy to dissipate and looked up at the three-eyed nightworm. The creature had ensnared Xianxia with its tongue, initially reveling in its meal before squatting in place, ignoring Xianxia and Zhao Wuji. Its 3 eyes began to glow ominously red. Suddenly, the three-eyed nightworm arched its body and let out a mournful wail. In that moment, Xianxia and Zhao Wuji watched in astonishment as the creature vomited forth clots of blood. Among these were segments of its own severed tongue and various organ-like structures. Once it expelled these remnants, it was rendered incapable of producing any further sound. The 3 glowing eyes shone brightly, and then 3 piercing projectiles shot forth from its pupils, as if breaking through a veil. With a thunderous crash, the three-eyed nightworm collapsed, crushing an untold number of stone stalagmites beneath its weight. Blood and flesh streamed from its neck, as if a razor-sharp blade was mercilessly churning and slicing within. At last, a gaping wound appeared atop its neck, from which emerged 2 hands, followed by a head that gasped for breath. The surrounding air was thick with the scent of blood, yet with a deep inhalation. Xianxia found it oddly refreshing. Gathering his strength, he leaped down from the three-eyed nightworm, his white garment stained crimson, his skin and hair smeared with the creature's flesh and blood, emanating a foul odor. What a repugnant stench, Xianxia cursed, seeing Xianxia unharmed. Both Xianxia and Zhao Wuji breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Wuji shot a glance at Xianxia and remarked, "You brought this upon yourself." Using such a grotesque method, Xianxia coldly regarded the lifeless three-eyed nightworm and asserted, "It sought to consume me, so I tore its throat apart. Your vengeful spirit is rather intense." Zhao Wuji tossed his longsword aside and switched to a reverse grip, stating, "Let me handle it next time." Xianxia gestured towards Zhao Wuji's back and remarked, "No need for next time. They're coming again." Following Xianxia's gaze, indeed, 3 three-eyed night insects had arrived. Drawn by the scent of blood, Xianxia settled onto a rock and said, "Little grass, come over and rest. Leave this to the swordsman Wuji." Zhao Wuji retorted, "You scoundrel, do you expect me to face 3 of these creatures alone?" Xianxia, channeling his soul power, began to cleanse the remnants of flesh stuck to him, saying, "You are the swordsman Wuji. Under your Thunder 13 swords, these 3 monsters are no match for you. Stop your prattling and continue using that technique to assist. You can wash up afterward." Zhao Wuji was incensed. "Did you not say I was disgusting? Well, I relish in your revulsion." Xianxia was momentarily speechless before replying, "You are ruthless." It was rare for Xianxia to see Zhao Wuji in such a state. As the 3 three-eyed night insects approached, he solemnly declared, "Brother, let us strike together and swiftly eliminate them." Though jesting was all in good fun. Once the three-eyed night insects drew near, Xianxia immediately entered combat mode, diving into the mouth of one of the creatures in the same manner as before. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji unleashed the Thunder 13 swords. His swordplay was exceedingly domineering. To confront the massive beast, he infused his sword with soul power. targeting the weak points of the three-eyed night insects. After 10 strikes, all 3 of the creature's eyes were blinded, and its limbs were severed at the toes. However, Zhao Wuji's longsword was not a soul weapon and could not sever the horn atop the beast's head. On Yangshu's side, although he faced challenges as well, the three-eyed night insects posed no threat to him. He employed the phantom palm to shift positions, seizing the opportunity to strike at the creature's eyes with the divine finger sword, followed by a lethal blow from his soul energy wave. With these 3 attacks, the three-eyed night insect fell. After vanquishing 3, the trio encountered 5 more. Though victorious, they could not help but lament the difficulty of the second stage. In the first stage, the worst that could happen was losing one's identity token and being eliminated. However, in this second stage, failure would result in becoming food for the three-eyed night insects. Having participated twice before, Zhao Wuji felt a sense of unease. Logically, the host, Su Qing, was known for taking care of the younger generation and would not permit such a high mortality rate in the competition. Moreover, those at the 9th and 10th levels of body refinement struggled against the three-eyed night insects. What of those who had just completed their body refinement? Was there a problem with the competition? Or had the formidable beast in the demon cave not been adequately cleared? However, he refrained from voicing his concerns to Yangshu and Yangshu, fearing it would affect their morale. Instead, he tightened his focus, cautiously surveying his surroundings, behaving far more prudently than during the leisurely first stage. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached rapidly. Zhao Wuji signaled, and Yangshu quickly pressed against the wall. Indeed, 2 figures sprang forth from the cave's entrance. Zhao Wuji brandished his sword to intercept them, shouting, "Halt!" Illuminated by the colorful stones within the cave, Zhao Wuji recognized the newcomers and exclaimed, "Zhangqing, it's you. Swordsman Wuji, we finally found you." Zhangqing gasped, his breath coming in ragged bursts. He leaned heavily on his knees, crimson streams of blood trickling from his ears, cascading down his arms to the ground. Yangchao approached, observing Zhangqing closely, and remarked, "You are injured." Behind Zhangqing, Xianxia appeared equally fatigued, stating, "The beasts here are exceedingly formidable. After we finally manage to kill one, encountering another means we can only flee." Yang Chao retrieved 2 low-quality 2-star soul pills, gifted by Zhao Chencheng, from his pocket and handed them to Xianxia. "Take these 2-star soul pills to replenish your strength." 2-star soul pills, Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. Both she and Zhangqing had achieved the pinnacle of body refinement. While they could not absorb the soul power within the pills, they would certainly aid in swiftly restoring their stamina and healing their wounds. Being from the small village of Honglong, where even 1-star soul pills were considered precious, the 2-star soul pills were nothing short of treasures. Xianxia desired them immensely but felt somewhat reluctant to accept. "Take them." Yang Chao grasped Xianxia's hand, pressing the pills into her palm with a firm voice. "Since we are allies, do you truly care about these soul pills? You must consume them quickly, otherwise, if we encounter that beast again, it will be a path to certain death." With Yang Chao's insistence, Xianxia accepted the 2 pills, first placing one into Zhangqing's mouth before consuming the other herself. Within mere moments, the change in their complexion was visibly remarkable. For those in the body refinement stage, 2-star soul pills were already exceptional. 3-star soul pills were undoubtedly the finest, yet in the territory of Jiulong Town, who would be extravagant enough to utilize them for replenishing stamina and soul power? Even if one possessed 3-star soul pills, they would typically be reserved for cultivation. As for 4-star soul pills, they were far beyond the capacity of those in the body refinement stage. To recklessly consume a 4-star soul pill before entering the 5-element realm could very well result in catastrophic failure. Thus, possessing valuable items does not warrant their indiscriminate use. One must first ascertain whether their strength is sufficient. Yang Chao's decision not to produce the high-quality 2-star soul pills was not born of stinginess, but rather a belief that both individuals, being merely at the pinnacle of body refinement, would waste such a superior resource. Moreover, they were outsiders. Should they discover his possession of high-quality soul pills, it might invite unnecessary troubles. Suddenly, Yang Chao sensed a surge of energy emanating from Xianxia's hand, brushing past his arm with a swift current, followed by her astonished gaze. Xianxia set down her red embroidered hammer and slowly raised her hand, pushing it forward with purpose. Wisps of pale yellow soul power emerged from her fingertips, swirling momentarily before uncontrollably dissipating, indicating her insufficient control over the soul power. Yet, this revelation filled Xianxia with unparalleled delight. "I have actually broken through. I am now at the 8th level of body refinement," she exclaimed joyfully. Yang Chao clasped his hands together, congratulating her, Congratulations. You have qualified to become a soul guest. Xianxia, brimming with excitement, embraced Yang Chao, exclaiming, Yang Chao. This is all thanks to your 2-star soul pills. I achieved the pinnacle of body refinement half a year ago and had never utilized a 2-star soul pill until today. The effect is astonishing, Yang Shu praised. To progress from the initial stage to the 8th level of body sculpting in merely half a year is indeed a mark of genius. Xianxia, overwhelmed with excitement, wrapped her arms around Yang Chao's neck, her limbs flailing joyfully. The 2 prominent mounds on her chest pressed against Yang Chao's face, causing an immediate flush of embarrassment to rise to his cheeks. Oh, I'm so sorry. I got carried away and must have hurt you. Xianxia, noticing Yang Chao's muffled groans beneath her armpit, quickly apologized, concerned she had caused him discomfort. No, not at all. Yang Chao fervently waved his hands, still feeling the warmth radiating from her, as he reveled in the softness of her presence. A mischievous thought crossed his Navi mind. Given that Xianxia's skin is somewhat dark, could it be that her chest is the same? Unaware of Yang Chao's wicked thoughts, Xianxia remarked with a hint of guilt, You can't say that. Just look at how red your face has become. Yang Chao, even more flustered, quickly devised a clever retort, I'm not blushing. My complexion is simply vibrant. Chapter 041, The Obsidian War Spear and the Damaged Soul Artifact. Shaking his head to dismiss the memory of the sensation of touching her soft bosom, Yang Chao stole another glance at Xianxia's chest, steadied his mind, and shifted the conversation. You have now reached the 8th level of body cultivation. Your chances of overcoming that beast have greatly increased. While they engaged in their discussion, Zhao Wui inquired of Zhang Chong, who was particularly perceptive regarding the circumstances of the second trial. You mentioned finally locating us. Has something occurred? With the aid of a 2-star soul pill, Zhang Cheng's stamina had been restored, and his voice regained its steadiness. I just evaded the beast with Qianzi and Sa Luing and her group. And then? Zhao Wui prompted. They entered a peculiar cave. Out of curiosity, Qianzi and I peered inside and were astonished to witness. As Zhang Cheng's expression grew increasingly fearful, Zhao Wui pressed. What did you see? I saw a creature twice the size of the beasts here. It resembled the local beasts, yet it could emit soul power. What? Zhao Wui exclaimed. A beast that can harness soul power. How is that even possible? Why would the organizers leave such a beast in the cave? A creature of that caliber could easily overpower even Lu Ying. What about them? Zhang Cheng explained. There are 4 of them, currently engaged with that beast. Why aren't they fleeing? He scanned the surroundings, detecting no suspicious figures, and continued, behind the beast, there is a hovering obsidian war spear. The obsidian war spear? Zhao Wui inquired. Do you know what that is? Zhang Cheng nodded. My father is the most renowned weapon craftsman in Red Dragon Village, and once forged a 3-star soul artifact. Growing up under his influence, I have gathered some rudimentary knowledge. The obsidian war spear is a 3-star soul artifact, albeit damaged. It is akin to a being that has lost its soul yet still possesses a corporeal form. Because of this, if we seize the obsidian war spear, it can be refined anew. Constructed entirely from obsidian gold, the spirit of the weapon may have perished, but the artifact's star grade remains intact. Such a sizable spear could be used to forge several smaller 3-star soul artifacts. Evidently, among Lu Ying's group, there were individuals well-versed in such matters, and they decided to unite their efforts to slay the beast and claim the obsidian war spear. Xianxia added. The first prize of this new elite competition is also a 3-star soul artifact. Now that they have discovered one in the cave, how could they simply let it go? Zhao Wui asked. Then what do you propose? Exchanging earnest glances, Zhang Cheng replied, We have formed an alliance. The Lu family is now our adversary. How could I stand idly by while they seize the obsidian war spear? I sought you out to relay this information and to lead you in the contest for that artifact. A cold glint flickered in Zhao Wui's eyes as he inquired indifferently. Is that truly the case? Do you doubt me? Zhang Cheng glanced at Xianxia, sighed, and then said to Zhao Wui, Neither Qianzi nor I possess sufficient strength. We would be unable to claim the obsidian war spear. Yet one cannot merely stand by and watch as they seize what is rightfully ours. Thus, I come to inform you. Yang Chao gently patted Zhang Cheng's shoulder and declared, I place my faith in you. Let us forth. Let us proceed. Yang Shu had already set off, urging, If we delay any longer, the spoil shall belong to another. Zhao Wuji, have you not long desired a sword-type soul weapon? If we manage to acquire this item, it shall serve as the material for your sword. Zhao Wuji's interest was piqued, and he inquired, Is that truly the case? Both Sha Chao and I have ceased to rely on weapons. If not for you, then for whom? What do you mean by relying on weapons? I do not depend on them. I am a swordsman, and naturally, I must wield a sword. I am aware. You are a swordsman, albeit a rather despicable one. Are you not? Indeed, laughed Zhao Wuji, observing Yang Shu's hearty laughter. Zhao Wuji finally comprehended the distinction Yang Shu made regarding the term despicable and could not restrain himself from cursing. Yang Shu, you scoundrel, once the competition concludes. I shall ensure you pay for this. Seeing the three in agreement, Zhang Cheng hastily took the lead, stating, when we came to find you, we had already located the checkpoint. Allow me to guide you there. Make sure to memorize the route. Once we secure the item, we can make a swift exit. Following the plan, Zhang Qing and Yin Qianzi led Yang Chao and the others to the checkpoint, ensuring they remembered the way before guiding them to the cave where Luing resided. Along the journey, Yang Chao and her companions deliberated on their strategies for confronting their foes, employing a myriad of cunning and treacherous tactics that left Zhang Qing and Yin Qianzi astonished. Yang Shu whispered, "This is the best course of action. They have already exhausted their stamina, allowing us to bypass a confrontation with the beasts and directly seize the item." Yang Chao and Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement. Zhao Wuji turned to Zhang Cheng and said, "You should proceed first. Go ahead and pass through." Aware of Zhao Wuji's lingering doubts, Zhang Cheng, fearing that Zhao Wuji might hesitate, nodded and decisively departed with Yin Qianzi. By the time Zhang Cheng had ventured far, the beasts within the cave had completely lost their combat capability. Zhao Wuji coldly uttered a single word, "Go." 3 crackling sword shuttles surged into the cave, targeting Lu Meng, Lu Yang, and Lu Chao respectively. Zhao Wuji leapt in after the sword shuttles, his long sword drawn and aimed directly at Luing. As the 6 engaged in fierce combat, Yang Chao dashed toward the obsidian war spear. However, Luing paid no heed to Zhao Wuji. Instead, she intercepted Yang Chao with a disdainful sneer, saying, "I knew those 2 spies would come to inform you. Since we are all vying for this object, let us determine a victor here and now." Suddenly, the clash of dragons, the demonic bull charged, the sound of shattered magic, the technique of rending the void, the thunderous 13 swords. In an instant, the 5 battled fiercely, their soul powers erupting in torrents, colliding and compressing, ricocheting throughout the cave. The fallen beasts, though not entirely slain, had lost all ability to resist, allowing the chaotic surges of soul power to dart about their bodies, crashing and slicing, creating a scene reminiscent of a merciless execution. The beasts were utterly dismembered into countless fragments, their lives extinguished. On the other side, Yang Chao and Luing stood beneath the ominous black war spear, exchanging glances, neither willing to make the first move in their contest for supremacy. At this juncture, seizing the black war spear could no longer be achieved through cunning. The victor would be the one who could vanquish the other. "It wouldn't be entertaining to simply defeat you now," Luing suddenly remarked. "I did not come here to be a mere statistic. Defeating me is no trivial task." Yang Chao replied, "Is that so? However, rest assured, I shall not strike too harshly, lest my younger sister feels pain." Upon hearing the mention of his younger sister, Yang Chao was momentarily distracted, recalling the sight of Lu Miao in the private chamber. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Luing launched a sudden assault. 2 orbs of water-like energy sprang forth from her fingertips, splitting into 4 mid-flight, each aimed at Yang Chao's limbs. Yang Chao swiftly retreated a few steps, drawing circles in the air with his palms, threads of soul energy coalescing into 2 pale yellow discs. The incoming energy orbs were absorbed as effortlessly as raindrops merging into the ocean, causing not a single ripple. Neither combatant employed soul techniques. It was purely a contest of soul energy manipulation. Failing her initial strike, Luing pressed on with a second attack. This time, she unfurled a folding fan with her right hand, while her left transformed into a claw, from which surged waves of soul energy. As the energy reached saturation, it was released from her claw, only for new energy to emerge in its wake. Luing swung her fan vigorously, sending the saturated orbs hurtling toward Yang Chao, morphing into an arc of soul energy mid-flight. The base of the soul wave scraped against the ground, etching a foot-long gash, a testament to its potential to cleave an ordinary person in twain. Yang Chao instantly recognized the disparity between their strengths and unleashed a wave of soul energy, a straight pale yellow shockwave surging forth to collide with Lu Ying's arc. They both expended their stamina in the clash. Luing chuckled lightly. The Zhao family's soul energy waves are formidable, yet they drain energy excessively. Here, you shall be worn out long before the finals. Yang Chao retorted with a smile. With me holding you back, you too shall find yourself unable to participate in the finals. Want to you? I propose we forego the finals entirely and merely enjoy ourselves here. That is not an option. The reward for first place is a 3-star soul artifact, which I desire. Even if you do not. In a flash, Lu Ying attempted to depart. Xianxia swiftly moved to intercept her, but Lu Ying abruptly turned. Reaching for the suspended Black War spear, Xianxia immediately unleashed an attack with his divine finger sword, yet Lu Ying merely waved her fan to deflect the strike effortlessly. She extended her hand, her fingers closing around the Black War spear. At that moment, a chilling sword aura surged forth. Xianxia, astonishingly, was fending off 3 adversaries, allowing Zhao Wuji to assist Xianxia. Zhao Wuji's sword struck between Lu Ying and the Black War spear, declaring, "Xianxia, go assist your brother. I shall deal with her. You all are quite taken with this spear, but I have no intention of indulging your drawn-out contest." Lu Ying waved her fan before her face. A green orb the size of an egg now pinched between her fingers. Shadow leap. Inside the cave, a sudden green light illuminated the surroundings, and a mist of emerald hue began to rise, filling the entire cavern. After a few breaths, Zhao Wuji noticed a figure swiftly darting out from the cave's entrance, dressed in the attire of Lu Yang. Zhao Wuji hurriedly exclaimed, "The 3-star soul weapon here is crucial. But the prize of the competition is even more significant. They have dispatched Lu Yang to clear the path." Xianxia inquired, "Young master, what shall we do?" Zhao Wuji replied, "With Lu Ying and Lu Meng present, I shall confront them alongside Xianxia. Xianxia, I place the hopes of the Zhao family upon your shoulders. Can you handle Lu Yang? Are you confident? Young master, do you truly believe in me?" Xianxia, having previously clashed with Lu Yang, felt assured and resolutely declared, "I will prevail." "Excellent. Go forth. We must seize both of these 3-star soul weapons. Let us bring glory to the Zhao family and honor to our grandfather. Be cautious." Xianxia uttered a final word before departing the cave. The green mist gradually dissipated, and the 5 individuals within the cavern continued their fierce struggle, none having yet managed to touch the dark battle spear. At that moment, Lu Meng forcefully hurled a massive boulder towards the cave entrance, leaving only a narrow gap through which to pass. He then positioned himself by the entrance, coldly observing Xianxia and Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji questioned, "What is the meaning of this?" Lu Meng retrieved a soul power timer from his pocket and tossed it carelessly, stating, "Time is running out. If we exceed the limit, we shall all be eliminated." Zhao Wuji queried, "You are so confident in Lu Yang that you place all your hopes of victory upon him?" Lu Meng shook his head lightly, chuckling, "Just look, where is Lu Yang?" Zhao Wuji turned his gaze, and to his astonishment he saw Lu Yang, clad in Lu Ying's clothing, emerging from the gradually fading green mist, a sly grin upon his face. Even someone as composed as Zhao Wuji was taken aback, exclaiming, "The one who left is not Lu Yang, but Lu Ying." Chapter 042. The process is most enchanting within the cavern. The green mist has dissipated, yet a lingering layer of verdant hue remains in the air, ominous and otherworldly. Clad in the garments of Lu Ying, Lu Yang smirked, "Indeed, my younger brother is quite clever. You have fallen into our trap by sending the weakest among you to clear the challenge." Zhao Wuji replied in a somber tone, "So? You had this all planned from the outset." His younger brother was aware of the one lurking outside the cave, maintaining close ties with you. He surely would have informed you, which led to this elaborate deception. Lu Yang, brimming with pride, continued, "Although my brother yearns to face Xianxia this year, securing a high rank in the competition remains paramount. This year, besides my brother, all formidable junior contenders are ensnared here. The championship is undoubtedly his." Zhao Wuji was rendered speechless. Lu Yang's words were not mere bravado, but rather a stark reality. "Haha." Lu Chao cackled, "Ingul, avenge me." Leaving that Xianxia scattered and toothless. With a long exhale, Zhao Wuji turned his gaze toward Xianxia. The latter's expression mirrored his own discontent. Should it have been anyone else, he would have confidence in Xianxia. Yet, against Lu Ying, he felt uncertain, let alone for Xianxia. We were careless and fell into their ploys. Perhaps seizing the dark battle spear would mitigate our losses, Zhao Wuji thought. A fierce glint igniting in his eyes as he lunged at the weakest, Lu Chao. Xianxia, equally incensed, unleashed 3 flying sword projectiles that morphed into 3 ravenous beasts of the air, hurtling towards the trio as he coldly declared, "If you wish for my brother to suffer humiliation on stage, then I shall ensure you endure torment within this cavern." The second trial's threshold marked the exit of the demon cave, with the finals set beyond this exit. A path paved with azure stones extended from the cave's mouth to the entrance of the competition arena. The venue was a stone platform standing a high, constructed from gray stones transported from the nearby quarry of Sioux City. Each year, the new elite conference demands immense effort from the Sioux City organizers, underscoring their commitment to nurturing talented youth. Achieving excellence at the new elite conference not only brings glory and rewards to one's family, but also leaves a lasting impression on the high-ranking officials of Sioux City, potentially paving the way for a brighter future, perhaps even a meteoric rise. In the past 2 years of the new elite conference, the Sioux City authorities took notice of Zhao Wuji, inviting him to assume a subordinate position within the city S-Guard. By accumulating tenure and displaying notable performance, he could swiftly ascend to provincial status. Yet, Zhao Wuji, inherently proud, declined this opportunity that many juniors would covet. Meanwhile, Lu Ying caught the attention of a formidable figure in Sioux City, who took him on as a disciple. The rapid growth of Lu Ying's prowess is undoubtedly intertwined with the clandestine assistance of that enigmatic mentor. As Lu Ying emerged from the cave's exit, the crowd in the stands erupted in raucous applause. Lu Ying is an idol among the youth of Jiolong Town. His absence from the finals would render the event rather uninteresting. Following Lu Ying's appearance, the crowd's focus remained intently fixed on the demon cave's exit, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the others. What of Zhao Wuji? Where is Lu Meng, the eldest son of the Lu family? And what of the prodigious Xianxia? As time swiftly approaches, why have they yet to make their appearance? The crowd buzzes with speculation, anxiously awaiting their arrival. At that moment, a figure, not particularly tall but robustly built, leaps forth from the mouth of the demon cave. Upon seeing this individual, Zhao Changcheng, seated in the prime spot of the stands, feels a slight sense of relief. At last, a familiar face emerges. Yang Chao has appeared, but where are Yang Shu and Zhao Wuji? This thought deepens Zhao Changcheng's anxiety. Yet, time is relentless. A minute after Yang Chao's emergence, no one else has followed. 2 soul guests of the Earth Soul realm approach the entrance of the demon cave, each extending a hand in a crossed gesture, indicating that the time is up. Should anyone else emerge, they would be deemed eliminated. Haha. Lu Xiang, seated closely to Zhao Changcheng, exclaimed, though only one of my Lu family has emerged, it is sufficient. At this moment, Zhao Changcheng pays no heed to Lu Xiang. His heart is in his throat. Zhao Ying comforts him, saying, Father, do not worry yet. Let us wait until Xiao Chao returns. Sigh. Zhao Changcheng closes his eyes, and those around him can sense his distress. Zhao Yujing even hears him murmuring softly. This year is finished. Out of 200 entrants, only 8 have emerged to enter the final competition. Naturally, those eliminated in the first round face no peril. Following the conclusion of the first match, personnel have already entered to clear the area, and most participants still in the first layer of the demon cave have gradually exited. As for those in the second layer, it is likely they have suffered significant casualties. 30-some individuals entered the second round, with only 8 emerging. Including Yang Shu and Zhao Wuji, who are vying for the Dark War Spear, there are still about 20 individuals unaccounted for, their fates uncertain. However, the audience remains unconcerned. They are far more eager for the forthcoming matches, leaving these matters to be handled by the organizers. With only 8 contestants advancing to the finals, these 8 have already secured their ranks upon emerging from the demon cave. Previously stated, the top 10 will receive rewards. Every year, those who rank among the top 10 at the new hero assembly become the prominent figures of the town. Thus, these 8 individuals bear little pressure. Indeed, this year's finalists are notably few. Last year, there were 20. It seems their battles within the demon cave were fierce. What a pity that we cannot witness the events within. Even Zhao Wuji has not emerged. Could it be that Lu Ying has bested him within the demon cave? As the crowd continues to chatter, the competition format is announced. With precisely 8 finalists, the contestants are conveniently divided into 4 groups for one-on-one duels. The 4 victors will then be split into 2 groups, with the final 2 battling for the championship. The matches commence, with the first being Lu Ying against a representative from a local martial arts school. Lu Ying refrains from using any soul techniques and swiftly drives the representative off the platform, advancing effortlessly. The second match features Yin Qianji pitted against a representative from Yaolong village. In the first round, Zhang Qing and Yin Qianzi ventured to mine silver stones, only to be ambushed by a representative from the demon dragon village who had summoned a beast to steal the stones. Their initial encounter was marked by palpable tension. Within the cave, Yin Qianzi cultivated her soul power, significantly enhancing her strength, and effortlessly claimed victory, avenging their previous grievances. In the third match, Yang Chao was set to compete in the 4th round. While the earlier matches unfolded, he had already taken his place in the Zhao family's viewing area. He briefly recounted the events that transpired in the demon cave to Zhao Chengqing and others. Zhao Chengqing's expression was initially one of deep concern. But upon hearing the term Black War Spear, his demeanor improved slightly. However, the thought of Yang Chao facing Lu Ying brought back a sense of melancholy. Yang Chao too was taken aback by the fact that Lu Ying, not Lu Yang, was his opponent. Yet, he felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with anticipation. Only he knew that he had reached the 10th level of body refinement, placing him on equal footing with Lu Ying. If that were the case, why not take a chance? Although Lu Ying radiated brilliance, could he not defeat him and seize his radiance? Throughout his journey, Yang Chao had always been a dreamer. Forging ahead with unwavering determination, he was resolute, strong, and believed that nothing was insurmountable. This time, even when faced with Lu Ying, the foremost figure among the younger generation of Jiulong Town, he remained undaunted. Yang Chao reassured Zhao Chengqing, "Grandfather, please believe in me. Today I shall still astonish you." Zhao Chengqing nodded with some reluctance and sighed. "Xiao Chao, I truly find it surprising that you could defeat Yu Jing. However, Lu Ying is at least 10 times more formidable. In the previous year's New Talent Conference, Wu Ji was defeated by him. Even if your brother were to compete this year, I wouldn't be confident. I merely hoped you could give it your all. But now, alas." In Zhao Qingqing's heart, Yang Shu held a more significant place than Yang Chao. Understanding Zhao Qingqing's sentiments, Yang Chao maintained a cheerful demeanor, imparting confidence to his grandfather. "While I admire my brother, I am capable of achieving what he can." Zhao Yujing, seated beside Zhao Chengqing, grasped his hand and gently said, "Grandfather, trust in Xiao Chao. We must believe in him." "Indeed." "Well said." Zhao Chengqing suppressed his anxious expression, patting Yang Chao on the shoulder. "Xiao Chao, you are now the sole hope of the Zhao family. We all believe in you. Give it your all. I will surely win." Yang Chao motivated himself. "Yes, but remember, while the desire to win is commendable, safety must come first. If you determine you cannot win, surrender is an option. I do not wish for you to be harmed." Yang Chao felt touched and nodded earnestly. Just as he was about to leave the viewing area, Zhao Yujing produced a bamboo flute, calling him back with a warm smile. "Xiao Chao, allow me to play a tune for you to cheer you on." "Thank you, Miss Zhao. Please, ask away. This may seem a bit abrupt, but I wish to inquire how you combine soul power with sound. I am quite interested in the sound-killing soul technique." Zhao Yujing waved her hand graciously. "Not abrupt at all. However, explaining it is quite complex. Please, get to the point. I wish to know." As the sun gradually dims in the late afternoon, the autumn breeze stirs the fallen leaves from the ground, whisking them away to spend the night elsewhere. The fourth match of the first round is about to commence. Yang Chao approaches the elevated platform and, upon seeing his opponent, offers a faint smile. The individual, none other than Zhang Cheng, bows slightly and remarks with a wry smile, "What unfortunate luck to encounter you in the very first match. It seems my ranking ends here." Yang Chao replies, "Seize every opportunity that presents itself. Let us proceed. But let us refrain from excessive exertion." "No need for that." Zhang Cheng shakes his head, raises his right hand, and proclaims loudly, "I concede." This marks the unusual instance of a competitor conceding before the match has even begun, leaving the audience in astonishment. Do these two share an acquaintance? Or have they battled previously in the demon cave? How can one concede upon first sight? Who is this representative of the Zhao family? His opponent forfeits without contesting. Unfamiliar faces. I've never seen them before. You might not know, but I do. He is Yang Shu's brother. I believe his name is Yang Chao. Is he formidable? Lu Chao? Lu Chao is at the 8th level of body refinement. So, he must at least be at that level as well. Yang Shu is at the 9th level of body refinement, right? How can these brothers be so powerful? Ah, I see. So, does this imply that this year's championship is a foregone conclusion? Of course, it must be Lu Ying. Who among us stands a chance against him? While Yang Chao possesses commendable skills, he still pales in comparison to Lu Ying. On the platform, Zhang Cheng exits, brushing past Yang Chao. In the midst of Yang Chao's astonishment, Zhang Cheng reaches out, gently pats Yang Chao's shoulder, and whispers in his ear, "Do not forget, we are allies. There is no need for us to clash and expend our strength. Save your energy to defeat Lu Ying." Yang Chao nods, gazing at Zhang Cheng's retreating figure, feeling an indescribable warmth. In this merciless competition, the ability to forge friendships and experience kindness is a rare treasure. Sometimes, the outcome truly pales in significance compared to the beauty of the journey itself. Chapter 43, The Champion Star and the Strong Dark Horse as the second round commenced. The first match featured Lu Ying facing a representative from the 9th tier of plastic body refinement, who had secured 5th place in the previous New Ying conference and had improved her cultivation this year. The duel promised to be exhilarating. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Ying triumphed with a single strike. The spectators were left in awe, rising in surprise at the rapid advancement of Lu Ying's prowess. Many, however, felt disheartened, lamenting that this year's New Ying conference lacked excitement, as it seemed to revolve solely around Lu Ying's overwhelming strength. With 2 effortless victories under her belt, the anticipation for a showdown between Zhao Wuji and Lu Ying, or a glimpse of the talent Xianxia, dissipated when it became clear that neither had even reached the finals. What a letdown, many sighed. At that moment, the second match of the second round began, and Xianxia stepped onto the stage once more. Upon seeing the dark-skinned woman wielding a large red embroidered hammer, Xianxia couldn't help but smile wryly. It was a familiar face, Xianxia. Thus, Xianxia opened with a jest. "You're not going to concede, are you?" Xianxia chuckled. "Are you a worm in my belly? How do you know?" Xianxia wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "Could you perhaps phrase that more elegantly?" "It's rather distasteful." Xianxia let out a hearty laugh, then extended her right hand, exclaiming, "I concede." Xianxia sighed, "Honestly, you could have at least played along to warm me up." As Xianxia approached him on her way out, she smiled and said, "Why bother? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it past the first round. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have reached the 8th tier of plastic body refinement." "Xianxia, I've realized something." "What is it?" Xianxia sensed something unusual in her gaze. In front of the captivated audience, Xianxia encircled Xiao's neck with her arms and pressed her fervent lips against his cheek. Her boldness contrasted sharply with Xiao's flustered demeanor, as if she were the suitor and he the shy maiden. After the kiss, Xianxia gazed deeply into Xiao's eyes before playfully punching his chest, declaring, "I've discovered that I like you." Xiao was momentarily speechless. Xianxia smiled. "You needn't say a word. Lu Ying may be formidable, but I have greater faith in you. Go for it." "Thank you," Xiao murmured as Xianxia departed the stage. He pondered aloud. "Why do I seem to attract so many girls lately?" The onlookers erupted into cheers, some whistling in response to the earlier scene. At the Lu family's seating area, Lu Miao bit her lip, fidgeting with her fingers, casting a glare of resentment at the pair on stage. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family section, Zhao Tai burst into laughter, his previous worries vanishing as he remarked, "Who would have thought this lad was a romantic? Even amidst competition, he manages to charm the ladies." Zhao Yin added with a smile, "That girl was here last year. I remember her. Her father is the village chief of Fire Dragon Village." However, Zhao Chengcheng maintained a grim expression, seemingly unaffected by the spectacle. As the head of his household, he bore an overwhelming burden, impervious to the trivialities surrounding him. Thus, the contenders for the championship of the New England Conference emerged, Lu Ying and Xianxia, poised to vie for the title. One was a celebrated star, having clinched the championship 3 times, while the other was an unexpected dark horse, rising from obscurity. Their performances in the preceding matches were as varied as they were remarkable. One consistently vanquished his opponents with a single move, while the other conceded without even engaging in combat. It was a tapestry of peculiarities, each boasting its own merits. It seemed as though fate had designed this New England Conference as an arena exclusively for these two, eagerly anticipating their confrontation. Xianxia, with his hands casually nestled in his trouser pockets, wore a light blue robe adorned with simple floral embroidery, paired with loose brown satin trousers. His bright eyes radiated determination, and though his expression was relaxed, a hint of tension lingered beneath the surface. This subtle imperfection, perceived by others as anxiety, was for him a spark of exhilaration. Previously, he had imagined representing the Zhao family at the New England Conference, but never had he anticipated reaching this juncture, contesting the championship against the illustrious Lu Ying. In this moment, as he absorbed the atmosphere and felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, he realized he bore not only Zhao Qingqing's hopes but also Zhao Wuji's aspirations, and those of his brother. It was originally Zhao Wuji, or perhaps his brother, who should have stood here for the decisive battle against Lu Ying. It was never meant to be him. Yet here he was, standing resolutely as Xianxia. This was destiny's design and an opportunity bestowed upon him by the heavens. As he silently contemplated, his gaze towards Lu Ying ignited with unwavering resolve. Opposite him, Lu Ying stood impeccably in a white garment, his presence striking. The blood splattered upon his attire from slaying beasts in the demon cave contrasted sharply against the pristine fabric, forming vivid crimson blossoms. With one hand casually behind him, he elegantly fanned himself, exuding grace and charm, prompting a chorus of delighted shrieks from numerous young women in the audience. This was the epitome of a charismatic figure, the brightest star of Jiulong Town. Initially, there were minimal expectations for their duel, yet perhaps due to the visual impact of Yang Chao's unscathed victories in the previous rounds, or his identity as the brother of the prodigious Yang Shu, or simply because he was the sole representative of the Zhao family in the finals. The crowd gradually shifted their focus and attention to the stage. Their demands were modest. They merely hoped for a touch of brilliance in this final match. Perhaps fearing that greater hopes would lead to greater disappointments, they ultimately lowered their expectations, praying for a contest that wouldn't conclude in a single move. At the host's signal, the competition commenced. The audience's anticipation surged, and the hearts of the Zhao family members soared. Only the Lu family remained unperturbed. For in their eyes, Lu Ying was invincible among the younger generation of Jiulong Town. The opponent, having been Zhao Wuji, was formidable enough. Now, facing Yang Chao, there was little suspense. As Ying remarked, Yang Chao is indeed quite impressive. Perhaps I can only last 5 minutes, Lu Xiong muttered to himself. Already concocting lines to mock Zhao Chencheng later, Lu Ying exchanged few words with Yang Chao, having said all that needed to be expressed in the demon cave. Memories of Yang Chao's ruthlessness towards Lu Miao, Lu Chao's lost wager to Yang Chao, and Yang Chao's taunts during the exchange of identity tokens flooded her mind, alongside the destruction of her efforts to seize the obsidian battle spear, prompting a chuckle from Lu Ying. Yang Chao, we shall settle both old and new scores today. Lu Ying silently vowed, tucking her folding fan into her belt. With a sudden motion, she formed a lotus finger gesture, incessantly flicking at Yang Chao. Each movement of her fingers unleashed a volley of compressed soul energy projectiles, 10 of which soared towards Yang Chao in a single breath. Yang Chao, aware of Lu Ying's intent, remained vigilant. As Lu Ying initiated her assault, he was already prepared. His middle and index fingers transformed into a sword-like projection, swiftly striking forward. Each thrust created friction in the air, releasing wisps of green smoke, from which sword chi shot forth to accurately intercept the soul projectiles. The rapidity of Lu Ying's strikes was matched by Yang Chao's deftness, resulting in a cacophony of collisions between their soul projectiles and sword chi, igniting fervor among the spectators. The crowd collectively sighed in relief. At last, there is no swift resolution to this duel. All right, I've warmed up, Lu Ying smirked, her lips curving slightly. In the past, I have held back, but today, I shall ensure your utter defeat. With an air of arrogance, she dismissed the notion of employing soul techniques against an opponent of inferior cultivation. It was only in this manner that defeating Yang Chao would provide her with a sense of accomplishment. With a graceful turn, her long robe fluttered, revealing a water jug in her hand. She unscrewed the cap and poured its contents onto the ground. Simultaneously, she unfurled her folding fan, the pale yellow soul energy enveloping her left hand as she swept it across the fan's surface, sending the scattered droplets soaring towards Yang Chao. The droplets, once inert, sprang to life, brimming with vitality as they raced towards Yang Chao. The cascade from the water jug produced not merely hundreds, but thousands of droplets, each imbued with soul energy, purposefully targeting him. Yang Chao's divine sword fingers struggled to cope. Unlike his previous battle with Zhao Yujing, he found himself devoid of trees to employ the willow leaf piercing technique. In that moment, Yang Chao appeared to be ensnared beneath a torn celestial canopy, anticipating the impending downpour. Should he be drenched, it would not merely be his garments and flesh that suffered. Every part of his being would succumb to the corrupting influence of soul energy. In such a case, his defeat would be inevitable. The torrential rain was imminent, leaving no time to deploy the soul energy wave. The extensive coverage of the droplets rendered even his shadowy escape techniques futile. Yang Chao seemed to be on the brink of despair. Yet, unbeknownst to the onlookers, Yang Chao's lips were subtly moving, as if he were articulating an incantation of some sort. Yang Chao's voice grew increasingly louder, and his lips moved with greater fervor. It was at this moment that the crowd began to discern the words he was reciting, a poem. With hair bristling in anger, I lean against the railing. As the rain gently ceases, I raise my gaze and let out a long howl to the heavens, filled with passionate ambition. 30 years of fame are but dust and dirt. 8,000 miles of journey are but clouds and moonlight. Do not let time slip away, lest the youth of one's head turns white. Yang Chao spoke with remarkable speed, his voice resonant and powerful, each word pronounced with striking clarity. What astonished the onlookers the most was that with every note that escaped Xianxia's lips, a surge of spiritual energy followed, expanding before him and ultimately bursting forth to disperse the surrounding droplets of water. This remarkable phenomenon repeated itself until Xianxia completed his recitation, and not a single drop of water splashed upon him. In the stands, Zhao Yujing raised her eyebrows, her cherry lips slightly parted, given her usual composure. This display of surprise was quite significant. Zhao Chengqing stroked his beard with satisfaction and remarked, "Well learned. When did you teach him?" "It must have been for some time now." Zhao Yujing replied calmly, "It was just now. He asked me how to combine spiritual energy with sound." Only then did Zhao Chengqing turn his gaze towards Zhao Yujing, his expression filled with suspicion. "He asked you just now? You hadn't taught him before?" "No." Zhao Yujing shook her head. Chapter 044, Dual Soul Energy Waves. The astonishment of Zhao Chengqing was unreservedly evident in his eyes as he remarked, This child possesses an extraordinary capacity for learning." Zhao Yujing nodded gently, acknowledging, indeed. Alas, Zhao Chengqing sighed. However, he cannot possibly rival Lu Ying. "I have come to terms with it. Everything is predestined. If he loses, so be it. It is of no great consequence. I now hope that Xiao can concede and withdraw from the match, lest he suffers injury from Lu Ying, which would be a grave loss. With Xiao's talent and learning aptitude, after a year of training, he will surely catch up to Lu Ying." The spectators in the stands were taken aback, and Lu Ying on the high platform also appeared somewhat surprised. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, merely stating, "It seems your control over soul energy is indeed remarkable. Your talent in this regard is quite comparable to mine." Xianxia, unfazed, replied, "I simply train diligently and practice extensively. There is no other way." Lu Ying coldly smirked, saying, "No need to feel proud. You shall soon be leaving the stage." This assertion was not baseless, for he had refrained from using soul techniques until now. But it was finally time to unleash them. The sky suddenly darkened, the sun entirely obscured by dark clouds, and the wind picked up, dimming the light. This abrupt change in weather heralded an early night and possibly an impending downpour. Facing the wind, Lu Ying's white garments fluttered, the edges snapping in the breeze. With his left palm facing upwards at his waist, he cradled a faint yellow glow, the gathered soul energy. His right palm traced circles in front of his chest. Using his palm as a brush, soul energy as ink, in the air as paper, drawing an enormous taiji diagram. As the taiji took form, he forcefully swung his left palm, sending the taiji light surging forward, directly aimed at Xianxia. 3-star soul technique, taiji light. Xianxia had long since prepared himself. As Lu Ying inscribed the taiji, he rubbed his palms together to gather soul energy. When the taiji light surged towards him, his soul energy wave was already unleashed. The taiji light and the soul energy wave collided between them, struggling against each other for a moment before gradually dissipating, transforming into the most primal form of soul energy, accompanied by the sounds of explosive energy reverberating. Though the soul technique was once again neutralized by Xianxia, Lu Ying remained unfazed, retorting coldly, "The disparity in cultivation cannot be bridged. The difference between the 9th and 10th levels of body shaping is immense. Both the taiji light and the soul energy wave consume substantial soul energy, yet I have already cultivated a soul energy seed, allowing for rapid replenishment. You cannot afford to exhaust yourself against me." Upon finishing his words, Lu Ying unleashed the taiji light once more. Xianxia continued to defend with the soul energy wave. On the Zhao family's bench, Zhao Chengqing let out a long breath, lamenting, "It will soon be over." He turned to Zhao Tai and inquired, "When you were at the 9th level of body shaping, how many times could you use the soul energy wave?" 3 times, Zhao Tai answered with certainty, evidently recalling the circumstances vividly. Zhao Chengqing remarked, "Then Xiao can manage at most 2 more uses." Alas, the gap in cultivation is insurmountable. If Xiao were to reach the 10th level of body shaping, he might have a chance to compete with Lu Ying in such a manner and perhaps even seize victory. Yet now, Lu Ying relentlessly employs the radiant force of Tai Chi, while the young grass is on the brink of exhaustion. Indeed, Zhao Tai sighed, observing the arena, and remarked, "The young grass has unleashed its 3rd wave of soul energy. It seems we are nearing the conclusion." The 3rd wave of soul energy collided with the 3rd beam of Tai Chi light, both dissipating into the ether. Immediately after, yet another beam of Tai Chi light surged forth. Xianxia retaliated with another wave of soul energy. The cycle continued. 6th, 7th, 8th. Lu Ying began to sense something amiss. The audience felt it too, as did the Lu family, and even more so, the Zhao family. It was not until the 10th beam of Tai Chi light clashed with the 10th wave of soul energy that Zhao Chunqing finally confirmed his suspicions. Crushing the teacup gripped in his hand, a look of exaggerated delight spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "Could it be that the young grass has transcended to the 10th level of body refinement?" Zhao Yin's eyes sparkled with understanding, stating, "Indeed. The ability to continuously release 10 waves of soul energy is certainly beyond the capacity of the 9th level of body refinement. The young grass has indeed cultivated a seed of soul power." Zhao Qingqing's emotions surged with excitement. He abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "When did this rascal achieve such a breakthrough? Have we underestimated him once again?" Zhao Tai also rose, his face alight with joy, exclaiming, "Father, we have undoubtedly underestimated him. It is truly astonishing. How can his cultivation speed be so rapid? It appears he was correct. What Yangshu can accomplish, he can as well." Zhao Chengqing's sentiments underwent a complete transformation. Harboring a flicker of genuine faith in Yang Chao, perhaps the young grass truly has the potential to defeat Lu Ying. "Qin Ling, you have given birth to a remarkable son." Zhao Chengqing turned his gaze towards Qin Ling, seated behind him. Qin Ling shyly nodded in respect, her hands tightly gripping her thighs. She held on with such force that the skin beneath her pants bore bruises. Yet this was not self-inflicted torment, but rather a manifestation of immense pride, boundless pride. Meanwhile, the audience's emotions soared to unprecedented heights. They had initially perceived Yang Chao as merely a fortuitous dark horse. Yet now they realized he was not a mere dark horse, but a concealed master. No one had anticipated that Yang Chao, like Lu Ying, had reached the 10th level of body refinement. In that case, his cultivation must surpass that of Zhao Wuji. Lu Xiang, with a grim expression, cast a furtive glance at Zhao Chengqing, his mind swirling with doubts. Could this old baldy's secret weapon be Yang Chao? Was he truly the one dispatched to confront A Ying? Yet, the initial demeanor of the old baldy appeared anything but that of a strategist. Could it be that the old baldy's acting skills have improved so remarkably? After grappling with these uncertainties, Lu Xiang's countenance regained its composure, a cold smirk escaping his lips as he muttered, "So what if he is at the 10th level of body refinement? A Ying possesses exceptional skills. The soul techniques learned from his master are surely beyond the shallow arts practiced in Jiulong Town. Old baldy, this year, it will still be your defeat. Your concealment is truly remarkable." Aware that Yang Chao has also attained the 10th level of body refinement, Lu Ying naturally would not resort to competing in terms of soul energy any longer. He muttered under his breath and launched another offensive, denying Yang Chao the opportunity to strike first. With a flick of his wrist, he unfurled the folding fan, causing a delicate membrane to peel away from its surface. Once the membrane was shed, the fan transformed dramatically, its exterior now a deep, obsidian hue, revealing a vivid depiction of a fearsome deity upon its span. This deity was rendered with astonishing realism, appearing lifelike at first glance. Some observers even claimed to see the malevolent deity's eyes blinking upon their initial gaze at the fan's surface. This was the 2-star soul artifact bestowed upon me by my master, the Evil Spirit Fan, which granted me the ability to wield the 3-star soul technique, Evil Spirit within the fan. I summoned the Evil Spirit and prepared to unleash Tai Chi light against Yang Chao. Simultaneously invoking 2 3-star soul techniques, I eagerly anticipated how he would defend himself. As my thoughts swirled, Lu Ying was already in motion. He tossed the Evil Spirit Fan into the air, and astonishingly, the malevolent spirit truly emerged, transforming into a ghostly figure of pale yellow hue. The fan morphed into a lengthy scythe, which fell into the spirit's grasp. Hovering above Lu Ying, the spirit exuded a palpable pressure, causing many onlookers to feel a sudden tightness in their chests, overwhelmed by an inexplicable dread. With the evil spirit summoned, Lu Ying invoked the Tai Chi light once more. Commanding, Evil Spirit of the Fan, attack. He swept his left palm forward as he issued the command. The evil spirit and the Tai Chi light surged toward Yang Chao, one rising and the other descending. At that moment, however, Yang Chao had closed his eyes. Curiosity rippled through the crowd. What was he doing at such a critical juncture? Was he truly dozing off? As the evil spirit and Tai Chi light approached within 10 paces, Yang Chao suddenly thrust his palms apart, stacking them one above the other. Instantly, 2 pale yellow shockwaves erupted forth, colliding with the evil spirit and the Tai Chi light. The dual soul waves surged forth, ruthlessly sweeping away everything in their path, dispersing the Tai Chi light, reverting the evil spirit to its original form, and sending the evil spirit fan careening to Lu Ying's feet. Lu Ying glanced at the evil spirit fan, recognizing the damage inflicted upon the artifact, his heart aching with sorrow. Little did he anticipate that Xianxia had successfully countered his dual-pronged assault. Not only had he defended against it, but he had inadvertently caused the loss of a 2-star soul artifact, a rarity to acquire. From the Zhao family seating area, Zhao Tai exclaimed in disbelief, "This is outrageous. The soul wave technique is something I taught him, and even I cannot unleash 2 waves simultaneously, yet he has achieved it." He turned to his father. Little Qiao possesses not only exceptional learning abilities, but an even greater creative prowess. A genius, truly a genius. He is undoubtedly a prodigy of soul techniques. Zhao Chencheng trembled with excitement and asserted, "A true genius of soul techniques possesses not only innate talent and rapid cultivation speed, but also extraordinary comprehension of soul techniques and remarkable control over soul power. Little Qiao has accomplished all of this. Perhaps he is even more formidable than his brother." Zhao Yujing added her voice to the praise. As Yang Shu's fiancée and a woman genuinely enamored with him, her words carried the weight of fairness. Chapter 045, Blood Sacrifice to the Demon King indeed. Xiao Chao is a lad who perpetually surprises us. A flicker of concern crossed Zhao Yin's eyes as he remarked, however, in this battle, he remains at a disadvantage. Lu Ying's strength is far more formidable than this. Upon hearing this, the Zhao family's spirits were momentarily calmed as they anxiously observed the unfolding scene. The sky darkened ominously, and a fierce wind howled. Following the gusts, the air reverberated with distant thunder, soon followed by a torrential downpour. As dusk fell, the rain cascaded heavily. Lu Ying lowered his head, his somewhat lengthy hair obscuring his visage from this angle, rendering his usually composed demeanor dramatically altered. Was it astonishment? Surprise? Confusion? Or perhaps a hint of panic? Suddenly, Lu Ying's shoulders began to shake, and he threw back his head in a fit of wild laughter. His handsome features appeared almost enchanting beneath that smile. The rain soaked through his white garment, yet fortunately, he wore another layer beneath. Otherwise, the drenched attire would have turned transparent, exposing his skin and provoking countless gasps from onlookers. Each step he took felt fraught with peril. Now, if Lu Ying were to unleash his true trump card, what could he rely on for defense? The deeper the battle progressed, the more Xianxia grasped the precariousness of his situation. Lu Ying tilted his face upward, allowing the torrential raindrops to pelt his delicate cheeks, laughing maniacally. "I never anticipated that someone I regarded as insignificant, akin to an ant, would force me to this extent. Xianxia, if I do not defeat you, my reputation as a genius shall be irrevocably tarnished." Xianxia frowned, disliking such words, and retorted sternly, "If you wish to fight, then come. Spare me the idle chatter. I've already made it clear in the demon cave that I am not here merely to fill a quota. Defeating me is no simple task." Lu Ying shook his head, saying, "You simply do not understand. When I employ this soul technique, you will be unable to withstand it, and it could very well lead to your demise. However, if you do not concede, I would find it impossible to defeat you without resorting to this move." Xianxia scoffed, "Are you attempting to persuade me to surrender?" Lu Ying replied, "I know you will not." Xianxia countered, "Then why mention it?" A fleeting sorrow flickered in Lu Ying's eyes as he confessed, "Because it brings me anguish. If I unleash this soul technique, you will not only be gravely injured, but may also die. How can I face my younger sister afterward?" Xianxia closed his eyes, adopting a resigned expression, and said, "Do not use that as an excuse. There is no possibility between me and Lu Miao, so you need not concern yourself with her. Unleash whatever soul technique you wish." The word surrender does not exist in Xiao's lexicon. Lu Ying inquired, "Are you not afraid of death?" Xianxia answered, "Not in the least." Lu Ying pressed further, "Truly unafraid?" Xianxia affirmed, "Death is akin to a refreshing summer night, allowing one to sleep soundly without care. Why should I fear it?" Lu Ying smiled bitterly. "Yet I do not wish to take a life," Xianxia asserted, "but you must." Lu Ying lowered his head once more, conceding, "Indeed." Boom. A bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, followed closely by a deafening clap of thunder that reverberated through the air, casting flickering shadows of the 2 figures in the brilliant flash. They fell silent, both lost in contemplation. Only the incessant downpour produced a cacophony of sound. The spectators in the stands had fallen utterly silent, their eyes transfixed upon the 2 mute figures, as if fearing to disturb them. The sound of the rain drowned out their breaths, becoming the sole noise at the entrance of the demon cave in Jiulong town. At that moment, they realized that although today's finals lacked Zhao Wuji, Yang Shu, Lu Ming, and Zhao Yujing, it was nonetheless the most exhilarating contest. Not only was it thrilling, but it was also steeped in suspense, for in the absence of others, there emerged Xianxia. Xianxia, this once unfamiliar name, had shaken many's confidence in Lu Ying. The 2 silent figures standing in the rain resembled swordsmen, each seeking the other's flaw. They appeared as tranquil as a maiden, seemingly harmless. Yet, should an opportunity arise, they would strike with the swiftness of a cunning rabbit, and their actions would undoubtedly shake the very earth. At that moment, Yangshu and Zhao Wuji emerged from the entrance of the demon cave. Yangshu carried a bag of silver stones, while Zhao Wuji clutched an object wrapped in black cloth, evidently the ominous war spear. The outcome of their confrontation with Lu Ming and the others was hardly in doubt. The lengthy duration spent within the cave suggested they had encountered further troubles inside. Soon after, others began to emerge behind them, each bearing significant injuries. However, their gazes towards Yangshu and Zhao Wuji were filled with gratitude. Yangshu approached the soul keeper guarding the cave's entrance and spoke to him with grave seriousness. The soul keeper's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly entered the cave with his companions. Consequently, they all stood still. Upon their emergence, they were immediately captivated by the scene before them. Even Zhao Wuji, usually composed, murmured in astonishment, Yang Chao and Lu Ying are still fighting. Lu Ying seems to be struggling as well. What on earth transpired? What have I missed? With a rumble, another bolt of lightning struck the furious sky. The faces of Yang Chao and Lu Ying were once again illuminated. This time, Yang Chao maintained his composure, while Lu Ying's handsome visage twisted into a grimace. Lu Ying shouted, Yang Chao, are you prepared? Yang Chao nodded, come at me. Let this be the end. Lu Ying spread his arms wide, and rainwater surged in from his sleeves, cascading into his body. He forcefully brought his palms together before his chest, producing a sharp sound. In the next moment, brilliant rays of light erupted between his hands. A cruel glint shone in Lu Ying's eyes as his right hand morphed into a blade. He viciously slashed his left wrist, and blood instantly gushed forth. Blood. Sacrifice. Demon. King. Slash. Lu Ying pronounced each word with deliberate precision, and with each utterance, the sky echoed with thunder. As if the heavens were providing an accompaniment, the blood that spilled forth, like a ravenous demon, frantically absorbed Lu Ying's soul energy. His expression grew increasingly ghastly, as if his body were no longer under his control, drained by an invisible fiend of its blood and soul power. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ying's complexion had turned a deathly pale, yet above him, a formidable ghostly blade had been conjured. The ghostly blade, suspended in the air, radiated a crimson hue, with a terrifying demonic totem etched upon its surface. Measuring 3 zhang in length and 3 feet in width, the blade's hilt alone was a full zhang long, hovering ominously above Lu Ying's head. Beneath this formidable weapon, Lu Ying appeared diminutive, almost insignificant. The spectators' gazes were captivated by the blade, as if it were the sole focus in the arena. Witnessing this spectacle, many in the audience could no longer remain seated, instinctively rising to their feet, their astonishment escaping in gasps. They had never before seen Lu Ying wield such a soul technique, nor had they encountered an invocation of such tremendous grandeur. In that moment, they truly grasped the immense and almost unfathomable power concealed within Lu Ying's petite form. Zhao Chengqing's expression darkened, and he exclaimed, "This is the ghostly shaman sect's 4-star soul technique, blood sacrifice demon king slash. It is one of the 3 great 4-star soul techniques of the ghostly shaman sect. Lu Ying's master is indeed a figure of great renown within the sect." Even the composed Zhao Ying could no longer remain still. He rose with gravity in his demeanor and stated, "The blood sacrifice demon king slash requires the user's own blood as a conduit, drawing upon all their soul power as energy. Once this technique is unleashed, the soul power within the seed will be completely drained. This is Lu Ying's final strike, and there is no way for Xiao Chao to evade it." Zhao Tai added, "Father, Lu Ying has resorted to lethal force. Xiao Chao will perish on this stage." Indeed, Zhao Chengqing urged, quickly, compel Xiao Chao to concede. No more fighting. In his heart, Zhao Chengqing regarded Yang Chao as a talent with boundless potential, far more valuable than the fleeting glory of securing first place. For the Zhao family, Yang Chao had become a treasure worth 100 times more than the championship of the new heroic society. It was too late. Lu Xiang stood, casting a lofty gaze upon Zhao Chengqing, and declared, "Once the blood sacrifice demon king slash is invoked, it cannot be halted. Otherwise, Ying will suffer a backlash from the soul technique and perish. Zhao Chengqing, do not harbor hopes of intervening. With me here, you cannot save Yang Chao in time." At the exit of the demon cave, Zhao Wuji prepared to rush into the fray, only to be restrained by Yang Shu. "Zhao Wuji, if you go up now, you will not only fail to save Xiao Chao, but you will also lose your own life." Zhao Wuji shouted, "Yang Shu, Xiao Chao is your brother. Are you truly going to stand by and watch him be killed by Lu Ying?" Yang Shu, suddenly enraged, grasped Zhao Wuji's crimson collar fiercely and shouted, "You know he is my brother. I care for him more than anyone." Zhao Wuji, wide-eyed, retorted, "Then why aren't you going? As an elder brother, it is only natural to protect your sibling, even if it means death. We should die together." Yangshu bit his lip, ultimately drawing blood. Having bitten through his own lower lip, with blood on his lips, he proclaimed, "I am not afraid of death. It is just that at this moment, any of us going up would be futile. I refuse to go because I believe in Xiao. Believe in Xiao? Zhao Wuji thought he had misheard. Do you truly think Xiao still has a chance to win? Do you not realize that in the face of Lu Ying's blood sacrifice Demon King / merely preserving his life would be a remarkable feat? Yang Shumong released Zhao Wuji, his voice suddenly becoming much calmer. He said, "In the past, we have often underestimated the humble grass. I, too, have been guilty of this. Time and again, we have belittled it, yet it consistently astonishes us. I must admit, the grass possesses a talent that surpasses my own. Not only is it clever and resourceful, but it also devises solutions that we cannot conceive or are unwilling to consider. Being his elder brother, I choose to place my trust in him this time." Zhao Wuji stared blankly at Yang Shu, then, in a daze, cast a glance at Yang Chao in the field, staggering back a couple of steps, ultimately uttering a single phrase, "You two brothers are both madmen." A flash of lightning and a tremendous thunderclap rent the heavens, crashing down from the gradually darkening sky, illuminating the world with a dazzling brilliance. The ghost-headed broadsword met the stormy tempest, roaring fiercely amidst the thunder and lightning, cleaving through the air with a long, resounding howl, descending upon the high platform. With that strike, the towering platform, standing a full 10 feet tall, was severed in two as if it were mere tofu. The ghost-headed broadsword vanished, merging with the might unleashed upon the ground, transforming into a blood mist that spread through the air. Within the blood mist, a multitude of fierce and malevolent spirits emerged. Their faces green, fangs bared, with blood-red eyes and golden pupils, wielding fearsome weapons as they charged toward Yang Chao. Each of these spirits was more formidable than the malevolent beings from the fan. Astonishingly, over 100 such spirits surged forth from the blood mist, akin to a demonic legion composed of vengeful apparitions, racing toward Yang Chao. Chapter 046. The dual soul energy wave. Yang Chao had never felt so insignificantly small. In the vastness of the universe, it seemed as though he was utterly alone, with any creature from the outside world capable of erasing his existence with ease. Terror, helplessness, confusion, panic, weakness, anxiety. Almost every conceivable negative emotion flooded Yang Chao's mind in that moment. He was consumed by a singular sensation, the anticipation of death's arrival. Yang Chao let out a howl, allowing the rain to pelt his face, striving to awaken his senses. From the moment Lu Ying unleashed the blood-sacrificed Demon King / he had resolved to give everything he had, vowing to fight with all his might, regardless of the cost, to secure victory today. Standing motionless, Yang Chao's mental energy delved into a sea of consciousness, locating the soul energy wave's soul technique sphere. Deep within the vast cosmos of his consciousness, a resplendent red sun emerged, radiating brilliance as it soared through the sea of consciousness, ultimately merging with the soul technique sphere. The dragon soul imprint totem hovering above the soul energy wave sphere grew even more formidable. In a pivotal moment, Yang Chao audaciously empowered the soul energy wave with the dragon soul imprint. At that instant, the soul energy wave bore 2 points of dragon soul imprint. Perhaps due to a lack of confidence or a desperate attempt, seeing a sliver of time remaining, Yang Chao summoned forth another dragon soul imprint, rising like a red sun once more, landing upon the soul energy wave sphere, further amplifying the totem. Remarkably, Yang Chao's soul energy wave had now accumulated 3 points of dragon soul imprint. Originally a powerful offensive soul technique, the soul energy wave, with an additional point, had already reached the upper echelon of 3-star soul techniques. With 2 points, its might could rival that of 4-star techniques. Now, astonishingly, Yang Chao's soul energy wave had achieved the strength of a true 4-star technique. If the onlookers in the stands were to comprehend Yang Chao's actions at this moment, they would undoubtedly be left in awe. Jaws Agape, a typical practitioner of the 10th layer of body refinement, would possess merely 9 points of dragon soul imprint. Yet here was Yang Chao, expending 3 points on a 3-star soul technique. Although it was a matter of life and death, few would dare to undertake such a risk. It wasn't that they were unwilling, but rather that the very concept eluded them. While not everyone could become immensely powerful or learn advanced soul techniques in the future, hope resided in every heart. The notion of accumulating dragon soul imprints, saving them for a time when one might learn a more advanced and suitable soul technique, had become a deeply ingrained habit among the soul practitioners of Shinjo over millennia. This stubborn mindset was rooted in the hearts of all, even when facing death. They would not feel regret for carrying a mind full of dragon soul imprints. They would rather die with them than squander them. Xianxia, a novice embarking on the path of a soul practitioner, would inevitably cultivate such a stubborn habit as he advanced in strength and deepened his understanding of the world of soul practitioners. However, his opportunities transformed his mindset, distinguishing him fundamentally from other soul practitioners. After all, we have an abundance of dragon soul marks. We can afford to expend them. Such was Xiao's conviction. He withdrew his palms, facing upward, and moved them parallelly, allowing the soul energy to gather within his palms. He intended to unleash a soul wave that had evolved into a 4-star soul technique, and remarkably, he aimed to release a dual soul wave. Uncertain if his decision would lead to a turning point, he resolved not to hesitate and to act immediately. The situation in the arena had reached a peak of tension. The phantoms, born of blood and soul energy, surged towards Xianxia amidst a mist of blood. At that moment, spectators beheld that the soul energy accumulating in Xiao's palms had reached the size of a human head. Zhao could hardly bear to watch any longer. He had already moved beside Qin Ling, fearing her agitation, and embraced her. At this juncture, Qin Ling was too preoccupied to consider much else. Relying on Zhao for support. Though Zhao did not voice it, he pondered. Even a dual soul wave cannot withstand the blood sacrifice demon king's slash. His expression of concern did not linger for long, quickly transforming into astonishment and disbelief. For he witnessed the soul energy in Xiao's palms continuing to expand. What had begun as a head-sized mass of soul energy had grown to the girth of Zhao Wudi's waist. Yet, this was not the end. For the area of the soul energy continued to increase. Ultimately, it swelled to the point where a radiant glow enveloped Xiao's entire form, obscuring him from view, leaving only a pale yellow luminescence visible. In that moment, Xianxia compressed the gathered soul energy, merging it into one, and launched it forward with great force. Lu Ying, you possess a trump card. So do I. You have the blood sacrifice demon king's slash. I wield the super dual soul wave. With a decisive thrust, the next instant, the audience was met with a sudden brilliance. The previously dim twilight transformed into a bright day. Subsequently, a pale yellow shockwave, taller than Xianxia himself, shot forth from in front of him, striking directly at the approaching phantoms. This extraordinary soul wave illuminated everything in its path, akin to a blazing sun descending from the heavens. In that moment, all spectators rose from their seats. Even Lu Xiang, who had remained impeccably composed, could no longer contain himself, his face tense as he observed the unfolding spectacle. The host momentarily forgot his commentary, standing in a daze atop the 3 Shanghai podium. Originally a mid-stage soul practitioner of the Earth Soul realm, he had relied on soul energy to amplify his voice for the audience. Yet now, witnessing the duel between 2 junior practitioners, he found himself utterly captivated. The figures of Xianxia and Lu Ying vanished from sight, replaced by the overwhelming presence of 2 formidable energies. On one side loomed the fearsome army of phantoms, treading upon blood mist, on the other, a resplendent sun radiating blinding light. These 2 forces were destined to collide. Everyone held their breath, for no one knew what would transpire in the next moment. The progression of the competition had far surpassed their expectations. Before their arrival, who could have imagined that a seemingly inconspicuous 15-year-old boy named Xianxia would force the 3-time champion Lu Ying to such an extent? Even if Lu Ying were to emerge victorious today, Xianxia would still earn his fame in Jiulong town, with his reputation potentially reaching Sioux City. Yet, at that moment, there lingered a thought, one that even the onlookers found hard to believe. Could this 15-year-old boy, Xianxia, actually triumph? Of course, this notion was fleeting. For Lu Ying's prowess was already unparalleled, casting a condescending gaze upon the other juniors, who appeared as insignificant as ants beneath him. He was not so easily vanquished. Bang, bang, bang. At last, the 2 forces intertwined, emitting a blinding radiance and a deafening explosion. What the naked eye could not perceive was that at the center of their collision, fierce and malevolent specters were being dismembered, scattered, and compressed into fragmented soul energy and lifeless blood mist under the impact of the soul wave. Wherever the soul wave surged, the specters were rendered to nothingness. The dual soul wave, empowered by 3 points of dragon soul seal and released in a unique manner, possessed an unimaginable force. The blood sacrifice demon king's strike had consumed all of Lu Ying's soul power, even depleting the energy within his soul seed, resulting in tremendous explosive force. Although the soul wave dissipated layers upon layers of his specters, the final layer contained extraordinary strength. When the two most potent forces collided, they generated a cataclysmic explosion that shook the earth and mountains. Boom. Bang. The sun atop the platform erupted, radiating intense light that illuminated the night, casting the falling rain into straight lines. In an instant, all eyes were shut tight, save for those soul guests who had entered the Earth soul realm, who could barely withstand the blinding brilliance and continue to watch. Then, they beheld a figure hurled from the aftermath of the explosion. As if propelled violently like a stone kicked by a foot, this figure arced through the air and, shielded by the height of the platform, soon vanished from sight. Gradually, the spectators could discern that this person was Lu Ying. The arena fell into a profound silence, with everyone left speechless and awestruck. Only the occasional thunderclap from above added to the commotion. Zhao Qicheng collapsed onto the ground, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither excitement nor astonishment. His right hand trembled as he sought his teacup, but after a futile search, it was Zhao Yujing who finally presented it to him. He seemed to question those around him, or perhaps he was merely murmuring to himself. Did Xiao Qiao win? Is it truly Xiao Qiao who has triumphed? Indeed. Xiao Qiao still stood upon the platform. At that moment, the smoke from the soul wave explosion had dissipated, leaving Yang Qiao as the sole figure on the elevated stage. With so many gazes upon him, he was not alone, yet he appeared frail. The dual soul wave, enhanced by 3 points of Dragon Soul Seal, could not have been unleashed had he remained at the 9th level of physical cultivation. Even if he had managed to release it, it would have been at the cost of his soul power, rendering him unable to continue the fight. Now, he has reached the 10th level of body refinement. Yet after releasing this wave of soul energy, both the snow-capped mountains and the sea of energy around him lay devoid of soul power. Although the seed of soul energy is frantically generating power, there is an inevitable process, leaving Yang Qiao appearing quite feeble at this moment. Nevertheless, it matters not. He has already triumphed. Lu Ying employed a soul technique that drained all her soul power as her ultimate weapon, and Yang Qiao is no different. Haha. It is indeed Yang Qiao who stands on the platform. Zhao Qicheng finally burst into laughter. He does not even bother to rise, instead casting a glance towards the Lu family seating area, smirking at the dumbfounded Lu Xiang. Old and outdated. I said from the beginning that it was uncertain who would be the insect and who the bird this year. What do you think? Generations produce talents. Your Lu Ying has become pass, while Yang Qiao, at merely 15, has already surpassed her. Your Lu family is likewise outdated. Zhao Qingqing's words exude a boldness that is both exhilarating and liberating, yet no one perceives his remarks as malicious or petty. Everyone knows that this elder has endured immense suppression over the past 3 years. Once unleashed, even he struggles to contain himself. Lu Xiang's jaw is clenched tightly, his lips pursed, and his eyes nearly bulging out. He never imagined this outcome. A Yang Qiao he considered insignificant has defeated his most favored grandson. Truly a relief to the heart. Observing Lu Xiang rendered speechless by his mockery, Zhao Qicheng revels even more, laughing heartily in his seat. Enough of this. I shall not drink this tea any longer. Bring me some wine. Grandfather, have you not sworn off alcohol? On such a joyous day, even if abstaining, one must partake. Ha! Father, there is something amiss. Zhao Yin's grave and anxious tone sharply contrasts with Zhao Qingqing's exuberance, as he fixates intently on the stage. Pointing towards one end of the elevated platform. Look there. Zhao Qingqing and the others follow Zhao Yin's gaze, and at the edge of the towering stage, a hand grips the edge tightly. Only someone of Zhao Yin's caliber, a Soil Soul Realm Soul Master, possesses the keen eyesight to discern those 5 slender fingers. Shortly thereafter, another hand appears, and almost instantaneously, a white figure leaps onto the stage. It is none other than Lu Ying, having endured a tremendous impact. Even if Lu Ying is not internally injured, it stands to reason that he would take some time to recover. Even if he does rise, he should undoubtedly appear weakened, especially after utilizing the blood sacrifice technique that expended his entire soul power, rendering him far more vulnerable than Yang Qiao. Yet, remarkably, he appears invigorated, his eyes radiating vitality, as if he were a contestant who has just taken the stage, brimming with energy. Lu Ying lets his arms hang naturally, maintaining his composure as he calmly states, I have not fallen from the platform. My feet have not touched the ground. I have not lost. Although he directs this statement at Yang Qiao, the host understands he is speaking to himself. The host nods, signaling for the match to continue. Humph, Yang Qiao. Truly heaven's assistance is upon me. You are destined to be my defeated foe. Lu Ying smiles faintly. In this moment, both his gaze and demeanor conveyed a profound sense of ease. Indeed, compared to his former self, it seemed as though he had become indifferent to the outcome of the match. In that fleeting instant, his mindset underwent a remarkable transformation, the reasons for which remained a mystery to all. However, some perceptive individuals soon discerned the subtle changes at play. Lu Ying stood quietly, as the air around her began to shift, swirling with a rapid motion. Between heaven and earth, tendrils of pure golden energy emerged from the whirling atmosphere, penetrating Lu Ying's being. As she advanced, each step she took radiated a soft, golden light. Lu Ying had entered the realm of the Earth Soul. Lu Xiang exclaimed in astonishment, prompting all the members of the Lu family to rise in unison. Chapter 047. Little Grass, we believe in you. Indeed, this is the Earth Soul realm, and Lu Ying has astonishingly broken through during the battle. At merely 18 years of age, Lu Ying is an exceptional talent as a soul master. The Lu family has gained another soul master, vastly surpassing the Zhao family in strength. Initially, it seemed that xianxia, the dark horse, would prevail, but who would have anticipated Lu Ying's breakthrough at this moment? xianxia must feel a deep sense of regret now. The disparity between the body-shaping realm and the five elements realm is insurmountable. His defeat is all but certain. Lu Ying is truly a prodigy. I always believed he would emerge as the champion. The audience in the stands erupted in excitement. What was expected to be a predictable and lackluster final turned into a spectacle beyond their wildest imaginations. As xianxia repeatedly withstood Lu Ying's assaults, forcing him to unleash his ultimate move, the crowd's joy was indescribable. When xianxia sent Lu Ying flying, on the brink of victory, their astonishment reached unprecedented heights. And now, Lu Ying has ascended the platform once more, his power amplified, having become a soul master. The dramatic twists and turns of the match have captivated the audience, many of whom still clutched half-eaten apples and sips of tea, oblivious to their refreshments. In that moment, they sensed that this year's new hero conference was more exhilarating than any before. One soared from the depths to the heights, while the other plummeted from the heights to the depths. Their emotions were entirely distinct yet remarkably similar. Unlike before, Zhao Qinqing did not ignore Lu Xiang. Instead, he met Lu Xiang's gaze with a smile. What are you so pleased about? What does Lu Ying's entry into the Earth Soul realm matter? Noticing Zhao Qinqing's departure from his usual demeanor, Lu Xiang appeared taken aback, suspecting the presence of hidden cards, and inquired warily, "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Qinqing replied resolutely, "What I mean is, xianxia is destined to win this match." On what basis? Lu Xiang challenged, his demeanor defiant. Suddenly, Zhao Qinqing rose, pointing at xianxia on the field, and proclaimed loudly, "Simply because he is xianxia." Lu Xiang was momentarily at a loss for words. Meeting the astonished gazes of his descendants, Zhao Qinqing smiled confidently, his voice filled with passion. "My dear grandchildren, we have often underestimated Little Grass, yet he consistently surprises us. Just moments ago, he nearly claimed victory, bringing glory to our Zhao family. Therefore, I firmly believe Little Grass will triumph, no matter how formidable Lu Ying may be. Regardless of his status as a soul master, Little Grass will still prevail. I, Zhao Qinqing, feel a sense of guilt for my previous doubts about Little Grass. But look at how hard he is fighting on the field. Everything he does is to seize the first place and to bring honor to the Zhao family. At this critical moment, how can we not trust him?" His confidence in xianxia instantly inspired everyone. Suddenly, all members of the Zhao family rose to their feet. Zhao Tai clenched his fists and solemnly declared, "Father, we all stand together to cheer for Xiao, regardless of whether he wins or loses. He is someone we should be grateful for. Xiao always brings us surprises. I believe in him. He will surely prevail." Zhao Yin added, "I too have faith in Xiao. He will undoubtedly triumph." Zhao Tong, with his round, wide eyes, despite having the weakest bond with xianxia, disregarded the decorum expected of the Zhao family's third elder and stood on a chair, waving his arms and amplifying his voice with soul power as he shouted, "Xiao, go for it." Zhao Wuwei also climbed onto the chair, joining his father in encouraging xianxia, loudly exclaiming, "Xiao, go for it. Xiao, go for it." Moved by this warm scene, Qin Ling was in tears, sobbing, "Thank you all, thank you." But Zhao Qinqing grasped her wrist gently and sincerely replied, "It is we who should be expressing our gratitude." At that moment, no one in the Zhao family suggested that xianxia concede. Nor was there a trace of gloom on any face. Everyone was filled with excitement and fervor. They believed that xianxia would win. Even though Lu Ying was already a soul guest, they still held on to their faith in xianxia. This was blind trust. This was fervent support. Yet it is often this very blind faith and fervor that can create astonishing miracles. A crowd of lunatics. Quite incomprehensible. Lu Xiang puffed out his cheeks and glared at the Zhao family, cursing them, although he was fully confident in Luing. Witnessing the Zhao family's reaction stirred a trace of concern within him. On the field, Luing stood composed, calmly observing Yang Chao with an air of nonchalance. It seemed that the breakthrough in his realm had granted him a fresh perspective on matters. The competition had become less significant to him, and the outcome mattered less. This was not merely a breakthrough in cultivation but also in mental fortitude. Nevertheless, his desire to defeat Yang Chao was even stronger. He smiled faintly and said, "Yang Chao, I offer you a chance. Concede." Yang Chao lowered his head slightly and replied in a deep voice, "I recall stating that those two words do not exist in my dictionary. Why bother?" Luing advised, "The physical refinement realm cannot be compared to the five elements realm. I am now a sole guest, while you remain an ordinary person. If I unleash the blood sacrifice demon king / again, you will undoubtedly meet your demise." He understood that Luing was speaking the truth, not merely trying to intimidate him. The platform was some distance from the audience, yet standing atop it. Yang Chao seemed to hear the voices emanating from the Zhao family's seats. He turned his head to look and saw that all the Zhao family members had risen. Calling out his name, he spotted Zhao Chenqing, Zhao Tai, his mother, and Zhao Yujing. They were all cheering for him. On the rest area, he saw Zhang Qing and Yin Xianxia, witnessing the trust reflected in their eyes. At the exit of the demon cave, he beheld his brother, Zhao Wuji, and a myriad of unfamiliar faces standing behind them. Yet, within their gazes flickered a shared sentiment, hope. The young boy, resolute, clenched his fists tightly and proclaimed with unwavering strength, "Let us continue the fight." Luing sighed, casting a glance towards the Lu family seats before his eyes swept over the figure he sought, murmuring, "Little sister, forgive me." In the next moment, he cast aside all hesitation and summoned the blood sacrifice demon king / wielding the fearsome ghostly blade once more. This time, it would truly be the end. Bang! A crimson lightning streaked through the night, as if the darkness had been violently torn apart by the colossal hands of a demon. The ghostly blade descended upon the high platform, cleaving deeper into the already fractured surface, creating a terrifying rift. A chill coursed through many hearts. This strike was immeasurably more potent than those before it, prior to entering the Earth Soul realm. It seemed that this blow heralded Yang Chao's defeat. Perhaps even his demise. Witnessing this, Zhao Chenqing and his kin cheered even more fervently, their voices echoing across the stands. "Xiao Chao, press on. Xiao Chao, press on. Xiao Chao, press on. We believe in you. You are our pride." Yang Chao's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. He had never imagined he would become the beacon of hope for the Zhao family, nor that they would bestow such warmth upon him. When the youth lifted his gaze once more, it was now alight with an icy determination. The term indifference might belong to Zhao Wuji, to Yang Shu, or even to Luing, but it would never be ascribed to Yang Chao, for he had always been a spirited, vibrant youth radiating with sunshine. He could embody ferocity and madness, but he would never be indifferent. Indifference was a label that simply did not fit him, nor did the coldness it implied. Yet now, his expression bore that very indifference, cold to an extreme. His gaze, hidden from all, would lead anyone who chanced upon it to believe that this was no longer Yang Chao, but a different soul entirely. Unfazed by the looming threat, the indifferent Yang Chao stood his ground against the blood sacrifice demon king / channeling his soul energy. Within his frigid gaze lay an unyielding resolve, a fierce acceptance of death. "I am the hope of the Zhao family, the hope of my brother, my mother, and my grandfather. I may falter, but I shall never surrender. They believe in me, more than ever, and I cannot let them down. Even at the cost of my life, I shall fight until the end." I remember my brother saying before venturing to Evil Marsh Mountain, that a man must embrace danger and learn to conquer it, emerging from the abyss. Such a man is a true man, worthy of being a soul messenger. Luing, you may not defeat me. You possess unparalleled talent, yet I wield the audacity of desperation. Yang Chao thrust his palms forward, and brilliance erupted, enveloping him entirely. As a towering wave of soul energy surged forth with breathtaking speed towards Luing. Chapter 048, Crafting the First Soul Wave in History Beneath the Night Sky. Devoid of bright silver stars, a pallid moonlight sparsely illuminated the darkness, akin to fingers dipped in milk smearing across a black canvas. Occasionally, a flash of white lightning descended, casting a stark clarity upon the dense, straight lines of rain. What was initially an ordinary rainy night, a dark sky, pale moonlight, rumbling thunder, and relentless rain should have formed a naturally serene tableau. However, two formidable forces emerging from the arena utterly illuminated this thunderous, stormy night. One force radiated crimson. The phantoms cascading from the blood mist resembled resurrected demons, arriving from the underworld in search of sustenance. Wherever they roamed, they carried with them the harbinger of bloodshed and slaughter. The other force emanated a pale yet profound yellow, akin to a seed of boundless power sprouting instantaneously, showering brightness upon the earth. Bloodiness does not signify malevolence, nor does light equate to righteousness. This was merely a clash of two forces, a confrontation of soul techniques, unrelated to the dichotomy of good and evil. Every individual who cast their gaze upon this spectacle felt an unprecedented exhilaration. In that moment, they could no longer speculate on the outcome of the contest. Though Lu Ying, a formidable presence in the Earth Soul realm, stood amidst the blood mist, the power unleashed by Xianxia instilled a growing belief that a miracle was indeed possible. They witnessed that the already formidable soul wave, towering like a person, did not cease its expansion upon release. It continued to grow, to enlarge. Amidst the soft yellow glow, no one could discern Xianxia's expression or movements. Had they been able to see, they would have noticed that his demeanor transcended mere indifference. It was infused with excitement. This exhilaration was neither born of joy nor fear, but rather an enlightening clarity. Having reached this point, he resolved to take a bold gamble, to wager everything. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate at the center of the platform, each struggling to maintain their ground, unable to vanquish the other swiftly. Xianxia had made up his mind, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He temporarily transferred the control of the soul wave to one hand, freeing the other to retrieve a vial containing soul pills from his embrace. To the astonishment of all, he poured the remaining dozen high-quality 2-star soul pills into his mouth. In the next moment, all the soul pills dissolved within Xianxia's body, an inexhaustible surge of soul power bursting forth, replenishing his strength while simultaneously tearing at his very being. For victory, for the sake of not disappointing anyone, Lu Ying, I am now committed to this fight. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall give my all. For the first time, Xianxia's expression turned ferocious. Lu Ying, you have compelled me. Compelled me to forge the first soul wave in history. Within his consciousness, a dragon soul imprint ascended, merging into the sphere of the soul wave. The soul wave, already enhanced by a fragment of the dragon soul imprint, received an additional boost from Xianxia. Yet, he was not finished. Another dragon soul imprint emerged within his consciousness, again aimed at the soul wave. Soon after, yet another dragon soul imprint arose, its target still the soul wave. 3 points. A total of 3 dragon soul imprints had been conferred upon the soul wave by Xianxia. In an instant, an ethereal wave of spiritual energy surged outward, expanding at an extraordinarily rapid and exaggerated pace, ultimately enveloping the entire high platform. The apparitions and blood mist generated by the blood sacrifice Demon King's strike were completely submerged by this wave of spiritual energy. The spectators, in a moment of instinctive reaction, rose to their feet. Not a single soul remained seated. They all directed their gaze toward a singular point. Bang, bang, bang. The series of explosive sounds reverberated, drowning out the thunder and rain, becoming the predominant melody of this stormy night. In a fleeting moment, a figure, akin to a falling leaf, soared from the brilliance, flying far beyond the high platform and crashing to the ground. The astonishment among the crowd reached a new zenith, for it was none other than Lu Ying who had been cast out. As the radiance faded, the figure that remained steadfast upon the high platform was none other than Xianxia, the undefeated champion of this year's New England tournament. A breathless silence ensued, extending for 3 breaths, then 10. Suddenly, amidst the profound quiet, an eruption of cheers and screams erupted. Except for a scant few, nearly everyone burst forth in jubilation, celebrating not just the match, but the emergence of a new star. Indeed, their enthusiasm was primarily for the latter, for many years hence. Countless among them would boast of friends and descendants of having witnessed Xianxia's inaugural battle, declaring, I knew he would be the champion. The cacophony of their cheers resembled the relentless waves of the ocean, surging and crashing for an extended duration. Emotions ran high: excitement, astonishment, envy, and jealousy, each person animatedly exclaiming to those beside them, reveling in the fortune of having witnessed this remarkable contest. Xianxia had triumphed. He had truly defeated Lu Ying, the 3-time champion. The era of Lu Ying and Zhao Wuji had passed, and the dawn of Xianxia's reign had arrived. It was said that Yang Shu was a genius, yet none had ever seen him in action. If his brother possessed such prowess, One could only imagine the strength of Yangshu. Yet, could it be that Yangshu was not as formidable as Yang Chao? Surely, Yang Chao must be the superior one. He had bested Lu Ying, a soul master of the Earth Soul Realm, proving himself a true prodigy. Indeed, Lu Ying had attained the status of a soul master, yet still fell to Yang Chao's might. How astonishing! And Yang Chao was merely 15 years of age. At 15, I had only just begun to cultivate my own spiritual power. I always knew the champion would be Yang Chao. Are you delusional? At the start of the match, you explicitly stated that Yang Chao wouldn't last a minute. Did I say that? I don't recall. You must have misheard. In stark contrast to the crowd's exuberance, the Zhao family's seats were shrouded in silence. One would expect their elation at Yang Chao's victory, but instead, many among them were weeping. In the Qinling Mountains, Zhao Yoxin and a group of younger individuals were overcome with grief, their sobs echoing through the air. Even Zhao Tai, a man of unyielding strength, silently shed tears. With a heart unclouded by distractions, he embraced Qinling's arm and sincerely remarked, "Qinling, Xiao Chao has truly made us proud." Zhao Chengqing's eyes glistened with tears as he took a deep breath and sank into his seat like a heap of mud. At the moment of victory, he no longer laughed at Lu Xiang as he had at the outset. The Lu family, too, averted their gazes, fearing ridicule from him. The defeated seldom appreciate the perspective of the victorious. Zhao Chengqing sat alone, a contented smile gracing his lips. At long last, it was over. Once, the safety of Yang Chao had overshadowed the significance of the competition in Zhao Chengqing's heart. Win or lose, as long as Yang Chao was safe, that was all that mattered. Xiao Chao. Zhao Chengqing clasped his hands in prayer, resting his chin upon them, as a single tear slipped down the corner of his eye. Thank you, grandfather. Thank you. In that moment, as the competition concluded, the crowd erupted in cheers, screams, and tears, yet no one remembered the vanquished. The once celebrated idol of countless hearts, a renowned figure in Jiolong Town, now forgotten in an instant. Such are the extraordinary occurrences that unfold in this wondrous world. From this, he gleaned that a man must not fall in the sight of others, especially not when all eyes are upon him in admiration as a victor. Despite his desire to collapse, he had already nurtured the seed of soul power, albeit in a nascent state, limited in strength, and providing soul energy at a minimal rate. Yet, he strained himself, unleashing a wave of soul energy enhanced by 3 points of Dragon Soul Seal, followed by another wave bolstered by 6 points. Although he consumed several high-quality 2-star soul pills to replenish his soul power, such actions were perilously reckless. A moment's carelessness could lead to self-destruction, reducing him to mere dust. Seizing the moment, he released all his soul power, escaping immediate danger, but his body, ravaged by the potency of the 2-star soul pills, was left exceedingly weak. It could be said that while he triumphed in this contest, he also sustained significant injuries. Only he knew how narrowly he had secured this victory. The sudden amplification of the soul energy wave was unforeseen by everyone, including Lu Ying. As a newly initiated soul master, despite reaching the Earth Soul Realm, he was wholly unfamiliar with the physical laws and application of power within this realm, thus lacking effective countermeasures. Yang Cao's soul energy wave erupted unexpectedly, leaving him defenseless. Moreover, Yang Cao's audacity in simultaneously enhancing the soul energy wave with 3 points of Dragon Soul Seal was unprecedented. Few throughout history would dare undertake such a feat. The stubbornness of the soul masters in the Divine Land would not prepare them for such unconventional thought processes. Yang Cao's distinct mindset, divergent from that of the Divine Land's soul masters, was undoubtedly the key to his victory. The most unexpected actions often yield astonishing success. As the cheers and clamor of the crowd began to subside, the host's triumphant voice finally pierced through the thunderous applause. Resonating from the elevated platform, this year's champion of the new Yinghui competition is Zhao Jianko. The crowd erupted once more in a fervor of excitement. Traditionally, following the conclusion of the new Yinghui competition, a grand banquet is held, serving as a celebratory finale. This annual feast lasts through the night, where everyone gathers to indulge in merriment and revelry. While the vanquished may choose to retreat, the victors must graciously accept the accolades of the crowd. At this moment, representatives from the Sioux City organizers and officials from the Jiolong Town government approached the Zhao and Lu families. As the dust settled, the petite figure of Yang Chao could no longer bear the weight of the moment and began to sway backward. In an instant, a nimble silhouette leapt onto the platform, catching him and cradling him in their embrace. Gazing up at the familiar face, a smile graced Yang Cao's cheeks, still unclosed by slumber, as he softly uttered, Brother, I won. I hope I haven't disappointed you. Xianxia, observing his determined younger brother, nodded affirmatively, exclaiming, You performed splendidly, truly splendidly. Xianxia replied at last, I have not brought shame to you. You are a genius in soul techniques. I, your brother, cannot be too inferior. Xianxia chuckled softly, caressing Xiao's face, and solemnly declared, Xiao, I am proud of you. Xiao, with a hint of disbelief, asked, Really? Xianxia affirmed with a nod, Indeed. You are the pride of our family. A beaming smile illuminated Xiao's face as he blissfully closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep in his brother's embrace. Chapter 49. The Dragon Soul Seal Theory of Xianxia. This year's New England Conference concluded amidst countless exclamations of awe. Its most profound impact was the transformation of the ordinary name, Xianxia, into something extraordinary. Overnight, Xianxia became a household name in Jiulong Town. Even the residents of Sioux City became aware of the small herb in Jiulong Town that was gradually growing into a towering tree. Among the youth of Jiulong Town, Xianxia ascended to the top of the rising stars list without question. However, these cascading reactions went unnoticed by Xianxia for 3 days following the conference, as he remained in a deep slumber. His unconsciousness left many who had hoped to meet him at the post-conference banquet, converse with him, and raise a toast to him feeling quite disappointed. Yet, this only added to the mystique surrounding the name Xianxia. Many speculated whether Xianxia and Xianxia were truly the sons of servants from the Zhao family. Or perhaps they were the clandestinely nurtured secret weapons of the Zhao clan. As one becomes renowned, rumors inevitably swirl around them. However, the Zhao family paid no heed to the gossip. The more discussions arose, the greater their sense of achievement, for Xianxia was one of their own. Upon Xianxia's awakening, Zhao Chengqing spared no expense in Sioux City, inviting several renowned physicians to examine him. He personally assessed Xiao's internal soul energy flow and confirmed that Xiao had merely succumbed to extreme fatigue, which eased his worries. He certainly did not wish for Xiao's victory to render him incapacitated, for that would signify not triumph, but failure. Having developed a sense of respect mixed with a hint of shyness, Xiao realized that he was now truly a part of the Zhao family. Fully integrated into this grand household, his preconceived notions of the Zhao family members had completely transformed. He fondly recalled the moment during his decisive battle with Lu Ying when all the members of the Zhao family stood in unison, cheering him on. Such encouragement and trust filled him with warmth whenever he reminisced about it. Growing up in a single-parent household and bearing the identity of a servant's son, he yearned for this warmth more than his peers. Whoever treated him kindly, he would reciprocate with even greater kindness. The innocence of youth often comes hand in hand with such simplicity. In Zhao Chengqing's possession was a ring, an ancient bronze-colored band, unremarkable in design, inscribed with characters and patterns that were incomprehensible to Xianxia. Externally, none would suspect this ring to be a 3-star soul artifact. Zhao Chengqing presented the ring to Xianxia, saying, This is a 3-star soul artifact, the floating life ring. It is the reward for securing first place in this New England Conference. Since you have achieved this honor, the ring rightfully belongs to you. Xianxia accepted it without reservation. It was indeed his due. Furthermore, the allure of a soul artifact, especially a 3-star one, was immensely significant to someone who aspired to become a soul master. Grandfather, what is the purpose of this ring? Xianxia inquired. Zhao Chengqing's expression soured slightly as he replied, This floating life ring conceals a space of approximately 100 acres. I have probed it with my spiritual energy, and there is nothing particularly special within. It possesses no other functions for defense. Therefore, it is merely a storage ring. Zhao Chengqing indignantly remarked at first. Upon hearing that the prize was a 3-star soul artifact, I thought it must be something extraordinary. Little did I expect it to be merely an ordinary storage ring. When it comes to storage treasures, a 1-star soul artifact suffices, as its storage capacity is often as vast as an acre of land, ample for holding a considerable number of items. Transforming a storage ring into a 3-star soul artifact is indeed a gross waste. It's simply unreasonable. Xianxia also felt a profound disappointment. His greatest desire had been to acquire a weapon of 3-star caliber, only to find it was merely a storage ring. However, he was not as vexed as Zhao Chengqing. After all, having something is better than having nothing. Moreover, he had never possessed such an item before. While a storage soul artifact may not be the most formidable of treasures, possessing one certainly alleviates many burdens. Why not give it a try? Use your mental energy to control it and grasp the items you wish to store, he suggested. Xianxia nodded, adorning his middle finger with the floating life ring. which fit perfectly. At the very moment the ring nestled at the base of his finger, a sudden surge of awareness enveloped him. An image of a vast army, not of human soldiers, but of bizarre and diverse monsters, flashed before his mind's eye. A wave of overwhelming demonic energy surged forth, followed by a flash of white light in his consciousness, as if he had awakened from a nightmare, drenched in sweat. This moment passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Chunqing noticed nothing amiss, yet Yang Chao's heart raced uncontrollably. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel very anxious, he confessed. Zhao Chunqing stroked his beard and replied, It's likely your first time using mental energy to connect with a soul artifact. It can be a bit overwhelming. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Perhaps, Yang Chao replied nonchalantly, yet he felt a strong conviction that the truth was far from what Zhao Chunqing suggested. Something peculiar lay within the floating life ring. In the next moment, a chair vanished beneath his touch. Soon after, a table disappeared right before his eyes. Finally, the same chair and table reappeared as if conjured from thin air. Yang Chao suddenly felt a surge of pride, with the floating life ring in hand. He could spare himself the burden of carrying excess weight. Little Chao. After discussing the floating life ring, Zhao Chunqing's demeanor grew serious. I am quite curious, during your duel with Lu Ying, how many dragon soul marks did you imbue into your soul energy wave? This question piqued not only Zhao Chunqing's curiosity, but also the interest of all who had witnessed the final match. Yang Chao candidly replied, 5. Zhao Chunqing's eyes widened in astonishment as he leaped from his seat, exclaiming, 5. Adding the previous one, your soul energy wave was enhanced with 6 dragon soul marks? Yang Chao nodded. Madness. For the sake of victory, you've truly lost your senses. Zhao Chunqing lamented. Upon completing the body refinement stage, one can only cultivate 9 dragon soul marks, and you expended 6 on that soul energy wave. What a waste. I do not see it as wasteful, Yang Chao smiled slightly, harboring his own thoughts. Had I not enhanced it, I would likely have perished at Lu Ying's hands. Zhao Chunqing remarked, while your words hold truth. It would indeed be a profound regret if, in the future, you were to master more advanced soul techniques yet lack the dragon soul seal. Moreover, I have resolved that once you step into the Earth Soul realm and become a soul practitioner, I shall impart to you the Zhao family's esteemed 4-star soul techniques. The mention of the 4-star soul techniques stirred Yang Chao's excitement. After his encounter with Lu Ying, he had come to realize the formidable power these techniques possessed. The ferocious might of the blood sacrifice demon kings, capable of shaking the very heavens and earth, lingered vividly in his memory. The recollection of that scene, the imposing ghostly blade, and the army of vengeful spirits surging forth from the blood mist sent shivers down Yang Chao's spine, instilling a profound sense of trepidation. Understanding Zhao Chunqing's intentions, Yang Chao's spirits lifted considerably as he continued. Grandfather, perhaps we have been overly fixated on the dragon soul seal. If we shift our perspective, I find little to lament. Zhao Chunqing, having been repeatedly astonished by Yang Chao's abilities, began to regard this junior with newfound respect, taking his words seriously rather than dismissing them as the musings of a child. With a serious expression, Zhao Chunqing inquired, What do you mean by that? Yang Chao responded, What is the purpose of the dragon soul seal? It is to enhance soul techniques, Zhao Chunqing replied. And what is the goal of enhancing soul techniques? Yang Chao continued. It is to empower the individual, to augment their combat prowess. He gestured thoughtfully, elaborating, thus, at its essence, the ultimate aim of the Dragon Soul Seal is simply to strengthen the individual, whether it enhances 3-star techniques or 5-star techniques. The objective remains the same, to empower the wielder. By applying the Dragon Soul Seal to my soul energy wave, I have acquired the strength to defeat Lu Ying of the Earth Soul Realm. Is that not a fine accomplishment? Have I not fulfilled the purpose of the Dragon Soul Seal? Zhao Chunqing felt entangled in the discourse and interjected, Wait. While you have indeed grown stronger, wouldn't it be more advantageous to apply the Dragon Soul Seal to even higher level techniques to attain greater strength? With a smile, Yang Chao replied, Stronger? The strongest? Is there a definitive pinnacle? Those who augment their abilities with 3-star techniques may later regret not using the Dragon Soul Seal when they attain 4-star techniques. Likewise, those who harness 4-star techniques may lament when they acquire 5-star techniques, hoarding the Dragon Soul Seal in hopes of one day attaining 10-star techniques. But I ponder, could there not be even more formidable techniques beyond 10 stars? Yang Chao continued. Thus, they accumulate, ultimately carrying their Dragon Soul Seals to their graves. Zhao Chunqing found himself thoroughly ensnared in thought. Although Yang Chao's words did not sway him, they led him into deep reflection. The audacity in Yang Chao's assertions astonished Zhao Chunqing. What would a soul energy wave augmented with 10 points entail? Zhao Chengcheng could scarcely fathom it. In this obstinate realm of soul practitioners, it seemed unfathomable to any soul practitioner who would bestow 10 points of the Dragon Soul Seal upon a single technique. Yet Yang Chao could, and therein lay the reason he spoke so boldly. His reserve of Dragon Soul Seals was unlike that of others, bestowing upon him the authority to make such declarations, while others at the 10th stage of body refinement can only cultivate 9 Dragon Soul imprints. He has astonishingly achieved 54, an impressive 6-fold increase over his peers, with the Phantom Palm contributing 1 point, the Divine Finger Sword adding another, and the Soul Energy Wave enhancing it by 6 points. He still possesses an additional 46 points. For him, augmenting the Dragon Soul imprint to 10 points on the Soul Energy Wave is a task easily accomplished. The reason he refrains from disclosing this uniqueness to Zhao Chengcheng is to conceal his exceptional abilities. The higher his cultivation, the more he appreciates the rarity of the Dragon Soul imprint, and the more he understands the alarming nature of his own growth in this regard. Should others become aware of this, they might well seek to capture him for dissection and research. This is but one facet. The other pertains to the limitations imposed by his current cultivation level. At the 10th stage, even releasing a soul energy wave augmented by 6 points of Dragon Soul imprints proves to be quite strenuous, and he fears that reaching 10 points may render him unable to release it at all. In this world, any extraordinary soul technique, any remarkable soul artifact, or any miraculous method can only be accomplished by those who possess the requisite talent. It is implausible for an ordinary individual to seize an extraordinary opportunity and subsequently defy the heavens, vanquishing demons and gods alike, effortlessly ascending to the pinnacle of the world. Instead, one must grow step by step, with relentless perseverance and rigorous training, to achieve success. It is only through such a journey that life attains true significance. Chapter 050. The meeting of the Liu family. Zhao Chengcheng, persuaded by Yang Chao, let out a rueful smile and remarked, "Very well. Cultivation is a deeply personal endeavor, and I shall refrain from further comment." Yang Chao responded, "Let nature take its course. My brother and the eldest young master are progressing swiftly. I may not outpace them. Indeed, you are all the pride of your grandfather. Once you all become soul guests, the Liu family will be utterly beneath our feet." "Grandfather, how long until you reach the Fire Soul realm?" Zhao Chengcheng replied with pride, "Ever since I consumed the Earth Spirit pill you gave to Zhao Tai last time. I feel the Fire Soul realm is within my grasp. Tomorrow, I shall enter seclusion to cultivate, striving to break through within 6 months. During my seclusion, should you require soul pills and spiritual herbs, simply seek Xiaoyin." Yang Chao pondered for a moment and said, "Grandfather, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Speak freely. Do not hold it against me for what I am about to say. We are family. There is no need for such reservations. Actually, I still have 3 Earth Spirit pills remaining from the last batch I gave Uncle Tai. Initially, they were intended for my brother. But given that you are currently at a crucial juncture in your quest for the Fire Soul realm, I shall give these 3 Earth Spirit pills to you." Zhao Chengcheng clasped his head in astonishment, his expression akin to that of a child, exclaiming, "You possess 3 of those high-grade Earth Spirit pills." Yang Chao nodded in affirmation. "Splendid," Zhao Chengcheng exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight. "I dare wager that if I consume these 3 high-grade Earth Spirit pills within 2 months, I shall enter the Fire Soul realm, perhaps even sooner. What are we waiting for? Go fetch them." Yang Chao smiled gently at Zhao Chengcheng and turned to leave. Yang Chao had already considered himself a true member of the Zhao family, feeling a sense of responsibility to assist his kin while concealing his own secrets. Little did he know, his support for Zhao Chengcheng far surpassed the assistance Zhao Chengcheng provided him. Though merely a few high-grade Earth Spirit pills, they held greater value than anything Zhao Chengcheng had ever given him. Thus, Yang Chao procured 3 Earth Spirit pills for Zhao Chengcheng, retaining 15 for himself. He could not afford to part with these remaining pills, as both he and his brother were striving toward the Earth Soul realm, and they would undoubtedly be needed. One must exercise prudence when offering assistance. Ensuring one's own interests is paramount. Otherwise, such actions become not kindness but folly. After parting ways with Zhao Chengcheng, Yang Shu and Zhao Wuji arrived with 2 guests to see Yang Chao. Upon seeing them, Yang Chao was filled with joy. The 2 guests were Zhang Cheng and Yin Xianxia. As the host, Yang Chao was eager to extend a warm welcome. Coincidentally, this caught Zhao Tai's attention, prompting him to offer to host a feast in honor of the 2 young visitors from Huolong village. Zhao Tai, aware of the events that had transpired between these 2 and Yang Chao during the Newing Society, showed great respect for them. He organized a luncheon, inviting the younger members of the Zhao family to join. As they gathered around the table, they were graced by the presence of the renowned swordsman Wu Ji, the ethereal Zhao Yujing, and the charming Yang Shu. Both Zhang Qing and Yin Qianzi were taken aback by the esteemed company. However, Yin Qianzi always flirted with Yang Chao, her demeanor and conduct quite generous. Sitting together, they often leaned against each other, which irked Zhao Yoshin immensely. "Second miss, you could be a bit friendlier towards me. I don't believe I've wronged you in any way." Yin Qianzi, being straightforward, noticed Zhao Yoshin's expression and spoke candidly. Zhao Yoshin, taken aback by Yin Qianzi's unexpected words, awkwardly retorted, "I treat everyone the same. Is that so? As a woman, I can certainly empathize with another woman's feelings." With that, Yin Qianzi rested her head on Yang Chao's shoulder and teased, "Are you interested in Yang Chao? If so, why not confess? If you don't take the initiative, I might just make a move on this younger brother." Zhao Yoshin, lacking Yin Qianzi's boldness, blushed and hastily set down her utensils before fleeing. Laughter erupted around the table. Yang Chao, arms crossed, stated earnestly, "While I may be a delectable dish, I am not something that anyone can indulge in at will. Let me clarify. I am a dish of principles." Yin Qianzi burst into hearty laughter, wrapping her arm around Yang Chao's neck and playfully jostling him, exclaiming, "Xiao Chao, you are simply delightful. I am determined to savor this dish." Despite Yang Chao's formidable strength compared to Yin Qianzi, he found no desire to resist under her playful hold. Instead, he mused, It seems this girl's bosom has grown a bit since before." After toasting and exchanging pleasantries, they naturally transitioned to business matters. It turned out that after Yang Chao fainted during the New Hero Conference, Yang Shu, Zhao Wuji, and Zhang Cheng had arranged for Zhang Cheng's father to refine the obsidian war spear, crafting a new 3-star soul weapon. Zhang Cheng readily agreed. When Yang Chao had yet to determine a victor against Lu Ying, he had chosen to align himself with the Zhao family. After Yang Chao emerged victorious, strengthening ties with the Zhao family became even more imperative. Everyone understood that two tigers could not coexist on the same mountain. Although the Zhao and Lu families had maintained a balance for many years, the day would inevitably come when one would emerge victorious. When that day arrived, the power dynamics in Jiulong Town would surely be reshuffled. Being on the right side would lead to prosperity, while being on the wrong side would spell disaster. Both Zhang Qing and Yin Qianzi were astute individuals and fully grasped this truth. Thus, Yang Chao, Yang Shu, and Zhao Wuji accepted the invitation to Huolong Village. As one of the two prominent families in Jiulong Town, the Zhao family had extended a commendable welcome to Zhang Qing and Yin Qianzi. Yet it paled in comparison to the hospitality shown to Yang Chao and his companions by Huolong Village. Though merely a small village with limited resources, their sincerity and enthusiasm were boundless. They provided the finest food, the best accommodations, and wherever they went, they were surrounded by enthusiastic crowds. Even the village chief's assistant discreetly inquired whether Yang Shu and Zhao Wuji needed any special services. "Don't underestimate our small village. We have our fair share of offerings." As for Yang Chao, it was not merely because he was a child, but rather because Yin Qianzi had already claimed a special affection for him. And thus the village officials dared not make any arrangements for him. In summary, during the days when Zhang Cheng's father was forging a new 3-star soul weapon for him, Yang Chao and his companions experienced a level of hospitality that they had never encountered even in the Zhao family. After witnessing the weapons he crafted, Zhao Wuji was exceedingly pleased and confidently entrusted the Dark War Spear to him. After refining the Dark War Spear, Zhang's father, adhering to the material specifications requested by Zhao Wuji, astonishingly found that nearly half remained. Yang Shu, seizing the opportunity, requested Zhang's father to forge 3 sword darts for him. Naturally, Zhao Wuji raised no objections, as the Dark War Spear was originally seized together with Yang Shu. Once settled, Zhang's father commenced his work, promising Zhao Wuji and Yang Shu that he would complete it within a week at the most. Thus, the three remained, eagerly anticipating the birth of the 3-star soul weapon. Following the tense atmosphere of the New England Conference, life seemed to return to its ordinary pace. As dusk fell, a mist enveloped the town of Jiulong, where rain began to pour. The rain washed over the ground, releasing wisps of vapor that thickened the fog. If the denizens of Jiulong Town were to compare the two prominent families, the Zhao residence would be regarded as the royal palace of Jiulong, while the Lu residence undoubtedly represented its imperial court. The architecture was grand, the decor lavish. From the 12 golden stone lions flanking the entrance to the Tinjiang tall artificial hills and the 10-acre lake, it epitomized opulence in Jiulong Town. Lu Xiang was an individual who relished enjoyment, both on a spiritual and material level, never willing to fall behind. at least within Jiolong Town. He aspired to be the foremost. In this era, barring significant calamities, the average lifespan was around 70 years. Entering the Earth Soul Realm could extend life by a decade, and advancing to the Fire Soul Realm could grant another 10 years. Lu Xiang had reached the pinnacle of the Earth Soul Realm, and with good fortune. Should he enter the Fire Soul Realm, he could live to 90. Therefore, he estimated that he had at least 20 more years to enjoy. And every moment of those 20 years was to be cherished. The three individuals he held dear were his offspring, all of whom were sole patrons in the Earth Soul Realm. His eldest son, Lu Wangcheng, his eldest daughter, Lu Wangfei, and his youngest son, Lu Wangzi. He also had another son, Lu Wangfu, the elder brother of Lu Wangzi, who had been grievously injured 5 years ago during the decisive battle against the Zhao family. Rendered a cripple, and was no longer involved in family affairs. The study had been silent for a considerable time until Lu Xiang finally broke the stillness, asking, "I have heard that Ying has awakened. How is he faring?" Lu Wancheng, being Lu Ying's biological father, promptly replied, "Though Ying's injuries are serious. With a few days of recuperation, he should be fine." And his emotional state? This was what Lu Xiang was most concerned about. It mattered little if one faced failure. What truly worried him was the inability to rise again after such a fall. His second son, Lu Wangfu, remained an everlasting source of sorrow in his heart. In truth, had Lu Wangfu been cooperative, with a bit more investment and effort, there might still have been a chance for his recovery. However, Lu Wangfu had grown despondent, withdrawing from family matters, which had been a persistent source of anxiety for Lu Xiang. Thus, he feared that Lu Ying might succumb to the same despair as his second uncle. Lu Wancheng replied, "His emotional state is better than I had anticipated." After becoming a sole guest, his state of mind became even more tranquil than before. This recent setback did not significantly impact him. Lu Xiang exhaled, declaring, "All resources at home that can be mobilized, whatever Ying requires, shall be provided without exception. Let him swiftly acclimate to the power of the Earth Soul Realm and become the backbone of our family." Understood, Lu Wancheng nodded. Following a brief moment of relaxation, Lu Xiang's demeanor grew serious once more as he remarked, "The matter concerning Ying is now behind us. Other issues pale in comparison. However, there is one matter that must be addressed." "Please, my lord, command me," Lu Wancheng replied. Lu Xiang had established numerous rules. The servants of the household were required to kneel before him, and his children could not directly address him as father, but rather must refer to him as my lord father. Yang Chao is a source of trouble. You all understand what must be done, correct? Chapter 051. The detection of the floating life ring. Upon Lu Xiang's utterance, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the study. Lu Wancheng raised an eyebrow slightly and solemnly remarked, "Father, he is merely a child. Furthermore, he does not bear the surname Zhao. He is ultimately not of that family. His reputation precedes him, and his prowess surpasses all the younger members of the Zhao clan. If we choose to disregard him, the children, driven by rivalry, may very well turn against each other." Lu Wangfei, a woman marked by a prominent red birthmark on one side of her face, was not unattractive. Her skin was radiant and supple, embodying a mature allure. Though she had no children of her own, she had been married several times. However, all her husbands had perished, and each met their end at her hands. The reasons behind these tragedies remained a mystery, known only to the 4 individuals in the study and that useless second brother. With a smile, she cast a glance at Lu Wancheng, her voice sultry as she said, "Elder brother, ever since Ingwe's death, have you become so benevolent?" Father is correct. That Yang Chao is a menace. He has already reached the 10th level of body refinement. If he becomes a sole guest, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to act against him. If we are to eliminate him, we must do so swiftly. Lu Wangzi's complexion was pale, not from emotion, but due to his naturally fair skin. As Lu Chao's biological father, he concurred with Lu Xiang's perspective and, in a neutral tone, stated, "If elder brother disagrees, then I shall handle it myself." Lu Wancheng closed his eyes, his voice turning icy as he interjected, "Wangfei, must you continually strike at my wounds? You need not invoking her in this matter. Am I mistaken?" Lu Wangfei retorted, standing firm against Lu Wancheng. "You are my elder brother, hence my concern. I do not wish for you to become like this. Those who achieve greatness must speak again, and I shall strike you as I did in our youth." Lu Wancheng replied coolly. Lu Wangfei was momentarily taken aback, her fist clenching with a cracking sound, yet she found herself powerless against her elder brother. "Enough. You two need not quarrel any longer," Lu Xiang exclaimed, his face flushed with anger as he addressed Lu Wangfei. "And you, why raise such matters? What purpose does it serve? Inger has not perished. She is now a sole guest, our family's pride. Lu Xiang then turned to Lu Wangcheng, his demeanor softened, clearly still placing his utmost trust in this eldest son. Wangcheng, your sister speaks truth, that Yang Chao must not be spared. He has already bested Yang, who has entered the Earth's soul realm. If he ascends to become a soul guest, the implications are too daunting to contemplate. The Zhao family is currently in its prime, with Zhao Wuji, Zhao Yujing, and Yangshu on the rise. If we allow them to become soul guests, our Lu family will be rendered obsolete. Strike first, or suffer the consequences. We must eliminate Yang Chao, then Yang Shu, and subsequently wage war against the Zhao clan. The declaration startled Lu Wangcheng and the others. Lu Wangcheng inquired gravely, Father, have you resolved to declare war? Lu Xiang nodded. My unease grows. If we do not take action soon, we may find ourselves on the receiving end of an assault. Very well, I concur with your decision, Father. The expression on Princess Lu's face betrayed a sanguine excitement as she inquired, Father, when shall we commence the war? Allow me to enter the Fire Soul realm first. From tomorrow onwards, I shall enter seclusion, and within a maximum of 6 months, I will assuredly attain the Fire Soul realm. Excellent. Princess Lu clapped her hands in enthusiasm, a broad smile gracing her lips. I have long awaited this proclamation from you, Father. Once you emerge from seclusion, we shall uproot the Zhao family entirely. And then the entirety of Jiolong Town will be ours. After a few years of recuperation, we can advance towards Sioux City, striving to secure our position there as well. Pausing momentarily, Lu Xiang inquired, who among you will handle the matter concerning Yang Chao? Prince Lu stood from his chair, volunteering, Father. Allow me to take charge. Akeo has recruited a former servant of the Zhao family, who possesses intricate knowledge of their affairs and still has connections within the Zhao household. He mentioned that Yang Chao is currently residing in Fire Dragon Village, presenting us with an opportune moment to act. Who else will accompany you? Yangshu and Zhao Wuji. Prince Lu nodded, a pale hue finally gracing his countenance. It seemed that color only deigned to surface when he was on the verge of taking a life. He affirmed, Yes, Father. Princess, you shall accompany the prince. Prince Lu expressed surprise. They are merely youngsters. I can manage this alone. There is no need to trouble my elder sister. Lu Xiang shook his head. Yang Chao is quite treacherous, and Zhao Wuji is inscrutable, while Yang Shu's abilities remain a mystery. Although you possess a higher cultivation level, it is unwise to proceed without assistance. Let your elder sister accompany you and lend her support, shall we? How could I dare? If elder sister joins, I shall naturally heed her commands. Prince Lu turned, bowing to Princess Lu. She chuckled lightly, enough with the fuss. We are both in the mid-stage of the Earth-Soul realm. There is no disparity in strength between us. Let us heed Father's wishes, and I shall assist you. All shall be at elder sister's command. Prince Lu bowed once more, their exchanges filled with playful banter, yet Princess Lu remained unbothered, affectionately linking her arm with his, demonstrating their close bond. Very well, off you go. Tomorrow I shall enter seclusion, and all household matters will be managed by Wang Cheng. May the day of your father's emergence coincide with my entry into the Fire Soul realm. Yin Xianxia was an exceedingly proactive young woman, particularly in her pursuit of the object of her affections. Her enthusiasm for Yang Chao surpassed the customary hospitality a host extends to a distinguished guest. Each night, she called upon Yang Chao to gaze at the stars. In truth, the stars above Fire Dragon Village bore little difference to those above Jiolong Town, as the two locales were merely a day's journey apart. Nevertheless, Yin Xianxia firmly believed that the stars in Fire Dragon Village were exceptionally beautiful and deemed it essential to share this celestial spectacle with her esteemed visitor, Yang Chao. Yang Chao found it difficult to decline her invitation, for Yin Xianxia was so fervent that every moment spent in her company felt akin to being enveloped in flames, rendering even the coldest of hearts, like his, melted by her warmth. Moreover, Yang Chao relished the time spent with Yin Xianxia. Her spirited nature, though vibrant, was never overwhelming, effortlessly uplifting their spirits in each other's presence. Whenever the two were together, they experienced great joy. In the evening, after indulging in the sumptuous banquet arranged by the village chief, Yang Chao calculated that there remained an hour until Yin Xianxia would invite him to stargaze. Consequently, he chose to remain in his room to attend to his own matters. Unlike the Zhao family, there were no books prepared for his daily reading, so Yang Chao sought other pursuits. For instance, he engaged in refining the silver light stones acquired from the demon cave, and he studied the floating life rings. Among other projects, the new insights gained from the young dragon were substantial, as he had anticipated. The silver light stones proved to be superior even to the weeping blood spirit mushroom. Under the young dragon's refinement, these silver light stones transformed into high-quality 3-star soul pills. A single 3-star soul pill derived from a weeping blood spirit mushroom had enabled Xianxia to successfully break through to the 9th level of body shaping. And with over 100 silver light stones in his floating life ring, each capable of being refined into a 3-star soul pill, he anticipated producing more than 100 of them in total. His plan was to bestow 20 pills each upon Yangshu and Zhaowuji, contribute another 20 to the Zhao family, and retain 60 or 70 for himself. The worth of these 20 superior 3-star soul pills alone surpassed all the material benefits Zhao Changcheng had provided to Yangshu. It could be said that Yangshu no longer relied on the Zhao family. Rather, the Zhao family was rapidly advancing thanks to Yangshu's efforts. It is noteworthy that these superior 3-star soul pills are immensely beneficial for those in the soil soul realm, and for individuals like Zhao Yujing and Zhao Wei, who are in the body-shaping realm. They are akin to miraculous elixirs. Of course, the young dragon's capacity for refinement is not limitless. His method involves consuming the stones and subsequently regurgitating the soul pills. Once satiated, he cannot consume more, and thus cannot produce additional soul pills. Seated on a small stool beside the tea table, Yangshu casually rested his left hand on the bamboo surface of the table. With a flicker of his mental energy, the floating life ring emitted a soft glow, and 5 silver light stones materialized before him. The young dragon leaped onto the table and inhaled deeply before witnessing a dense stream of silver energy emanate from the stones, which he promptly absorbed. This process repeated until the 5 silver light stones were depleted, leaving the young dragon's belly significantly swollen. The now lifeless stones lay on the table, indistinguishable from 5 peculiar ordinary rocks. This represented the young dragon's current meal capacity, with a maximum of 3 meals a day, thus allowing for the refinement of 15 3-star soul pills at most daily. However, Yangshu felt no anxiety. As the young dragon absorbed the essence from the silver light stones, his body gradually grew, and his demeanor transformed. The larger the young dragon became, the more his appetite would increase, leading to an ever-growing number of soul pills produced. This was a positive cycle. Furthermore, for Yangshu at present, being able to refine 15 3-star soul pills daily was already sufficient, not to mention whether the materials could keep pace, even if they could. Yangshu himself could not consume 15 pills a day. As for the floating life ring, after 5 days of study, he had yet to yield any significant results. His cultivation level was insufficient, and his mental power limited. He could not dare to leave his mental energy within the floating life ring for too long, thus only probing a small area each day. Although Zhao Qinsheng had already conducted a thorough exploration, Yangshu did not harbor any mistrust towards him. Rather, he believed that luck played a crucial role in such endeavors. Discovering something is not solely dependent on one's prowess, but rather on the fortuitous circumstances one encounters. Yangshu was determined not to overlook any opportunity, and thus he resolved to make an attempt. Within the realm of his spiritual probing, the space inside the floating life ring appeared vast and boundless, seemingly confirming Zhao Chengqing's assertion of its 100-acre expanse. Each day, Yangshu could only sustain his mental exploration of 20 acres before becoming fatigued. In 5 days, he had meticulously surveyed every inch of the space, which remained shrouded in a gray haze. Should one place an object within the ring, it would levitate in the air. Upon entering the space with his spiritual energy, Yangshu beheld dozens of unrefined silver light stones hovering before him. Today marked his final determination to investigate the interior of the floating life ring. As he aimed to leisurely traverse its edges and conduct a meticulous re-examination, hoping to uncover any anomalies. At this juncture, it was imperative that Yangshu remained undisturbed. He locked the door from within and appointed Xiaolong as his guardian. Having already expelled 5 3-star soul pills, Xiaolong felt fulfilled and energetically embraced this task with confidence. The space within the floating life ring appeared unchanged, devoid of any peculiarities. Yangshu continued to probe the periphery with utmost care, driven by a flicker of hope. He believed that if he diligently fulfilled his responsibilities, he would harbor no regrets. The greatest misfortune would be to inadequately scrutinize and allow something that rightfully belonged to him to slip away. Perhaps it was Yangshu's caution and unwavering dedication that caught the attention of fate, or perhaps this opportunity was inherently his. He ultimately discerned some peculiarities within the floating life ring space. Chapter 052, The Demon Tower of Floating Life. In the past, he often traversed vast expanses, calculating the area of the space and surveying it from a bird's-eye perspective. However, today he meticulously examined the periphery, discovering a gleaming point of light at a considerable distance along the edge. The overall hue of the space was gray, and the light emitted a white radiance, which had gone unnoticed during previous explorations. Xianxia observed that these white points were distributed in a remarkably orderly fashion, and it was this very pattern that captivated him. Now, as the master of the floating life ring, Xianxia was akin to a deity within its realm, commanding everything contained within. Approaching the luminous point, he focused his mental energy, directing it into the light. Although this would accelerate the depletion of his mental strength, such a sacrifice was deemed essential for the sake of discovery. After meticulously probing the perimeter, he indeed found that a complete circle of these light points existed. By the time Xianxia infused his mental energy into all of them, he was utterly exhausted. Yet, at that moment, the light points began to transform. Points of light emerged from the edges of the space, rising gracefully like luminous moons in the gray expanse. Once they reached a certain height, they ceased their ascent and simultaneously projected beams of milky white light toward the center of the space. These beams were pure and sanctified. A mere glance evoked a profound sense of righteousness. Fortunately, Xianxia was an innocent soul, untainted by malevolence. Had a nefarious individual witnessed this radiance, they would likely succumb to madness, their essence consumed by the light. Entranced, Xianxia watched as the beams converged in the center, coalescing into a tangible mass of white light that abruptly flickered. Within this vast expanse, nearly covering 10 acres, an immense tower materialized. The tower, standing 10 stories tall, loomed high above, requiring Xianxia, as a deity of this space, to tilt his head back to gaze upon its pinnacle. However, the tower was not yet substantial. It existed merely as a faint illusion. Nevertheless, Xianxia immediately felt an unprecedented aura of demonic energy enveloping him. The air crackled with malevolence. Yet these dark energies were unable to escape the confines of the space or harm Xianxia's spirit. Enveloped by the righteous white light, all demonic forces were rendered impotent, merely swirling and lingering around the 10-story tower. What is this? Xianxia nearly exclaimed. At that moment, a dark point at the tower's apex grew increasingly larger in his sight, exuding a murderous intent as it charged directly toward him. The white beams that contained the demonic energy paid no heed to this dark entity, allowing it to launch an assault on Xianxia. This is dire. Xianxia recognized the peril. His mental strength was in a weakened state, rendering him incapable of resistance. If struck, he would not only face death, but risk becoming a fool. Just as the urgency peaked, another crimson point emerged in his line of sight, shielding his mental energy and deflecting the oncoming dark entity. Vile creature, with this protector present, you shall not harm my master. Xianxia's mouth fell agape in astonishment as he beheld that the red light was none other than the little dragon. To everyone's astonishment, the little dragon suddenly spoke in human language. The dark spot continued to advance rapidly, and as it drew nearer, it became evident that it was a swirling orb of black energy. The surface of the sphere was enveloped by countless strands of black wind, whirling with such speed and density that the contents of the orb remained obscured. As the energy sphere approached Xianxia, he felt an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a mountain. In fact, he perceived that the strain exerted by this black energy sphere was even greater than that imposed by Liu Ying's blood sacrifice during the New England event. He was unaware of what this entity was, but he instinctively understood that should he be struck by this energy sphere, his mental fortitude would shatter instantaneously, leaving him in a state akin to idiocy. He was certain that the force manipulating this energy sphere was far more formidable than Liu Ying. At that moment, the little dragon standing before Xianxia let out an enraged roar, its fur bristling and glowing a fiery red, each strand resembling a sharp crimson needle. The energy sphere abruptly halted. In response, a wail emanated from within the sphere, and all murderous intent dissipated as it obediently hovered before the little dragon. Xianxia stood in stunned silence. Although the little dragon's identity was shrouded in mystery, it appeared to possess no real power at that moment. Yet, this being, evidently stronger than Liu Ying, was cowed by a mere utterance from it. Furthermore, what was this floating demon suppression tower? How had the little dragon suddenly acquired the ability to speak? In short, Xianxia was beset by an overwhelming multitude of questions. Reveal your true form, the little dragon commanded. The black wind swirling around the surface of the energy sphere gradually slowed, then ceased entirely, merging seamlessly with the murky gray of the surrounding space. It was then that Xianxia discerned the true nature of the entity within the energy sphere, a colossal black bear. No, it was not entirely accurate to call it a bear, for although it bore the head and paws of a bear, its body was unmistakably human-like, clad in armor reminiscent of that worn by humans. Standing beside the giant bear, the little dragon appeared insignificant, yet when it gazed up at the bear, the creature's eyes reflected a profound reverence. The black bear lowered its head before the little dragon, speaking humbly, "I was unaware of the Tower Master's arrival. If I have caused any offense, I implore you to mete out your punishment." "Your name is Bear Hug?" "Indeed, Master of the Tower," the bear replied, its demeanor respectful, its round eyes gazing earnestly at the little dragon, much like a child addressing a parent. "This name was bestowed upon me by Lord Floating Life himself many years ago. You are a small demon collected by Lord Floating Life, are you not? How old are you?" "I am but 500 years old, and I have yet to fully attain human form." "Maintain your own path. There is no need to be fixated on achieving human form." Bear Hug nodded and inquired, "Master of the Tower, may I ask which generation you belong to? Are you of the second or third generation?" The little dragon shook its head, replying, "I do not know. Upon entering the Floating Life Ring, all I retained were memories of the Demon Suppression Tower. Everything else eludes me." The bear's expression shifted in surprise. "Could it be that Master Wukong has met with misfortune? As your progenitor, he must have left the essence of his memories within your mind before his demise." Little Dragon nodded and said, "It should be this way. I have only just been born, yet my mind is filled with fragmented memories." "Indeed." Bear Hug replied with a courteous gesture towards Little Dragon. "From now on, I entrust the management of the Demon Suppression Tower to you, esteemed Tower Master." Little Dragon turned to gaze at the projection of Xianxia's spiritual energy within the floating life ring space, stating, "He is my master and the heir to my mother's legacy. By a twist of fate, he has also acquired the divine soul artifact of my mother's master, Lord Floating Life. This is destiny. Even if I become the Tower Master, the Floating Life Demon Suppression Tower shall remain under his command." Bear Hug's eyes filled with reverence as he looked at Xianxia, humbly declaring, "Since he is the heir of Tower Master Wukong, he is indeed our Lord. From now on, Bear Hug will heed the commands of our Lord and the Tower Master." The Floating Life Demon Suppression Tower now stood empty, with only you, the guardian spirit of the tower. This is fate. Henceforth, you shall be the Deputy Tower Master. Both my master and I shall focus on our cultivation, and the affairs of the Demon Suppression Tower will require your diligent attention. "Really? You want me to be the Deputy Tower Master of this Demon Suppression Tower?" Bear Hug asked in disbelief. Little Dragon nodded. Bear Hug's excitement surged, his round, glistening eyes sparkling with joy. For Bear Hug, this felt like a dream from another era, reflecting on the time when he was merely a small spirit, and even now, at just 500 years old, he found himself appointed as the Deputy Tower Master of the Floating Life Demon Suppression Tower. The Floating Life Demon Suppression Tower, the divine soul artifact that Lord Gui High Floating Life never parted with. He recalled scenes from 500 years ago, when the tower suppressed an army of 100,000 demons, countless souled-in realm beings who were compelled to obey the Tower Master's commands, serving Lord Gui High Floating Life. Being the Tower Master, even as a deputy, was an immensely prestigious affair. However, times have changed now. The Floating Life Demon Suppression Tower housed not a single Earth Soul realm entity. Little Dragon perceived Bear Hug's despondence and confidently reassured him. "My master is the pride of this era, born of the fortunes of heaven and earth, and he may yet surpass Lord Floating Life. Worry not, simply fulfill your responsibilities. For my master will elevate the realm of the Floating Life Ring, restore the Floating Life Demon Suppression Tower, and the number of demons beneath the tower will increase. There will come a time for you to display your might." Bear Hug's face flushed, and he awkwardly lowered his head. Little Dragon scrutinized Bear Hug closely and noticed his pitch-black figure, dull fur lacking luster, exuding an air of lifelessness and vitality. He could not help but ask, "Bear Hug, has your power been confined? With a new master arriving, should there still be cause for concern?" Little Dragon turned to face the projection of Xianxia, suddenly darting into Xianxia's abdomen. In the next moment, Xianxia, who was meditating in the room, felt a tremor in his body as the golden soul power seed within his energy sea quivered slightly. A strand of golden light floated out and entered the floating life ring space, swiftly penetrating Bear Hug's mind. In the next instant, a burst of golden light blossomed above Bear Hug's head, spreading from top to bottom, and his body regained its hue. Astonishingly, like Little Dragon, he transformed into a massive bear adorned with fiery red fur. The transformation from monochrome to vibrant color bestowed upon the bear embraced the semblance of a second life, invigorating both its strength and aura significantly. The bear, tightening its paw, joyously exclaimed, "My power has been restored. Thank you, my lord." Without delay, it knelt before Xianxia's projection. Xianxia, intrigued, did not refuse and inquired, "Bear Embrace, what level of cultivation do you possess?" Kneeling, the bear responded, "Reporting to my lord, I am at the initial stage of the Fire Soul Realm." The mention of the Fire Soul Realm startled Xianxia, as he found himself in disbelief, realizing that he had tamed a spirit of such caliber. It was worth noting that even Zhao Chenqing and Lu Xiong had yet to achieve the Fire Soul Realm. Little Dragon interjected, "Master, your mental strength is waning. It is time to exit." At that moment, a dazzling orb of myriad colors burst forth from the Demon Suppression Tower, entering Little Dragon's brow. With delight, Little Dragon proclaimed, "This is the essence of memory left by my mother, the body-soul technique ape demon lifting cauldron." Sensing Xiao's apprehensions, Little Dragon continued, "I consume these silver light stones daily, and the refined soul pills will be placed outside the Demon Suppression Tower, accessible whenever you wish. Should you acquire any spiritual herbs, simply cast them into the floating life ring, and I shall consume them myself." Gasping for breath, he surveyed his surroundings, feeling as though all that had transpired was but a dream. He was drenched in sweat. It is time for a bath. For Xiao, bathing was the ultimate form of relaxation. He reclined in a wooden tub filled with warm water, and as his spirit began to rejuvenate, he could not resist calling upon Little Dragon from the floating life ring. After all, he was beset with numerous inquiries. "Little Dragon, how is it that you can suddenly speak?" "Master, my cultivation was insufficient. I could only speak within the floating life ring. Unless I reach the Earth Soul Realm, I shall remain silent when I emerge." "Who exactly are you? What is your true identity?" This was the question that weighed heavily on Xiao's mind. "To be honest, I am uncertain. The knowledge I possess comes solely from the essence of memory bestowed by my mother. However, this memory is incomplete. I ponder whether my mother had more than one child and divided the memories among them." Suddenly, Xiao recalled the enormous ape that entrusted him with the care of 5 little monkeys. From Little Dragon's words, he deduced that the giant ape must have divided the memory essence into 5 parts, with each little monkey inheriting one, leaving Little Dragon with only a fragment, thus rendering its recollection incomplete. Little Dragon added, "I vaguely remember some matters concerning my mother and Lord Floating Life. Lord Floating Life was my mother's master, much like you were mine. In the past, Lord Floating Life crafted the Demon Suppression Tower, appointing my mother as its master, commanding an army of 100,000 demons." 100,000 demons? Xiao gasped in astonishment. What exactly is this treasure known as the Demon Suppression Tower? Chapter 053, The Earth as the Chopping Board. The sky is the knife. The Demon Suppression Tower of the Floating Life Ring is its very essence. In bygone days, the Floating Life Ring was a divine-grade soul artifact, surpassing the 10-star soul artifacts in its magnificence. The space within the ring constituted a world unto itself, capable of housing 10 entire continents. Master Floating Life was among the most formidable beings in existence, harboring deep-seated distrust towards all mortals. Thus, he forged the Demon Suppression Tower within the Floating Life Ring, specifically to capture and contain formidable demonic entities, subjugating them for his own purposes. The might of the Floating Life's Demon Suppression Tower was boundless, ultimately subduing an army of 100,000 demons. He commanded my mother to lead this vast demonic force, wreaking havoc across the realms of immortals and the underworld alike. What tremendous power this must have been. Xiao's astonishment was beyond words, his voice quivering as he said, "From what you describe, your mother is the Wukong spoken of by Bear Hug, the very giant ape I encountered on the mountaintop. He has fallen. What of Master Floating Life?" Little Dragon replied with a hint of regret, "I am unaware of that. I possess no memory of that matter. However, my mother has passed away, and the Floating Life Ring has devolved into a 3-star soul artifact, wandering the mortal realm. The demons within the tower have all escaped. It is likely that Master Floating Life has also met with misfortune. Such a powerful figure, commanding an army of 100,000 demons, could indeed face adversity?" Xiao marveled. "What a tremendous price must one pay to contend against heaven and earth. From the memories I possess, it is evident that Master Floating Life was a soul unwilling to be confined by the boundaries of existence. Thus, his survival in this world would render him intolerable to the heavens, a being unaccepted by the cosmos, no matter how formidable, even with 1,000,000 demons at their command. How could they prevail? Ultimately, They would be ground to dust by the very forces they sought to defy. The earth serves as the chopping board. The sky is the knife. Every creature between heaven and earth is but fish and meat, subject to the whims of the cosmos. The earth serves as the chopping board. The sky is the knife. Every creature between heaven and earth is but fish and meat, subject to the whims of the cosmos. Xianxia murmured these words, suddenly rising from the wooden tub, exclaiming, I understand. I have grasped Master Floating Life's aspiration. A voice of confusion echoed in Xianxia's spirit, Master. What do you comprehend of Master Floating Life's ambition? Master Floating Life's aspiration is to set the earth as the chopping board and wield the heavenly knife to carve the fish and meat. Xianxia's eyes sparkled with admiration as he proclaimed, Magnificent, truly magnificent. Such an extraordinary ambition. Unwilling to remain on the earth's chopping board, unwilling to gaze up at the heavenly knife, unwilling to be mere fish and meat of the cosmos, then one must soar through the skies and traverse the earth, transcending the confines of existence to become the one wielding the knife. Such an aspiration, such ambition, it is beyond the reach of any earthly sovereign. This Master Floating Life. His dream is to become the master of heaven and earth. Perhaps, Master, Little Dragon's voice carried a note of concern. Wary of Xianxia being influenced by the spirit of the returning Floating Life, you should remain grounded in your cultivation. Do not dwell too much on these matters. Be cautious of falling into obsession. Indeed, Xianxia nodded, yet his heart brimmed with uncontainable excitement. He tenderly caressed the floating life ring, astonished that this seemingly inconsequential 3-star soul artifact was, in fact, a treasure of remarkable caliber, a divine-grade soul artifact. He had never even heard of such a thing before, although it was merely a 3-star soul artifact at present. Xiaolong had assured him that both the Floating Life Demon Suppression Tower and the Floating Life Ring could be restored, with the potential to ascend to divine-grade status. Xianxia was puzzled and inquired, Xiaolong, given that Master Floating Life is so renowned, the Floating Life Ring must also carry significant prestige. How did the Sioux City organizers decide to offer this ring as a prize? Xiaolong replied, Before I divulge this to you, did you know who Master Floating Life was? Did you understand what the Floating Life Ring was? I did not. Precisely, Xiaolong elucidated. Master Floating Life is not from the realm of Shenzhou, but hails from another province beyond it. He had already cultivated to great power in that province before commencing his resistance against the celestial and underworld realms. In the true world of soul patrons, his reputation is formidable. However, in the mortal realm, few are aware of him. Moreover, in a small place like Sioux City, it is unlikely anyone knows the true significance of the Floating Life Ring. Had it not been for its status as a 3-star soul artifact, it might have been dismissed as an ordinary storage soul artifact and sold at a meager price. Xiaolong continued. Look at the ancient script inscribed on the Floating Life Ring. It is the language of Master Floating Life's homeland, literally meaning Floating Life Ring. Were it not for someone knowledgeable in that script translating it, the people of Sioux City might not even recognize the name Floating Life Ring. Master, you are a person born of the fortune of heaven and earth. Not only are you the heir to my mother's legacy, but now, having obtained the Floating Life Ring, you are also the successor of Master Floating Life. Your life is destined to extend far beyond this modest Jiulong town. Your horizons are boundless. You must remember not to concern yourself too much with the trivialities of human affairs, but to devote your energy to the continual enhancement of your strength. As one born of heavenly fortune, you possess unparalleled luck, but also face unimaginable tribulations. You must always be prepared to confront one calamity after another. Xianxia solemnly nodded, affirming, I understand. Xiaolong, you must also intensify your training. We shall fight side by side, ensuring we are better equipped to navigate any challenges that arise. Indeed, Xiaolong replied, with the ape demon lifting cauldron, I should be able to enter the Earth Soul realm within a month. Xianxia nearly toppled into the water, exclaiming, entering the Earth Soul realm in less than a month. That is quite the exaggeration. In my essence of memory, I possess recollections of my mother's cultivation journey. She transitioned from the body sculpting first layer to the Earth Soul realm in just over 20 days. I believe I shall not lag far behind. That's astonishing, truly astonishing. Compared to you, my brother and I barely qualify as geniuses. We are merely snails in comparison. Xianxia sighed. In comparing ourselves to others, one can only feel despondent. Master, I'm not human. Thus, you need not feel inferior. In this world, humans are inherently the weaker beings. Xianxia nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xiaolong's perspective that indeed, humans are weak. Yet, he pondered, If one were to become the wielder of the blade, would they still remain a weakling? Little dragon, since you address me as your master, I have a request that you must fulfill. Please, command me. From now on, do not call me master. Then what shall I call you? Refer to me as brother. All along, I have regarded you as a younger sibling. We are family. Very well, brother Xiaoqiao. See, that sounds much more pleasant. This exchange with Little Dragon profoundly impacted xianxia, almost as if it unveiled an entirely new world to him. He harbored no doubts about Little Dragon's words. For the demon-suppressing tower within the floating life pendant stood as undeniable proof. Moreover, the humble demeanor of the bear demon from the fire soul realm lingered vividly in his mind. It was unfathomable that a soul guest from the fire soul realm would address him as my lord. Adjusting his posture, he slowly closed his eyes. Leaning against the edge of the wooden tub, allowing the warm water to caress his skin, releasing his exhaustion through his pores. In this state, xianxia felt a drowsy sensation wash over him. However, someone seemed intent on disrupting his tranquility, just as he was on the verge of slumber. Shouts echoed from outside. "Xianxia, where are you?" As these calls grew louder, he could also hear the sound of the wooden door being kicked open. It drew closer. Bang! At last, the door to xianxia's room was forcefully flung open, and Xianxia burst in, exclaiming joyfully, "Xianxia, there you are." "Yes, I am bathing. You knew I was coming to call you to stargaze. Why are you bathing at this hour?" Xianxia approached the tub, resting her arms on its edge, gazing with amusement at xianxia's bare chest above the water's surface, saying, "Could it be? You were hoping?" "I wasn't thinking of anything." Xianxia quickly lowered himself, allowing only his head to remain above the water. The water, however, was crystal clear and under the light. One could see the distorted outline of his body beneath the surface. Noticing Xianxia curiously peering underwater, xianxia felt a wave of discomfort and said, "I finished bathing. Please wait for me outside. I'll be done shortly." "Finished already?" Xianxia stood up, placing her hand on her belt, appearing poised to undo it, and remarked, "I was planning to bathe with you. This tub is large enough for both of us." Xianxia swallowed hard, his mind conjuring an image of Xianxia disrobing. Naturally, this was merely his imagination. "Xianxia, are we moving too swiftly? I am not yet prepared." "It's not too fast. As long as I like you, and you like me, we can do it any time." No, at least not here." "Why not here? What if someone arrives?" Xianxia snapped her fingers and said, "I understand. You're bathing now to keep me outside. Xianxia, you are truly romantic." Under the starry sky, on the grass. "All right, I shall go bathe too." As she spoke, Xianxia turned to leave. xianxia hurriedly called out, Wait. That's not what I meant. I'm not what you imagine." "Ha." Xianxia burst into laughter, closing the door behind her. She called out from outside, "You truly are an amusing little boy. I was merely teasing you. A little brother, indeed, yet so shy." xianxia's face flushed crimson from her playful taunt, and he impulsively leapt from the wooden barrel, his bare body exposed as he shouted at the door, "Who is the little boy? Who calls me that?" "Xianxia. You underestimate me. I am no child. I am a man. If you dare, come in and try me. I shall handle you." With a resounding kick, the door swung open once more. Xianxia's gaze fixated on xianxia's physique, deliberately lingering on certain areas of interest. xianxia, flustered, dove back into the barrel, submerging his entire head in splashing water as he exclaimed, "All right, you've bested me, sisterine. Have mercy and let me change my clothes." Beneath the starry sky, xianxia and Xianxia sat side by side on the grass, gazing up at the twinkling stars. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that Xianxia was not the type he desired. He felt no stirrings of affection for her, more akin to a close friend without secrets. He wondered if she shared the same sentiment. Born of the essence of heaven and earth, you must not be overly concerned with the complexities of human emotions. Instead, focus your energy on cultivation to face the inevitable tribulations ahead. Recalling the wise counsel of Little Dragon, xianxia felt a sense of relief. He decided to let things unfold naturally in the realm of human relationships, understanding that certain matters would resolve themselves in due course. The only pursuit worthy of his relentless effort was the enhancement of his own strength. Only through continuous improvement could he truly reign supreme. Romance and affection can be delightful. The chilling phrase echoed in the ears of xianxia and Xianxia, prompting them to lift their heads. They spotted an unfamiliar figure standing 10 paces away on the grass. Illuminated by the starlight, they discerned the person's face, a visage strikingly pale, as if afflicted by a grave illness. Instinctively, they became alert and rose to their feet. As the master of Fire Dragon Village, xianxia took the initiative to inquire. "Who are you? I do not recognize you." The pale figure, with a voice as cold as his complexion, emerged from the shadows. Reminiscent of a specter risen from the underworld. "I have come to collect a life," he declared ominously. xianxia's expression darkened as she retorted, "Whose life do you seek?" The figure raised a hand, pointing towards Xianxia beside her, his chilling voice seeping through clenched teeth. His life. Chapter 054. My tastes are strong. You may not approve. Some possess voices as thunderous as a storm, while others are as delicate as a gentle stream. Some speak with a raspy timbre, and others with a soft, effeminate tone. Each distinct sound evokes a unique sensation. However, seldom does one encounter a voice that penetrates the very flesh of Xianxia and xianxia, each note piercing like needles, akin to melting ice or the chilling winds from the depths of the earth, leaving them shivering, as though cloaked in frost. Therefore, even without explicitly stating his lethal intent, Xianxia was resolute in his conviction that this individual was indeed a harbinger of death. At this moment, Xianxia comprehended the grim truth. This man sought his life. Though typically composed, Xianxia's expression darkened considerably. It was the first time someone had wished to take his life. The humiliations inflicted by Qiu Er, the provocations from Zhao Wei, and the obstructions posed by Lu Ming and Lu Yang, all these encounters had merely involved skirmishes and soul techniques. None had aimed for his demise. The concept of slaughter remained foreign to Xianxia, and the experience of being hunted for his life was utterly unprecedented. No matter how composed or steadfast a child may be, facing such a grim reality for the first time renders calmness impossible. Every individual's journey of growth is a process. Protagonists who are born cold-blooded and indifferent to the sight of carnage are mere fabrications. Xianxia was not such a protagonist. He was a living, breathing entity filled with flesh and blood. The figure seeking his life regarded Xianxia with satisfaction, relishing the fear etched upon his face. A chilling voice emerged from between his teeth. "I shall ensure your death is both swift and comprehensible. I am of the Lu family, the Prince Lu." Upon uttering these words, Prince Lu made his move. With a sweeping gesture of his palm, a beam of yellow light surged towards Xianxia. In a swift motion, Xianxia pulled xianxia behind him, shielding her, and met the oncoming attack with his own palms. A pale yellow glow erupted from his hands, clashing against the approaching yellow light. This encounter was a contest of soul power. With a resounding crack, Xianxia was sent flying, inadvertently toppling xianxia behind him. He landed atop her, and although the back of his head felt fuzzy, any sense of enjoyment had evaporated. This opponent was overwhelmingly formidable. Even the mere release of soul power was beyond his capacity to withstand. A single misstep could very well cost him his life. "Xianxia, you must leave," Xianxia urged, rising to shield her. Xianxia, too, scrambled to her feet, anxiety palpable in her voice. "If I leave, what will become of you? You must hold on." After retreating a few paces, she turned to flee. "Do you think you can escape?" Prince Lu remarked impassively, forming a seal with his hands before unleashing a radiant yellow glow that enveloped him. The ground beside him trembled, layers of grass rolling outward, swiftly accumulating into the shape of an earthen figure. As this figure took form, it shimmered with yellow light, transforming into an exact replica of Prince Lu, down to the last detail of his garments and accessories. Prince Lu, a master of the elusive three-star soul technique, commanded his earthen doppelganger to pursue xianxia without hesitation. Prince Lu himself launched an assault against Xianxia, intending to simultaneously eliminate both Xianxia and xianxia. Concerned for xianxia's safety, Xianxia neglected his own peril and swiftly unleashed the divine finger sword. However, the four waves of sword energy merely struck the earthen avatar, resulting in no more effect than a fragile egg against a stone. A chill ran through Xianxia indeed. The soul guests of the Earth Soul Realm were far beyond what a corporeal cultivator could contend with. Upon entering the Earth Soul Realm, the body was transformed under the nurturing essence of the Earth element, granting it formidable defensive capabilities. Even Xianxia's divine finger sword, empowered by the Dragon Soul Seal, could not inflict harm upon a mere avatar of Prince Lu. This was dire. As Prince Lu closed in, Xianxia, in a moment of desperation, executed the Phantom Palm technique. With a resounding clap, he shifted positions and appeared before xianxia, unleashing a barrage of over 100 palm shadows imbued with soul energy to counter the Earth Avatar's assault. Suddenly, a shadow escape was cast by xianxia, enveloping the area in a dense green mist. Just as Prince Lu intended to pursue into the fog, he discovered that xianxia remained concealed within, rather than having fled. Rubbing his palms together, xianxia rapidly amplified a mass of soul energy, preparing to unleash a soul wave. In truth, xianxia had no intention of retreating. Rather, he aimed to catch Prince Lu off guard and retaliate. Every individual possesses vulnerabilities, and despite the vast difference in their realms, xianxia might still have a chance to vanquish Prince Lu. Even a master of the Soul Dan realm could fall if caught unawares by a mere corporeal cultivator wielding a blade against their throat in slumber. The crux lay in whether that corporeal cultivator could seize the opportunity. As xianxia prepared to release the soul wave, Prince Lu hastily commanded the Earth Avatar to shield him. Although xianxia was indeed a corporeal cultivator, Prince Lu had witnessed the potency of his soul wave before. A maniac blessed with 6 points of dragon soul seal on his soul wave was not to be trifled with. The soul wave had now gathered to the size of a large vat and continued to swell. At that moment, several crimson threads descended from the heavens, entwining around xianxia's wrists. Streams of yellow light emanated from the threads, enveloping xianxia's entire being, causing the soul wave in his hands to dissipate instantaneously. At that juncture, a voice accompanied by a crimson figure descended from above. This child's soul wave is too perilous. I fear that even your Earth Avatar would not withstand its release. xianxia turned to regard the speaker, a woman clad in a faint red garment, so sheer that it verged on transparency. Bathed in starlight, one could discern the red undergarments beneath her attire and the delicate pallor of her skin. Her long hair was styled into an elegant phoenix crown, adorned with a translucent jade hairpin. Sensing the waves of yellow soul energy transmitted through the crimson threads, a wave of dread washed over xianxia, another guest from the Earth Soul realm. It appeared that his demise was imminent, as the Lu family had dispatched 2 soul guests to confront him. Truly, Lu Xiang held him in high regard. Sister, that girl has fled. You should pursue her, Prince Lu urged. No need, she replied. Princess Lu continued to manipulate xianxia with silk threads, stating, in Fire Dragon Village, only village chief Yin possesses the Earth Soul realm among the soul guests. That girl can only bring back 1 soul guest for help, and even if they come, they won't stand a chance against us. However, this little boy, we must not allow him to unleash his soul energy waves. I will keep him under control while you strike. xianxia felt a sense of despair. Although he faced a soul guest like Prince Lu, he still held confidence in his ability to triumph through the soul energy waves. Yet, with this woman arriving and seizing the crucial moment to prevent him from unleashing his power, he found himself in a position of passive suffering. Confronting 1 soul guest was already a formidable challenge. Now facing 2 was utterly hopeless. I must say, I find your dark skin quite appealing. And you are a female, aren't you? It has been many years since I have indulged in someone like you. How about before you perish? You allow me a moment of pleasure? xianxia despised Princess Lu for referring to him as a female like xianxia. He had never regarded himself as a mere child and retorted loudly, Who is the female? Do not underestimate me. You women should not assume I am easily bullied. When I unleash my strength, you will find yourselves unable to withstand me. Oh, you're becoming quite spirited, which only makes this more interesting. Now I truly must taste what you are like. Princess Lu chuckled excitedly at xianxia's defiance. The lewd words spilling from her lips only fueled xianxia's anger as he thought, Am I merely a dish for you? Well, even if I am food. Have you ever considered my feelings? You wish to indulge in your peculiar tastes without my consent? Do you not realize that I am a dish with principles? Little boy, let me ensure you experience the pleasures of the world before your demise, so you do not descend without knowing what it is like to be a man. With a smile, Princess Lu raised her hands, each finger entwined with a long red silk thread. These threads, although seemingly controlled by her fingers, moved with an uncanny agility, as if guided by her thoughts alone. Unbeknownst to xianxia, these 10 red threads were part of a 2-star soul artifact known as the Heavenly Demon Love Threads. As the Heavenly Demon Love Threads ensnared xianxia's body, strands of soul energy flowed into him, causing his entire being to flush crimson, his body to heat up, and his mind to swirl in a haze, his gaze becoming dazed as he emitted sounds unbefitting of a human, resembling a feline in heat. The 6 Desires Love Web. Under the influence of Princess Lu's 3-star soul technique, any man ensnared would feel as though under the effects of an aphrodisiac, desperately seeking a place to release their pent-up desires. Princess Lu, by nature flirtatious, grew increasingly ravenous for carnal pleasures with age. The adage that women at 30 are like wolves and at 40 like tigers likely refers to someone like her. She had pursued many men and had formal encounters several times, but those who had become tiresome to her often met their demise at her hands. In her mind, any man who had engaged with her, once cast aside, was forbidden from touching another woman. The most effective way to ensure this was to render that man a lifeless, immobile corpse. Many men's aspirations revolve around the number of women they can encounter throughout their lives. However, the ambition of Lady Lu is to bring demise to as many men as she has indulged. It is evident that she has regarded Xianxia as merely one among these numerous suitors, perhaps the least significant. A man's first encounter can either be swift or leave him utterly spent. Unable to muster any further response, one can only wonder which category you belong to. Lady Lu chuckled like a hen, and with a flick of her finger, the thread sprang forth, slicing open Xianxia's garment to reveal his well-defined chest muscles. Oh my! Though youthful, he possesses quite the robust physique, perfectly aligning with my preferences. Lady Lu extended her hand, slipping into the torn fabric of Xianxia's attire, seizing hold of his chest muscles. Chapter 055, Becoming a Butcher of Fish and Meat, feeling the chilling grip of 5 fingers upon his chest. A sensation akin to flesh being torn asunder surged within Xianxia. He perceived as though his pectoral muscles had detached from his being, as if they were on the verge of being seized by the Princess Lu. Indeed, it appeared that she harbored such intentions, relishing in Xianxia's torment while simultaneously transforming him into a grotesque semblance of humanity. Her proclivities were not mere idle musings, but rather intentions set to manifest in reality. As she regarded Xianxia, now reduced to a mere dish upon her platter, a memory flickered in her mind. 1 month prior, the man with whom she had battled through the night had awoken in the morning, emaciated to the point of being little more than skin and bones. One of his ribs had even been extracted by her and fashioned into a sharp sword of soul energy, which she had used to carve an emblem of male virility upon his body. Such was the nature of this deranged woman. She abhorred the doctrine of male superiority over females. Unable to alter the world at large, she sought to reshape her own domain. In her universe, all men were but servants, and the principles of male superiority were inverted, yielding a realm of female dominance. Little one, to perish at my hands is a stroke of fortune for you. Who else would grant you such blissful indulgence before your demise? She cackled. I shall extract your heart, serving it as a delicacy with my wine tomorrow morning, allowing you to linger within my presence a while longer. With that, she extended another hand towards Xianxia's other pectoral muscle, her elongated fingertips sinking deeply into his flesh. Xianxia felt no pain. Ensnared by the 6 desires of the 3-star soul technique and the 2-star soul artifact, the heavenly demon's affection, he had wholly surrendered his sensations. His inner desires ignited to an infinite degree. Although he had never tasted the pleasures of a woman, in that moment, he resembled a seasoned man. His expressions and beguiling gasps igniting further desire within the Princess Lu. Xianxia, you are a man. Be more proactive, she provocatively teased, noting his complete subjugation. His cheeks flushed crimson, one hand resting upon her shoulder, he softly inquired, am I truly free to act as I wish? Indeed. At present, you belong to me. Splendid. Xianxia reached out, seizing the diaphanous crimson garment of Princess Lu, and with a fierce tug, he rent her clothing asunder, exposing her scarlet undergarments and alabaster abdomen to the moonlight. Excellent. Marvelous. Be even more savage. I relish it. Princess Lu exclaimed with exhilaration. With a sound reminiscent of fabric being shredded, Xianxia did not remove her undergarment, but rather tore apart her long skirt. In the distance, Prince Lu shook his head, distancing himself further, murmuring, I can no longer bear to witness this. Finally, a flush graced Princess Lu's visage as she exhaled like a fragrant orchid. I can already perceive a hint of moisture. Xianxia, should we find ecstasy together today, and should you bring me to the pinnacle of delight, I might spare your life, plead with my father on your behalf, and you may serve me henceforth, thus preserving your existence. Xianxia remained perplexed by her mention of moisture, refraining from inquiry, and instead reached forth to unfasten her undergarment. Princess Lu exclaimed, come forth, open this place, and you shall be utterly enchanted by me. Xianxia's fingers trembled, mere millimeters from Princess Lu's bosom, yet he refrained from seizing the moment, instead shouting within his mental realm, now is the time. Suddenly, the life ring upon his middle finger blazed with a brilliant light, and a fiery crimson aura erupted, propelling Princess Lu away. With a resounding crash, the red light flashed, revealing a colossal red-furred bear that towered over Prince Lu, standing at least twice his height. This bear was none other than the embrace of the life ring. When Princess Lu had ensnared Xianxia, he had sought assistance from the small dragon within the life ring. Lacking sufficient power, the dragon commanded the bear to emerge and assist. Seizing the opportunity, Xianxia commanded the bear, catching Princess Lu completely off guard. The bear lowered its head, towering over Prince Lu, and charged towards him, bellowing, "Come. Allow Grandpa Bear to give you a hug." Suddenly confronted by such a towering creature, Prince Lu was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, the bear swiftly enveloped him in a tight embrace. Once ensnared, Prince Lu could not break free. A torrent of crimson soul energy surged from the bear, washing over Prince Lu's body repeatedly. He felt as though each wave of red energy drained a portion of his own yellow soul energy, akin to buckets of cold water cascading over him, siphoning away his warmth. The sensation was undeniably strange, yet Prince Lu found himself powerless to resist. Even speaking became an arduous task. The flesh on his face gradually withered, and his entire body trembled as if seized by cramping spasms. Seemingly expending all his strength to shout, "This bear is a creature of the fire soul realm. Sister, flee quickly, we are no match for it. Tell father to cease provoking brother Xianxia." After this utterance, Prince Lu fell silent, not dead, but utterly drained of strength. He sensed that not only had he lost all his soul energy, but the seed of soul energy within his core had also been ravaged by the bear's crimson force. Even if he survived, he would be rendered utterly powerless. Despite his intricate calculations, he had never anticipated that Xianxia would possess such a formidable ally. His father had indeed spoken the truth. Xianxia was truly formidable. How could someone of merely the 10th layer of body refinement have a master of the fire soul realm willing to assist him? Witnessing Prince Lu's complete loss of combat capability, Princess Lu was filled with dread and wasted no time fleeing. However, her crimson garments and long skirt had been torn to shreds, leaving her clad only in a pair of shorts and a camisole, presenting a most disheveled appearance. Had she known, she would have stripped him bare, allowing him to run in the open without shame. Xianxia smirked, coldly remarking, "Did you truly believe I am a coward? I merely find you unappealing. Your bosom pales in comparison to xianxia's, which is far more pleasing to the eye. I have no desire to touch it." The bear, seemingly ignoring Xianxia's derision, bowed respectfully and humbly inquired, "My lord, how shall we deal with this individual?" "My lord?" Prince Lu, utterly devoid of strength, was currently kneeling on the ground, astonished by the address used by Xiangbao towards Xianxia. "Xianxia, this creature of the fire soul realm dares to call you master? Who on earth are you?" Prince Lu weakly inquired. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Demon King? Are you not human, but rather a spirit?" Xianxia exhaled slowly, responding with a hint of boredom, "I was merely jesting with you. Why take it so seriously? It is truly dull." He then instructed Xiangbao, "You should enter. Your presence here is too conspicuous, and I prefer to keep your existence a secret for now. As for him, I shall handle it." "Yes, my lord." "What is this?" Xianxia asked mentally within the floating life ring. Xiangbao replied, "My lord. This is a 2-star soul artifact, forged from the essence of desire. The woman's specialized soul technique was the 6 Desires Love Net, which, combined with this heavenly demon love thread, has formed a complete soul technique framework. The heavenly demon love thread contains pure essence of desire. It is quite a treasure, indeed." Sensing Xiangbao's unspoken fondness for the heavenly demon love thread, Xianxia inquired, "What use does it hold for you?" Xiangbao responded, "It serves as an excellent supplement." "A supplement?" Xianxia had not anticipated such an answer. Xiangbao nodded within the floating life ring, explaining, "For me, it surpasses the fire spirit elixir and the 4-star soul pill. Consuming it would greatly enhance my power." "Ah. It seems the heavenly demon love net was specially crafted by that woman according to her soul technique traits. Since it would be of no use to me, I shall bestow it upon you." Xiangbao exclaimed in surprise, "My lord, are you certain you wish to give it to me? You have called me master. Yet I have nothing to gift you. Consider this your first reward." With that, Xianxia stored the heavenly demon love thread within the floating life ring. "Thank you for the generous gift, my lord," Xiangbao exclaimed, bouncing like a child beneath the hovering heavenly demon love thread. With a swift motion, he consumed it. In the next moment, his entire being radiated a vibrant red glow, his red fur standing on end, as droplets of crimson liquid flowed from the tips of his fur. This was not blood, but a liquid condensed from soul power. As it fell onto the ground, it created a flurry of red bubbles. The gas permeated the air, rapidly elevating the surrounding temperature. Xiangbao's spirit was instantly invigorated, his once brown cheeks flushing a vivid red, clearly intoxicated by the energy of the heavenly demon love thread. As he transformed, streams of pure red essence emanated from his head, drifting towards the floating life demon suppression tower. The tower gradually began to alter in response to this influx of red essence. The previously ethereal first layer of the tower trembled slightly, flickering in and out of visibility, almost taking on a tangible quality. With the reward bestowed by Xianxia, Xiong was in high spirits, elaborating, "My lord. After the floating life demon suppression tower was damaged, I merged my soul with its core. The energy I supplement is also shared with the tower. The stronger I become, the stronger the tower grows. Conversely, as the tower strengthens, so too do I. Thus, it can be inferred that the tower of demon suppression is, in fact, your fated soul vessel." Fearing that Xianxia might misinterpret his words, Xiong quickly clarified, "It is not as you think. The true master of the tower of demon suppression is the Lord of the Dragon Tower, and you are the master of the Lord of the Dragon Tower. Therefore, you are the genuine master of the tower of demon suppression. Even though my soul has merged with the heart of the tower, should you ever wish to destroy it, I too would meet my end alongside the tower." Although Xianxia was merely a 15-year-old child, he possessed a keen understanding of human relationships. With a gentle smile, he replied, "There is no need for such caution. If you call me master, we are comrades. On the long journey to restore the tower of demon suppression, we must treat each other with sincerity and assist one another. We share a common goal, to grow stronger. In the past, you were but a minor demon under the command of Lord Fuxian. I hope that in the future, you shall be my most esteemed general." Lord Fuxian's lifelong aspiration was to wield a knife and cut through flesh. I too desire to become a person like him, one who is not subjugated by the heavens, but rather wields the heavenly blade to conquer all. Xiao's impassioned declaration stirred Xiongbao's blood, prompting him to kneel within the Fuxian ring and sincerely proclaim, "My lord, I shall follow you faithfully for all my days." "Indeed," Xiao nodded, smiling, "but my current strength is still inferior to yours. I shall require your assistance in the times to come. I am but your sword. Whenever you call upon me, I shall unsheath myself." "Excellent, Xiongbo. I shall not shortchange you. Should I come across anything suitable for you, I will not hesitate to share." "Thank you, my lord." Noticing that the tower of demon suppression had ceased its transformation and remained in a vaporous state, Xiao inquired, "How many such 2-star soul vessels are needed to restore this tower to its solid form?" Xiongbo replied, "No number of 2-star soul vessels would suffice. Even if a 10-star vessel were introduced, it would still be inadequate. The path to restoring the tower of demon suppression is long and cannot be accomplished merely by absorbing a handful of soul vessels. My lord, the restoration of the tower also depends on fate. You need not worry about this. Just focus on enhancing your own strength. When the opportunity arises, I shall be sure to alert you." "Very well, then remain within the tower. My lord, when you encounter demon creatures, you may capture them and allow me to train them as your demon soldiers. This way, I shall not feel so lonely." "But isn't Xiaolong inside?" "With both of you together, you shan't feel lonely, shall you? The Lord of the Dragon Tower, he is far too strict. I dare not provoke him." Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Ha, what a truly amusing little spirit." Recalling Xiaolong's mischievous demeanor before him, juxtaposed with its imposing presence towards others, he found it rather entertaining. Hence, Xiongbo failed to comprehend that Xiao's remark about the amusing little spirit was not directed at him, but rather at Xiaolong. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could Xiaolong truly be a spirit? Chapter 056, resolute in slaughter, the moonlight was shrouded by dark clouds, casting little illumination upon the night. Yet, the evening remained bright, adorned by a splendid array of stars. Such a night was destined not to witness murder. Could this be the reason for Prince Lu's inevitable failure? Those he once regarded as insignificant, akin to mere ants, had unexpectedly become the arbiters of his fate. Prince Lu knelt before Xiao, utterly drained, devoid of even the strength to rise. "Just kill me," he uttered weakly. Xiao replied, "Why would I kill you? I have never taken a life." Prince Lu responded, "A soul guest is bound to kill eventually. If you have never done so, let me be your first." "Do you truly think that being slain by me is a privilege?" Xiao remarked. "At just 15, you have already achieved the 10th layer of body refinement. And even a creature of the fire soul realm refers to you as my lord. I find you quite intriguing. I know I cannot unravel your secrets, but I have a premonition that you will become an unparalleled powerhouse. The small town of Jiolong cannot hold you, nor can my Lu family contend with you. My greatest wish now is that, after you end my life, you spare my family and allow a Chao to live." Xiao sighed, "You are too pessimistic. I have no intention of killing you, nor of dealing with your Lu family." Prince Lu spoke earnestly. "You are now a member of the Zhao family, and they will not allow my Lu family to thrive." "Spare me?" Prince Lu asked incredulously. "Is there a problem? Must it be a fight to the death?" "It serves no purpose. Suddenly, Prince Lu burst into laughter. Xianxia inquired, "What is amusing you?" "I find it amusing that you are merely a child, lacking the necessary ruthlessness. Even if you were to let me go today, should you cripple my soul seed, I would harbor resentment and seek vengeance against you in the future." Xianxia crouched down, gazing seriously at Prince Lu. "Did you not just claim that I would become an unparalleled powerhouse? Would you still dare to seek revenge?" Prince Lu paused, then erupted into hearty laughter once more. "How interesting, how very interesting." Xianxia asked, "Is it truly that fascinating?" Prince Lu nodded. "Indeed, it is." "Well, it seems I have encountered a fool," Xianxia remarked as he stood. Beside xianxia stood a middle-aged man of around 50, his face adorned with a thick beard and eyes filled with a fierce intensity. He was Zhangtong, the village chief of Fire Dragon Village and its sole guest. Behind him were familiar faces to Xianxia, Yangshu, Zhao Wuji, Zhang Qing, along with several juniors and elders, all of whom had shared in revelry over the past days. Reinforcements had arrived, yet the battle was already concluded. Both xianxia and the newcomers were taken aback by this outcome. Through xianxia's recounting, it became clear that the assailants who had sought to assassinate Xianxia were two sole guests of the Earth Soul realm. Xianxia, merely a practitioner at the 10th layer of the body refinement stage, had not yet ascended to the status of a soul patron. To survive amidst the encirclement of two soul patrons while stalling for time was already a remarkable feat, however. The current scene painted a surreal picture. Prince Lu knelt on the ground, while Xianxia looked down upon him, as if the victor were Xianxia himself. This was nothing short of a fantastical notion. Zhangtong hurried over, his face a mask of disbelief as he inquired, "Xiao, are you unharmed?" Xianxia replied nonchalantly, "I am fine." Zhangtong pressed further, "But weren't there two of them? Where is the other one?" Xianxia remained composed, responding, He fled. He fled. One was defeated, and the other ran away?" Despite the redundancy of his question, Zhangtong felt compelled to confirm. Xianxia nodded, stating, "Indeed." Upon hearing Xiao's affirmative response, everyone gasped in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a practitioner at the 10th layer of body refinement could, against two Earth Soul Realm soul patrons, incapacitate one and send the other fleeing. "Heavens!" Zhangtong exclaimed, "Xiao, how did you manage that?" Xianxia shrugged, nonchalantly declaring, "Just luck. He came to kill me, tripped, and I seized the opportunity to strike him, and he fell." Silence enveloped the crowd. They all recognized that Xianxia was being evasive, fabricating a rather casual excuse to deflect their curiosity. However, understanding his desire to keep the truth concealed, no one pressed further. Zhangtong approached Prince Lu, his expression turning stern. "Prince Lu, I recognize you. Although your Lu family wields power in Jiulong Town and looks down upon others, my Huolong village is not to be trifled with. There are only a handful of villages with soul patrons around Jiulong Town, and my Huolong village is among them. You wreak havoc in my village. Do you presume we are defenseless?" Prince Lu smirked. "Zhangtong, I am already a prisoner. What use is it to speak of such things? If you wish to kill me, do so swiftly." Zhangtong dared not act against him. He was the youngest son of Lu Xiang, and should he slay him here, Lu Xiang would undoubtedly retaliate against Huolong village. In that event, the Lu family would come with vengeance, which Huolong village could not withstand. Although Huolong village had clearly sided with the Zhao family, they were merely assisting. They lacked the courage to truly slay members of the Lu family. He turned to Xianxia and asked, "Xianxia, do you truly intend not to kill me? If you spare me, I shall indeed leave." At that moment, he had regained some strength and was slowly rising, cautiously shifting his feet. "You came here to claim my brother's head. His life has been spared, yet you still wish to take yours?" Yangshu's voice resonated from the crowd. Then, 3 dark sword shuttles shot through the air, flying in formation to form a broad blade. In an instant, they flew before Prince Lu, slicing through his throat and stirring a mist of crimson, ultimately vanishing into the abyss of darkness. The moonlight slipped through the clouds, illuminating the pale scene below. A headless body staggered several steps back before finally collapsing to the ground. A bloodied head rolled several times across the grass, distancing itself further from the lifeless body. The younger generation, including xianxia, inhaled sharply, instinctively retreating a few steps. They could never have anticipated that a life would be abruptly extinguished before their eyes, and in such a brutal manner. In stark contrast to the younger ones, Yangshu remained remarkably composed, even advancing towards the bloody corpse. With a gesture, 3 sword darts surged forth from the shadows, swiftly embedding themselves in his sleeve. Yangshu gazed at the severed head, and remarked with satisfaction, "Excellent. This 3-star soul weapon is remarkably effective. Its first bloodshed today claimed the life of a soul guest. Throughout the recent gatherings, Xianxia had been present. Yet the villagers of Fire Dragon Village focused their attention on the champion of the New Heroes Association, Xianxia, scarcely noticing Xianxia. In their eyes, Xianxia was a suave and charming gentleman, typically amiable and reserved, occasionally teasing Zhao Wuji with light-hearted banter. His demeanor exuded warmth and gentleness. Yet now, merely observing Xianxia's silhouette sent a chilling sensation coursing through them. This coldness surged from their toes, rapidly enveloping their entire beings. Even Yinzhengting, a soul guest well into his 50s, felt a shiver down his spine at Xianxia's actions. This ordinarily genial man was, in fact, a decisive killer. Xianxia exclaimed in horror, "Brother, how could you kill him?" Xianxia replied coolly, "He intended to kill you, so I naturally had to eliminate him." Xianxia argued, "He is incapacitated now. You could have spared his life." Xianxia turned, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Xianxia, sternly stating, "Little Xiao, you would do well to remember my words today. To loved ones and friends, you may lavish your sympathy to the fullest. However, when dealing with foes, never allow sympathy to rear its head and cause trouble. Anyone you defeat, anyone who is humiliated beneath your feet, if they still draw breath, could one day become the very one to bring about your demise." Xiao's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Throughout his life, he had always cherished his brother's words, never questioning him. Yet today, this admonition pierced him like a series of sharp thorns, stinging his very being. Perhaps his brother was indeed correct. It was simply that he could not accept it at this moment. Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of Prince Lu's severed head and immediately averted his eyes, unwilling to behold it any longer. Xianxia asserted firmly, "Decisiveness in killing is a lesson that a man aspiring to strength must learn." "Yes, brother," Xianxia murmured. "It is I who have failed to comprehend." Yinzhengting clasped his hands in salute to Xianxia, offering a wry smile. "We are already allies, sharing both fortune and adversity. While I may be lacking, I can still shoulder this matter." He then nodded respectfully to Xianxia and Zhao Wuji. Suddenly, Xianxia inquired, "Brother, what was the weapon you used to slay Prince Lu?" Chapter 57. The demon slayer Xianxia elegantly lifted his long sleeves, and 3 dark shadows flickered at the cuffs, soaring into the night sky, shimmering under the starlight. In a graceful motion, they dove towards him, akin to majestic eagles, pausing momentarily before gently hovering above Xiao's head, gliding smoothly through the air. Xianxia recognized that these 3 shadows were the very sword shuttles that had beheaded Prince Lu. Gazing at the glistening sword shuttles under the starlight, a satisfied smile spread across Xiao's face. "Master Zhang's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Little Xiao, these are the 3-star soul weapons Master Zhang forged for me from that obsidian war spear." Xianxia glanced at Zhang Fu amidst the crowd, nodding in gratitude. Zhang Fu returned the gesture with a slight bow and remarked, "The potency of a soul weapon depends on its wielder. The materials of these sword shuttles are undoubtedly exceptional. And once the spirit was formed, they acquired the ability to fly. However, the extent of their power is contingent upon the skill of the user. With your mastery of the void-splitting technique, your mental prowess is formidable. By merging the void-splitting sword shuttle with this 3-star soul weapon, you have effectively integrated it into your technique, which is your distinct advantage. Once you become a soul guest, and your soul and mental powers strengthen further, you may even soar through the skies on these shuttles." Zhang Fu expressed his admiration. "While these sword shuttles may yield only 30% of their potential in others' hands, in yours, they will unleash their full might. Ultimately, it is not I who has achieved this, but you." Xianxia comprehended the significance. The 3 sword shuttles had indeed been melded with Xiao's void-splitting sword shuttle. Originally, the void-splitting sword shuttle existed as an ethereal form, birthed from the rifts in space created by the void-splitting technique, lacking substance. Now, Xianxia had rendered them tangible. It was evident that only someone proficient in the void-splitting technique, like Xianxia, could be the ideal master of this 3-star soul weapon. Zhang Fu inquired further, "Xianxia, have you named these sword shuttles?" "I wish to inscribe their names with pride." Xianxia smiled and turned his gaze towards Zhao Wuji, casting a few more looks at the black long sword in his hand. "Zhao Wuji, have you named your sword?" Zhao Wuji raised the long sword, which was entirely ebony, with a broad blade and a square hilt. At the junction of the hilt and blade, there was a circular, flat disc. When clashing with other weapons, the disc would rotate, producing a clicking sound. From this sound, Zhao Wuji could discern the weaknesses of his opponent's weapon, enabling him to sever it. This sword may not be the pinnacle of weapons, but it is the nemesis of all. Whether celestial or demonic, they shall all be cleaved by my hand. I have named this sword Demon Slayer. Excellent. A splendid name, Demon Slayer. Thus, I shall name my sword Shuttle Slayer of Gods. Demon Slayer. Slayer of Gods. Zhang Fu was exhilarated, clapping his hands in delight. Wonderful. These two names are magnificent. Both 3-star soul weapons are crafted by my hand. Born from the same obsidian war spear, and now share a common name. It is truly a fateful connection. Demon Slayer and Slayer of Gods. What a remarkable pairing. Ling Tian nodded in agreement, declaring, our fire dragon village shall steadfastly follow the Zhao family. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command us. Yang Shu retorted with a cold laugh. Do not harbor such optimistic delusions. Zhao Wuji, you are ultimately but a sword fanatic, knowing not beyond the blade. Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow and inquired. What do you mean? Yang Shu cast a glance at the corpse of Prince Liu and coldly remarked. Have you truly forgotten that slaying a single Prince Liu and forging 2 weapons does not equate to the Liu family's utter defeat? At the New England Conference, Liu Ying employed the blood sacrifice Demon King / against Yang Chao, do you recall? And even if you do remember, what of it? That technique is a soul art from the ghost-killing sect. How could Liu Ying possibly master it? I recall that after Liu Ying claimed the championship at last year's New England Conference, a master from Sioux City took him under his wing. It appears that Liu Ying's mentor is indeed a formidable figure from the ghost-killing sect. Liu Ying has now become a soul guest, a pillar of the Liu family. If a war were to erupt between the Zhao and Liu families, do you believe the ghost-killing sect would remain indifferent? Zhao Wuji was instantly rendered speechless, while Yin Tian and the villagers behind him turned pale as if drained of color. The mere mention of the ghost-killing sect pierced their hearts like a dagger, leaving them momentarily breathless. The ghost-killing sect is not merely a family but a sinister faction, characterized by 2 aspects of malevolence, the first being their predatory actions, such as robbery, murder, and arson against travelers. The second pertains to the realm of soul guests, where they kill for the sake of killing, extracting blood and soul power to forge demonic weapons and delve into wicked soul arts. Yet, this nefarious sect wields significant influence in Sioux City. Their leaders maintain close ties with several prominent figures in the city, and they pay substantial taxes to the government each year. Although they engage in murder and plunder, they adhere to a principle of non-aggression unless provoked. Furthermore, while they may rob traveling merchants, they refrain from targeting locals, unleashing their wrath only upon outsiders. Consequently, no one in Sioux City dares to offend them, and external forces beyond the city show little inclination to interfere. The court and the wealthy merchants of Sioux City have collectively nurtured this tiger, rendering it untouchable and unmanageable. Although the sect's headquarters has not fully established itself in Sioux City, it has nonetheless secured a foothold and stands in opposition to other major powers within the city. The Liu and Zhao families reign supreme in Jiulong Town, but compared to a force like the ghost-killing sect, they are akin to ants standing before an elephant. It is said that the ghost-killing sect boasts several soul guests of the fire soul realm, and the number of earth soul realm guests exceeds the count of fingers on both hands. Such a formidable power looms before the Zhao family, inducing palpable terror. Thus, upon hearing Yang Shu's words, everyone realized the Liu family's formidable backing was the ghost-killing sect, sending chills down their spines. Yang Shu turned to Yin Tian with a smile, stating, Prince Liu is dead. The calamity has already been unleashed. Although the affairs of the ghostly fiend gate are exceedingly busy, it is certainly feasible to dispatch a few soul guests to assist the Liu family. Village Chief Yin, as an outsider, need not wade into this murky water. Yin Zhengting pressed his lips together, closed his eyes, and remained silent for a long while before declaring, at my age, having surpassed 50 years, am I to be outdone by this group of youngsters? I, Yin Zhengting, stand tall and firm. I am not the kind of petty person who sways with the wind. This Prince Liu is wreaking havoc in my fire dragon village today. If you do not slay him, I shall not let him off lightly. The chief of Poison Dragon Village is an old friend of mine, and he is also a soul guest of the Earth Soul Realm. My intentions align with his. If war is to be declared, you of the Zhao family need only send word, and he and I shall surely come to the aid. Stepping forward, Yin Jingting continued, but allow me to state this clearly. Should this endeavor fail, it shall be ascribed to the misfortunes of Fire Dragon Village and Poison Dragon Village. Should we triumph, I hope that both our villages will be granted a place in Jiulong Town henceforth. Very well, Village Chief Yin is indeed a man of forthrightness. Yang Shu glanced at Zhao Wuji and remarked, Young Master Zhao, you have heard all that Village Chief Yin has said. You must relay his words to the second master verbatim. Zhao Wuji disregarded Yang Shu, instead facing Yin Jingting with righteous solemnity. When one lends me a favor, I shall reciprocate with tangible benefits. Village Chief Yin's choice to stand as our Zhao family's ally in times of peril marks him as a true brother in both joy and hardship. Should we emerge victorious, the Zhao family's influence will undoubtedly expand, making it possible to stake a claim in Sioux City. If we are indeed able to establish ourselves there, we shall naturally rely on Village Chief Yin's assistance in the matters of Jiulong Town. This was already a division of spoils before the battle. Yin Zhengting exclaimed with excitement, "Is the young master's word sincere?" Zhao Wuji understood that Yin Zhengting's implication was whether he truly held authority. Thus, he raised his sword and solemnly proclaimed, "Every word spoken by the young master of the Zhao family carries the weight of the Zhao family's will." Excellent. Then I, Yin, shall make this agreement with the young master right here. Yang Shu crossed his arms, observing Zhao Wuji with interest, and suddenly remarked, "Indeed. It seems you are not yet beyond redemption." Zhao Wuji cast a sidelong glance at Yang Shu and snorted, "Do you think everyone is as arrogant as you?" Yang Shu leaned closer to Zhao Wuji and said, "So, according to your perspective, have you always been a wise fool? A clever person pretending to be simple-minded?" Zhao Wuji shut his eyes, holding his sword with both hands, and replied, "I am simply disinclined to exert my intellect." Yang Shu nodded, appearing enlightened. "I see now. What have you understood?" Zhao Wuji asked suspiciously. "I understand why you have no interest in soul techniques and focus solely on swordsmanship. Why is that? Practicing swordplay, wielding a mere piece of iron, does not require much thought, perfectly suited for a lazy person like you. Discussing swords with someone who does not comprehend them is a source of embarrassment for me. Indeed, I have yet to meet someone who feels honored while discussing such trivial matters. Yang Shu, it is time for you to experience the last 3 strokes of my thunderous 13 swords. No, Zhao Wuji, when you become reckless, I cannot withstand a single strike. Will you fight or not? If not, I concede defeat. You are such a coward. Zhao Wuji, I have never seen you insult anyone before. Xiao. He has defamed our mothers. What do you propose we do? I did not insult Aunt Qin. I called you a coward, you wretch. Is it my mother or my dear mother? What on earth? And what is what on earth anyway? Zhao Wuji cast aside his sword and lunged towards the poplar tree, declaring, I no longer need a sword. I will beat you to death. Yang Chao. Ancienting. Everyone. Chapter 058. The discordant meeting of the Liu family deep within the Liu family estate. A thunderous roar pierced the heavens. Lu Xiong, having emerged from his seclusion after merely a few days, did not exude the exhilaration of a breakthrough in his realm, but rather the profound sorrow and rage that clawed at his heart. His bloodshot eyes glared fiercely as his emaciated hands trembled. Crouching down to caress the lifeless form of Prince Liu, his youngest son. Though not his most trusted child, the prince was undoubtedly his favorite. Despite Lu Xiong's typically cold demeanor, memories of the prince's childhood flooded his mind. Moments of joy as they swung together by the river and fished in the small lake. The boy's delight evident when he proudly displayed his catch. Now, however, all that remained was a cold, lifeless body. The bitter reality of a white-haired man bidding farewell to one with raven locks was one Lu Xiong could scarcely bear. He sorrowfully lifted the white cloth covering the prince's remains, yearning for one last glimpse of his son's face. At that moment, the princess consort prepared to cry out in protest, only to be restrained by Lu Wancheng at her side. Thus, Lu Xiong was denied the sight he so desperately sought. Enraged, he violently covered the body once more with the cloth, stamping his feet in fury, his face flushed with indignation, before bellowing. Who could be so heartless as to deny me even the chance to see my son one last time? Where is his head? Where is it? The night had deepened, and the pale moonlight cast long, mottled shadows through the trees. An elderly man, his hair streaked with gray, stood before the corpse, frantically shouting for the head. The scene was unsettlingly bizarre. Lu Wancheng cautiously approached, presenting a white paper to Lu Xiong, his voice grave, "Father." This was found on the princess body. Lu Xiong unfolded the note, his gaze piercing through the hastily scribbled words that possessed an audacious elegance. The murderer is Yang Shu of the Zhao family. We have constructed the Hall of Annihilation for the Liu family, and the head of Prince Liu has been placed in a water vat within. Many more vats await your heads. A primal scream of rage erupted from Lu Xiong as he tore the note into countless shreds. Lu Wanqing rushed forward to support his father, urging, "Father, Yang Shu wrote this to provoke you, to incite your anger. You must not fall into his trap. Preserving your health is paramount." "Indeed, father." The princess consort, tears brimming in her eyes, spoke in a hoarse voice. You are the backbone of our Lu family. You cannot falter. The prince is gone. But we must not lose our composure. Lu Xiang retorted in fury. Did Yangshu single-handedly drive you away? The thought ignited an intense hatred for Yangshu within her. Yet recalling the princess' parting words and the terrifying bear demon, her once radiant complexion paled, and she reluctantly murmured, You are right, father. Yangshu is indeed formidable. Originally, the prince and I had subdued him, but suddenly a colossal bear demon appeared. The creature towered over us, and with a single blow, it sent me flying. When I regained consciousness, I found the prince firmly embraced by the bear demon. I witnessed with my own eyes as the prince's life force rapidly diminished within the creature's grasp, his spiritual essence being swiftly drained away. The scene was exceedingly bizarre. A bear demon. As Lady Lu recounted the events, Lu Xiang's emotions gradually shifted from fury to astonishment. Lady Lu nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks, and said, The prince, aware that he could not escape the bear demon's clutches, sacrificed himself to allow me to flee. As I departed, he urged me to convey to my father that he should cease provoking the Yang brothers, for the bear demon possesses the strength of the fire soul realm. And we are no match for him. A bear demon of the fire soul realm? Willingly serving the Yangs? Lu Xiang's astonishment deepened, unable to contain her grief any longer. Lady Lu wept openly, exclaiming, Father, would I deceive you? Every word I speak, every phrase I utter, is the absolute truth. Are we to let this vendetta go unavenged? Lu Xiang stormed before Lu Wancheng, shouting, From now on, shall we live with our tails tucked beneath us, under the watchful eyes of the Zhao family? Lu Wancheng lowered his head and replied, Father, a step back opens up vast horizons. The prince was a wise man. If he feared Yang Chao, then Yang Chao must be formidable. Moreover, Yang Shu, who killed the prince and dared to leave his name, threatens our very existence, proving he is not to be underestimated. Lu Xiang shouted, That old fool Zhao Chengqing. How could he gain the allegiance of the Yang brothers? Heaven favors Lu, or so I thought. Lu Wanqing remarked, This world belongs to the Zhao family. Zhao Qingqing's lineage is blessed by the royal aura, and their fortune surpasses ours. This is understandable. Grabbing Lu Wanqing by the collar, Lu Xiang lifted the burly man with surprising ease. His icy gaze fixed upon him as he spoke each word with conviction. Do you intend to concede? To abandon the fight? What is there left to fight for? As the father and son conversed, a wheelchair sat quietly at a distance. In it sat a middle-aged man, pale but in a manner that seemed natural. Unlike the prince's pallor, his complexion was such that those who had seen him would deem it his norm. His frailness was evident in his voice and movements. Witnessing the quarrel between Lu Xiang and Lu Wanqing, he spoke with indignation. Father, after a lifetime of struggles, are you not yet satisfied? Eldest brother is correct. The Zhao family is endowed with the dragon's spirit of heaven and earth, basking in royal fortune, currently at their zenith. After so many years of conflict with them, what purpose does it serve to defy fate? I am crippled. The prince is dead. If this continues, do you wish for your descendants to perish before you? Lu Wangfu. You wretched beast. Lu Xiang released Lu Wanqing and rushed towards Lu Wangfu, delivering a fierce kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. The force of the blow was substantial, causing Lu Wangfu to spit blood. Yet, he remained unperturbed, a cold smile gracing his lips as he said, You granted me life. Should you wish to take it, you may do so at any time. Yet the prince's death is indeed a grave injustice. Lu Xiang, filled with indignation, found himself at a loss for words. The opposition of two sons and the timidity of a daughter seemed to signal a surrender within the family. Seizing the moment, Lu Wanqing interjected, Father, Miao has taken a liking to that Yang Chao fellow, and Ying has acted as an intermediary. Ying has mentioned that Yang Chao is quite naive, merely a child. Thus, it was not he who caused the prince's demise, but rather the tree. However, if you were to compose a letter of reconciliation to Zhao Chengqing and facilitate a match between Miao and Yang Chao, we could concede some benefits to the Zhao family, thereby softening our stance and temporarily avoiding confrontation, at least preserving our strength. Lu Xiang inquired with a tone of indifference. Will that old bald head agree? His eldest son met his end at my hands. Now, the prince has also perished at the hands of Yang Shu. So we are even. Our disputes are merely a matter of pride. By yielding to the Zhao family, Zhao Chengqing will undoubtedly acquiesce. He would not dare to initiate a conflict, for even if they were confident of victory, both sides would suffer losses. Zhao Chengqing is astute. During the New England Conference, he discerned that Ying's master belongs to the ghost-killing sect. Should a conflict arise, with the ghost-killing sect support behind us, They could not possibly achieve complete victory. Sighing deeply, Lu Xiang lamented, "It is a pity. The ghost-killing sect ultimately regards us as a dispensable force. Had they valued us more and united to eradicate the Zhao family, they would have proven incapable of withstanding us." Noticing his father gradually swayed by the argument, Lu Wanqing nodded eagerly, adding, "Alas, they are only interested in Ying and show no concern for the matters of Jiulong Town. Very well. You may proceed as you see fit. Father, have you agreed? I am weary and wish to rest." At that moment, a throng of younger relatives rushed from the distance, led by one who resembled a wounded beast, howling as he approached the corpse of Prince Lu, weeping uncontrollably. Lu Chao, tears streaming down his face, cried out, "Grandfather! Grandfather! You must avenge my father. His death was so tragic. Where is his head? Why is it missing? Why?" Lu Xiang could no longer contain himself and raised his sleeve to conceal his tears. He was a figure of considerable authority within the household, imposing strict demands on his children while displaying warmth and indulgence toward his grandchildren. Lu Chao, being the youngest, had been coddled from a young age, receiving everything he desired, thus molding him into a reckless character who strutted through Jiulong Town without restraint. Furrowing his brow, Lu Wanqing exchanged glances with the members of the Lu Wang residence, silently contemplating the untimeliness of Lu Chao's arrival. Lu Chao continued to wail, "Grandfather, why do you remain silent? Will you not avenge my father? Who is the perpetrator? It must be the Zhao family, right? Now that they have claimed victory at the New England Conference, they have become arrogant. Today they killed my father, tomorrow it could be you." A chill ran down Lu Xiang's spine as he recalled the ominous note left by Yang Shu. "Our Zhao family has constructed the Lu Extermination Hall, and the head of Prince Lu has already been placed in the water tank within the hall. Numerous water tanks await your heads." Indeed, Yang Shu's words unmistakably signal the onset of battle, even if we endure and refrain from confronting them. Do they not have the audacity to strike first against us? Lu Xiang's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he declared, "A Chao, rest assured, I shall avenge your father. After all, your father is akin to my own son." Yet what, grandfather? Lu Chao inquired anxiously. Lu Xiang cast a glance at Lu Wanqing and Lu Wangfei, stating, "Yet it is not opportune for us to engage them in direct confrontation at this moment. Observe. Your father has fallen victim to a treacherous scheme, and your aunt has also sustained injuries. Our Lu family has been gravely weakened and requires time to recuperate. Moreover, I must continue my seclusion, striving towards the Fire Soul realm. Grandfather, there are myriad ways to seek revenge. We have been entangled in covert battles with the Zhao family for many years. It is not imperative to resort to open slaughter." Lu Xiang regarded Lu Chao with a look of intrigue. As the youngest grandson, Lu Chao had never before voiced his opinions on the strife with the Zhao family. With the demise of Prince Lu, Lu Chao's succession now spurred him to articulate such sentiments, prompting Lu Xiang to see him in a new light. He has grown, and it is indeed time for him to strategize for the family, Lu Xiang mused, confident in the lineage's legacy, believing that his descendants would not disappoint. "A Chao, do you possess a clever idea?" Lu Chao asked. "Grandfather, please be candid with me. Who is responsible for my father's death? The very source of your trepidation lies with the murderer of my father, does it not?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiang replied, "Brother Yang Chao." Lu Chao gritted his teeth, having mentally slain this duo 100 times in his mind, and exclaimed in fury, "These brothers are not even worthy adversaries. Yet they managed to vanquish my father and aunt?" Lu Xiang responded, "That is precisely our point of confusion, which is why we dare not act recklessly." "Grandfather, I have a plan," Lu Chao declared. Chapter 059, Second Miss, I am here to enlighten you. "You speak," Lu Xiang said. "Xiao heir, step forward," Lu Chao shouted. And immediately a handsome young servant emerged. He first bowed respectfully to Lu Xiang before lowering his head and standing there with a bent posture. Lu Chao explained, "This individual was originally a servant of the Zhao family, a close attendant to Zhao Yoxin, and held in high regard. However, after a dispute with Yang Chao, he was framed and expelled from the Zhao household, harboring a deep-seated hatred for both Yang Chao and the Zhao family." Turning to Xiao heir, Lu Chao continued, "Xiao heir, boldly articulate your plan. Should it succeed, grandfather will undoubtedly reward you." "Yes." Xiao heir again bowed to Lu Xiang, adjusted his attire, and began to speak. "After leaving the Zhao family, Zhao Yoxin, recalling our past connection, generously bestowed upon me a considerable sum of silver and treated me well. Upon learning of my arrival at the Lu household, though filled with resentment, she still holds some affection for me. I am certain she would be inclined to hear my explanation.
Thus, if I approach her, she will surely grant me the opportunity to explain. Lu Chao interjected. Get to the point. Yes. Xiao acknowledged, then continued. Once I draw her out, we can seize her as leverage against the Zhao family. Lu Chao nodded, adding. Zhao Yoxin is the cherished jewel of Zhao Chenqing and the daughter of Zhaoyan, the heir to the Zhao family. If we take her hostage, how could the Zhao family refuse to exchange Yang Chao and his brother? Once they relinquish the Yang brothers, we shall eliminate them, leaving the Zhao family powerless against us. Noticing Lu Xiong deep in thought while stroking his beard, Lu Chao proceeded, during this time. We can send Ingu to the ghost-killing sect to request reinforcements from his master, ensuring we are prepared for any eventuality. Even if the Zhao family dares to confront us, with the experts from the ghost-killing sect at our side, we shall stand unafraid. Consider this. Grandfather, if even the experts from the ghost-killing sect were to fall at their hands, the Zhao family would incur their enmity. Offending the ghost-killing sect would render the Zhao family restless for all eternity. Lu Xiong, who had remained unmoved until then, lifted his brow upon hearing Lu Chao's final remark, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he exclaimed, Excellent. Ah Chao, this is a splendid idea. I had not anticipated your ingenuity. I had underestimated you in the past. Lu Chao clasped his fists and replied, Though I am not yet a soul guest. I have come of age, and it is time for me to shoulder the family's burdens. I only hope that upon our plan's success, the Zhao family will deliver the Yang brothers to me, allowing me to avenge my father. Very well. Lu Xiong readily agreed. Let us proceed as Ah Chao has suggested. Someone, go fetch Aang for me. The spring breeze is fresh and comfortable, yet it induces a slight drowsiness. In contrast, the autumn wind is desolate and stark, invigorating the spirit and dissipating the lingering heat accumulated over the sweltering summer. The autumn wind is a sharp blade, wherever it blows. The leaves fall, severed from their branches by invisible wounds. It serves as the greatest broom of the heavens and earth, wherever it sweeps. The leaves are gathered into a single place, transformed from scattered to whole. A solitary yellow leaf detached itself from its collective, drifting down from a heap of similar leaves to land gracefully at the feet of a young maiden. She picked up the leaf and, with a gentle breath, expected to scatter it, yet to her surprise, the leaf crumbled into fragments. The maiden was adorned in a flowing green dress, the hem low enough to reveal glimpses of her undergarments. This was an ensemble she had meticulously chosen, for she felt that on this day, in anticipation of meeting a certain individual, such attire was most fitting. After all, she had a request to make of him, clad in green with a crimson skirt. Her subtle makeup and gentle smile sufficed to convey her charm. She arrived at Yang Chao's courtyard. Yang Chao, I have matters to discuss with you. Come out. Zhao Yoxin called out into the courtyard. A maid, dressed in a delicate pink blouse, her hair elegantly styled with a jade hairpin of vibrant green, faced Zhao Yoxin. Showing neither fear nor servility, she replied, Young Master Yang has instructed me that he is resting and shall not see anyone. Zhao Yoxin frowned, displeased, and retorted. You insolent servant, do you not even bow before me? Since when did Zhang Chao become a master of the Zhao family? Only then did the maid slightly bow, maintaining a respectful facade while firmly stating, I cannot disregard young Master Yang's words. Are you implying that I cannot enter? Zhao Yoxin inquired. I ask for your understanding, miss. The maid replied. What nonsense? Zhao Yoxin scoffed coldly. You are merely a servant. Why should I show you any understanding? This is my Zhao family's domain, and I shall go wherever I wish. Not even Yang Chao can stop me. The maid suddenly smiled slightly and said, Indeed, Miss Zhao. But I fear that if you were to force your way in, you might injure yourself. What? Zhao Yoxin's eyes flashed with fury. What do you mean by that? Young Master Yang has requested not to be disturbed, and I cannot allow you entry. If you insist on forcing your way in, I will have no choice but to stop you. You have quite the audacity to even attempt to block me, Zhao Yoxin exclaimed. The maid bowed once more, reiterating. As I said, I cannot disobey young Master Yang's orders. This is your misfortune. Do not blame me. With that, Zhao Yoxin unleashed a strike towards the maid. The maid, maintaining her composure, casually deflected the attack with her own hand. The clash echoed as both retreated several paces. How infuriating. You are merely a common maid. How do you possess such skill? Zhao Yoxin gasped, a mix of astonishment and anger evident on her face. You are being unreasonable. I have urgent matters to discuss with Yang Chao. The maid smiled faintly. I shall relay your message once young master awakens. You are utterly lawless. Yang Chao is lawless. How can a mere maid be so arrogant? Miss, do not misunderstand. I am not being arrogant. I am simply following my master's instructions, the maid said, feigning innocence. Fine. Fine, fine. Zhao Yoxin's anger was palpable, her nostrils flaring as she recalled that Yang Chao was merely a lowly servant who had suddenly risen to become a master of the Zhao family. Despite having learned this news from her grandfather, she refused to accept this reality. It is not that she truly despises Yang Chao, in fact. She regards him with a newfound respect for having secured the championship for the Zhao family in the New England Association. However, her pride refuses to accept that Yang Chao has the upper hand over her. Casting a frigid glance at the maid, she inquired, "Were you picked up by Yang Chao?" A fleeting shadow of sadness crossed the maid's eyes, but she nodded in affirmation, replying, "One could say so. What is your name?" "Xiao Yu." "Xiao Yu. Very well, I shall remember it," Zhao Yoxin responded with a nod. With a gentle tone, Xiao Yu remarked, "Second miss, if you have business with the young master, why must you approach with such ire? One might mistakenly believe you are here to cause trouble. Look at you today, dressed so splendidly that even I, a mere girl, find myself captivated. Yet, when you lose your temper, it diminishes your beauty. Humph, how sharp-tongued you are." Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Zhao Yoxin said, "Now, please notify your master and see if it is convenient for him to meet with me." "Second miss, young Master Yang has indeed instructed that no one disturb him. Not even myself." "You." Zhao Yoxin pointed at Xiao Yu, fully aware that she could not surpass this obstacle. With a dismissive wave, she declared, "Very well. I shall take my leave." Xiao Yu bowed respectfully, saying, "I hope for your understanding, Second Mississippi. Once the young master awakens, I shall relay your message." "Humph. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Just a little maid." She added haughtily, "Make sure to inform that scoundrel Yang Chao that I have matters to discuss with him. Yes, if the second miss is in a hurry. You may convey your message to me, and I will promptly inform the young master upon his awakening. None of your concern. Have him seek me out once he wakes." "Understood." Zhao Yoxin cast one last glance at Xiao Yu before finally departing. Upon returning to her family's courtyard, far from Xiao Yu's gaze, Zhao Yoxin's proud demeanor instantly relaxed, transforming into a state of profound melancholy. "Zhao Yoxin, when did you become such a wretched creature? A mere maid has rendered you speechless. How pathetic." She lamented the days when Xiao Heir was still in the Zhao household, for at least there was someone to offer counsel. "I merely wish to consult him regarding my cultivation experience now that I have reached the 6th level of body refinement. Furthermore, the Divine Finger's sword is his forte. Is it too much to seek his guidance? Yet, he refuses even to meet with me, acting as if he were a lord. Grandfather has been far too indulgent towards him. Just look at him. With a little merit, he becomes so arrogant, training the maids to be like that. What will become of the Zhao family and us younger generations?" The engagement between Yang Shu and her elder sister has been reinstated, meaning Yang Shu will soon be her brother-in-law, and Yang Chao will continue to receive grandfather's favor. In our generation, will the Zhao family have to change our surname to Yang? It truly is infuriating. Meanwhile, as Zhao Yoxin simmered with indignation, Yang Chao was in his room, diligently practicing his calligraphy. His handwriting may not be exceptional, but it surpasses that of his brother. Yang Shu's calligraphy is characterized by a free-spirited cursive style, exuding a certain flamboyance, occasionally tinged with an air of arrogance. However, his calligraphy, whether it be the delicate style of small characters or the flowing cursive, attains a level of aesthetic pleasure. He had no formal teacher, yet his passion for reading allowed him, with the assistance of Zhao Tai, to attend a private school and acquire knowledge beyond his natural reach. Throughout his fervent dedication to the cultivation of soul arts, his thirst for knowledge remained unwavering. His intelligence surpassed what the local private school in Jiulong Town could offer, and he yearned for the opportunity to enter an academy in Sioux City, yet such prospects were elusive. The Zhao family held no standing in Sioux City, making it exceedingly difficult to send a student there. Nonetheless, within the limited circumstances, he endeavored to exert his utmost effort in acquiring more knowledge. He was aware of Zhao Yoxin's visit, yet he refrained from meeting her, which naturally stemmed from his reasons. Presently, within the Zhao household, Zhao Tong and Zhao Wuwei had reconciled with him, and they cheered him on at the new talent conference. Others also began to regard him with newfound respect due to the conference. Only this second young lady continued to maintain her lofty demeanor, perceiving him as a subordinate. Thus, in the face of Zhao Yoxin, he felt compelled to adopt a more ostentatious approach. For the Zhao family to thrive, internal harmony was essential. A truth Yang Chao understood well. However, the relationships among the younger generation could not be resolved merely by Zhao Chengqing's words. They needed to address it themselves. Yet, Zhao Yoxin had not realized that Yang Chao was already aware of the true purpose of her visit. "Second young lady, what I am currently writing is, in fact, to provide you with enlightenment." Chapter 060, Diva. The final confrontation. Xianxia has officially transformed into young Master Xianxia. A change that transpired just a few days prior. With the marriage settled, Zhao Chengcheng has formally acknowledged Yang Shu and Yang Chao as his grandsons. Although there is no obligation for the brothers to adopt his surname, the actual relationship is well understood by all. A month has swiftly passed. Yet Yang Chao has not attained a breakthrough, remaining outside the Earth Soul realm and thus not becoming a soul guest. Meanwhile, Xier has yet to find an opportunity to abduct Xiao Yoxin. The tranquil days do not signify true peace, for beneath the calm surface of the lake, turbulent currents swirl fiercely. Through inquiries, it has come to light that Xiao Yu hails from Su City, where her family was relatively well off. Her father was a prosperous merchant in the region. She was once a figure of prominence in Su City, but unexpectedly, a local tyrant seized their wealth, annihilating her family, leaving her as the sole survivor, protected only by a few loyal servants. After fleeing Su City, she continued to be pursued by that same tyrant. And in a desperate bid to escape his grasp, she chose to leap from a cliff. Fate intervened, and she encountered Yang Chao in her moment of peril. After being rescued by Yang Chao, Xiao Yu candidly recounted her harrowing tale. Moved by her plight, Yang Chao implored Zhao Chengcheng to take her in, and Zhao Chengcheng, acquiescing to the request, promised her to Yang Chao as maid. Having grown up as the son of a servant, Yang Chao, despite his newfound status as a young master, still struggles to command others effectively. Thus, although Xiao Yu serves as his maid, he regards her as a sister. He feels deeply for her tragic circumstances and even teaches her soul techniques, hoping that one day she might avenge her family. Xiao Yu, originally of noble birth, is not inferior in lineage to Zhao Yoxin. Now, as a maid under Yang Chao's indulgent care, she finds herself in a position of relative power within the expansive Zhao household, where only Yang Chao and Qin Ling can command her. This dynamic inevitably leads to confrontations with Zhao Yoxin. Sister Xiao Yu, come play with me. At this moment, Xiao Yu is in the study with Yang Chao, who is engrossed in writing. She grinds ink for him, relishing the opportunity to watch him write, finding his calligraphy exquisite, a source of delight for her. Just then, the entrance of Yang Yi disrupts their serene interaction. Easy, wait a moment, Yang Chao softly instructs as he continues to gracefully apply ink to paper. After a few breaths, he lifts his right arm elegantly, extending the final stroke of the last character, and says, Xiao Yu, please organize these papers and deliver them to the 2nd Mississippi. Yes, young master, Xiao Yu replies as she approaches to tidy up. She inquires, young master, have you been writing all these days for the 2nd Miss? Indeed, Yang Chao nods. Yet the 2nd Miss speaks so unreasonably, and you treat her so well. What a rarity. Xiao Yu remarks. Yang Chao smiles and responds, if she were to speak amiably, she would not be Zhao Yoxin. My brother is about to marry her sister, and thereafter, we will truly be one family. Why should we dwell on such matters? If I do not assist her, it would only make me appear petty. Yang Chao approached the window, casting a glance at the falling leaves outside, then turned and said, the disparity between Yi and Zhao Yoxin is immense. Any guidance offered to Zhao Yoxin may well be beyond her comprehension, which is why she has sought my assistance. I have never instructed anyone before. Should I be able to aid her, it would indeed be a personal achievement. Xiao Yu, lost in thought as she gazed at the works on the table, remarked, I am certain you will be of help. The writings by the young master have greatly benefited me, not to mention they are from the 2nd young lady, who has already attained the 6th level of body cultivation. Xiao Yu, you have also made significant progress in your own cultivation and are a valuable asset in refining soul techniques. You must strive to improve. Yang Yi chimed in, clapping her hands. Yang Chao gently patted Yang Ye's head and smiled. Leaf, why don't you accompany Xiao Yu to deliver these items? Once you finish, let her take you out to play. Xiao Yu inquired, young master, do you no longer require my service? Having stayed at home for so long, it is time for you to dedicate yourself to your cultivation. While becoming a soul guest is not solely reliant on diligence, one must not neglect hard work. In the inner courtyard of the Zhao residence, within Zhao Chengcheng's chamber, Zhao Chengcheng and his brothers, Zhao Yin and Zhao Tai, were seated in an informal gathering. Such scenes typically unfolded in the Qifeng Hall, yet today was an exception, as the father and sons convened in Zhao Chengcheng's bedroom, seemingly intent on evading something. You all know that Yoxin has been captured. What do you propose we do? Zhao Chengcheng inquired. The expressions of the Zhao brothers were grim, particularly Zhao Yin, who, despite being the most composed under normal circumstances, now displayed signs of anxiety. With no sons of his own, he was left with only his 2 daughters, Zhao Yujing and Zhao Yoxin. While Zhao Yujing was indeed remarkable, his affection leaned more towards the younger Zhao Yoxin. It is a common parental inclination to favor the younger child. Zhao Yin and Zhao Tai remained silent until Zhao Tong, with wide eyes, broke the silence, saying, Yang Shu has killed Prince Lu. The Lu family harbors a profound hatred towards us. With Yoxin taken, she is surely under stringent surveillance, making clandestine rescue efforts nearly impossible. Moreover, the Lu family's abduction of Yoxin indicates they are prepared for conflict. Neither Wuji nor the Yang brothers have yet become sole guests, and in a true confrontation, we would hold no advantage. Especially considering that Lu Ying's master is affiliated with the ghost-killing sect, they will undoubtedly intervene once hostilities commence. Zhao Qinqing asked, What are you suggesting? Zhao Tong sighed and replied, To rescue Yoxin, we must surrender Yang Shu and Yang Chao. Zhao Tai stood up from his chair, exclaiming, That is out of the question. If Yang Shu and Yang Chao fall into the hands of the Lu family, they are as good as dead. Third brother, I understand your grievances with that Yang Chao, but we cannot bicker among ourselves at such a critical juncture. Zhao Tong retorted angrily, Fourth brother, do you take me for someone who cannot discern the gravity of the situation? Indeed, I have harbored discontent towards Yang Chao in the past. But that is an issue long settled. Currently, my feelings are only of admiration and respect towards him. How could I still hold a grudge? I merely speak the truth that, given the present circumstances, rescuing Yoxin will necessitate complying with the Lu family's demands. I cannot agree, Zhao Tai stated resolutely. Nor do I wish to agree, Zhao Tong responded, but can you bear the thought of Yoxin suffering at the hands of the Lu family? She's your beloved niece. Zhao Tai was rendered speechless, collapsing into the chair in utter defeat. Enough with the bickering. Allow me a moment to speak, Zhao Yin suddenly interjected.